What is up, YouTube? Welcome in to another edition of Bucky and BK, live on Texas Sports Unfiltered and on the free Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Today is Wednesday, January 31st, 2024, and the Buck and I are with you for the next 2 hours on today's show. Some great news for the Houston Texans, some updates from the Texas Longhorns, who are at the Reese's Senior Bowl in Mobile, Alabama. We'll talk some Texas Longhorn recruiting as well and give you some winter workout updates from the current team on the 40 acres. Plus, a look at free agency in the NFL, where the Cowboys need to go this offseason to take the next step in 2024. And we'll have some fun, too. A lot of fun stories and weird conversations that we need to bring to people as the Buck starts you off with the cough this morning. What's going on, my friend?
I am doing good, man. I just, there's something in the air today. It's these last couple of days of this warm weather, stuff's starting to spread around and blow around a little bit too. We've got a little wind picked up, so this is nice. I got no complaints. I'm loving it. I'm loving that 70 that it feels like 80. That's fine with me. I have no complaints. I'm not looking for any more cold weather, cool weather. We can go straight on to summer for all I care. That's just the way I feel about it. I've had enough of the cold. Those couple of days last week, that was cold enough. We don't need any more, although we're going to get more.
You're ready for the summer?
I'm ready for, and we don't have spring. We just go to summer, don't we?
Well, we've got spring right now. I'm not ready to get rid of the 70 degrees for 100 degrees.
I'm ready to
enjoy this.
80s. It felt like 80 yesterday and the day before. I mean, it was.
And you're ready to get rid of that?
Yeah, I'm ready to get.
You're ready for the 4-month drought with 100-degree days?
Let's go. 97 degrees.
Oh,
let's
thank you.
Come on, man. Good morning to soldiers at Fort Cavazos, Texas, the soldiers in the state of Texas, and all those that fight for us each and every day. Thank you so much for what you do. It is appreciated. Thank you very much. Please do be safe out there.
Yeah, that'll be your worst take of the day, and you dropped it 3
No.
minutes into the show. Oh, you got worse coming?
My worst take of the day is, when does Taylor Swift show up at the Super Bowl halftime show?
Oh.
Yes, with Usher. One song and one song only. She's going to be in town. She's coming in there late. But do they rehearse a song? And I'm going to say one of his songs. She doesn't need any help in show business. She doesn't have to do one of hers. Just do a duet with Usher. And the ladies don't leave for Super Bowl. They watch and they tell us all to shut up, don't talk, don't go mess around. Boys, don't go out. Stay right here.
Hey, here's the deal I'll make with the ladies this year. And I'm sure the women who are tuned in are going to love this one.
Are we going to have some brownies cooked at halftime?
What kind of brownies?
That's right.
I'm intrigued. Here is a fair trade that I will make, okay? For you ladies who want me to be quiet during the halftime performance,
yes,
I ask just one thing in return from you. You be quiet during the football game.
What?
Feels fair. Like, we're there for the game. Y'all might be there for the halftime. This is a major generalization.
Questions, though.
Of course, major generalization. There are plenty of women who attend the party who are there for the game.
Yes.
And there are plenty of men who attend the party who care more about the halftime show than the actual game itself. Maybe not plenty, but there are some men who are there who care more about the halftime show than the game itself. So it seems like a fair trade, right? You care about the show, so we will be quiet during the show, or we'll go outside and have our conversations during halftime.
I make deviled eggs at halftime. It's on.
And then during the game, y'all need to be quiet for us.
I don't see the halftime show. I'm busy. There's only 20 minutes in that halftime show, remember?
What are you doing during that halftime show?
Oh, like I did about 7 years ago when I met my wife, yes. It's my first encounter was a halftime show.
No way.
Oh, but then again, we never saw part of the third quarter either, so I don't. It went past halftime.
So 20 minutes wasn't enough.
No, it was not first time through.
Boy, I feel like the halftime show for the Super Bowl was longer than 20 minutes. So y'all had a good time.
Oh, that was a great time.
And now that's like the Masters, a tradition, unlike any other.
Oh yeah. Deviled eggs and deviled eggs. Those are my deviled eggs. Yes.
Now, do you go to a Super Bowl watch party, or y'all just watch the game at home?
I watch the game at home.
Because that'd be something if y'all went to a different party every
Just
year.
went upstairs.
Still found a way
That would be great.
to make your
would be
deviled eggs.
That is absolutely go to one of their bathrooms. That is perfect.
Yeah, someone's eating too much.
That should be the tradition.
Yeah, that's awesome. If you go
I'm
to
going
a
to talk
different
to her about
place
that. See if we can get that done.
and you got someone who ate too much buffalo chicken dip just banging on the door.
Hey, let me in there.
No, no, halftime's still going on. He's like, dude, there's 3 minutes left in the third quarter. Get out of there.
No. That is great. What a great thought. Take the halftime show on the road.
That's hilarious. So you truly think, because Taylor Swift will definitely be at the game. Now, apparently, she's doing a show in Tokyo.
You know, she's got a 13-hour flight or something.
You know where Tokyo is?
Japan.
There you go. Just making sure we didn't have
almost said China.
No disrespect.
Yeah, I almost said China.
Thank you for not getting that one wrong. But she's got to take, like a 13-hour flight to get to Vegas for the game to watch her man, Travis Kelce, play. So you're putting in the call that at some point during halftime, she is going to leave the box that she presumably will be sitting in and hit the field to be a part of the halftime show?
One song and one song only.
It's going to be Usher's song?
Yeah, she doesn't need to do any of hers. She's fine. This is to help that old ass man out.
Oh, you think Usher needs the help?
If T Swift, if she goes to anybody's concert, it's helpful. If she shows up and sings a song with you at any of your deals, no matter who you are, if it was Frank ass Sinatra, it'd be great.
Dude, she wouldn't do that to Usher. Like, that is what Kanye West did to her at the Grammys like 15 years ago when he stole the mic during Taylor Swift's speech and made it all about him.
This is a collaboration for the Super Bowl because her man is there. It has nothing to do with Usher.
Oh, it will have nothing to do with Usher if Taylor Swift goes out there because she's going to steal the show. No one's going to be talking about Usher if T Swift does a song.
One song. Maybe one of hers. You may be right.
Yeah, she won't do one of Usher's songs. She's too big to do a backup singing deal or a duet of one of his songs. It's got to be one of her tracks.
It's going to show you she's just a normal gal. That's all.
Normal
gal. That's all. She's going to do it. This is happening. You know this is happening, right? This is the biggest NFL ploy of all time. This is the one.
I bet there's a prop bet you can make on that.
Wow.
I wonder if our friends at BetUS have a line for something like that.
I'd be into that one. I'd take a chance on that one because I've got a punt return going back to the house. So
there's a much better chance of that happening than Taylor Swift performing during Usher's halftime show. You know, Taylor
would just be bad. Who would it be bad for?
Both, honestly.
You think so?
That'd be great for the folks watching at home who are going to be locked into their TVs.
Would they be locked in once this rumor gets around? Are they going to be locked in or what?
Oh my gosh, yeah, they're going to be.
Let's get this out here. Let's get it out there quickly, Shelby.
No, if you try to say anything during that halftime show, if there are rumors swirling that T Swift is going to be popping on stage at some point, then you're going to get your ass kicked. Hell, you might get castrated if you're a dude.
Just go ahead and leave the house. Come back after the show.
Yeah. Be careful with that one. But it'd be bad for her because then people would be like, that's really selfish of her to make this about her when it's Usher's moment. And it'd be bad for Usher because everybody would be talking about T-Swizzle because she's a bigger deal than Usher in 2024.
Well, there's something you can make of that'll work for everybody. It's going to work for the viewing audience, believe me. And what does the NFL care about? Do you think they care about Usher?
Well, Taylor Swift has already turned down the NFL before, right? Like she's been offered the opportunity to do the Super Bowl halftime, and she said no. Now her man is playing in the damn Super Bowl, right? Well, she wants to be watching. She wants to be rooting, right? This one she actually cares about. The other Super Bowls before she started dating him, like she doesn't care. But now she has a rooting interest. She's going to be focused on the game. She clearly cares. Like she's a good fan. People get mad that they show her 40 times during the broadcast, and it's
just
ridiculous.
A fan.
But she clearly cares. Like she knows what's going on, and she wants her man to succeed. So she's going to be nervous. You do a halftime show like that,
dude. She's not doing a whole show. I'm telling you, it's going to be one song and one song on. You're like it's going to be the whole thing. One song is happening.
It won't
It's
happen.
going to happen.
I'll bet. If you want to make a bet on that, I will take your money happily.
She'll be on that stage somewhere.
Now, they will show her. My guess is they will show her singing an Usher song in the suite during the halftime.
Oh, that's very interesting. No, she's going to be on the stage and make that place go nuts. In Vegas, baby. What other place could it happen in? Vegas, that'd be awesome.
Wherever they play the Super Bowl?
No, Vegas, baby.
She's saving it for Vegas?
Saving it for Vegas.
That's a waste of money, my friend. If that's the bet you're making, you are throwing money down the drain.
This is so easy. It's so set up. It's set up just perfect.
Let me ask you this. Do you know any Usher songs?
Oh, my God. I know them when I hear them.
That's what they all say.
No, I do.
Okay.
I know them once they start, yeah.
I'm trying to think what song could even be a potential duet for Usher and Taylor Swift.
CB would know that.
He did a song with Alicia Keys one time. Maybe T Swift could be the Alicia Keys role. I think My Boo was the name of that one.
Okay.
He's got You know, I will make a prediction, and this one feels safe. It's a hell of a lot safer than the one you just made. Okay.
Okay.
Lil Jon will be a part of the halftime show at some point. You know who that is?
Yes.
Okay.
Now, why would Lil Jon show up for that?
Because Usher's biggest song is a song that features Lil Jon.
Okay.
It's called Yeah. And Lil Jon lives in Vegas. He's a huge Raiders fan. I went to the Raiders-Texans game a couple of years ago.
He was there?
And yeah, oh man, he was in the crowd. He was working the crowd. He was a part of like every, pump up video that they showed on the Jumbotrons at Allegiant Stadium. Like he's a big Raiders fan who lives in Vegas. And yeah, Usher's biggest song features Lil Jon. So I think that should be minus money that that guy will be a part of at least one of the songs during that halftime performance.
My girl T Swift will be there. She'll be on stage somewhere, and the money will be flowing, and the NFL will love it. NFL will love this.
They tried to get her. She said no. Now she's going to steal
from Usher.
She
didn't have a dude at the time. She likes this dude. These two like each other. Which is a cool thing to see. Actually, this isn't some made up thing just for the hell of it. They like each other, which is okay.
We need a breakup so we can get a new album.
What?
That's what we need. Can you imagine how good the album is going to be when this thing is over?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. She'll be taking all her shots at Kelsey, and she'll be talking bad about Mahomes, and it'll start all sorts of gossip across the NFL.
No, that one's not going to happen. Not until the second kid.
Oh, you think they're staying together? They're going to have kids?
Yeah.
They're going to get married?
Yeah. Oh. And then she'll have that crazy-ass Kelsey as her brother-in-law.
Oh, Jason?
Oh, my God.
The recently retired shirtless heathen.
He's a heathen. I mean, that's my brother-in-law right there. Wow.
Did you notice during the AFC Championship game against Baltimore that, Kelsey was fully clothed the entire time?
Oh, he was.
He was like standing by their mom, and it was almost like he was in timeout. He was getting punished for.
Dude, I noticed that. He did look like he was in timeout, right? He was kind of well behaved. He wasn't jumping up and down. I didn't see him with a brewski. Had his shirt on. It wasn't that cold. You know what I mean? It was it was like, hey, mom said, hey, I had to behave.
Yep, he was a total lunatic during the Buffalo game, and that's perfect for Bills Mafia, right? That's what their fans want.
Oh yeah, for sure.
It was hilarious, and everyone I think is glad that Jason Kelsey did it. But he was buttoned up the last game. We'll see if he brings it back out for Vegas or
maybe Taylor's people said you need to button that act up a little bit.
Oh, you think it was Taylor's people who threatened him?
Yeah, I haven't seen Pat Mahomes' brother, the TikTok king. I haven't seen him all year. I think he got his pass that he can't come up in the booth any longer.
Yeah, I feel like he's been in the suite.
I've seen his wife, but no, I don't get to see bro, you stay home. That stuff gets taken away from you once you start being bigger than the star themselves or trying to be. That's when they go, done. Go buy your own season tickets.
Yeah, maybe. I feel like he's been to a couple of games, but I don't know.
See if you can get a suite. No thanks.
I don't care too much. All right, so that's your bold call to start off a Wednesday show. Yes. Taylor Swift will be performing one song. It'll be one of Usher's songs.
Yes.
It'll be the two of them doing a little duet
Yes.
on stage in Vegas. Okay.
That's money. That's money right there now.
Money for me because I'm taking that bet. And I'm laughing all the way to the bank, baby. Oh, man. All
Yeah,
right.
13-hour flight. Yeah, she's going to be ready to do duet. She'd have to do it before he left. Or they could do it by Skype or Scope or whatever the hell they do it.
Scope.
Whatever you use. They have to be in the same place. They can record it.
What they're going to do, a Zoom call during the halftime show?
Yes. They'll do a Zoom call while she's up in the booth.
Oh my God. Yeah, that I don't even know what to say to that. All right, we'll take your thoughts. The code to text line 512-222-9328. You can hit us up on the YouTube comments line as well. Appreciate all of you spending some or all of your Wednesday morning with us. Before we get to the good news surrounding the Houston Texans, Buck, how about a quick shout out to one of our great sponsors?
Oh, no doubt about it. Relax the back. Big man's got to work out. Big man got up real early this morning and screwed up the time. When I thought I was meeting BK, I was an hour earlier. I got up at 5:15. I was ready to go this morning for sure. But now my back is sore. Of course it is after working out. And, I've been hitting the pavement instead of getting on the treadmill where I belong. I've been walking the roads and the hills. And boy, does my back feel it. And I'll tell you, I wouldn't be able to survive without the relax the back chair that I'm in right now for 2 hours. I would be howling and my back would feel like it's on fire. Now, they've got numerous chairs that are available for you at their 2 locations for sure. They've also got massage chairs, select pillows, mattresses, everything that you need to make your body feel good. And if you got lumbar problems, which I don't, most of the times I have it right in the mid back to thoracic back, and lumbar problems suck. That's where you get that sciatica and all that other stuff happening to you. I'm very fortunate that I don't get a lot of that. But at Relax the Back, they have all the different types of chairs, as I said, all the accessories that you need to make your day feel fantastic. They've got a store in Bee Caves at the Hill Country Galleria, across from Whole Foods, and up in North Austin at the Gateway Shopping Center, across from the Container Store. Live pain-free like the Buck at Relax the Back.
Hey, you did text me at 6:28 this morning.
Yeah.
Telling me that you were in the green room, ready to go.
I was ready to go. I'm like, what's wrong with you?
And I sleep with my phone on silent, right? I have it set up to where it only rings when somebody calls me. Because I feel like, all right, if there's an emergency, someone's going to call. They're not going to send me a text. So I woke up at 5 after 7, like I normally
saw the text,
do.
like, what the hell's going on?
I see 4 texts. I'm like, oh shit, I overslept. I'm thinking I messed up. Like Bucky's there waiting, and it's like 8:30, and there's no show on right now, and everyone's going to be so mad at me. And then I check the time, and it's like, nope, the Buck is just on one today.
He is up early. When I get up early, and I do. Once the roosters and all that crap started next to me at the farm beside me here, and by the way, the roosters don't get up when the sun comes up. Those dudes can get up at 1:51 is the earliest so far I've had them awake and making all kinds of cock-a-doodle-doo sounds. And dude, and it doesn't go away. I thought that whole thing about the roosters waking you up in the morning and then they just kind of are done for the day. These damn things go until it's nighttime again, until it's dark. That they're marked their territory all day long, and they are loud and annoying. And I like to feed one of those to the cats. My cat came back the other day and had a rabbit. My cats ate a bunny rabbit.
Nice.
They're cats. How do they eat the bones and all? They ate everything of the rabbit. There was like a foot left, and then my wife came back, and the foot was gone. Oh. And it's not the dogs. It's the 2 cats. They must be turning into bobcats or something now.
They ate a rabbit?
They ate a rabbit like a baby rabbit, not like a little baby rabbit, but a bunny that was, I don't know, maybe a month and a half. That thing got gobbled up, and they eat the brains. They eat everything. Cats are ferocious once they become outdoor cats.
God bless it. Well, they got to get their food. Although y'all do feed them, right?
Twice a day.
Yeah, so it's not like they don't have other food that they get, but
no,
animals always want more.
I got it when they bring a mouse, or you know what they like to do? They like to eat in summertime. They eat the big lizards that we have out here when it's all dry. You see these big lizards. Yeah. They catch them and they eat the tails off of them, and they leave me the body where the lizard can't move. Mm-hmm. The tails must be a delicacy for a cat.
Wow. Well, they ate that bunny rabbit. You said they left a foot?
They left the foot, and by the end of the day, foot was gone.
That's good luck, though, isn't it? Like, they left it for you. Rabbit's foot.
Not for the rabbit, it wasn't.
No, not for the rabbit, but for you guys,
I can't
you're
believe these dudes. I'm like, they ate a bunny. I mean, I can
God.
see a mouse because they'll get birds and stuff, and there'll be feathers all over, and they'll gut a bird and eat the inside of it,
Hmm.
but they won't eat its head. Dude, the head was gone off this rabbit. Must be a delicacy or something.
Hope y'all are enjoying your breakfast out there.
Yeah, man. It's crazy out here in Dripping Springs. Well, I
Well,
live a wild, wild life out here.
yeah, you do. 151 for a rooster. You got to shoot that thing, man.
No, I can't. I
It's
can't
too
fire
early.
over there. They've
No.
got 3 cows. You know who's coming next, don't you? It ain't gonna be a bobcat. It's gonna be a lion, one of these little lions out here in the woods. It'll come from miles and miles to get to your cattle.
You got lions out there?
I said, well, they'll come. They'll search out this little 5-acre farm that this dude has next door to me. 5 acres. He's got to try to put like 20 acres worth of shit on his property, but he's got 4 cows. He's got everything: ducks, geese. He eats the duck eggs. They eat the duck eggs. They use it for bacon. I mean for baking stuff, and that's fine. You can't have the only thing you can't have in my area is you can't have hogs.
Really?
You can have the eggs and chickens and goats and shit, but you can't have hogs. Hey, thank you very much, my area, for that.
Appreciate that. Yeah, at
But,
least.
but the rooster, man. So I don't, my dogs have a really deep voice. You've heard those dogs bark.
Sure.
So when my dogs are barking at 1:00 in the morning, I don't care. Like, your rooster's up, my dogs are going to bark. If that rooster is going to cock-a-doodle-doo, and the chickens are going to get going and stuff, and there's nothing but coyotes hanging at the fence because they want to find a way to get in there to them chickens. You know what I'm saying?
Is this a true story? Our guy Troy on Facebook comments, "Your dog ate my rabbit years ago, Buck."
No. He probably lost his rabbit. They probably cooked it and ate it.
That seems legit.
No.
You think they forgot that they cooked their own rabbit and ate it?
Probably, yes. Now, my dogs, my big Pyrenees, when they were the other ones that I had, ate a chicken. Each one of them ate a chicken.
There you go.
And by the way, they ate the head and puked up the head, the
Ew.
beak and all. And they were very nice to chickens from that point on. They dealt with them very kindly. It was nasty because they ate the feathers, ate the whole thing, the chicken legs and everything.
Save those for us. We'll eat the chicken.
Come on, man. Animals are wild, especially the ones that I have, especially out here.
They are called wild animals for a reason.
That's right. They're
There you
not.
go.
My cats are no longer domesticated cats. My cats live outside.
Mhm.
So I
All
know I'll
right.
be up on next door or next page or whatever they got going on out in this area. But no, dude, trying to have a 20-acre farm on 5 acres is rough.
I believe it.
It's rough when you're next door to it.
Quick shout out to our guy Ashish, who's in the YouTube chat this morning. We'll do a double sponsor read here.
Nice.
Ashish, our guy at 7-Eleven. Shout out to him. Shout out to our girl Wendy as well. They own and operate 4 different 7-Eleven locations in the Austin area.
Still building, yeah.
Oh, yeah. If you're on your way to work, you need a little pick-me-up, get you some coffee. They got the donuts. They got the snacks. They got anything you need, including the hard copy. Which
baby.
you don't need because, you're normal, but the Buck needs it, and they've got it for him at 7-Eleven. I'm in Houston right now. There are 7-Elevens down here. There are 7-Elevens all over the Metroplex. They're everywhere. Fuel up for your day with 7-Eleven, and make sure you download that 7-Eleven app. Cash in on the 7 rewards program that they've got.
Yeah, I need to be a part of that rewards deal. I do stuff at Costco. I need to be a part of this 7-Eleven deal. I go there enough.
Sure. I mean, you walk in, they've got all those signs on the doors and on the windows. That's like,
they got a stamp there. Do I stamp it or something?
if you're an app member, you get
Go
these
on.
types of deals.
Oh,
Uh-huh.
that's an app deal. That's the one I can stick my phone up to the app and get credit and all that.
You can stick your phone up to the app.
Isn't there a
You know what
little thing that always comes up on the screen? I can stick my phone up. They do it. I see them do it at Starbucks. Lady sticks the thing out the window. They stick up their phone.
Oh,
I
yeah.
pay cash. I don't play games with my phone. I don't want you all up in my. I don't like anybody up in my phone. When I go to the airport, BK, I have paper copy to give to them. I don't stick my phone on anybody's machine. I'm like,
I'm with
no,
you.
thanks.
I'm actually with you on the boarding pass deal. I go with the printed out boarding pass.
Don't want to make any mistakes. Don't want to have anything screwed up on the phone, right?
Not taking any chances.
Where they say you can't board this Delta flight. You stay home. How's that?
I don't want any part of that. So I do the paper boarding pass, but
There
people
you
hate you because you pay with cash. You know that, right?
They do, don't they?
They do, yeah, because it takes time. They got to count out the change. It slows everything up. It's just extra work.
They're touching dollar bills. They're getting COVID from touching stuff. Grow up. You ain't going to catch it from that.
I don't know if that's why they're mad about it, but
You're going to maybe get some nut cheese. That's about it. But you're not going to get COVID from my dollar bill. So move along.
I'd rather get COVID than your nut cheese, I think. Like just about everybody else in the world feels the same
These
way.
nuts.
Yeah. I don't play around with I don't do a lot with my credit card. I do when I go into a hotel, I'll use it to start. But by the end of it, if I've gone wherever I am, and then most likely it's near a casino and I've won money, I'll pay in cash and go on my way. I don't like to have my credit card stuff hanging out there. You know, they can still give me a receipt.
Sure.
You know, but I don't like my numbers out there.
Oh, and you ask for a receipt.
What?
You pay in cash.
What's wrong with that?
And you ask for a receipt.
Yes, I did that yesterday.
I'm ever behind you in the drive-thru. I am honking.
What?
Laying on the horn.
Doesn't take any longer.
Oh, come on.
Hey, they owe me anyway at Starbucks. Let's not forget that.
That is true.
I'm a member.
Forward plan.
Never. It's not happening anytime soon. It's not happening until next year again. Once a year now, I'm done. That old lady screwed me up.
Next time you're going to get hit with $100 instead of like $30 on that. So shout out to 7-Eleven. Also shout out to SentexTickets.com. Our guy Ashish says he's going to the Mood tonight to watch Tool in concert.
Who?
You a fan of Tool?
I know some Tools. I don't know if I'm a fan of Tool.
Why are you looking at me when you say that?
Tool.
Yeah, kind of a hard rockish metal band.
Not back from the 80s or the 70s, right? No,
but probably 90s. And they've got
never
like
heard of Tool.
Cult-like following. Not
heard of Juul.
Like the pods, the nicotine pods. You smoking Juuls these days?
Oh, but I've never heard of Tool. You know who else is coming to the Mood is
the Eagles.
Pink. Pink is also coming.
Pink?
Yes.
I shouldn't bash on Pink. She's talented, but
I would see Pink. I've never seen her in concert. I think I'd like to see her show.
Okay. I'm trying to get to.
That'd be one of the ones I'd go to.
I keep saying I'm going to hit up Shelby from Sentex Tickets to go get those Eagles tickets. I got to actually do that.
You better hurry up because they won't be around very long.
No, I mean, they're already sold out, I'm sure. But they do have tickets for you online at SentexTickets.com. I'll probably end up biting the bullet and buying some tickets. But, yeah, any ticket you want, any basketball game, any football game. If you're trying to get to the Super Bowl, you can get your tickets at SentexTickets.com. Any concert coming to the ATX or Dallas or Houston or San Antonio, wherever you're tuned into us this morning, they've got tickets for you all the time at SentexTickets.com. Oh, how about Bryan Adams tomorrow? Our guy Double R says Bryan Adams is coming to town. Summer of 69.
That dude?
Is he from Canada?
I think so.
That's something I should probably know.
He's from Canada.
Heaven, Run to You, Cuts Like a Knife.
Oh,
some good songs. Is that
on Bob FM?
That stuff's definitely on Bob FM. Yeah.
Okay. And I'll hear it sometime today.
I got some Bryan Adams there for sure.
I'll be hearing that today. Believe me, 7 times.
I'm supposed to be fishing with my old man in Galveston tomorrow, but now that I know Bryan Adams is coming to town, I don't know what to do.
Can't miss a day of fishing with the old man. Forget Bryan Adams. He'll be around. He ain't going anywhere.
Well, how much? Yeah. I don't want to put the Chad Hastings hex on him.
I can't be missing a day of fishing, especially when the weather's like it is now.
Oh, I'm stoked. And that's the worst part of leaving Houston is being far from my folks and being far from the coast. I used to fish a few times a month, and now it's been like 5-6 months since I've been out there. It sucks. Wow. So I'm stoked.
I'm not a good fisherman when it's cold either. I don't do cold fishing.
Yeah, it's tough. We usually kayak fish, so we got to do it.
I've never caught a legitimate redfish, size-wise. No,
really?
Never. I am the worst redfish. Now I get some trout, but I don't get redfish.
Hey, they both taste good.
I've had people grab my line as I'm trying to reel it in, trying to help me, think they're having it, snapped it. When I had my big red on, I'm the guy whose hook comes yanking out because I do it myself. I do my own knots.
Oh, really?
Oh, I'm awful.
So you're just losing the bait in the water?
I'm using the hook, the bait. It's all in the redfish's jaws. for the next 15 years.
Yep, he just gets a free piece of shrimp, and then he's out going on about his way.
And a hook in his mouth.
And a hook in his mouth too. Yep.
Oh, God.
Piercing that he's got for
Dude,
the
I
rest
love
of
fishing.
his
Where
life.
did you I learned how to fish. My grandfather taught me how to fish. And believe me, and I know people aren't going to laugh because they're going to say just like I thought it would be, with a cane pole and some string and some fishing line.
A
In
cane
Greensboro,
pole?
cane pole with a bobber, with a cork bobber.
Wow.
When I grew up, when I was a kid, my grandfather took me fishing, and I got my son AJ involved. My other kids, no, and my daughter Veronica, when she was at LSU, would go fishing underneath the bridge with the old black dudes at like midnight, and they would be like, "Aren't you afraid to be down here?" And she would go, "No, you guys are going to protect me, aren't you?" They said, "Hell yeah." She would go, and she was in college, midnight, down in those little jetties at night. You know, some of the places we drove over the top of.
Yeah.
She would be under there fishing with a bunch of old dudes.
Oh, man.
And they were worried for her. They would protect her. She loves to fish. But my other kids are like, "Are you kidding me? Fishing? Touching stuff? No."
She might have seen a couple of dead bodies down there.
Oh, for sure.
Goodness gracious.
I used to worry for her. She used to tell me how she's fishing down here in Louisiana. I'm like, "When?" She goes, "Midnight." I'm like, "What?" She wouldn't be fishing at that tent city. I know that.
No, you're fishing for something else there. You're fishing for syphilis or something at that tent city. I can tell you that much. Yeah, looking forward to being out there. Sal says Jay Billis is a big-time tool. That's funny. Good one. Good one,
There you go.
All right, man, we're all over the place. We're having some
Loving
fun
it.
on a Wednesday. Why not? Why not? It's the beauty of Texas Sports Unfiltered. We can get into whatever conversations we want, but we will get into the big news. I am in Houston today. I'll be doing the show here today and tomorrow. And Texans fans are stoked with some news that dropped yesterday as their offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, who is interviewed for a couple of different head coaching jobs around the NFL, has reportedly signed a new contract to stay as the offensive coordinator in Houston. So the guy who was at least partially responsible for C.J. Stroud's tremendous rookie season, which is going to net him the Rookie of the Year award here coming up, is staying. He got a bunch of looks from NFL teams. Once again, took a couple of interviews. There are still 2 vacancies across the NFL with Seattle and Washington. And then I think Texans fans, matter of fact, I know Texans fans had a little bit of a minor freak out yesterday after the Lions offensive coordinator, Ben Johnson, released a statement saying that he's staying in Detroit, right? People just assumed that Ben Johnson was going to get one of those 2 jobs. And it's like, okay, well, Ben Johnson's an offensive mind. He'll get hired. And that means, hey, Bobby Slowick's going to stay in Houston because more people probably want Ben Johnson than Bobby Slowick because he's done it for longer. He's a little bit older, got a little bit more experience, whatever. But when Ben Johnson dropped the news that he's not going anywhere, then I think Texans fans were like, uh-oh, that means Bobby Slowick could be the next guy those teams call. And then, hey, credit Cal McNair, the owner of the Houston Texans. He did what he needed to do, and I'm sure gave Bobby Slowick a nice raise to make sure that he sticks around. But, yeah, once again, the offensive coordinator for C.J. Stroud's phenomenal rookie season will be staying in Houston to work with C.J. Stroud for at least one more year.
Yeah, that's good news. Believe me, there'll be some NFL jobs available next year. There always is. So, and those jobs just didn't seem like the right ones. You know, that there's only 2 remaining.
Only 2 left, and I don't think either job is that bad. Now, for decades, I would have told you Washington is a cesspool, and if you're an NFL coaching candidate, you should stay as far away from that franchise as you possibly can. But now that Dan Snyder's gone, like I feel like Washington is about to be normal again. Now, they were one of the worst teams in football last year. They're picking second in the draft, but I think that's why the job would be appealing to an offensive guy because there are 3 really good quarterbacks at the top of this draft with Caleb Williams, with Drake May, with Jaden Daniels.
They've got some nice wide receivers in Washington.
Yeah, like there are some pieces on that team. I know they had a bit of a fire sale at the trade deadline a couple of months ago, but yeah, they do have good running backs. They do have good wide receivers. They have a couple of nice pieces on defense. And, oh, yeah, you know, the Texans are proof that if you get the quarterback right, you can turn your franchise around pretty quickly. So C.J. Stroud was the number 2 pick last year. I'm a little surprised, like, some of these coaches aren't like, well, that's the team that has the number 2 pick this year. I'm going to go there. But, hey, you know, Ben Johnson says he wants to win a Super Bowl in Detroit. Good one, Ben.
Yeah, good luck.
And Bobby Slowick got a nice little pay raise to stay in Houston. And, you know, both of those guys, I'm sure if they keep coaching the way that they have been, they will have opportunities down the road. So they're waiting.
Hey Ben, your head coach will be calling fourth down plays again next year in the regular
Oh,
season. But you know what? He'll change when the playoffs come. He's learned his lesson. No, he hadn't. He's a meathead.
yeah,
That meathead's not. He's going to do the same thing he did during the regular season and say, "This is how we got there." And all your fans will say, "Hey, we love him. This is how we got here.
right.
This is how
Yeah,
we missed out on getting to the Super Bowl."
I still, Dan Campbell's still a good coach who's done a great job in Detroit. He obviously helped them get to a spot that they haven't been to in a long time. But yeah, you still have to worry about that guy going rogue and making ridiculous decisions in huge moments.
No,
So
he'll have another opportunity next year. Something else will come up.
I think so, man. You got to be careful here. This is more of a Ben Johnson convo than a Bobby Slowick convo because, this is 2 years in a row that Ben Johnson has done this, right?
Yes,
Like he got interviews last offseason and he decided to stay in Detroit. And obviously he's doing that again. You run the risk of becoming Matt Campbell. This is a little apples to oranges here, so bear with me, but we are talking about fruit still. So, Matt Campbell at Iowa State was like the hottest name in coaching for a couple of years because he had brought Iowa State back from the dead. Hell, he didn't bring them back. He brought them up from the dead. They had never been
yes,
anything as a program. And all of a sudden, they're like making bowl games. They're competing for the Big 12 championship. Like they were good. And he was getting all sorts of looks, including one from the Detroit Lions. He got an 8-year contract offer from the Lions
you're
and he
right.
turned it down. And a bunch of colleges were offering him gigs. And he's like, no, I'm going to stay here. And look, loyalty, hard to find in sports. So, whatever. That's kind of cool. But he's like, nah, he was clearly waiting for something that never came. And then someone unplugged the iron. And Iowa
Yeah.
State's not very good. And now I don't think anybody wants to hire Matt Campbell as their coach anymore.
No. They don't want to. There's no college jobs available for him.
Yeah.
Right
And
where he
that's
belongs to, right where the lights are out. So he's working on
right.
the electrical parts of that stadium right now today.
Oh, they are.
That's his program. So he's got to fix the lights when the lights go out.
I think that's what Jared Hufford's doing because that guy ain't good enough to play on Sundays. So
Oh,
that's his job. He's got to work the lights to make sure that they stay on.
yeah. Sometimes the getting is. I mean, I agree with you about the Commanders, and they got new ownership now, and they got a second pick in the
Second
draft
pick, yeah.
with some developing wide receivers there, older guys, but are really good
Mhm.
quality guys.
Yeah, and the Seahawks too, like, they won 9 games last year.
Yes.
They made the playoffs 2 years ago. They just missed
Dan
them this
Quinn didn't
year.
get that Seahawk job.
Well, Dan Quinn
Why
is,
haven't they said, "Hey, this is your job. You were here before"?
by the way, funny meme. I keep forgetting to play this. We're going to play it right now. This is the Dan Campbell related meme. I'll play it right now.
Wow. I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time.
I don't know if you can read the caption. It says Dan Campbell finding out that he can bring his kicker onto the field on 4th down and kick for 3 points.
Wow. I didn't know that. You're telling me now for the first time.
No. Sorry, no.
He didn't know that. You're just telling him for the first time that he can actually settle for.
You can actually do that. You can settle for 3.
Yeah, I got a kick out of that one there. But
Gosh.
yeah, Dan Quinn. So I guess if you're a Cowboys fan, I don't know how many Cowboys fans will be that upset if Dan Quinn leaves. I'll be a little upset because he still is one of the best defensive coordinators in football. But you and I were talking before the show, like that. We are a very "what have you done for me lately" society. And well, the last time we saw Dan Quinn coordinate a defense, it was
No.
a disaster, right? I mean, Green Bay put up damn near a 50-piece on the Cowboys in that playoff game, and the Cowboys couldn't stop anything. So there are some Dallas fans who were like, screw that guy, let's move on.
Well, yeah, I thought he would be able to just pick a job that he wanted and say goodbye.
Yeah, he's older and he's defensive, not defensive personality-wise. He's a defensive guy, and that's not the direction the league is generally going. But
again, Jerry doesn't like to go very far. So when Mike McCarthy screws up 2024, all he has to do is walk down the hall and say, "Hey, this is your job." He's like that. Jerry likes to do those things. So
sure, but I don't know. Like if Dan Quinn gets offered either of those jobs, he's taking it. There's zero doubt in my mind.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So there are some guys who didn't like those jobs, but Dan Quinn is not, the young up and coming offensive.
Oh no, he knows
mind.
his time is starting to pass him by.
Yep. This is maybe his last chance to get a good gig, and he probably realizes the ship is starting to collapse a little bit. It's
Well,
leading
he's been around. He's been around Jerry Jones for 3 or 4 years. He's understanding what this place is really like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's when the moms and the brothers are talking about your quarterback, it's not good. It's not building up confidence around the building.
No, you're
It's
right.
just not. It's sad. I was listening to Jerry yesterday. It's just, I mean, he was just talking around. We can only go as far as our quarterback takes us. Well, guess where it's taking you? The same place it always takes you. For everybody talking about you, but now within your program, you got players, relatives talking about your quarterback, and so Dak Prescott will play 2024, but he won't be a Cowboy in 2025. He'll be gone because who's giving up $60 million? Who's walking away and saying don't want that? They owe him that money.
Well,
He'll play, and maybe he'll win you 12 games. Maybe he'll even win you 13 this year.
yeah.
But I know where it's going from that point on. They don't have enough faith that he can take you anywhere else. I mean, when Jerry says he can only take us as far as we can, we go as far as Dak Prescott goes. Okay, well, we know how far he goes.
Yeah, well, also they got to figure some other things out on that team because Dak could have played the perfect game against Green Bay if the defense was giving up 40 plus. I don't know how much it would have mattered. He's not the biggest problem there, but you're right. It's such a precarious situation in Dallas right now.
They need to go ahead and find a way to get Saquon Barkley there.
No, spend on another running back.
Yep.
Yeah,
because the one that they have right now that they've spent money on, he can't do it.
They gave him a franchise tag, which turned out to be the right move instead of giving him the Zeke Elliott long-term deal.
Now, he won't even get that franchise tag this year.
No, they're going to let him walk, and they should let him walk. But they need to figure out their run game. But you can bring in a running back in the draft, right? You could spend your second or third round pick on a running back who's going to make a big impact as a rookie. We've seen that time and time again in the NFL. Yeah. But you've got to get some other issues addressed. Mainly your run defense has to be better. Like you got to bring in better linebackers. You get Overshown back, which will help. You get Van Der Esch back, but he gets hurt every year.
Well, it's going to happen with him. Yeah.
I know. You got to bring in some D tackles. I know you drafted a first round D tackle last year, a kid Mozzie Smith who didn't do jack what as a rookie. But you
still have to do it. You still have to do it again.
Sure.
Maybe not in the first round, but in that third round, you got to find somebody.
Yeah, I mean, the offensive line, Tyron Smith is a free agent. He's been a stalwart at left tackle for a decade plus now. You might have to go O-line. So it'll be probably an offensive or defensive lineman for the Cowboys in round one.
I would agree.
Day two, maybe you go running back there. As good of a player as Saquon is, you're also talking about a guy who gets hurt all the time.
Yes,
and
he's going to want a lot of money.
Yeah, you're talking about a lot of money to a running back on a second contract, which some guys are worth it. Clearly, works out for some dudes, but feels like more often than not, teams are regretting giving out big money second contracts to running backs. The Cowboys, they just made that mistake with Zeke Elliott. And
no way to play Saquon a 3-year deal for some good money. I'm not talking about a 5-year deal. Forget 5 years. That's
I don't want.
They gotta be so banged up in 5. Can you give them 3?
No, somebody will. I don't want the Cowboys to do it though.
Jerry's running out of time.
Yeah, well, if he really thought he was running out of time, he would have fired Mike McCarthy. But Jerry thinks he's going to live forever, and I'm starting to worry that he's right.
Nobody's made the move for you?
No. Saquon's about to be 27. He turns 27 on February 9th.
Wow.
You start
he's
talking
playing like he's 30.
It's crazy because I'm 29 and I'm calling this fool old. But yeah, he's already gotten injured a lot, and you don't get healthier as you get older. And paying running backs into their age 30 season, which is what would be happening if you got a 3-year contract, that's scary. That's scary for me. So what about John Brooks to Dallas? Maybe 3rd-round pick. I don't know if Dallas would do that. I don't know if a win-now team wants Jonathan Brooks just because of that ACL injury.
Yeah, coming out, they need somebody that can play that they know is going to be all right. You won't know about – I mean, you can work out all you want, but you won't know about it until he's actually against competition on the field.
Right.
And what he's like.
I think he's going to be a great NFL player. I'd love to have him in Dallas, but yeah,
I would love to have had him if he was healthy. I just don't know. Once again, you don't know. You can think all you want to about these having your knee replaced and all this stuff and having an ACL tear, but until you actually see it and see what they're like. I mean, I've been waiting for the wide receiver for for Dallas to show that he's back to normal for 2 years now. He's not there yet.
Gallup.
Yeah, and he may not be. We may be seeing the best of what we can see from him from this point on.
Yeah, you might be right. You might be right. So big offseason questions. Obviously, the Dak deal is huge
But they're paying him, right? I mean, they don't have a choice.
Well, they have to pay him for next year.
Yes,
but,
$59.5 million.
It's easy to just say, okay, make him earn it. But once again, Dak could hold out. You see a lot of quarterbacks. You see a lot of players. It's not just quarterbacks. They will hold out when they're going into the last year of their deal in hopes that they get a new long-term deal. That's what you want. You want that long-term financial security. That's huge when you play in the NFL. You know, the NFL stands for not for long. Like one hit in your career could be over. Those guys want to make sure that they've got that guaranteed money.
Okay, well, then I pay him and say, hey, you tell your brother to shut the hell up. This is my paycheck. I'm the one paying out the checks here. You know, I'm not gonna go, we'll go as far as Dak takes us. I'm not gonna go through that shit if I'm Jerry Jones. I'm telling everybody else around me to be quiet. Tell your mama to be quiet. Tell your brother he needs to be quiet. You're gonna end up dealing with me here very shortly.
There are going to be a lot of brothers and mothers, not just of players, but of Cowboys fans who are not happy if Dak gets a long-term extension. Like, how do you sell that to your fan base? I'm a Dak guy. I feel like I still defend Dak more than most at this point. But how do you, after that performance and like this repeated problem in the playoffs, how do you keep telling your fan base that your number one goal is to win a Super Bowl?
I don't know, because there's 20 other teams that like to have Dak Prescott as their quarterback, I believe.
Sure. Look, I want Dak to stick around. I would love to make him earn it. I would love for him to be here one more year. And all right, bud, like, let's see. You know what's at stake. This is your last chance. If you can't play well in the playoffs and get us to the NFC Championship game, then your coach is losing his job and you're losing yours too. I would love for that to be the situation here. But you know, Dak kind of holds the cards.
Sounds like a little bit like reality right there that you're talking about. No coach, no quarterback. Dak walks away with 60 mil. He will walk away with.
Sure, and someone's going to pay him. Like I still think he's like a top 10 quarterback in football. He's going to finish top 3 in MVP voting this year.
And he's not going to get any less than 45 mil somewhere else, right?
He'll get 50 mil, I think.
Wow,
that's where the money is right now. So, yeah, weird spot, but I don't know. We'll see what happens.
The Cowboys are in a strange situation because they've got some others they got to start paying too.
Yep.
The ones whose relatives are doing all the talking, they got to pay them too. They got to go through those relatives about that too.
Yeah, good job. Perfect timing there. CeeDee Lamb's mom and Micah Parsons' brother. You guys are trying to get big money, and you're dunking on the quarterback, and you're making the boss have to answer questions for you. It probably won't impact their bottom line at all.
Or it's not going to impact Micah Parsons' bottom line whatsoever.
No,
or CD either.
Those guys, it's a matter of when, not if those guys get paid.
And they'll be working on that this summer.
Sure.
Wow.
As they should, right? Because those guys aren't going to get cheaper the further into their NFL careers that they get. So, good. Yeah. Cowboys conversation stemmed from the Texans conversation. Texans fans pretty thrilled that they feel like they've got their unquestioned franchise quarterback. And to know that after 1 year.
No kidding.
They knew it like after half a year. Right? I feel like by week 7, it's like, oh, this guy's special.
Yeah, how do we build around him?
Mm-hmm. So that's the priority for the Texans, who have a ton of money that they can spend this offseason. Yeah, I mean, it's weird because the Cowboys have won 12 games 3 years in a row, and the Texans before this year were the worst team in football for the previous 3 seasons. Kind of feels like the future's a little brighter down here in H-Town than it is in Arlington right now, doesn't it?
Yeah, it just seems a lot fresher to me.
Yeah, I mean, you got a head coach you believe in, you got a quarterback you believe in. Can Cowboys fans say that about their guys right now?
No, neither one.
All right, like definitely not the head coach. I don't know if anybody believes in big boy Mike McCarthy at this point. That tub of lard.
Come on, man.
What's that?
12 wins a year since he's been there?
Not every year, but the last 3.
The guy can coach.
In the regular season, he can coach.
Yes, he's a regular season guy.
He did that in Green Bay, too. But he also, even in Green Bay, like they only won 1 Super Bowl, and people hold that against Mike McCarthy because he had Aaron Rodgers in his prime for all those years. But, like, even there, he would at least make playoff runs. That's all we're asking for. Like, get to an NFC Championship game, man. Like,
doesn't matter if they don't believe in the quarterback. I'm just telling you, the official leader of your team, forget the head coach. If they don't believe that guy who's getting the ball in his hands on every snap, that's a problem. And when their brothers and mothers don't believe in it, that makes it even worse.
Yeah, I thought they did until that playoff game and everything that has come from it. Sure as hell feels like there are some Dak doubters, not only outside those walls, but inside too. So,
yeah, inside the walls really sucks.
I mean, any chance the Cowboys draft a quarterback? They're picking 24th. Like, they would probably have to trade up unless they wanted maybe J.J. McCarthy, maybe Bo Nix, maybe Michael Penix Jr. I mean, that's not in the Cowboys' nature, as CB says. Like, they don't draft quarterbacks in the first round. I think you got to go back to when they took Troy Aikman and Steve Walsh in the same year in the first round.
Well, they won't do it, but Harbaugh will do it because that big stud that he has out there with the Chargers, he'll get J.J. McCarthy. He said he's a winner. I know he's a winner.
What?
That's right.
He's going to move on from Herbert?
Look out. It's not his quarterback.
Isn't that the reason he took the job? Because he gets to coach that guy?
His quarterback. What if he has his guy sitting out there in the draft?
Oh, my God. Sorry, 14 Chargers fans that exist. That would suck.
What?
Moving on from Justin Herbert.
We'll take him.
Hey, bring him to Dallas. Fine. We'll try.
What about JJ? Bring JJ. You don't want to bring JJ, do you?
To the Chargers?
No, to Dallas. No.
I don't know. I don't want to spend a first-round pick on a quarterback.
Got another little Purdy there. No, they don't have the support system like that.
I would spend a seventh-round pick on J.J. McCarthy if that's what you're asking. Like, happy to. I'd spend a third on him. I'd spend a fifth or a sixth, but he obviously
spend a third on him.
Sure, but
he'll be gone.
I think he'll be gone in the first.
When he gets his opportunity, when the Chargers get that opportunity, their new head coach is taking his boy along with him.
Aren't the Chargers picking in like the top 5?
Well, they're not going to take him in the top 5. He'll slide on down and they'll get him. He'll be the backup. And as soon as the wide receivers from the Chargers start getting banged up, he'll throw him in at quarterback and he'll be the next star. He'll be the next Brock Purdy.
And the Chargers are picking 5th. They're not taking J.J. McCarthy there. They do have pick 37 in the second round, which maybe if McCarthy falls, that'd be Looney Tunes though, man. They got a really good young quarterback. Why would you move off of him for an unknown?
An unknown? That guy's a champion.
Guy's a cheater. He's a cheater. Probably cheats on his girlfriend too.
Come on, man.
Yeah, man. Probably watching film of other girls. You know what I mean?
Oh, yes.
I do that too, I guess.
Come on, man.
We all do that. We're all guilty.
Come on,
of that.
JJ.
Yeah. All right. There's that. We'll see what the Cowboys do. We'll get into a ranking of the top 50 free agents in the NFL. We'll do that in hour 2. I'm curious to get your thoughts on where you think the Cowboys and Texans should go with their offseason monies. We'll talk about that. We'll get into some Texas football as well. Some updates from the Reese's Senior Bowl going on in Mobile right now. You've got a few Longhorns participating in practice right now. But before all of that stuff, Buck, how about some shout-outs to some great sponsors?
I love Dr. Greg Eckert. Got to go see the good doc. Gonna get my teeth clean, go through the whole works there. And folks, if you're having problems with your teeth, or even if you're not having problems with your teeth, but you need a teeth cleaning, teeth whitening, Dr. Eckert is there for you. But if you're interested in having that great smile for the new year, 2024, talk to him about getting your teeth restored. I had mine done in just 2 visits. I had these veneers put on, and boy, I couldn't be happier. I got the smile that I wanted. I got the confidence that I needed for sure. And find out if you're a candidate for maybe possibly having dental implants. If you've got one tooth that's jacked up. I used to have a snaggle tooth here, BK, that used to stick out. Dr. Eckert hooked that thing up, pushed it back in there. Got a little IV sedation, got that done. And now they're all veneered in, all nice and pretty. And you can have that done too. But if you're thinking of dental implants, find out if you're a candidate for dental implants by calling him today at 512-345-3166. Folks, he's been doing this for 28 years in Central Texas. He's done over 1,500 cases of restoring teeth. Now, IV sedation, listen, no matter what you have to do in order to get your dental health straightened out, if they have to knock you out, they have to knock you out. You shouldn't be afraid. Believe me, going to Dr. Eckert, you won't be. He's our dentist, should be your dentist also.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Doc U, and also shout out to Tom McKay. He was actually at Dr. Eckert's office yesterday.
That's right.
Getting those new veneers. He got the same procedure you got.
No, he went through. He got that deal done.
I think so.
Nice.
Yeah, I was talking to him last night. Sounded great. Says he
He'll be
looks
smiling
great.
like the old Cheshire cat, won't he?
Says he feels great. Yeah, that guy's coming up on 60, and he's like, man, I feel better than I felt in a long time.
There you go.
In the gym again, getting the teeth all fixed,
Nice.
cleaned up. Yeah, he's the man. And now we'll let you hear from our guy, Tom McKay.
This is Tom McKay, owner of Audiovisual Consultations, and we'd like to take a moment to thank all of our clients for making the last 25 years both fun and fruitful. For those of you who have not experienced our services yet, we'd like to invite you to give us a try for all of your home electronics needs. We take care of everything from surround sound home theaters and distributed audio to computer networks, home surveillance systems, to a new television in the living room or bedroom. And we come to you. There's no need to leave your home to find great pricing and incomparable service. No traffic, inexperienced sales geeks, or pushy showroom tactics. Just give us a call and we'll visit you at your home or business to take a look at what you really need. Just relax, hug your kids, and smile. We make your electronics and life simpler to manage. So give us a call and discover what over 7,000 families and businesses already have. Audiovisual Consultations is the easiest, most complete way to enjoy today's electronics. Call us at 512-255-8678. That's 512-255-8678. Or online at avconsultations.com.
Job.
Oh, yeah. Shout out to AV Consultations. Also, shout out to Alstat Beer, the best beer that you can find in the universe. I'm in Houston, and they've got it down here in Houston. I might need me a six-pack when I'm out fishing tomorrow.
There you go.
Good combo right there. I can't get a DUI while I'm kayak fishing, can I?
I don't think so. It's not. If it's got a motor to it, you can.
No motor.
Yeah, but look out for the sharks, the great whites out there.
Yeah, I don't need to hear that.
Why? I had that porpoise came right by my little kayak, and I was like horrified. I didn't know what that was. I just saw that fin. I was like, damn, this great white's about to take this kayak out into the ocean. No, thank you.
I've never been that close to a shark out there, knock on wood. I've seen them in the distance, but never been like right next to
those little porpoises out there, all right?
Yeah, I see an alligator gar a lot. Those prehistoric looking things, those kind of freak me out. Even though they're usually harmless, like if they are in a pack, they'll get after you. If you fall in and they're around,
you're about to have some. They like meat.
They like meat. Yeah, I don't know if they discriminate in terms of the kind of meat either.
Oh no.
I don't know how we got there. Whatever meat you're eating, whether it's shark or porpoise or hopefully something else, Alstat is the perfect accompaniment. Whatever you have going on this warm weather, if you're chilling out on the patio this week. I was doing that yesterday with an Alstat beer. It's the best beer that you could find. Available all over the state. H-E-B, Total Wine, Specs, Twin Liquors, wherever you go to buy your six-packs. You can find six-packs of Alstat beer. They've got a bunch of different brews, too. Something for every beer drinker out there. And every Alstat is brewed with just 4 simple ingredients. There are no additives. There are no preservatives in any of the Alstat family of beers. So you can feel good about what you're putting into your system. But most importantly, you care about the taste. And the taste is on point with Alstat beer. No impurities, no regrets. All right. Want to have some fun here for a second?
Yes, indeed. Nothing like fun. I love fun.
There you go. Well, I want to ask you a question here, Buck.
Okay.
Would you go to this restaurant? Show you a little 11-second video. There's no sound of this, so we'll try to describe it to you folks listening on the app the best way that we can. But this is a restaurant called Karen's Restaurant. And I want to see if you would like to be served like this when you're sitting at the table at your local restaurant. So here's the waitress right there, dropping the food on the table. Then she gives the Tom Herman double bird. She takes an onion ring and eats it before she walks away. Show you one more time so you know exactly what's going on here.
Yeah, see, if you're with another woman, she's going to get punched in the cooter.
But the waitress is?
Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. If my wife is with me, that girl right there, if she dropped her food down like that, my wife loves her food. That one right there, she get punched right in the cooter.
And then she gives the Tom Herman double bird, and then she
another shot to the cooter.
Shot, and then she grabs one of the onion rings off of one of the trays, dips it in the ranch.
She gets stabbed with a fork right in the hand.
And then eats it. You're stabbing her?
Yeah, she get a stabbed wound right in the hand with a fork.
Look at this. She damn near throws this last one. And then just,
No, No. Stab right with the fork. That brother just looked at her like, that seems like it's supposed to happen. No, that's not going to happen on my food.
Oh,
Not dipping
man.
your hands on my onion rings.
So you wouldn't go to this place.
No, I don't want to be treated like that.
What if she drops the drinks too? I mean, there's only food here. You think she just comes up dropping the drinks and spilling it all over the place? Just grabs
No,
it.
that didn't even look like an act. That looked like how that girl is. That's
You
not
think
an
so?
act. She's like that in everyday life, it looks like.
Oh, you're saying she's a Karen in real life?
Doesn't she look like that? Doesn't look like an act.
She
That just
looks
looks
like,
like,
let me tell you this. She looks like she's offended by something.
yeah, she is, isn't she?
I don't know what it is today, and it will probably be something different tomorrow. But she looks like she is offended by something.
No,
in
my
this
wife
life.
will punch her right in the cooter.
Oh, your wife's gonna punch her.
Oh, I'm not going to. I don't
I
hit
thought
women.
you were gonna do the C
No,
punch.
I don't hit women. I just now an elbow to the plain ribs or that.
That's a
That's different.
hit. You
That's
can't
not
say
a
you
hit.
don't
That's
hit
an
women and then
accident.
say
That's me stretching in the aisles. That's all. That's not a hit. But that one right there, my wife would do the cooter punching right there. You drop her food, you play around with her food like that, look out.
I don't know if that will hold up in the court of law if you do this and then say you were stretching. I'm not sure the
In a
12.
plane, come on now. Nobody in that plane. I've got a lot of witnesses. They'll say he didn't really do that.
Oh.
That condom lady is losing her mind. That guy didn't really hit her. And those bruises, she got that when she was seeing people.
Oh,
That
you think
invisible
so?
person did that.
Oh, the ghost did that to her?
The ghost did that to her.
Those are two different people. I did see
Yes.
someone wearing that condom a couple of days ago, just out and about.
And it still intrigued you, and it made you think of that. That's a good look. Was it a good look?
It was a look.
Oh, okay.
You know where I was? I don't think this is putting them on blast. This is promoting. I was at Cover 3. It was for the games on Sunday. Best sports bar in town. And there was someone wearing like that similar gray, skin tight.
All the way top and bottom, one piece.
One piece. Yep.
A onesie.
Yep. No, she didn't call me a bum, thankfully. She didn't tell me she was. We can watch this again. Why not?
Call me again. Call me again. Yeah, you guys did nothing wrong. Shut up. No, you shut the up. You shut the up and you're.
Goodbye.
You shut the. Film me. I'm Instagram famous. Bum. Shut up.
Got a condom on, you idiot. You're not famous. You're walking around with a rubber on. Trojan lady.
Yeah, I saw that at Cover 3 the other day. I think she was wearing a jacket. She was wearing a jacket over it, so it wasn't like just fully exposed. Like the condom had another condom over it, I guess.
I'd have to do this to my little kids. I had to put my hands over their eyes. You don't you watch that woman. She's not dressed properly here.
You got to train your kids. I would have trained my kids. Look at that.
Hey, Dad, check this out.
Hey, son.
No. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah.
This world. What a place. What a fun place we live in.
That restaurant, it's a bit, by the way. We got a couple of guys like, oh, she's not getting a tip there. No, that's the whole concept of this restaurant.
Yeah,
It's called
that's why you go there. You go there to be treated that way.
Yep, it's called Karen's Diner. And, of course, the internet slang term Karen is used to describe generally an older white woman who is stereotypically rude. And this is a chain of theme restaurants. It actually started in Australia, down under. And it's basically based around the concept of an unpleasant dining experience where customers pay for employees to insult them.
No, thanks.
This was originally just going to be a 6-month pop-up bit, but it did so well that they actually are doing pop-ups all over the world.
People just like to feel bad, I guess. I don't want to feel bad when I'm eating. I don't want anybody playing with my food. I don't want anybody slamming my food down in front of me either.
Yeah, I don't think they're like doing super weird stuff to the food. I mean, you saw in that video, she grabbed an onion ring and dipped it and left. She didn't double dip it. She didn't like spit on the food or anything. Because all
that stuff happens before it gets out to her.
Right. Well, that happens at other restaurants.
Oh,
that's probably the safest place to eat in terms of food quality, because like everyone is going to be on like high alert at that place to make sure nothing's happening to their food. That would like be a food safety violation. So they're like, all right, let's make sure we don't
I still don't buy it happens at other places. I'm still that one guy who believes that people will not do that to you.
That's nice of you to trust people as much as you do. But
I trust them on that they wouldn't do anything like that to your food.
You'd like to
stick
think
their fingers in their nose and then take the fries out and put them on their plate with their hands. I just don't think people would do that.
They would. They do. I don't like the no gloves bit. Like that freaks me out, man. Even if you do wash your hands, it's like you're still touching stuff.
Yeah. When it says employees wash your hands, that's not enough, is it?
What do you do in that spot? Like you're in the bathroom, like you, the customer, you're in the bathroom, and you finish at the urinal, whatever, and you go to wash your hands, but then you see the sign that says employees must wash hands.
Yes.
You've got to wait until an employee walks in to wash your hands. How long are you willing to wait before?
No, they're not going to wash your hands.
That's what the sign says. Employees must wash hands. That means they have to wash my hands.
No,
I got to wait for them.
They got to wash their own damn hands.
I thought they washed mine. It says it on the mirror.
You got to stay in the bathroom the whole time until some employee comes and washes your hands.
Yeah, I just hold my hands out like this, like I'm looking for food. Like,
no, that's not enough.
Are you going to do your job or not?
Hey, employee, once you get back out of here, then put some gloves on too to handle my food.
I'm with you, man. You're touching too much stuff for me to feel comfortable about that. But yeah, this whole bit, like staff at Karen's Diner are instructed to put on an abrasive persona, and they're just supposed to basically comically ridicule customers throughout their entire meal. And it's like customers are allowed to act rude too. Like it can go both ways. They almost promote that. So you've got the permission to kind of be a jerk to your wait staff. Now there are lines. They're like, don't be racist, don't be sexist, don't be homophobic. Like don't cross the line.
And what can you do then? I mean, how do you cross the line then?
You can't cross the line. That's the point.
Oh,
you can talk trash, but you're I don't know.
Can I go downward hook them?
And it's like profanity is allowed. So you're not allowed to be under 16 unless you're with a parent at this place. So you could drop an F-bomb. Dude, if Rodney Terry's there, he won't like that. Upside down hook him.
No. What if she came down and gave you the upside down hook him with your fries?
Then that is classless.
That's a cooter shot.
Oh, you think RT is going? No, RT's not doing C shots there.
You can't do. If you go downward hook him and drop his meal on his plate, he's not going to like that.
Yeah, no, I don't think he will too. But yeah, there you go. So you're out on this. You would not go to this place even for the novelty.
No.
You get the chance to be a jerk to somebody, and
I'm very different about my food. I just like to, I don't go to places like when you have to wait for when they say, oh, you can get a table in 45 minutes or something. I don't wait. I see people that will sit out there and wait for food. I don't wait for food. I can go 7-Eleven and give me a good meal. You know what I'm saying? People don't understand that. I don't hear about your ushis and uchis and kamaguchis or whatever. I'm not standing in some line for 45 minutes for fish that ain't really dead. You know what I mean? I'll go somewhere else.
Okay, the fish is dead. It's just not cooked.
Okay, I'm not going. If the fish, the eyeballs are still going around in circles, no, thank you.
Not doing it's sushi. Have you ever had sushi before?
Yes, I have.
You're not. I mean, I guess some of them might have eyes, but you're not getting the eyes on 90.
Well, there are some places you go to get fish, and they still got the head part on
it. Okay, you've been watching A Christmas Story too much. Oh wait, no, that's a duck at the end where he just chops off.
I'm not doing that. I don't play food games. I like to eat. And
uchi, your Kamaguchi.
Kamaguchi, I don't care.
That is
I'm
incredibly racist there, Bill Parcells.
No way. If you stick that fish on my plate and it goes like this and it flops up real quick, I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. Yeah, this isn't done all the way.
That'd be a miracle if that happened.
I don't eat raw fish anyway.
So you don't do sushi?
I don't do sushi. No, I'm not. No.
You ever tried it?
No disrespect. I haven't tried it.
It's not your thing.
No, it's not my thing. It's not dead. It's still basically alive.
It is dead.
No, it's not, dude.
Have you seen what sushi looks? Do I need to pull up a side by side?
No. Not be my sushi from HEB. Come on, man.
Okay, well,
egg rolls and sushi from HEB. That's right. I'm just not a line guy for food. right? You're not a line
Okay,
guy.
that's fair. You're not doing.
You don't sit
You're
around
not
waiting
doing
for
like the
food.
Franklin.
No,
No. I mean,
some
I've,
freaking
you know,
barbecue.
I've done it before. I've done the Franklin wait before.
How
Sure.
long did you wait? Hour?
Yeah, longer.
A line for food an hour?
I know. I wanted to try it. I wanted to see what all the hype was about, and it was fantastic. It was worth
It was
the
more
wait.
than an hour?
Yeah, it was
No.
hours, plural.
Hours in a line for some barbecue?
Yeah, it was
No, I'll
fantastic.
see a
I'm not-
sheesh and the guys over and give me some little Debbie's and be happy as hell.
That's not the same. All right,
Oh,
just so you know, here's what a tuna fish looks like.
yeah.
That is a live tuna fish
Yes.
in the water.
Show me some sushi.
Okay, and now I'll show you what tuna sushi looks like. A little
Oh,
different.
still alive. Look at that. Look at the eyeballs looking out of that thing.
Dude, oh my God.
Is that what you get at Uchi's Kamaguchi's? Is that what you get there?
I don't know what Uchi's Kamaguchi's is, so I'm not sure what I get there. But at Uchiko or Uchi, the sushi
Yes.
restaurants,
Yes.
or Sushi Junai, they got the all-you-can-eat sushi at Sushi Junai.
Oh, great. Nothing
I'll
like
give them a free plug because God, I spent so much money there in college.
nothing like coming out of that place wanting a fish hook in your mouth. No thanks.
You went out of that. You went out of that place needing like a 20-hour nap and then a 20-hour toilet stint. But it was fantastic, right there.
No, man. I don't know. I wouldn't go to Karen's. I'm very particular about people how they mess around my food. I just, like all these places outdoors in the Austin area where people bring their dogs and they got dog pecker flies. I'm not down with that. I'm not down with eating outside and the dog comes in underneath the table and all around is nuts or flies and stuff. I'm like, no, this is not the way I like to eat. I don't bring my dog to places to eat. People that have to have their little pet with them when they go, oh, this is the area for the dogs and you can go out here. I'm like, I got to eat out here and there's dog pecker flies? I don't think so.
Dog pecker flies.
Yeah, I don't do that. Oh, no.
How you looking down there? I've never understood your fascination.
No, dude. You don't have to look. You can almost hear me. Bzzz. That's like bees almost buzzing around his balls. I mean, come on. You bring a dog. You see how they greet each other, don't you?
I do.
Yeah, that's not cool.
Do you not greet humans like that?
No, I don't greet my humans like that. No, I don't. And especially in a line especially if I'm going to eat somewhere. Maybe other places, but not at an eating facility.
Dude,
no.
You live in the wrong city if you're worried about dogs being at restaurants you go to. I don't know if that's a thing in Dripping Springs, but in Austin, it's everywhere you go. There are dogs.
I know. And they started that whole deal too. I used to go out in the patio and there'd be a bench and there'd be somebody with 4 dogs underneath there. And it was gross. I'm like, I can't eat like that. No, if I'm going to have a dog, I'm going to have my dog around at a cookout. And all I have to do is open up the top of the grill and the smoke will get to the dog and chase him away. He doesn't hang around and he keeps his dog pecker flies at a distance. You know what I mean?
Yeah, sure. I really don't know what you mean, but I don't want to talk about dogs.
That doesn't bother you at all, does it? No.
No, I just, I don't really look. I'm focused on my food and
that would bother myself and Kevin Dunn. We don't like all of that when we're messing with our food. We don't like animals and have eaten fish and fish still flopping on the plate. No.
Kevin likes sushi. I've had sushi with him multiple times. He's in favor of the sushi bit.
With the eyeballs and all?
I don't think they have eyeballs in there. Oh my God. Apparently that Karen's Diner, by the way, was in Houston at some point. Like
of course it was.
Had a little pop-up down here. So I don't know if it still exists. Otherwise I'd try to go today, but I don't know if it is still around. So there's one of your fun videos of the day. We'll get back into some fun, but we've got some Texas Longhorn football to talk about. But before we do that,
let me tell you about our good friends at Texas Orthopedics. If you're looking for that focused orthopedic care, for sure, contact the experts and our friends at Texas Orthopedics. Their physicians offer comprehensive surgical and non-surgical orthopedic care for children and adults, spinal care, sports medicine, trauma care, joint replacement, rheumatology, and even more. Say hello to Chris Stockton, Dr. Stockton, and Dr. Danny when you're there. Their goal is to get you right back into good health and that great quality of life that you definitely deserve. Visit them at txortho.com. Texas Orthopedics is the largest independent orthopedic practice in Texas. For more information, go to txortho.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to Texas Orthopedics, and shout out to Alipop as
Yeah.
well. Great tasting soda that's actually good for you. I'm down in Houston. They've got some in Houston. I might have to
There
give
you
you a
go.
can at some point today. Look, New Year's resolutions, you're probably done with them. Well, this is one that's easy to keep, not just for 1 month, but for all 12 months and really for the rest of your life. That's drinking Alipop. Once again, it's soda, so it tastes good and tastes like soda, but it's good for you. Yeah, 9 grams of fiber in every can of Olipop. They've got a unique blend of 7 different ingredients that actually help with your digestive health. So it's not that it's not bad for you, it's that it's good for you.
Yes,
You are
indeed.
helping out your digestive system every time you drink a can of Olipop. Oh, yeah, you care about the taste, right? There's tons of healthy drinks out there. They all taste like ass, dude. You don't want to be drinking ass. Maybe
No,
you do.
no, you don't.
I don't want to
No,
be drinking
Karen,
ass.
you don't.
No. So go to HEB, Costco, Target, Whole Foods, Walmart, wherever you go to get your groceries. Pick up a couple of cans of that Olipop. They've got tons of great flavors too. Tastes just like the soda you grew up sipping, but once again, added health benefits as well. This stuff will change your life. It changed mine. It will do the same for you.
Very nice.
And how about this? A quick TV spot from our great friends out at Covert BK.
Hi, I'm Dan Covert with my wife Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, yeah. Born and raised in Austin.
Yes.
Love the Coverts.
Living out in Bee Cave.
Yep, and Bucky's trying to rob the Covert Bee Cave dealership again this Sunday. So
Just cross over there. They told me I could go on board and look at the cars if I like.
just be on the lookout if you're driving down 71, see an old black man trying to
Falling
hop
over the gate.
at a car dealership. Oh, my God. Apparently he's got permission.
I've got permission, yes.
So he says. All right, the Senior Bowl coming up soon in Mobile, Alabama. Senior Bowl practices going on this week in Mobile, Alabama.
Into those practices. Those are great practices.
Yeah, it's cool, man. Like they sometimes show some footage of the Senior Bowl practices on the NFL Network. The game itself is this Saturday, and that is always televised, and I'll be locked into that one. But 5 Longhorns accepted Senior Bowl invites, and unfortunately, only 2 of them are participating in Senior Bowl practices right now. The 2 guys who are representing UT, who are there, are Tavondre Sweat and Christian Jones. The other 3 who received and accepted invites, Byron Murphy, Jordan Whittington, and Jalen Ford. And apparently all 3 of those guys are banged up. Like, that's the only reason why they wouldn't be practicing. I've scavenged the insider sites to try to get some more info for the people out there. And Byron Murphy apparently suffered an injury in the Sugar Bowl against Washington. Doesn't seem to be anything serious. But, Buck, you and I were talking before the show. Look, Byron Murphy seems like a lock to be a first-round pick. I don't think he really needs these Senior Bowl practices. I think he's done enough, and I think he will do enough at the Combine to prove that he
They
is.
want to make sure that they're well for the Combine. That Senior Bowl is nice because the Senior Bowl, you get the GMs, everybody's there. Coaching staffs are there, but this way, but what counts, that daggone Combine, is the one that really, really matters. It used to be they wanted you to be at that Senior Bowl because they want to see you practice. They want to be able to actually, GMs, a lot of those GMs are former players. They want to see you work out. They want to be able to talk to you about your workouts. They want to talk to you about your families and stuff. It's just, it's a great venue, but it doesn't seem to be as important as it used to be.
Right. It's good that Byron Murphy's there because, like you said, there are a bunch of executives and coaches from around the NFL who are there. So those interviews matter. Obviously, those
interviews do matter.
The on-field stuff matters too. But no, if teams are going to spend a first-round pick on you, then they want to know
everything.
Yeah, they can trust you as a person, not just as a football player. So good that Murphy's there, but unfortunate that he's unable to participate. But once again, I don't think it's a big deal for Byron Murphy. I do think it's a big deal for Jordan Whittington and Jalen Ford because those guys aren't going to be first-round picks. Like, those guys could really improve their draft stock
for sure
if they were able to participate out there. Like, Jalen Ford, I think, is a lock to be a draft pick, but I don't know if Jordan Whittington is a lock to be a pick. I think he will get selected on day 3. I think he should get selected on day 3.
Maybe. Yeah.
Guys like that who are day 3 UDFA range, like they need to do as much as they possibly can to impress as many people as they possibly can. So for Murphy, not a big deal, but for Ford and Whittington, I think they could have used this week. It's a shame that they're unable to go.
Unless they're hurt. I mean, obviously, if they weren't hurt, they'd probably be there. They understand what this is about. So hopefully they can heal up and be ready to go when it's time, and especially when it's time to have all these GMs and coaches come to your place when you do it at home.
Sure.
There's where the high expectations come. But they still have, at the combine, they still have high expectations. You can't go there and just flop.
Right.
You just can't. So you want to be at peak performance at the combines, but their expectations are when you have your own little combine at your own college and you're at your own field house and you're lifting in your own weight room, that things are a lot different there.
Sure. Yeah, the pro days are always big. And, guys generally perform better at their campus pro day than they do at the combine. You're more comfortable with your surroundings. There's less pressure, usually less people there as well. So, these guys will have other opportunities to prove their worth, and they're both great kids. I think they're going to do really well with the interviews and the conversations that they have with important football minds. But that's not enough. You got to show these scouts and these execs.
Well, like I said, especially if you're a borderline guy, you could be a 3rd round pick, 4th round pick. You need to be at every place. You need to be at the Senior Bowl. You need to combine. You need to work out twice at your own place. You got to do everything you can to move up around somehow.
Right, I'm with you. And Jalen Ford, once again, I think he will be drafted. But Jordan Whittington, I hope he'll be drafted. I have optimism. That's a weird way to say that. I have optimism that he will be drafted. I'm looking at this 7-round mock right now. It has Jalen Ford going in the 3rd round. It does not have Jordan Whittington going at all. So, this stuff really matters for Jay Witt. As much as we love him, and every Longhorn fan will tell you that he's worth spending a draft pick on, we don't get to make that final say. So hopefully he is able to get healthy relatively soon. But the 2 guys who are practicing, once again, T'Vondre Sweat and Christian Jones, they got pretty rave reviews from their performances yesterday. T'Vondre Sweat did not weigh in. I think that's interesting, but it's not surprising to me. I think he's trying to still shed a few more LBs, right? He played close to 360 at Texas this past season. I don't think he wants to be playing that at that weight. I don't think NFL teams want him to be playing at that weight. So my guess is he's trying to shed LBs. He's in the process of losing some weight, and he's probably trying to get closer to 340 by the time the combine or pro day gets here.
Yeah.
He's probably not at that magic number yet. He's going to wait, but by all accounts, he was great. He was dominating one-on-one drills. He even did well in some of the 2-on-1 drills, right, where they got 2 offensive linemen blocking 1 defensive line. He was winning more often than not against, obviously, some really good college players who were good enough to get invited to the Senior Bowl. So not a big surprise, man. I mean, we're talking about the guy who was the best D lineman in college football last year. The fact that against college talent, he is dominating, that shouldn't surprise anybody.
Yeah, that's why he should end up a 1st-round draft pick.
You think so?
Yes.
Yeah. It's hit and miss. It almost feels like more of the mocks that I've seen in the last week or so don't have T Sweat going in round 1.
Have him a 2nd-round pick?
Yeah, early 2nd round. I'd be surprised if he got below pick 50 or anything like that. But
he's a legitimate 6'4".
Big dude.
Wow.
Let me see what his height is listed at on the UT roster. 62 games, Outland Trophy, unanimous All-American. 6'4", 362 is what he was listed at on the Texas Longhorn official roster.
Wow.
So he's not going to get shorter. He doesn't need to get shorter, but I think he, again, will lose some pounds. So, but still, man, I think he is just about worthy of a 1st-round pick. He doesn't play the most valuable position in football. I think teams are also a little worried that because of his size, he's not a 3-down player.
They also going to think that when you come in at 360, they think you'll get heavier before you get lighter.
Yeah.
And they don't want you to get any heavier than 360. That's already heavy enough.
He won't be. I'd be shocked and disappointed if he's over 350 whenever he does weigh in.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And or pro day. I think he wants to be in the 340 range.
I would agree.
I trust him to do what he needs to do to get that done. But yeah, look, he even at that weight, you're probably not a 3-down player in the NFL. You're not in those obvious passing downs, even though T. Sweat did show an ability to sometimes get after opposing quarterbacks. And for a guy his size,
We know he can stop the run.
Yeah, he's a run stuffer. That's going to be his primary job in the NFL. He'll be an early down guy who's going to eat up blocks, who's going to make some plays in the backfield. All the stuff we saw at UT the last few seasons. That's what NFL teams want from him. So, he'll get drafted. He'll be a high round pick. It's just, do you want to spend a first on a 2-down interior defensive line?
Right.
Not a lot of teams nowadays.
Yeah, he needs to be about 340.
Yeah, I think
in
so.
the 340s.
So he could be a first. Jerjon Newton, the kid out of Illinois, is the other defensive tackle that is like that borderline first, second round type of player. We'll see if both of those guys go in round one of those guys, neither of those guys. But that's the dude that I think T. Sweat is competing most against from a positional standpoint. But he is a little bit limited just because of the position he plays, and it's just not as highly coveted as a lot of the other spots on the field. So we'll see. He can impress people, man. I think he will impress people through the rest of this week. I think at the combine, they're going to be like, that guy at that size can move like that.
Yeah, yes, absolutely.
So if you've been paying attention to college football, which hopefully these scouts have, they should already know this stuff. But there are some folks who they wait until this time to really.
Well, they want to actually see it in person.
And they
want
to see
it. GMs love seeing that kind of movement in person.
Yeah, great point. It's different in person. So there's T. Sweat. And then Christian Jones got some positive reviews too. Apparently he held up pretty well as one of the right tackles out there.
Yeah, he has to be totally healthy in order to maximize what he can do. He can't be a little banged up because then he's limited in his talent-wise. But when he's at full strength and everything's good and he doesn't have a sore ankle or something wrong with his back or shoulders, he's a pretty good player. Yeah, he's a pretty good guy that can come in for a starter in a pinch. He can work his way into a lineup and play a couple games. I mean, I'm saying he can work his way when your starter's hurt and you need a guy for 4 games, your starter is going to be out for 3. That guy will do okay.
Right.
But when he starts to get banged up, look out.
Sure.
Well, just like anybody else.
Yeah, I think Christian Jones, he's another one of those day 3 to UDFA type of guys.
Oh, yeah.
Wherever he gets picked up, whether it's in the draft or as an undrafted free agent.
Hard to get big guys.
Yeah, he will have a chance to make a roster, and they're not going to expect him to be a starter, especially from day one. Like he's going to be brought on an NFL roster to provide depth to an offensive lineman. So can he be good enough? I mean, you see guys make careers just as a backup offensive lineman, right? Like, are you good enough to where
from position to position on that team? If somebody gets hurt, they learn how to play every position.
Yep, and that's probably what Christian Jones will have to do to have a long career in the National Football League.
Nothing wrong with that.
I think he's capable of it. I think he's good enough to be a backup in the NFL. And, when his number's called, like you said, if it's 2 games, 3 games, 4 games, whatever, can he be good enough to not have
I think he can, yes.
a total collapse on the right side of an offensive line? And it sucks. And I brought this up earlier. It's what have you done for me lately? It stings for Christian Jones, despite how very good of a senior season he had. Excuse me. Easy for me to say. He had a great senior season, but the last game was a disaster. He was going up against an NFL player in Braylon Trice, who might be a first-round pick, the edge rusher out of Washington, and Trice kind of bullied him in that Sugar Bowl. So that's, I feel for Christian Jones that was the last thing that he had the opportunity to put on film at the college level, but he put a lot of good stuff on film too, and hopefully he's able to impress these coaches.
Yeah, that last film was not a good one.
No.
He got beat on one of the first plays. And then it was an all-day cookie for that dude against him. He had his mind swimming all over the place.
Yeah, and we talked about, going into that Sugar Bowl game on January 1st, how that was an opportunity for a lot of Longhorns to make some money.
Yes.
I don't know how many Longhorns were able to make some money on that day. No. I don't know how many guys really cost themselves. Christian Jones might have cost himself, but there was nobody who really stepped out and was like, oh, yeah, no, that guy played so well that now he is for sure going to be a higher draft pick than we thought before.
No, that took off everybody's disguise right there.
Yeah, it was a crappy showing, and I'm tired of talking about it. I'm sad.
Don't be sad. We'll be back. Hey, Mason, don't get sad. Whatever you do, don't get sad, Mason. You'll be okay.
Give me the Mason treatment. Yeah, half intern Mason who cried in the stands at the Sugar Bowl. When I say cried, it wasn't a single tear. He was in tears.
like a faucet coming down.
Oh man, and I had to be like
That's
the
how
dad.
you get the girls, man. The girls like that. They like a sensitive man at a football game crying.
I don't think the girls like that.
They
You know,
slap
there's
him on the side of the head and say, "Hey, bitch, quit crying."
I think there are some girls. There are definitely some girls who find themselves attracted to the more sensitive / emotional guy, but I don't know if girls,
No,
generally speaking, want the guy crying after a football game.
no, they don't. They don't want that.
Especially
They
when
want
they
them.
didn't
They want
play.
them crying after the baby's born, after the wedding, at the football game when your team loses. They're going to be pissed if you're up in the stands crying,
Yeah, if you're a player,
crocodile tears.
if you're a player and you're crying, then it's like, all right, that's all good. Just make sure we're still going pro here.
Yeah, Taylor Swift's like Kelsey if he's crying next week.
Yeah,
But no, Mason, you can't be coming down aisles. People are holding you up down the aisle because you're about to fall down the steps crying.
Dude,
Speaking
that
of
guy,
falling down, I fell yesterday at the golf course.
what?
I tried to walk up the embankment by where there's a green. You know how it's all gray out there right now. There's no grass. It's like hay. Well, guess who thought they could run up the hill to the green? Me. And dude, I went down like it was a sled, like sliding down on my ass. Oh yeah,
Did you slide down the hill?
I went down the hill, and I have no, because the last pair of cleats I had, remember I stepped in shit,
Yeah.
and so I had to wear there was nothing but little nubs on the bottom of them. So I got to the tip of the hill, and my feet started to go out from under it. And then I did my tour hit, and I hit down on my ass cheek, and I went down there like a kid on a piece of cardboard, like all the way almost into the woods.
Just on your ass, like sliding on your.
Oh yeah. Straight. I had long pants on. I went down there. It was like I was on cardboard, and I almost ended up in the woods.
God dang it, dude.
Dude, I don't know why. And I went up the highest point. I could have walked around, but I just wanted to show not a problem. Big man, been working out. Got some cardio in. He's going to go up the side of the hill with no traction, not even sneakers, no nubs, just bam, right on his ass. And not only on his ass, he disappears out of it. I mean, just disappears down the hill and into the woods.
Did anyone see this happen?
No, our guys were on the other side of it. They saw me coming around They said, why are you going all the way around now? I said, I've already attempted to come straight up. I had to go all the way around the sand trap. If that would have been where you played the other day, I would have ended up in one of the lakes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you
Oh,
would not
my
have made
God.
it.
There's no grass. There's no green grass. It's all like hay out there now.
Hay. It's not hay.
It's like hay.
You tripped on grass. You tried to walk up the hill.
I didn't trip on anything. I slipped.
Okay, you slipped. Sorry. And did you have your life alert on? I've fallen and I can't get up.
No. I went right down as if I was sitting on like cardboard. It was just I didn't go down sideways. I went down straight with my legs out. It was awful.
Like the trash can lid when you're sliding down ice.
But I did not step in dog crap yesterday with my golf shoes. Goodness.
What's worse, the eating shit or falling in shit or stepping in shit?
Stepping in shit is the worst.
That's the worst.
It's just the worst feel.
Slide down a hill than step in dog crap.
I would rather slide down a hill embarrassed in front of 1,000 people than to step in shit and have that on the bottom of my shoe for an entire round of golf. It was still, I mean, it even smelled that way when I was there. I was like, it won't go away now. When I put on any golf shoes, the smell of dog crap I'm gonna keep looking down at my shoes to see if I've stepped in it again. I mean, you can't do that twice, can you?
Well, it would have been icing on the cake if at the end of your slide down that hill,
right through some shit. Oh my! Oh, that would have been awful. Come on, man.
I wish there were hidden cameras out there.
I was moving fast down here. I never go to sled riding like that in a long time. And it was dry, man. I went flying. Like I said, I got to the tip of the woods where I almost went into the woods.
Say, it could have hit a tree or something.
Man.
God, I'm glad you're okay.
Along with the 94 I shot.
Oh, no. You're starting to play like me out there. That's not what you need.
Hey, big man's getting stronger, though. This had nothing to do about strength. This was accuracy, and playing at a course is just too long.
Your leg strength ain't good if you're slipping.
And I'm not moving back, and I'm not moving up. They're still saying, hey, 2024 has got to be your year. I said, when I'm 70, I've got 2 more years. and we headed towards 69. When I hit 70, they're not even going to have to tell me. I'm just going up there and I'm staying up there.
Well, none of your friends, none of the Texas cheaters play up, do they?
No, they play in the middles.
That's the thing. You hate being the guy who plays up, right? If you had somebody else who would do it with you, then I don't think it'd be a big deal. You just don't want to be the guy alone. Then you don't get to hang out at the tee box with the boys. That's a big moment there. You know?
They make you, hey, little sister, move on up there.
Oh yeah,
You don't get to talk with them. And then if you hit a nice shot, they'll say, nice hit from up there at the kids' tee box, you know?
Yep.
So I deserve to be up there. But when I get there, I'm staying and I'm still getting my strokes because that's still a part of it. They're like, no, when you move up, you get no strokes. So I move up at the par fives.
Oh, do you?
Yeah, I do move up at par fives. They put me up there. But when I go up there for good, why don't I still get my strokes? Isn't that part of the handicap system?
I don't know. You're handicapped, though. I do know that.
No, I'm not. I'm good, man. I could have crashed my knee. I could have fallen down a lot of different ways, but I flipped myself over like a cat, like I taught Tua to do.
Mm-hmm.
And I went sledding down there like this. It was like the bobsled, like the Jamaican bobsled team.
You were steering on your way down?
Oh, I was going down. I had my legs up, man. That thing was flying.
Oh, my God.
Because I wore long pants yesterday, even though it felt like it was 80 degrees. I was in long pants. Because I'm in the woods a lot, so I don't go out there in shorts a lot.
Glad you're okay.
Yeah, I didn't. That's not true. My back hurts today. I did jar my back a little bit. I mean, just foolish. Like, dude, even with cleats on, I can't get up that high tip of where I was. So I get up there and I can feel it going. I'm like, uh-oh, it's starting to happen. It's starting to happen. Turn sideways, boom, zoom down the bobsled track. What an old man.
Yeah, you're getting old. Hell,
That was
you are
fun.
old. I'm glad for the most part you're okay, and glad half intern Mason is also okay. Instead of being nice to him, I should have told him this.
Shut up, bitch!
that was what I should have said when he was in tears at the Superdome following the loss to Washington. My God. All right, back into some sports here. Also,
let me ask you this: did you watch some of the basketball? Watch some of the TCU game?
Yeah, some great college basketball last night.
Yes.
Thank God, dude. I mean, Texas Tech has been beating everybody, right? Like, that was obviously the conference opener for Texas, and Longhorn fans were pretty disappointed with the way that game went down at Moody Center. But Texas Tech, going into yesterday, was in sole possession of first place in the Big 12. They were 5-1, and they had gone on the road and beaten some other good teams better than Texas. And, boy, they played TCU pretty close, but TCU was able to get them in Fort Worth. So the good news is, well, if you're a fan of a Big 12 team trying to compete for the Big 12 championship, which I know Texas is a long ways away, but hopefully the Longhorns can get back into the mix at some point. Texas Tech finally lost, which is good. Now everybody in this conference has at least 2 losses. The bad news, though, if you're a Texas fan, which I'm sure most of you are, if you're tuned in this morning, we appreciate you. You've got to go to Fort Worth this Saturday. That's the next game for the Longhorns. So TCU just beat the top team in the conference on their home floor. Now you've got to go up there this weekend and try to knock them off. It'll be tough.
Yes, and you got to continue to build on that not so big win the other night.
Oh, the moral victory?
Yeah, so you have to build on the moral victory you had.
Build on a moral victory. You have another moral victory if you play TCU close on Saturday. You're like, that's 2 in a row.
No, you can't have 2 moral victories. You can only have one of those a year. That's it. You already had yours. This is it. From this point, okay, what you have to do is you've got to now go and win those games on the road. The TCUs, as I said, the Iowa States, the Texas Techs. Those games now, those aren't moral victories anymore. Those are just losses. The other day was a moral victory, half Aggie, man. So now it's on the road and win those games now. I don't care where you play. I'm saying 3 more. It can't have 3 more losses.
They're going to have more than 3 losses.
No.
You're saying they can't have 3?
No, they won't.
I mean, look, if they want to win the Big 12, they probably can't have any more losses because they already have 5 in the conference. But realistically, that ship sailed a while ago.
Yes.
But, yeah, if you want to make the NCAA tournament, look, they've lost 5 games in conference play. I think they can lose 5 more and still get in.
Wow.
Like at most. But we brought up the KenPom metrics yesterday, and KenPom is projecting 6 more losses for Texas. So there are 10 games left. So Ken Palm's saying they'll go 4-6 in the final 10.
Well, they're not going to make it in then.
Now, that'd put them at 7-11, 7-11 in the
They're not
conference.
going to do that.
There are teams that have gotten in with that record, but the problem for the Longhorns is they didn't beat anybody good in non-con. So, like, all of their quality wins will be those 7, and they'll have a bunch of losses to some good teams, obviously. Because
they need TCU. They need to beat Baylor at Baylor. And then they've got they're not beating Kansas. They're not beating Houston back at Houston.
No. Yeah, they've got the 2 toughest games on their schedule still to come, with a trip to Lawrence and a trip to Houston. So those are probably 2 losses there. And then, look, to feel good about your tournament chances, you beat OU on the road.
That's right.
OU was sliding, but they hammered K-State in Manhattan yesterday.
Yes.
So it's just another example of this conference being wild and anybody being able to beat anybody, except for Oklahoma State. They suck on any given night. Well, everybody can beat Oklahoma State. No, Oklahoma State can't really beat anybody.
No.
But, so it's – look, Texas can. I mean, I think they can go on the road and beat TCU. I think they can go on the road and beat Baylor.
You don't know what a moral victory can do for you.
But, yeah, we'll see. It's not going to be easy. It's easier. That's why it's important to take care of your home floor. Like, if Texas had just 1 loss at home instead of 3 losses at home in conference play, then, okay, we'd be in the tournament right now.
That's how big that Houston game was.
Yeah, well, Houston,
overtime.
Also UCF. Like, there's not a ton of shame into losing to top 5 Houston. Of course, that would have been a massive win for you. But, like, that, the committee's not going to be like, we have to keep them out because they lost to Houston in overtime. They're going to be like, they lost to UCF at home?
Lost to West Virginia?
They lost to West Virginia? That was on the road. But still, like,
yes.
Like, those are the games that will keep you out. Losing to a top 5 squad isn't going to hurt you that much.
That's why you got to have a TCU. That's why you have to go there and beat them.
Yeah, you're right. No, that's a great point. Because you had some slip-ups against some lesser teams in this league, you've got to stack some wins against the better teams. And TCU is one of the better teams. It won't be easy. You'll get to play them again in Austin at some point. But if you could find a road victory against the Horny Toads, that's a top 25 squad that's playing some good ball right now.
And what were those last 2 games of the season? Oklahoma's won. That's going to be huge again.
Yeah, I think the last 2 games are at Baylor and home OU.
Yeah.
So you might, you don't want to put yourself in a position where you need both of those, but you might be in a position where you need both of those.
Absolutely.
And then, obviously, you got the Big 12 tourney in Kansas City, and you've got some chances for some resume boosting victories up there.
Or your ass is going to be so tired from trying to get your resume boosted that you won't survive.
Dude, you're Molly Hatchet flirting with disaster if you are relying on the Kansas City Big 12 tournament to get into the real tournament. So, fun night of college basketball. Nice win for TCU. Kansas beat up on Oklahoma State.
Boy, they just crushed them.
They crushed them. And Oklahoma State's best player got hurt, too, like 5 minutes into the game. So it probably wasn't going to be close. I mean, Kansas was like a 15-point favorite, even without Kevin McCullough, who's one of the best players in this league. But, once Bryce Thompson for OSU went down, it was over. And then OU, 73-53 in the Octagon of Doom over K-State. People were kind of selling on Oklahoma, myself included, because they had been sliding, but they bounced back with a nice victory on the road.
It was a nice victory. Now K-State has got to regroup again. That's back-to-back losses, I believe, for them.
Yeah, and you 2 top 5 teams go down last night. Tennessee, Rick Barnes.
Yes.
They lost to South Carolina, who's not ranked, even though they're 18-3 this season. They will be ranked next week. The fake USC went on the road and beat Tennessee. And then North Carolina lost to Georgia Tech in Atlanta last night.
I know.
The refs were on the Georgia Tech payroll. I hate UNC. I'm saying UNC got screwed. UNC may be looking ahead because they've got the Dukies.
Yeah, tomorrow, right? No, Saturday.
Yeah. You've got 3 top 10 matchups as part of an ESPN triple header on Saturday. You've got the biggest game in the Big 12 with Houston at Kansas. You've got Duke at UNC, and you've got Tennessee at Kentucky. So if you're a college basketball fan, Saturday is the day you're going to want to sit on the couch and do absolutely nothing.
I'll be sitting on the couch watching Pebble Beach.
Oh, you got some golf this weekend, too. When does Live start? Does Live start this weekend?
I don't know. I don't know.
Give me the real golf.
That's not real golf. Come on now.
Not real golf. That is the premier golf league in the world.
You like a little music on the side when they come up to the holes and they're jamming.
The shorts, the music,
the shorts, yes, the
best
jorts.
players in the world,
Yeah, they're getting them all now.
except for the Longhorns. The Longhorns are all staying on the PGA Tour.
Yes, they are.
Respect to Scotty and Jordan and Johnny Vegas and Kramer Hickok, and the list goes on and on.
Rory will be the only one left by himself.
I know. Yeah, Rory, he made a bad decision taking the high road.
And now
he's like, I'll never do live. And now he's like, shit, I just turned down hundreds of millions of dollars. Did I screw this up? But now he's in too deep. He's dug his feet in the sand too much.
Yes, he has. He can't get out of it. You're absolutely right.
Oh, yeah, we do have live golf this weekend in Mayacoba in Mexico.
Really?
Ebb 2-4. So I'll be watching the real golf.
52 holes of golf. Come on.
I really call it real golf because I want that Saudi money on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
You're just waiting for them to make the call to you.
That's what I'm looking for right there.
Oh,
they got
my
that
goodness.
money. I've told you, man. I'll do live reads for Al-Qaeda if the money's right.
They've got, I was telling you today now, they've got some NFL owners getting to be a part of this PGA stuff and putting up a lot of money to help out the PGA. I think it was like $1.7 billion they're putting into golf. And there's a bunch of ownership. Arthur Blank is one of them. A couple other people are. Some baseball people are putting their dollars into the PGA. They don't want LIV to win.
No. And there's that merger, but I don't think it's what people thought it was going to be.
No.
Or it was just like, the end of LIV and everyone's going to get back together and it's going to be
it'll all be split. It'll all be split. The PGA will have their own thing. LIV will have its own thing. Yeah. And then the majors, the LIV guys will still get a chance to play that have been, have the invited things. It's not totally. They're not going to totally separate.
There's
too many good LIV players now.
For sure.
There's
a LIV golf event in Houston in June.
Is there?
Should we be a part of that?
I don't want to see guys coming there in their shorts. This ain't Muni.
Like we'll be wearing shorts.
At Muni the other day, you out there.
I was wearing pants.
Wearing a bathing suit.
It was cold. Yeah, I should have worn it. I needed one of those like Sea-Doo suits, those wet suits. It covers the whole body because it was cold and it was wet.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, that whole thing.
Yeah, but I'll be watching Pebble. Roy's playing at Pebble Beach this week. This is his first USA event because he's been playing in the DP World Tour. I think he's had a first and he's been in a playoff. So he's making his debut this week at Pebble Beach.
Very nice.
That I have to get to still someday.
I was gonna say that's where you want to play, right?
Number one on the choice. Number one before even going to the Masters because I know I'm never playing on that course. I'll be hiding in the duck blinds over there somewhere. But I will.
They do let black people out there now. I think
Condoleezza Rice is a member there, I believe.
There you go.
My friend.
Her and Tiger Woods, I think it.
That's it.
Might be the whole list.
Lee Elder, he's dead. So no,
sorry about
just
that.
Just a temporary ownership of that place. But no, I would love to go to Pebble Beach and play.
There you go. You gotta make that happen, man.
No matter the cost,
we'll make that happen. We'll get you a sanctioned vacation out there.
There you go,
Pebble Beach. All right, some quick shout outs to some sponsors. BetUS. If you are watching on YouTube, click the link in the video description below. And it's going to take you to the best online sportsbook casino out there. That's right. They've got Casino 2. So we'll get to the sports in a second. But if you want to play some online poker or some online blackjack, you can do it at BetUS. Now, if you want to bet on the sports, you can be like the Buck. You can bet. I bet they have a line for Taylor Swift and whether or not she's going to be part of the halftime show.
Oh, really?
Next Sunday. They got all the prop bets that your sports heart ever could want. All you have to do is click the link on YouTube, or if you're listening on the app, just click the Explore Our Socials tab on the homepage, and then there will be a link for BetUS right there. You do that, you deposit $50. They're going to match your deposit. They're going to hook you up with a bonus, as a matter of fact, and you'll be on your way to betting on all the sports that you want and being a part of that online casino experience. It's the best sports book. It's the best casino. It's the best place to make money today and every day. It's BetUS. Once again, click those links, deposit $50 or more, and you will be on your way to cashing out on the biggest events of the year.
Yeah, get into that Super Bowl for you guys out there that are trying to figure out, do I have a cousin? No, you don't have a cousin. Only we have cousins. We know how to get to the cousin. You guys don't know how to get to your cousins. Go BetUS, where you can do it legit. We're not always legit. Our cousins, they don't give us legit lines at times. You know what I'm saying?
Let me tell you, my cousin has moved to BetUS.
Oh, nice.
So the cousin's legit now.
Really? Mine's not, creep. I mean, just throwing the hook in there anytime they can get. Go to BetUS where you'll get the best lines. You'll get the money lines. And plus, if you're really struggling on how to really make a bet, they'll talk to you about it. They actually will give you some indications on what you should do, kind of what you shouldn't do. And you only have to put down like $50, right? It's not like you got to put down $500 to play, right?
$50.
$50. That's all it is, man.
And you don't have to bet all $50 on one thing. Like you can bet $5 here. You could put $10 on a parlay.
If you're smart, you bet that $50 on that coin toss of tails next week. And now you're up $100 before the game even starts. You're up $100. Now you can get after it. And then maybe put a little cash on Taylor Swift showing up at halftime.
Well, you got to get your prop bets in before the game starts. So you're pushing it if you're like coin toss, and then you're trying to get all your other bets in. You've got to get bets in early.
I get the sacks and all that stuff down. I do all those. I get them all in, and you can get them all at BetUS. Man, that is the way to go. Also, say hello to our friends over at Travis and the gang over at Woods Comfort Systems. You know, the best sound in my house is when the heat clicks on, it gets a little cold, and when that little 72 hits, click, it just kind of clicks on, and you can feel that warm air coming. The bad one is when you hear that thing go like, and then it starts smoking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like A Christmas Story, where the guy's old beater heater was just a piece of crap.
The furnace.
Yeah, you don't want the furnace. You don't want that sound. You want that sound to be smooth, and you're going to get that at Woods Comfort Systems, because once you get that unit from Woods Comfort System, you're going to know that they're going to come out with the contract and see you twice a year, make sure that everything's good for all the seasons. Love those folks. 68 years of service at Woods Comfort Systems.
WoodsComfortSystems.com. That is the website that you need to go to get the hookup over there. They also have a phone number. It's 512-842-5066.
And they're doing plumbing there, Wags, for you when you load up the bathroom.
Gross.
They don't want to come over to your place, but they will if they have to.
No, that is a war scene. And I'm not saying that just because Wags served in the Marines. That is
is. Oh my goodness.
Something else. Quick shout out to Jack Allen's Kitchen, by the way, before we dunk on Gen Z, like we enjoy doing so much here. Jack Allen's Kitchen, if you're looking for great lunch and or great dinner. And I say and or because you could get a great meal there for lunch, you get a nice burger, and then you can go there for some enchiladas tonight for dinner.
I'm going there, taking my wife there this weekend.
I'm at a chicken fried steak for dinner.
You know how I feel about those things.
Pork chop action, little meatloaf action. They got the ruby trout that you like, right, Buck?
Oh, I love that. That's my favorite. That's my kind of go-to. When I go there, I look around, I pretend like I'm going to get something else. I order the same thing for the last 2 years at Jack Allen's. That's a special event when I go there and get that. I actually bring that home too. That trout there is good. I don't eat trout at a lot of places. Jack Allen's is one place I eat it, and the Moonshine.
There you go.
That's it.
Hopefully I'll have some trout for you in a couple of days.
Oh, I know. I love that fresh trout. You know, I never get a chance to bring it back because when we're out there at fish camp, you know, you can't gut them there. You got to bring them back because I know all the rules. You know, you can't gut them and just bring back the fillets with you. You have to do it right there when you get back to the dock. Sure. See, I'm a sportsman. I understand that. Okay. But you cut that heads off, you don't see the eyes like you do at Yamaguchi's and all those places.
Still not a real place.
No.
But we do love Jack Allen's Kitchen. That is a real place. 5 Austin area locations. They're all fantastic. Great food, great drinks, great atmosphere, great service. Seriously, like they will take care of you every time you go in there. So love our friends at Jack Allen's Kitchen.
So what is the fish that I eat that's kind of raw that my buddy Steve, when we go fishing, when we go to fish camp, shizushi or something?
What is the fish you eat?
Well, yeah, it's kind of raw, and you make it. You put some lemon in it, lime in it, and it sits around. You eat it with crackers and stuff.
Tuna?
No.
I don't
Tell you
know.
tomorrow. I'll have it tomorrow.
All right. Yeah, I'm sorry I did not know the fish.
Sashimi or something something.
Sashimi?
Sashimi. You have sashimi? You like that?
Yeah. That's like not a certain type of.
No, it's not. Yeah, it's not a
Fish.
certain
It's
type.
just fish. It's just different fish cut a certain way and served a certain way. You talking
Yes.
about ceviche?
Ceviche, yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, now I'll do ceviche.
I'm not a huge ceviche guy.
You're not?
No.
But fish camp boys make some good stuff right there.
I wish I liked it more than I do. Most seafood I'm in favor of, but ceviche is not my jam.
Not, huh?
No.
They've got it at our place at Verde's.
Yeah.
Good
It's
stuff.
like,
Yes.
that's some of the best ceviche I've ever had. I've had it from there, and it's like
it's good, isn't it?
it's very good, but it's still like I wouldn't go out of my way to order ceviche. It's just not. If it's there, I'll indulge a little bit.
Well, they must have it at Yamaguchi's and stuff. You got to have it there, right?
Just you Buck Parcells today.
Come
No
on,
disrespect.
man.
No disrespect.
Be
I
careful.
still like the eyes and stuff in my food. No, and I don't like the lady throwing my food down. I'm still mad at that. I don't want to go there and have Mary Jane act like that. Come on.
We'll save this Gen Z story for tomorrow because I want to give us a little bit more time to talk about it. How Gen Z is a bunch of crooks. But here's the Karen's Diner video from earlier today.
Hey, don't be throwing my food down, lady.
Just dropping it. Not really a throw, just a drop.
Yeah.
I don't think that's really affecting anything. And then, the bird. She gives you the double bird. And then she realizes she's on camera, so she gives you another bird and then grabs an onion ring.
Come on, Tom Herman. Don't do that to me.
You paid for the onion rings, man.
Bam.
You probably paid more for the onion rings versus just the fries.
Bam.
And now, is this a hate crime? She goes after the brother? She
Brother
didn't
like he likes it. Like I want it rough like that.
I want it rough like that. What do you think?
Look at
They're
him.
banging somewhere?
Look at him. He's like, damn.
He's on his phone, staring at his phone, and then he just like,
You thought that was no.
There's a little smile at the end.
Yeah. Cooter shot.
No,
Bam.
I don't see any C punching here, which is a good thing.
You can't get that. You can't do that to people. You go there expecting that crap. No thanks.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, did you ever go to that place, Dick's Last Resort?
I've been to Dick's Last Resort. I've been to them in Florida, South Carolina.
Really?
Yes, they're rude there too.
Yeah, that's their whole bit. They give you that hat when you first walk in, where they like write a message on you.
I drank two of those big mugs full. I drank two of those down, like one right after the other. I left that place. That was on the recruiting trail too when I recruited Florida.
Oh, 2 big mugs of beer.
Oh, they have those big plastic nasty mugs.
And they give you a hat like this, right? The guy's wearing a hat that says "She beats me," and the girl's wearing a hat that says "He likes it."
Oh my God!
Or they'll take all sorts of shots at you.
And that place is still going. That place is still in existence.
Yeah, I know they have one in Dallas, right near downtown. You could see it from the highway, like right when you're driving into
They
downtown.
got rid of all the Hooters, but they keep these places. Come
There's still
on,
a couple
man.
of Hooters there.
Really good because the
Hooters.
chili's fantastic at Hooters.
One of the best. I'm sorry, what?
Chili's good there.
The chili at Hooters?
Yeah, it's good.
Really?
Yeah, chili at Hooters is better than Wendy's.
Is that a compliment or?
It's a thing. It's a thing. Yeah.
That's being the tallest little person, I think.
Yeah, I've gone into Hooters for chili and chili only.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know they served chili at Hooters.
Okay, well, next time you go, since you often Hooters, it seems like every other day. Yeah, you need to go. Ask for the chili. It's good.
I'll tell you what, maybe the best Hooters in the world is on 61st Street in Galveston. It's like right after you get off the highway. Once you cross over onto the island, they've got like a ginormous Hooters.
Oh, they do? Really?
It's huge. Place is massive, and it's always packed, too. That parking lot is full. You got to walk half a mile after you park somewhere else to get in there.
It's another place that you can help out the education of some people. So
Sure, absolutely. It's a local business.
All about the education.
We're all about supporting local businesses.
That's exactly right.
Don't forget your local Hooters. It is still local. The people there are local, so it is a local business.
But I haven't been in one of those in years.
Mm.
It's like a strip club. I haven't been in a strip club when I quit drinking. I didn't go to those places. I haven't been in a strip club since I quit. I haven't been in a strip club in over 20 years. 23 years.
And you used to go like 3 times a day.
What?
That's what I heard. I don't know if that's true. That's the
I used
rumor.
to actually do sponsorship on radio for the Yellow Rose when I first started radio. When I was at the height of my drinking, I would bring that surf and turf back to the station.
No way.
Oh, of course I did. At lunch?
You were sponsored?
I was, yeah. The
Did you
Yellow
do
Rose.
shows out there?
No. I used to do commercials for Yellow Rose.
We got to get that. I need to.
We need that back.
Yeah. Who do we talk to? You have a contact there still?
I think all my people have died there since.
Mm.
I'll find out. But it was I used to go there for lunch. I didn't pay for lunch, so I got surf and turf to bring back to the station every day or every other day. I'd come back with that styrofoam, deal filled with lobster.
Oh yeah,
It was great.
I've had that, dude. Prime rib specials.
Then I quit drinking. I said, I can't come in here. I can't do it. I can't frequent. I can't come in there. Can't do it.
Man.
But now that I quit drinking, now I have that golf tournament, and I got nothing but cases of Tito's all over the place. How's that? Doesn't bother me though.
You don't drink it, which is good. All right, I'm going to bring the fellas on, Buck. It's up to you if you want to crosstalk with the guys. I've got a doctor's appointment at 10:30, so I've got to bounce.
I got to bounce too. But it's
you guys are leaving?
You guys look fantastic this morning.
Thanks. You guys do too.
Surf and turf at the Yellow Rose. Don't ever forget that.
Boom.
Let
me tell you something about food at gentlemen's clubs. It's cheap. It's good too. I know it is. It's fantastic. I know it is. Big old fat steak comes out. I've gone a few times. I've definitely done that a few times. What's up, Rodney? How you doing, bro?
I'm good, buddy. How are you doing, my man?
Got a little bit of a headache. Man, I gotta get rid of this crud. I've had this crud for about a week, man.
Yeah.
Maybe even longer than that. Maybe a couple weeks, dude. To where I feel like I got a resurging headache almost every day, man. It can't, or a rebound headache, whatever the hell they're called, man. I can't get it to go away, dude. I've had it for about 2 weeks now. It's absolutely frustrating. But beyond that, I'm fantastic. I get to see your beautiful face. We're rocking and rolling, man. It's chaos theory, baby, on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
So you have a resurging headache, and I have a receding hairline, and apparently something that I figured out after.
Maybe I do too. I don't know.
Yeah. Something I figured out after my physical yesterday. Balls are all good. I know I left on that note. Dude, I have a frozen shoulder. I've had a pain. I've had this pain in my shoulder for about a month. When I was in Pensacola, everything started hurting real bad. And I've got this pain like right in the ball of my shoulder. And I go in and I'm telling the doc all about it. And I'm thinking, I hope it's not something to the heart or whatever. And he starts checking my shoulder and he's like, dude, your shoulder is fucked up. He said, you got frozen shoulder.
What is that?
It's something where there's a ball right here in the middle of your shoulder, and there's a
it comes dislocated or something?
No, not dislocated. It just has something that's kind of sitting over it to where it reduces the mobility of it, and it's something that goes on and on and on, and you just kind of have to let it take its course. So I have that. Otherwise, I'm good. How about you? Hey, I do want to say something about the Hooters thing. I heard those guys talking about Hooters. So
I knew it. I fucking knew it.
I'll stop into the Hooters like when I'm traveling.
No, it's cool. We can talk about it because I was getting ready to talk about my wife's tits too. So,
whoa. Okay, well, we'll get to that. In just
we're alleviating that conversation. She'd kill me.
We'll get to that in just a second. But with the Hooters thing, because like when I was traveling to Mobile, and by the way, the Senior Bowl is in Mobile. We can touch on that maybe at the end of the week about, we got a couple of Longhorns there. I'm still surprised at Hooters. They still have them in pantyhose, and it's like
they wear the leggings still.
Yeah. And it's like, with the Twin Peaks of the world and all the different places where you can go in.
Oh, they don't. They don't wear leggings at Twin Peaks.
Yeah. It's like, why do you do that?
I think they do when they wear the lace, right?
Maybe they do with that. And I can get the lace. I can get the lace because you still see the bare leg. You still see the bare leg. But like at Hooters, the last time that I was in one of those, and it's been, I don't know, 3-4 months.
Hold on. Longhorn Bear, I appreciate that sentiment. Do you think it's kind of personal? You guys know something right now, man. There's nothing personal about me that I won't. I try to keep that sort of stuff out of my life, but then there's like stories that you need to hear, right? Yeah. Like everybody needs to hear some of the stories that actually make me who I am, right? Or you guys don't even know how I met my wife.
Yeah.
Like how I met your mother, Reed, like for my son, Reed. Holy shit. The night that my wife and I got together.
Yeah.
We didn't even get together that night. I got together with somebody else, but long story. I think I told that one at the radio station one time. I was actually a hooker at one point, guys.
What?
A male. Yeah, I've been paid. I have been paid for sex.
Must be nice. Must be nice.
Must be nice.
I haven't.
You guys think I'm bullshit? You can ask my wife about it. As a matter of fact, she'll tell you. This was before we were together.
So funny story. Back to the physical thing yesterday when I said the nuts were okay and all that. So before he checks all that to make sure I don't have a hernia or whatever the hell he's doing right there, he's like, "Are you able to get an erection?" And I'm like, "I am, but it's usually not up to me, but I am." Right? And he's like, "That's a pretty good one." He said, "I might reuse that. Reuse that."
That is a granddad joke right there, my guy.
Yeah, dude, you know who I am here. But yeah, Hooters, they still put him in the pantyhose. And it's like, and the whole thing is, I mean, the Hooters girls, and again, I have a pretty good affiliation with Hooters with the NASCAR stuff, because they're a part of NASCAR things. I've gone to different cities, Wags, and they like send me out on a press tour to a Hooters, and it's like, okay, and they feed me for free, and it's like, man, they're always
do you like? All right, let's be real here. Let's we all know that the Hooters girls are cute. You know, well, I don't know if they're struggling to fill people in the restaurants or whatnot. But let's talk about the food real quick. Hooters wings, yay or nay?
I mean, they're okay.
There's a lot of bread on those wings, man.
I got to tell you, and this may be a very poor, and you can take my man card if you need to, but what I have found at Hooters, after touring a bunch of them on racing press tours, is that if I'm going to go to Hooters and they're going to give me free food, I'm going to get the boneless ones, because that's one where there's the meat, there's more meat in there. I mean, they kind of bread them a little more on the outside. You get that Daytona flavor on there or whatever. That's about the only thing that I'm going to do there. The actual traditional wings ain't worth a flying shit, dude. Fries, whatever, kind of the same stuff. So if you're going to go to Hooters,
I've had their wings before, and I've had them more than once, you know what I mean? But I'm not a fan. I've never thought that their wings were that good. I never thought their food was that good.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing about it is now with the wings are the rage now. I mean, people with Super Bowl parties that are coming up, they're going to be buying wings and all these different things. That's like Hooters was one of the original ones, right? I mean, it's they've kind of stayed in that same business model to where they're mediocre. I mean, because like Pluckers, our friends at Pluckers. I mean, if you're going to get wings, that's where you go. I mean, right. That's a big old piece of chicken right there that you're going to have. And they do a great job, and they're local, and we love them. So we need to get them. We need to get them over here. We need to get them on Texas Sports Unfiltered.
Yeah, we've tried. I think we've tried already before. I think we're trying to work some things out with Mark and Dave and all of them. But we got some sports to talk about. You want to talk about any sports?
Do we have to? I mean, can we talk more about pantyhose and all that shit?
No, like it's a sports show. We
okay.
Talk about sports.
Okay, absolutely.
The Pittsburgh Steelers made a splash.
What'd you think about that? Yesterday. I thought about you when I saw that.
I thought about my friend David Ziddick when I saw that, and I thought about all the rest of Steeler Nation. You're talking about an offense that struggled mightily this year. And they had knee-jerk. I can't even call it a knee-jerk reaction to get rid of Matt Canada. It was way beyond time. Matt Canada showed that he was lethargic and inept at the time of being the coordinator for the Steelers, and it just wasn't working. It wasn't clicking with Kenny Pickett. It wasn't clicking with Trubisky. They had to go down to Mason Rudolph, their third-string quarterback, who actually looked better than the two before him, right? They'll be in the mix at trying to get a quarterback, and from what I've seen so far out of the Senior Bowl, the quarterback class is not like, I know that we have touted this class and said that there's going to be, quarterbacks taken frequent, like right off the cusp. Maybe it's because the quarterback league or the quarterback class is weak. Mm-hmm. Besides Penix, besides Caleb Williams and May, or Bo, I guess you can give Bo Nix the nod.
Bo Nix, yeah.
Daniels, or like really that's kind of the handful, right? And you could argue that some of these guys might not even be first rounders if it wasn't for how weak this class really is, and you just need to go up and get your quarterback. Like, I'm not exactly sure that either one of these quarterbacks is a lock-in hit, honestly. If you really want to break it down, Bo Nix might have been a second or a third, in any other given year, or maybe my evaluation process is completely off. I'm just giving you, what I'm thinking and what I've seen in comparison from quarterbacks that came out a few years ago. So that's just my take on that. Pittsburgh, you guys are in trouble. We saw what happened with Arthur Smith and the Atlanta Falcons this past year. Look, I mean, you got a loaded roster, a talented roster like that. Of course, you had some mishaps at the quarterback position, but you could argue that you almost downgraded. Oh shit, can you? Who's got a worse quarterback room, Atlanta or Pittsburgh?
I would say Atlanta.
You think Atlanta, right?
No, I would say Atlanta, but I still go back to kind of talking about the quarterback draft that we're coming up here. With Drake May, and I've seen mock drafts.
Drake
and all.
May for you?
I really see him going to New England.
Like 1 through 5 out of quarterbacks. Where's Drake May for you?
Probably right around 3. Kind of middle of the pack right there. I think it's more of a pro style quarterback where I thought that if Big Bill would have stayed in New England, depending what he was going to do with all of that maybe that was going to be the guy that he would take. And they may still take that guy. But when I look at some of these guys, that's where, and again, where the league has shifted, with Daniels and Caleb Williams and the guys that I'm ranking ahead of him on my little, pencil board that I try to do. It's like they seem to be better tailored right now for the NFL and the offenses that some of these teams are running. But when you look at Drake May, I mean, I just really think, 6'4", 230 pounds. I mean, that's kind of that.
Good frame. That's a solid frame.
Yeah. That's a fucking prototype NFL quarterback right there. Maybe the ability to move around a little bit. I mean, to me, I see that dude, and I think of Josh Allen. And say what you want about Josh Allen, but I mean, I like that. I like that a lot. I mean, the dude is tough. I mean, that's a guy that you can count on in third and short, where you can kind of move him around a little bit and try to get him to push. So I don't know, man.
Daniels projected to go to the Patriots. I don't know. I don't know how much I'm buying that. I see Daniels as the Commanders quarterback, and possibly May falling to the Patriots. I don't have May ahead of Daniels anymore.
No, I don't either.
I just don't like Jaden Daniels. To me, put LSU on his back. I mean, look, we've already talked about this guy all damn season long, man. The dude's a baller, absolute baller. Yeah, I don't know if I give him exactly the CJ Stroud comp that everybody has kind of given him right now. I don't know if he can have the type of success that CJ Stroud had in his rookie year, especially if he goes to the Commanders, right? I don't know if the Commanders are built like that, especially in that NFC East.
Yeah,
that is going to be absolutely tough. I know right now that people are projecting May to go to the Commanders. I have Daniels actually ahead of Drake May, so we'll see how that folds out. If you're Pittsburgh, you're absolutely in the market for a quarterback. You cannot feel like pick at your guy after what you've seen the past 2 years. You can't feel like Trubisky is the dude. The one of the biggest mistakes in all of NFL draft history is to move up and take Mitch Trubisky like they did, but like the Bears did. But we'll see. The Bears are finding themselves in a little bit of a debacle as we speak too. Still, mock boards still have Caleb Williams as the number 1 going to the Chicago Bears. So trade mocks, all I've seen, the best offer that I've seen that the Bears are going to get for Justin Fields is a second coupled with a 7th.
Yeah.
If you are the Chicago Bears, why are you even entertaining that return?
Wags, I'm going to go back to
I'm serious. I really need some help trying to figure this out.
We have talked about this, at nauseum sometimes on this show on Chaos Theory about what is Chicago supposed to do right here. Everything. I mean, when I look at X's and O's and probabilities, and when you see progress of the quarterback, like I said, man, everything falls on the quarterback. When I look at Justin Fields, I'm like, man, I think he's going in the right direction. You're staying with the same coach. You're everything tells me that you should go in that same direction. But at the same time, you start looking at that. He's still on that rookie contract. And a lot of the conversation is, okay, you want to reset the rookie contract. And that's why you go to Caleb Williams. And I mean, that for every conversation that we have had on here, that is the only reason that I say go get Caleb Williams. But I really think that for the Bears, if you're going to take Caleb Williams, you're putting yourself at least 1 year back, to being already behind as you are, because you're starting over with that dude, and you can't expect. I mean, the whole thing with CJ Stroud, Wags, that is few and far between. I mean, you talk about the 83 draft with Dan Marino and John Elway and all of those guys, man. These are very rare. It does not happen very often. The fact that CJ Stroud goes to that organization with Houston and he does what he did and he put that franchise in that position, that was where that whole franchise
like that's had success. Mahomes.
But look at Mahomes. I mean,
Mahomes is the one that's really the only guy that I can think that did it like that was Mahomes.
But he sat for a while. Roethlisberger behind Alex Smith. Remember, he sat, he learned kind of the whole like McNair, with all of that thing. He sat for a little bit. So
you're right. Mahomes did. Mahomes didn't come right off. Roethlisberger as a rookie.
Yeah. And this is where we go back to the big man, to Drake May. I mean, Roethlisberger. I mean, say what you want about that dude, but he was a pretty immediate impact. Dude had a great career, won Super Bowls, did all these different things. Yeah, the off the field shit. I mean, that's apart from the game. Yeah, it was all pretty bad, but man, and it's one of those things where it is so hard to do what CJ Stroud did, and it's unheard of. And I highly doubt that it's going to happen 2 years in a row. I mean, it's very much a flyer that those things happen right here. And it really is. I mean, that is the only reason. But to this
point right here. It might, you get them on the financial deal, right? The favorable contract for your organization if you get the rookie contract, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yep.
He is the no, he's not the Heisman Trophy winner. Jesus.
No.
So he did lose that in terms of negotiations. So maybe you can keep the purse a little bit light, but if he goes number 1 overall, he's clearly going to have a leg to stand on in terms of negotiation for a bigger purse, right? I think you roll with Justin Fields. He gives you a contract, a organizational friendly contract, or a franchise friendly contract, if you want to, tout it like that. I don't know. A 2nd and 7th return for a quarterback like Justin Fields that I think is going. I truly wholeheartedly believe that Justin Fields could be at the top of the charts within 3 years if you just surround him with the right pieces. Financially, does it help your pocketbook out a little bit? It gives you a little bit of reprieve. Yes, sure. Yeah. But if you can take the cap hit, even though there's not even going to be a cap hit. I don't even know what the hell part. There's not even going to be a fucking cap hit on this. Take Justin Fields and roll with it, man.
Yeah, that's the whole part, Wags. When everybody's talking about the rookie contract and all that, and again, that I get that, but it's not that big of a thing. And here you're going in the right direction. I mean, let's just say, for example, let's compare Mac Jones. That dude is broken. That is broken glass. It's going to take a lot to fix that dude just because of what he's done right there. But Justin Fields, you had all the question, everything going back and forth, but God damn it. Sorry. It seems like
we haven't even gotten to Pittsburgh yet. What Pittsburgh?
Oh, I know. And that's where I think, the options there for for Pittsburgh, and that's where let's talk about Steelers. So you're talking about all the different quarterbacks right there. I don't really think they have one in place. I was talking midseason. Let's bring Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer in here and give him a shot. He got them back in contention. I don't think he's going to be the dude for them moving forward.
No,
but I think that's where you can go in, Wags, and slot one of those dudes to learn.
I think Rudolph was a Band-Aid on a broken arm.
Exactly. It's like this frozen shoulder that I have. He was just good enough to get them to that certain, and he did. He did a good job. But a lot of that, hey man, let's go ahead and say Mike Tomlin is a great coach. I think we all know that.
I think we've all said that, right?
But
like, there's no denying that he hasn't had a losing season.
That's right. But this goes back to the hire of Arthur Smith. Look, I know. I mean, we've talked on here about how he failed as a coach there in Atlanta.
Rodney, 3 7-10 seasons. He had the rookie of the year. Couldn't muster anything with that because he couldn't stay consistent or stay dedicated to
get out of his own way.
Robinson. I don't know if you can't make everybody happy, right? Algier, sure, he's a formidable running back. He's great 1-2 punch combination. Hell, you could argue that he could be leading somebody else's backfield, right?
Yep.
But when you got Bijan Robinson in your backfield, you've seen the electric plays that he can make within the first game, right? Within the first time of real game time action. He makes 3 guys miss in a space smaller than someone's cat or shoebox.
Yeah.
Take something really small. I don't know. Throw it in there. But to my point, the dude's a freakish athlete. I believe most of the big time plays that I've seen coming out of the Falcons this year was passes caught out of the backfield. Sure, he had. I think he had over 1,000 yards rushing from scrimmage. I got to go back and check on that. But anyway, my point is, this dude would be one hell of a catalyst, leading the league in rushing if he was just. I can't call them the sole running backs anymore because I don't believe that every team has a sole running back. Usually you have the 70-30 payload for your running backfield. Like, you usually have a running back by committee, regardless of how good the running back is, right? Even Derrick Henry has somewhat of a spell. Derrick Henry isn't standing there all the time. I think maybe if you used Algier as a third down back and had Bijan as your featured back, you probably would have had a little bit more success because you would have had consistent football. You wouldn't have had to rely on Ritter as much, right? Or make the move to go to Heineke midway through the season. Fact of the matter is, Arthur Smith had a young, energetic roster that he failed to do anything with. 3 seasons in a row of 7-10 football. That's mediocre football. You were trying to get rid of Matt Canada to have more than just mediocre football and inept offense, right?
Yeah.
I will give Arthur Smith his roses that he is able to scheme and work out one hell of an offense. Maybe he just did not have the pieces in place for his defense down there in Atlanta, and he had to do way too much. Maybe him taking a step back, regressing, and becoming more of just an offense coordinator, not having the head coaching duties to where he has to facilitate most of the stuff for the organization and the franchise, allows him to just hone in and focus on the offense. Then Steelers fans, maybe you have a chip, a chair, and a prayer. All right. You do have a talented roster. If you could have this guy figure out how to make your offense click, because the wide receiver room can be actually entertaining, right? If Pickens grows up I don't know if Pickens will be there next year. After all the bullshit you've seen him put on display, I don't know if Pickens will actually be there. Pickett's not your quarterback. You're going to have a new quarterback there. So the hill is going to be a tough one to climb for Arthur Smith, but he does have the pieces surrounding him to make something happen. I don't like the move for Steelers fans. I think Arthur Smith is kind of fallen into a mediocrity hole. But we'll see. We will see. It can't get any worse than what it is now. That's for sure.
Well, and I think with Atlanta, I mean, the story of Arthur Smith as being the head coach of the Falcons, especially this year, is going to be, holy shit. You had Kyle Pitts, you had Drake London, you had Bijan Robinson. Yeah, you didn't have a quarterback, but you couldn't figure out a way to make that work. Your offense spit and sputtered and looked.
Two really good. I think Warren and Harris are pretty damn good running backs. Why not lean on them?
I agree.
Or is your line that atrocious and to where you can't run the ball? You can't establish a run?
you would think with Arthur Smith, and this is where Atlanta, I mean, you look at what Atlanta just did with Raheem Morris. I mean, they've kind of they've gone back to kind of that defensive mindset of having the head coach. You know, when Dan Quinn was the head coach, that's a defensive guy. So now you're going to Morris, that's a defensive guy. So maybe Arthur Blank thinks that maybe that's what's going to be the best path for them. But when you look at Arthur Smith going to Pittsburgh, I think that's where, Wags, about all the guys that we talk about right here, to where you get to become a head coach and maybe you're just not tailored for that job. And you kind of touched on that right there. I think this is a reset here for Arthur Smith, but and this is where I think a lot of the questions are, okay, if this dude is so great that he couldn't do anything with Robinson, with Pitts and with London, what's he going to do in Pittsburgh? Obviously, you got to figure out the quarterback situation. I think you do that in the draft. I think you keep one of those cast-offs that you have right there. That's going to be the one that's going to kind of be the elder in the room that's going to teach. And then you go to the draft. I mean, whether it be Michael Penix, whether it be whoever the hell you're going to do, I still think Michael Penix would be great in Seattle. That would be a hit right there. But they got to find a fucking coach before they can do anything. But I think for Pittsburgh,
that would
right
be a
here,
good get for Seattle. Like Penix doesn't
wouldn't
have to go too much further from college. He could roll right up, from Washington and go into Seattle, Washington there.
Dude, you want to talk about, and it's not like that fan
And
base.
you gotta think the Seahawks want Penix Jr., right?
Man, I would think so. I think the only question with him has been the injuries, but I mean, he's been pretty solid the last couple of years. Again, he's managed to stay upright in the big games. So, I mean, I would really think that would be a great get for them, and you energize the fan base even more. It's not like they need a lot of energizing anyway, because they love that team over there. That's the one that I think, looking at the draft, that's most intriguing to me. I'm like, Seattle, go get that dude. If I'm a Seattle fan, I'm like, man, you bring that hometown dude in. It was like when Colt was in the draft. I'm like, Dallas, go get him. Even if he's not your starter, bring that dude in. Pop something into the fan base that's going to get him excited. But they got to get a coach first. And I guess it's not going to be Ben Johnson from the Lions, because he's staying in Detroit.
Yep. And that's another piece of refreshing news too, right? Detroit it feels like Detroit's keeping the pieces that they had to make this run together. You heard Dan Campbell allude to it in his post-game presser, which was very real of him. I thought that it's really hard to get back here and repeat to where you've been. But look at the pedigree, or look at the pedigree of the Chiefs. Look at how well, maybe they have an outlier there with Patrick Mahomes. All right, I will give you that, and Andy Reid. But also, I just find it incredible that the stat is it 4 times in 6 years the Chiefs have gone back to the Super Bowl. Am I correct? Is it 4 times in 6 years, or is it 4 times in 5?
It's something like that, dude. It may be 4 and 5. I mean, they're just talk about a juggernaut. I mean, you can't knock these guys off, and it's like.
My point is, Rodney, I think if you carbon copy and it's hard to do with the outlier of Patrick Mahomes, I get that. But if you try to make a carbon copy of what the Chiefs are doing, I believe that you can establish dominance in the NFC, especially in the NFC North. I don't think Green Bay is the favorites, like everyone, or the stalwarts, like people still think they are, right? Mm-hmm. Sure, they took, vast steps to improvement with Jordan Love, but I thoroughly, wholeheartedly believe that the pride of the NFC North is Detroit. Like the Lions are going to be roaring for the next 2-3 years at the top of the NFC North. That I wholeheartedly believe that. In about 3 years, if Chicago does it right and keeps Justin Fields, in about 3 years, Chicago will emerge as a dominant factor. But that window is still there for Detroit to make a run.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is there, and with the resurging
shore up the defensive secondary, though. Yes, I do know that.
Yes, and with the resurging of the Packers, I mean, that division is going to be a lot of fun, because I mean, that really is a great get for Detroit to keep Ben Johnson around. I mean, because that dude was very much sought after. And that's where this coaching cycle, Wags, when we were talking about it the other day, Belichick ain't got a job.
All right, to that point, I thought I saw rumors that the Commanders were about to hire Belichick.
Well, I mean, there's that. I mean, that's laying around. I mean,
did you see anything on that?
I don't know. Now I'm seeing now that Ben Johnson has kind of got out of the mess right here. I'm seeing that maybe Seattle and the Commanders are honing in on Mike McDonald, the defensive coordinator for the Ravens. So, and that would be a great get as well, because it really seems like
I don't think McDonald's going anywhere though.
I think I would stay, and that's where it really is. I don't know.
Wags, I don't know how long John Harbaugh wants to stay in the game. And I feel like Ben would be one. I mean, he'd be a great successor for Harbaugh. Now, I'm not trying to conjure rumors or anything that Harbaugh is looking to get out. But I don't know. I really don't know how long John Harbaugh wants to stay at Baltimore. Look, he loves Lamar. They got great stuff, set up for winning for the next 5, 10. Shit, you could even say decade. They look like they're set up for success for a decade. But I could be wrong. I could absolutely be wrong. I thought I saw speculations or rumors that John Harbaugh might not want to stay a coach. I don't know where the hell. I know I read it in the Sun. I still read the damn Baltimore Sun. I don't know if that was the actual publication that I read it in, but I do remember seeing reports that John Harbaugh might not want to be a head coach anymore. I don't know why the hell that would be the case, but anyways, there was some news that came out of Baltimore for baseball. Did you see this?
I did. I hope that we talk about those mid market teams, dude. God bless America, man. I hope that this happens simply because maybe that payroll gets a little bit better. Maybe you keep this.
I hope it happens for me.
Together.
For me. Don't you just want it to happen for me?
Well, yeah. Because I want you to be able to keep your team together right now. Because that
those of you guys that don't know what we're talking about, what we are alluding to, the news came out yesterday that one John Angelos is in the market to sell the Baltimore Orioles for an alarming, let me find this,
$1.2725 billion.
725. That's all the numbers. $1.725 billion. Billion dollars. That is what the Baltimore Orioles franchise is worth right now. I don't care who he sells it to right now. The Carlyle Group Incorporated co-funded company is the buyers or the proposed buyers. I don't know much about the Carlyle Group. I know in Carlisle, Pennsylvania, they have a car show from time to time or almost every year. That's a fantastic car show to get to if you're up in Carlisle, Pennsylvania. All I know is I'm ready for the Angelos family to get the hell out of the ownership box of the Baltimore Orioles. When you can come on television and give a real interview to a journalist saying that you don't know if you can keep this talented club together because you don't feel like spending the money on it. It's going to be expensive to keep these guys together. I don't know if I want to keep this winning team together. I'm paraphrasing, but that's kind of what John Angelos said. I don't know how in the hell that you have, especially when you just made a damn deal with the mayor and the city of Baltimore to keep the club there. It looks like everything's going right for you.
And the Camden thing, that's huge. 15 years right there. Yeah.
Raise the prices at the damn concessions. I don't give a damn. Charge $20 a beer. It's shitty anyways. People are still going to drink it, right?
Yeah.
Do whatever you have to do to keep the ball club together, John. You know what I mean? My God. But yes, thankfully, that is the news that's coming out. The Carlyle Group is interested in potential buyers for the Baltimore Orioles, so success could actually remain and stay in Charm City for the baseball town.
And is there not a better time for this to possibly happen? I mean, you've got a group together that, man, let's spend a little bit of money. Let's do some good baseball business, and let's keep this group together. You've got the Camden Yards thing. It's set for, 15, 20 years? That's all in place. You've got all of that, and you got the fucking people all fired up right now because you made a run right now. You got a lot of energy happening around the Baltimore Orioles. Look what a little bit of change in ownership and management did for the people in Arlington, for crying out loud. I mean, here it is right here, Wags. I mean, if I'm an Orioles fan,
I'm
I
excited.
mean,
I'm excited.
you should be.
Because here's the thing, like you see this, and it really does. It sits in the back. It's on the back burner, right? You see how talented this organization or the club is, and you go back to like 1999 or 1998 when you think about how talented the roster was and how easily it was dismantled under the owners. I think it was Peter Angelos at the time. It feels like Baltimore has never invested into their actual players or the ball club itself, right? It feels like you've had a couple of pieces. You had Machado, make some splashes or whatnot. We had Ripken for years, and then we Baltimore's been active in the free agent market over the past years, but never really able to build the club from the grassroots up, from the damn minor leagues and up, man. Like the farm system is flourishing right now for the Baltimore Orioles. Got the best prospect in all of baseball, Jackson Holiday. He's going to be moving up here, coming up to the show here soon. The future's bright for Baltimore, and it looks like if the I don't know much about the Carlisle group, but I guarantee they like success. Yeah. And if you don't mind spending money for that success, you're going to have one hell of a talented ball club. It just sucks that we talk about the mid-market ball club and baseball having fuck you money. Well, we'll see how much FU money that the Carlisle group has to keep this organization together, because damn, they are without a doubt one of the most talented and youngest ball clubs in Major League Baseball right now.
And it really is a mind shift change that needs to happen right there with ownership. I found this from ESPN where Angelos, something was asked, about paying players. This was not all that long ago. I mean, even with everything that Baltimore just did, this is Angelos when he was asked about paying players. Quote, when people talk about giving this player $200 million.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Yeah.
Yeah, that player $150 million. We would be so financially underwater that you'd have to raise prices massively. Well, fucking raise them. When you're winning, they're going to come.
Yeah. The beer's a lot colder when you're winning, and it doesn't matter how much you're paying for it, John. You know that. Come on, dude.
Look at Jerry Jones. That team shits the bed year after year.
What's a beer up there at A&T?
Dude, I haven't been there in about 3 years. And the last time that I was there, I think it was $12, $14, something like that. 16 ounce.
For 12 ounces, you're paying $1 an ounce?
One of them 16-ounce things. And it's like, are you kidding me? Nachos, $10. But you know what? The fucking line's all the way around the damn turnstile over there when you're winning.
Demand, dude.
Yeah. And that's why I really think if this really does happen for Baltimore right now, where you get a new ownership group in there, dude, that like we're talking about with the NFL, this is where you build and you build and you build, and you don't let dudes get away. Sometimes some dudes might get away, but then you fill. Then you build that. Then you build. How's the farm system for Baltimore? I don't follow them close enough.
Fantastic. One of the best in the league.
Boom. There you go. I mean, that's what you look right now. I mean, you could have, if this happens for the, almost said Ravens, for the Orioles, man, you could have the Rangers and the Orioles having a hell of a lot of fun in the AL. They can be the ones that kind of brush off the Houston Astros right there with all that Astros dominance that we've seen here in the last 5 years.
Brother, I don't even give a shit about the Rams. Like, I just want to dominate the game. Like I just want to stay on top of the East for a while. Like it was fantastic, getting to the playoffs and whatnot. But I honestly, man, I just want to get. I want to stay the victors of the East for a while. Have that see what that feels like for consistent minute, and then. Yeah, I would like to hoist the pennant. I'd like to see Baltimore win the World Series. I think I've seen the Stanley Cup get captured for the Washington Capitals. I've seen Baltimore, even though I'm not a Ravens fan per se. I still root for the Ravens, right?
Yeah.
I've seen Baltimore capture a Super Bowl. I'll never see the Washington Wizards win an NBA championship. But there's one thing that I've always thought that could happen in my lifetime, and that's the Baltimore Orioles winning a World Series. They got one right before I was born.
Yeah, I saw that one.
Yeah, I did not. So and you guys know, like I love hoops. Basketball is probably my favorite sport to watch. Football was probably my favorite sport to play. But there's just something about baseball that I think we all grew up playing baseball. There's just something about baseball that just really, really captures and draws you in, especially if you have an awful team. Like if you grow up watching an awful team and you just pain loves misery and you go through the sufferings of that awful team and you finally start to see it grow. and then you see it emerge to the talent that it is now. It's hard to not invest all your emotions and all your heart into it, man. And everybody loves an underdog. We all know that. And Baltimore's been the underdog for a long time, dude. Or the Orioles have been an underdog for a long time. I think it's the sentimental value for Baltimore to me for Baltimore Orioles because that's the sport that I grew up going to the most and seeing professional baseball, right? Like with my live eye instead of on the television. I went to a few football games growing up, but Baltimore didn't really have a team, until they got the Ravens in 90. I can't remember what year it was. But anyways, we had the Baltimore Stallions, the CFL, but didn't really go see too much of the NFL football. But I saw a lot of Baltimore Oriole games, man. Most of the time I would go see my favorite baseball players playing the Baltimore Orioles and beating up on the Baltimore Orioles. So it's really different to see Baltimore in this type of a winning atmosphere. I hope it stays together forever, but we all know that the window is short, but it's gotten a lot bigger now with the hopes and aspirations of the Carlisle group buying the Baltimore Orioles from John Angelos.
Yeah. I've been an Astros fan forever. I've got Astros stuff everywhere. I've never disliked the Rangers. I never thought that I would. I'm not going to say never, but I thought the chances of me seeing the Texas Rangers win a World Series championship were going to be very.
I thought it was going to be a hell of a lot more probable than the Baltimore Orioles.
I don't know, dude. But
we just saw it, Rodney. We just saw it.
Well, I know we just saw it. But over the trials and tribulations of the years, it was like, I don't know. But just the fact is, and this is yesterday we were talking about the
Rodney,
NBA.
Hold on, Rodney. You're talking about a team that you're talking about a club, not your club, but a club that used to come to my house or my club's house and put up 33 runs.
Well,
over 30 runs. They did it multiple times.
Well, but the Orioles have won the World Series. They have won the World Series in the past.
Right.
Like I said, I do remember those as a kid. That's why with the Rangers, I'm like, whatever. But the bottom line is I really am correlating these two together because I think this shift, this possible purchase for all of those billions of dollars, God bless baseball. It, really wags. Baseball is like on a really cold night, you build a fire, whether it's outside and you're all comfortable and you're just kind of hanging out, you're comfortable. On a hot evening, you're sitting outside having a cold beer, you're just comfortable. That's what baseball is. We were talking about.
There's some times where I'll go to a damn baseball game and I just can't stop sweating. What I mean? I'm just awful.
No, I just mean the feel of baseball. We were talking yesterday about the NBA being broken, about the way the NBA has changed and the way the NFL has changed. Yeah, I know we got pitch clocks. I know we're trying to speed the game up in baseball. And that's
like
not a bad thing.
Now for baseball, I love the game where it's at.
Yeah, I ain't got no problem with that.
And I don't know if
baseball ain't changed.
I don't know if I consider myself a full purist.
Yeah,
because I like the changes that have been made or implemented in baseball right now.
Mm-hmm.
And I know purists don't want the game touched at all. But I'm all right with it. I'm all right. I like the added runner
good changes
on base for extra innings.
Yeah.
I think it does expedite and speed the game up a good bit. And I don't think there was that much backlash or turmoil from this past season, right?
No.
I think it all went off pretty damn well.
Pitch clock is great. And I mean, the whole thing
I would like to see the shifts, by the way. I'm a fan of the shift.
Yeah. I don't really care. I'm good either way.
Play the numbers. If the guy hits bad over here, shade your damn defense over there to make him use the entire field, right? Make him hit from inside out, make him hit opposite field and go the other way.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of the shift. I'm sorry.
And the whole thing is, it's like, with the umpire thing. Well, the umpire's going to miss a call. That's the beauty of it. It's a human element. Wags, you get behind the Frozen
You
shoulder.
all right? The frozen shoulder?
Frozen shoulder. You get behind the mound, you're going to have, I mean, we know the strike zone, right? But you may have a random pitch that you're going to call different from me. And I think that's when we start talking about automated umpires and all that shit. Fuck that. I mean, the beauty of it is this game is so human. And just watching a game, listening to a game is the human element of baseball. It's
100.
slow.
100.
It's drawn out. And that's, dude, I love calling baseball games.
So do I. I like being able to paint the entire scenario, go from left to right. Welcome to the field. We have, your scoreboard out in left field, followed by a whole bunch of trees that Bob Ross painted for you.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, I love painting that pageantry for the people that are listening to that. And matter of fact, when I'm tuning into a broadcast, that's what I love to hear. I love, God, Joe Morris, and John Miller. You know what I mean? Like, or Joe Morgan rather. Joe Morgan and John Miller. Like, to me, like Joe Morgan and John Miller. To me, that was the best damn duo in baseball calling games. Absolutely. Man. They were fantastic. Now, look, I know a lot of people throw shade at Joe Buck, right, for his commentary paralysis or whatnot, or his commentary moments. I'm a fan. This probably is not a good take here, but I'm a fan, or probably not going to be a popular take. I'm a fan of Joe Buck in baseball. I think Joe Buck in baseball is okay. Joe Buck in football for me is a little bit much. All right. And, he needs Aikman for me to kind of take him down a notch. Aikman, for a lot of people, don't give Aikman enough credit. Aikman doesn't tout the Cowboys and make the Cowboys up on a pedestal like everybody said that he used to in the first two seasons. I've never seen Aikman actually give that much love to the Cowboys. As a matter of fact, I think
if anything, it's the opposite.
Overcritical on the Cowboys.
Yeah, if anything, it's the opposite. And the whole thing with Joe Buck. Look, I call football, I call baseball, I call basketball, I call them all. Let me tell you something. Joe Buck does a damn good job. And I think seriously with the baseball, he is really good at that. Yes, I think one thing that really helps Joe Buck is he's got the best analysts that you can find. I mean, sure. Between Troy, I mean, he's got them both, and in baseball, he's got them. And that
he's got small in baseball, right?
Yeah, baseball. Yeah. Baseball is so much about painting a picture, even whether it's on radio. And I saw last week that our man Round Rock Express, Mike Capps, is actually stepping away from the Round Rock Express radio thing, man. And when I saw that, I'm like, damn, I wish I knew the right people.
That's an institution. For those of y'all that haven't heard Mike Capps call a ball game, Cappy's one of the best, man.
That dude. And I'm like, if I could have a job, man, I would love that job.
I'll bet. I'd be shocked if Harge doesn't get a call for that.
He might. He just might. Baseball is just so great. As a broadcaster, it really is, because you sit there, Wags, nothing's going on, and you can just bring everything into the picture like you're talking about. It's so when I did Lake Travis for all those years, to me, broadcasting Lake Travis baseball was doing like minor league baseball, because there was always something going on over there. I mean, you
had Beatty. I mean,
oh yeah, with Brett Beatty. I mean, I've got an audio montage of Brett Beatty.
Is he the best player you've seen?
Best player I've ever seen.
Okay.
I mean, that dude, I thanked him and hugged him at an awards banquet I'm like, dude, you bolstered my resume to something I never thought it would be. Yeah.
So let me ask you this. I've seen some comments in the chat channel here. People that aren't fans of the shift. Now, I know the shift takes away from offensive baseball, but let me go back on, let me reiterate this. If the shift is in play, to me, sure, you're probably going to see a lot more outs, but I still feel like that speeds the game up quite a bit, because it doesn't allow too many people on base. It takes away from the offensive juggernauts of baseball, of that lineup, but it also forces the batter to hit in every part of the field. Or you could see a damn bunt. All right. Why not? If somebody is playing the shift all the way over to the right to where you can't get anything past first and second, why not bunt and go over to third base and get yourself on and bunt them on, or get them on, get them over, and get them in, man. It's it's small ball, man. I'm a fan of small ball baseball. I'm a fan of baseball, period.
Yeah.
Why not do that? Why not utilize the entire part of the field? Now, I know people like seeing the shift be, taken out and alleviated because it does help the offense get on stack or get on point, right?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. To me, I would have loved seeing the pitch clock implemented, but also having the shift stay. So
yeah. It can kind of be like football. I mean, what if the NFL said you can only run zone?
100, Rob. 100. I don't know. I don't even know if they know how to utilize.
I don't think they know how to utilize it. That's why I love high school baseball and college baseball, because you see that so often to where they're doing that kind of shit. But like in the NFL, you can't. You have to run zone defense all the time. You can't shift. You can't go to the nickel. You can't go to Tampa 2. You can't do any of that. You just got to run zone. I mean, let them shift. Let them do whatever. That's the beauty of it. Where it's the mind games right there. Strategy, man. That's what it's all about. There it is.
You and me, baby, had games.
Hey, strategy. The Super Bowl is here. If you're looking for a place to make some money,
get serious, huh?
Yeah, I'm about to get serious right here. And I did this today. If you're looking for a place to make some money, you got to go to BetUS. I actually did that this morning. The Taylor Swift prop is not there yet, but I'm sure it will be. There's some Travis Kelce ones on there, but not the one about her showing up on the field. BetUS is the best online sportsbook and casino out there. Great lines, props, over-unders, you name it. There's a bunch of good ones right there. I actually laid a little money down on the NASCAR Clash at the Coliseum that's coming up on Sunday on BetUS. Guess who's the favorite, my man Wags? Guess who's the favorite? Take one guess. You get one guess.
You ain't even got to ask me. It's 1-9.
He is the favorite. It's not just the NFL.
Baby.
It's not just the NFL. College basketball, everything is there. NBA, NHL, and even NASCAR, all of that there. If you're watching on YouTube, click that link in the video description. You can sign up right there. If you're on the app, all you have to do is scroll down to the bottom, explore our socials. That's what I did. You can sign yourself up right there. Use that link right there. Click BetUS, and you're going to sign yourself up. Once again, the best place to bet on sports is BetUS, and you get all of your good advice from checking into the Wagner Wire, 10 a.m. Sundays right here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Damn it, Jack.
What a plug, man. What a plug for the Wagner Wire. Of course, I would not be the guru that I am if I didn't have the resources of audiovisual consultations, right? I'm able to I don't miss a beat, right? I stay up to date with everything because I have the 2 flat screen televisions behind me. I have the Dream Theater system downstairs that I can see baseball come to real life, basically, because of audiovisual consultations, man. Yep. No job's too big, no job's too small. Go to the website right now at avconsultations.com and see the gallery of projects that they have completed over the past 35 years since they've been setting the standard in audiovisual automation. You guys can check them out, man. Maybe you guys want a TV in your bathroom. Maybe you want a TV out on your patio next to that chimney to keep you all nice, warm, and fuzzy inside while you're watching the Super Bowl. You can still get something in for the Super Bowl, by the way. That's in a week and a half. And the crews are working the magic to get you guys popping for your your optimal viewing scenario for the Super Bowl. So make sure you guys are calling Tom McKay up in the crew, 512-255-8678. That's avconsultations.com.
Yeah, absolutely. Great folks. And of course, it is Covert BK. That is the spot.
Well, we're going to go into all 3 of them right away, huh? We're just going
to knock them all out. Right?
For 90 seconds of commercials.
That's right. I had a message on Twitter at the Rodney R. Somebody said, Rodney, keep running that Covert BK spot. Those people look great. You look like shit. Here they are.
I'm Dan Covert with my wife, Hayden. Welcome to Covert BK.
Our newest location in the gorgeous Hill Country includes Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram, and hundreds of pre-owned and certified vehicles for you to choose from. We have 3 service departments that are ready to take care of your car, truck, or SUV with 86 service bays to accommodate any repair and get you in and out quickly. Come visit us today to select the vehicle you've been dreaming about.
Covert, born and raised in Austin.
Oh, my friends are turning green. Feel like I hear that song Riptide in that.
Oh yeah. Hey, you know what I'm doing tomorrow? Tomorrow's February 1st. Talking about the mood. Dude, tomorrow night, Tracy and I are going to see Bryan Adams. Bryan Adams.
Like Canadian rock star Bryan Adams?
She said my love for you would never
Bam,
die.
bam, bam,
What a shame if she ever found out about you and I. Yeah, let me turn
That's
let me
that's
turn
my
on
wedding
Merton Hanks
song.
right here for the spotlight.
That's my
Merton.
wedding song, man.
It really is?
Heaven, yeah.
Heaven,
Heaven by Bryan
okay.
Adams.
Yeah.
Oh, thinking about our younger years, baby.
All right. We can let Longhorn Bear. We'll let Longhorn Bear make this comment if we're going to have Miss Covert on screen. We'll just pull her up. Yeah.
I don't know. I don't feel comfortable talking about Miss Covert like that.
Well, he can because I believe his son is a part of that staff. So we will let that slide right there. Right.
Right. Yeah. Things get crazy here on Chaos Theory. But by the way, make sure you guys are following us on our socials if you haven't done so already. I'm at Not the Fake Wags on Twitter. Rodney's at the Rodney R, and on the Instagram where we go and find athlete of the week most of the time that we still need to get. Do we have an athlete this week?
Oh shit. I totally forgot about that.
So did I. We haven't given one in the past 2 weeks. We're gonna have to make do. We're gonna have to give 2 athletes.
You did it last week when I was gone, didn't you?
No, I did not. I refrained because it's just not the same without everybody, without the originals, without you and I here.
That's true. Without the two perverts.
You know what I mean? So we'll give another week of scouting, right? We'll give another week of scouting out there for the Chaos Theory faithful. Okay. So we need your help. We want to see the candidates we want to see the candidates. Can we do that? Can we throw that on there? We want to see the candidates that you guys throw out of the athletes of the week. Remember, hit Rodney up at _Rodney R and hit me up on Instagram at the Wagner Wire.
Yeah.
But yeah, so no athlete of the week. We're going to hold off. We could rush it. We could get one out. We got a few, but we could rush it.
We get one out. I get one out real fast, dude. I get one out real quick. Rodney. When the doctor said, can you anyway, Eric.
Hey, all right, old man radio taking over, dude.
Wags,
middle-aged radio.
Wags, when we were talking about
Rodney, what?
When we were talking about great announcers and all that shit a while ago. I know yesterday you brought up Greg Olson. Did you see he's out on his ass, I think, because Brady is going to become the lead Fox analyst in 2024 for sure. Remember, we were talking about when's Brady going to do it? I saw him on one of those Fox Talking Head shows, and I saw it online. Various.
I think they're getting rid of Olsen, though.
I wonder what you're going to do with him. I mean, does he go to the him and Kevin Burkhardt and Aaron Andrews are just so good together. And what's his name?
I think that's a great. That's what I'm saying. Like that crew, I think that's a great crew.
And so much of that is great. I mean, it's like they
make great commercials. Their commercials are fantastic. I'm sure Tom's going to look fantastic wherever he goes, right? And I'm sure he's going to bring personality and spunk, right? Wherever he goes. Tremendous analysis. I'd love to see how he breaks down the game. I've just become a fan of Greg Olson way more than Tony Romo. Like, all right, if this happens, I don't want to see anybody lose a job, right? But if this happens, CBS would be in a real good position to bring over Greg Olson, I would think.
Mm-hmm.
I find his analysis a lot better and a lot more informative than Tony Romo's, right? Like I'm tired of hearing the oohs and the ahs and Jim, he's gonna go. Oh my God, Jim. I'm just tired of hearing it. Like I just am. At least with Olson explains the breakdown and the personnel of what's going down on the offense. He tells you what routes that the offensive coordinator is trying to get to break the defense. He tells you what the zone busters are and how to beat zone coverage and stuff like that. You don't see. I feel like you used to hear that analysis or that type of analysis from Tony Romo in the first 2 years, but then I'm not saying that he got lazy or anything. I'm just not hearing what I used to hear from Tony Romo. But you still hear the oohs and the ahs.
Yeah, I don't like that. Every time I hear that, I have one thing that I want to tell him.
Shut up, bitch.
Get it, bitch. Yeah, so we'll see what happens right there because I'm curious to see. I mean, maybe he goes to Prime. Who does the color on Prime? So it's Al Michaels and Herbie.
It is Herb Street. Herb Street on Prime, and I'll be honest. I like Herb Street a little. I don't know if it's just the association with him in college, but I feel like he's more suited for college than NFL, right? I'm not saying that he doesn't have a good pulse on the NFL. For me, the association that I hear his voice with is college it's college football, and I'm not telling you to stay around. Almost spilt my drink. I'm not telling you to stay around that landscape or anything, but leave the pros for the pros.
I agree. And it's one thing like for that studio show that they do, I think Terry Bradshaw needs to, let's let him do something else. I don't think
you don't think Terry's good anymore?
Oh, I think he's good. It's just at times I'm like, Terry.
What do you think about Gronk being? It's Gronk. Gronk's on that set, right?
Gronk's on that show. I think he's pretty good. I think he's got good energy. I think if you shift Greg Olsen to like a studio spot, that's an injustice because he is so good at breaking down
at breaking it down.
Yeah,
I don't
know where he'd go.
I would like to see Tom Brady in the studio first instead of going to the booth.
I like that. I like that.
See how give Tom like a little bit of a I guess a cushion or a buffer year, right? Have him go into the studio just for 1 year, give a little bit of synopsis or whatnot, and then maybe move out to the booth. I don't want to see Greg Olsen leave the booth yet. I'm enjoying his breakdown and his analysis.
Yeah. Well, and I saw a comment yesterday. I saw a comment yesterday towards like Bill Belichick should become an analyst. I'm like, I don't think I want to listen to that dude.
So we got to know this, right? Even if Bill Belichick does not land a spot this year, maybe he's in the waiting for something else. I don't think Belichick's going away until he collects the all-time winningest coach, right? I don't know if accolades are that important to Bill Belichick. You would think that it's not, but when you're this close to being the all-time winningest coach, it's hard to not think that that's what Bill is in the mode for, right? You'd think that he's trying to stay around at least until he collects that, and then maybe exits stage right and rides off into the sunset. I thought we had news this morning about the Commanders signing Bill Belichick, but still nothing there. But the splash that we did get was Matt Canada, the actual successor for Matt Canada. That spot has been filled, and it is Arthur Smith going to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So
Ben Johnson stays in Detroit.
Stays in Detroit.
Even bigger.
What's up, guys? Eric and Jeff now join Chaos Theory. It is time for It's Only an Hour. What's up, fellas?
What's going on, Wags? What's going on, Rodney?
Living the dream, my guys. Living the dream.
That's right.
Eric Henry joining us today, ladies and gentlemen.
What's going on, Eric? Thank you so much.
Jordan.
Going, fellas.
Right on. Excellent.
Yeah, we're going to get into Eric. Probably, I don't check everybody else's work all the time, but Eric probably has the most in-depth story anybody's going to find on Kenny Baker, the new defensive line coach at Texas. So we'll get into that. We'll get into a little bit of Senior Bowl stuff because we had that sounds like Christian Jones doing some good things and some Longhorn basketball because Eric has been on that beat this year. So
Tennessee lost last night. Did y'all see that?
I did not watch any college hoops last night.
North Carolina went down.
TCU won. Beat Tech.
Good for the
crazy college atmosphere, guys. Crazy college atmosphere. But anyways, man, you guys know the deal. I got a meeting coming up here in about 20 minutes, so I got to run. But you guys have a great day, man. Everybody, thank you guys so much for watching Chaos Theory and continue to watch the amazing shows on Texas Sports Unfiltered. For the Double R, I'm Wags. You guys have a great day.
Later on, boys.
See you guys. Thank you to the Chaos Theory crew for holding it down. Eric, what's up, man? Thanks for I texted you this morning. It was on short notice, but I appreciate you taking some time to. It's only an hour, so you got the rest of the afternoon to do whatever.
Jeff, as always, appreciate you. Giving me the old tap to the bullpen, right? Bringing me in. So not a problem. It's only an hour. Looking forward to jumping in a couple topics.
So I want to kind of bounce around, but I want to start with football. So I mentioned it. You can go to Horns 24/7 and check out the article that Eric did last week. But it's probably the most in-depth piece anybody in the market's written on Kenny Baker. Don't let anybody tell you that covering a conference like Conference USA won't pay off at some point. Eric, you used your CUSA ties. You reached out to Tyson Helton, who was Kenny Baker's boss for 3 years at Western Kentucky. One thing that was in that article that jumped out to me, as a matter of fact, I think it was the first quote you had from Tyson Helton. I'll be honest, I didn't know much about Kenny Baker. But once I saw the name Pete Jenkins, I was like, okay, now I'm starting to feel better about this thing. Did you and Coach Helton get into kind of this, for lack of a better term, man, it sounds like a boot camp Pete Jenkins was running for about 10 years, just training guys how to become defensive line coaches, aspiring D-line coaches, just kind of passing down the knowledge through this. Like I said, I guess for lack of a better term, it's kind of a boot camp that Kenny Baker went through. And Pete Jenkins apparently told Tyson Helton, like, yeah, this is Kenny Baker's the next guy.
Yeah, listen, first off, Jeff, last time I was on, I know we probably spent a little too much time talking about Conference USA and FIU. Who knew next time I'd be on, it would pay off, right?
Yeah.
That the Longhorns' next defensive line coach would be coming via the Miami Dolphins, but before then, Conference USA Western Kentucky. Yeah, as you mentioned there, and I appreciate the kind words in terms of the piece. I'm probably, I'd be willing to venture I'm one of the few people, if maybe not the only one, who has a direct line to Tyson Helton here in Austin. But appreciate my guy, Coach Helton, just give him a text on short notice. He was more than happy to talk about Kenny Baker and just diving right into what you said about Pete Jenkins. Yeah, Jeff, it's actually interesting because Tyson told me that it was Jimmy Lindsey, who was the defensive line coach at Western Kentucky, left to take a job at Illinois. Now has been at LSU and a couple other places. I think he just left LSU this past year for some health reasons. But it was his recommendation of saying, hey, this is the next guy. And then through that, understanding that Kenny Baker had the blessing, the cosign of the, known as the godfather of defensive line coaches in Pete Jenkins. So, and here's the thing, in my mind, that really jumps out to me, Jeff, is doing this for a while. You'll hear plenty of guys. You get the standard line, right? About they're an up and comer, they're a riser, they come, well regarded, so on and so forth. But just try this on for size if you're a Longhorn fan. For those who may not be familiar with Tyson Helton, of course, he's the son of Kim Helton, longtime college coach and brother of Clay Helton, right? So it's a coaching family. So you're not just getting someone, and that's what kind of stuck out to me, Jeff, is it's not just a, hey, this is someone who, my coaching buddy who I was down the line with a couple of years back said, hey, this is a guy to look out for. This is someone who comes from a coaching family, has been around coaching his entire life. So for him to give that stamp of approval, in addition to the Pete Jenkins coaching tree, to me, that did really jump out to me. And, I'm sure we'll dive into it a little bit here, but Jeff, I'll let you lead, but there's a lot to like in my mind with this hire. Again, it's no secret that, wasn't the first choice, but when you really get into the nuts and bolts, and if you haven't checked out the piece, go and check it out on horns247.com. In my mind, there's a lot to like about Kenny Baker in terms of not only just the immediate future for Texas football, but, long-term future as well.
Yeah. His ties, obviously he's from, Metro Atlanta. So a guy that understands how to recruit Metro Atlanta. I think moving to the SEC, you've got two guys, and look, you can speak to this, Eric. You know it from covering that conference. I know it from just covering recruiting in general. Man, when you're the defensive line coach at Western Kentucky, you got to go to some outposts that aren't exactly like prep football factories to try to find guys. So Kenny Baker's well traveled over the Southeast, and you've got between he and Tashard Choice, you got two guys that know that region pretty well. So if you think about it, you've got, obviously Sark knows that region pretty well from his time at Alabama. So does AJ Milwee. You got Terry Joseph in Greater New Orleans, who I like having a guy in New Orleans because he can tell you, hey, we can recruit this kid or this school. Don't waste your time even going over here because, if it's a private school, like the dean of students is an LSU grad, the AD's an LSU grad, they got a kid worth going to LSU, they're going to LSU, so don't waste your time. You need somebody like that in New Orleans. And just the ties of the Southeast that this staff has, you're going to need those because now, going into the state of Alabama, Mississippi, Georgia, Florida, kind of that upper part of Florida, kind of Gainesville to really, if you just follow that kind of I-10 corridor going from like Gainesville, Pensacola, all the way to Jacksonville, that's all SEC, that's all conference territory now. You're recruiting against your conference rivals, so you need to bulk, you need to beef up there. But the fact, what he did in terms of player development, and we talked about this on the Longhorn Blitz podcast, which is out, by the way, now, kids, on that Horns 24/7 podcast app. You get Eric and Chip on the flagship tomorrow morning. You get the Blitz today. And by the way, the YouTube edition, the video edition of the flagship is already out. If you go to the Horns 24/7 YouTube channel, you can find that. But we were talking about it on Longhorn Blitz yesterday, and the staff makeup that Sark has on that side of the ball, it's really interesting because you've got a dynamic there between, you've got Blake Gideon and Kenny Baker, two young guys who help you in different ways in terms of both player development, recruiting, the whole deal. Terry Joseph's been at this for probably 20 years now. I think, him, PK, and Johnny Nansen, now they're kind of the old heads. So you kind of got this mix of youth and experience that I just think meshes really well. You can't have too many of either, right? You can't just have a staff of just grizzled veterans, because then how do you relate to players in 2024? But you can't have a staff of young guys, because you and I both, Eric, we've heard of too many shenanigans, right? When guys just hire, if it's a young head coach hiring guys the same age, very rarely does that stuff work out for a number of reasons. So the more than anything, you got the Pete Jenkins stuff and, Kenny Baker's ties to guys like Jimmy Lindsey. I dig that stuff. He's got a track record of developing players at Western Kentucky, which isn't exactly an NFL factory for defensive linemen. But then that staff makeup, man, I like the fact that Johnny Nansen has been a defensive line coach. So, Kenny Baker's got two guys he can lean on. He can lean on PK, which PK works with the edge guys. He can lean on Johnny Nansen. The staff makeup on defense, more than anything, more than just the Kenny Baker hire itself. I can't say it's going to be a smashing success, but I see Sark's vision. I see what he's trying to do with it, and I dig it.
Yeah, Jeff, I want to touch on a couple of points that you made there. I'm going to start with you talking about the fact that it's SEC country. That's something that, I haven't necessarily, kind of speculated on too much, even amongst us as a staff. It's just kind of been in my own mind as a Floridian and someone who's, covered Conference USA and in the Sun Belt, going in there, dead smack in the South. But it is a recruiting territory that Texas will have to expand to. And Jeff, this being a long time, Horns fan and someone who's covered this team for a long time. I am curious to see how it plays, because it's one thing to be able to go into your Carolinas and your Georgias and things of that nature. But, when you got to get into Florida, you got to get into some of those, the Alabamas of the world, right? Yeah. Definitely curious to see how that's going to play out. So in my mind, having a guy like Kenny Baker, and especially at Western Kentucky, which they recruit Florida a lot.
Right.
And listen, which school in the nation, what program in the nation doesn't recruit Florida heavily nowadays, but especially in that area, because the kind of the G5 philosophy has been, hey, we'll pick off a couple of those, 2-star, 3-star guys who don't end up going P5 or for whatever reason, especially now in the portal era, their offer falls through and we'll get them. So to have someone with those ties is huge. The staff makeup, again, very much agree with that point. You got to have kind of a blend of youth and age, and especially in today's college football. Again, some of your players, and Coach Helton actually mentioned this on the call. He said that, in terms of Kenny Baker, he's a guy I can relate to a 16, 17-year-old kid in recruiting and an 18-year-old, but also, he's not too far removed from being some of these older guys who are 23, 24, 25, plays well with them as well. So I think that's a big thing. And even, Jeff, I'll kind of segue into my last point, but just in terms of relating to players, Tyson Helton was really adamant. He was like, listen, if there's one thing I don't have any doubts about Kenny Baker is that these guys are going to gravitate towards him. He felt that instantly when he walked into the room. He felt the fact that this was a guy who can relate to players, his position rooms. Even when I spoke with D'Angelo Malone, appreciate D'Angelo for hopping on the phone really quick, quick minute, and just talking about how he helped his game. But D'Angelo said that he just instantly related to him. And you're talking about a guy who, just it's funny, Jeff, that I can remember these numbers off the top of my head, but 2019, he has a 99 tackle, 22 tackle for loss, 11 sack season. Kenny Baker gets there in 2020. And D'Angelo said, there were things in my game that I did not have, that I would not have been ready for in the NFL had I not been coached by Kenny Baker. But really, the third thing that I want to touch on really quick, Jeff, and I really would love to get your thoughts on this, that Coach Helton was adamant about, because I think this plays well, especially with this year's group of Longhorns, is he said that one of the things that really stood out to him about Kenny was he can pick apart a guy and really assess him based on what level of, experience and where their game is, right? Yeah. Because especially at that G5 level, you may get a high school guy, you may get a kid who's on his third or fourth school, right, and drops down to the G5 level, or you'll get a JUCO guy, right? And he said that one of the things about Kenny Baker is that he can assess, okay, this is where this player is in their development. Here are the tools I need to give them. And it's not a matter of just blanketly coaching everyone the same, right? You got to be able to assess where that guy is. And I think especially with this year's Longhorn team, that's a huge factor.
Yeah. We've heard Sark talk, and I think that I don't know what was said between Sark and Kenny Baker in the interview, but we've heard Sark talk about that with quarterbacks as much as he works with quarterbacks. Like AJ Milwaukee's the quarterbacks coach, but Sark obviously spends a lot of time with those guys. And I think you'll hear him say the same thing this spring that he said last spring and the spring before that. Quinn Ewers being in his third full year, going into his third full year in the offense, is at a very different place than Arch Manning, who's going into his second full year in the offense, who's in a very different place than Trey Owens, who's going to be seeing it for the first time. So, and you have to be mindful of, as you want to develop guys to help them reach their ceiling, but you've got to be mindful of everybody's on a different track. Everybody's at different stages, and being able to analyze and really dig into and identify what stage is this guy at? What is the next step for him to take? Like I did a Q&A for the national site this week with my guy, Kevin Flaherty. And one of the questions was, what is the next step for Quinn Ewers? To me, the next step for Quinn Ewers is that thing that takes quarterbacks from being good to being great. Can you elevate the play of everybody around you? I think we saw Quinn do that at times last year. There were times where it was kind of hit and miss. But when you think about the guys at Texas that have done it at a high level, that's what Vince Young did. Colt McCoy did that. Sam Ehlinger did that. Can you be the guy that if you've got the ball with 2 minutes left and you got to drive the offense 80 yards with no timeouts and you're in the sideline huddle before you get on the field, are there 10 guys looking at you with the belief like, yeah, we got enough time. He can get it done. Like, can you elevate everybody? Can you give everybody around you confidence? That to me is the next step for Quinn. The next step for Arch would be, if we put you in a game, can you handle the entire offense? Can we run our full game plan that we would have had with Quinn? How much of that can we do with you? And that's all about Arch processing and learning and understanding. And I think for Trey Owens, then the first step is, can you keep your head above water? Because there's going to be a point. We saw Quinn go through it 2 years ago. We saw Arch go through it last year. There's going to be a point in spring ball where Trey Owens just probably feels like he's drowning. And like, man, I don't know about this. Everything's moving fast, but can you get through that point? And bringing it back to Kenny Baker's group, Alfred Collins is in a very different place than Sadir Mitchell, who's in a very different place than Vernon Broughton, who's going to be in a very different place than Alex January coming in as a true freshman. So it's being mindful of the guys, where they're at, where they want to go, what track they're on. And it's a tough thing to do, Eric, because you're trying to juggle. You want your group to evolve. You want your group to develop. You want your group to get better. But at the same time, I've got to have, if I'm Kenny Baker, I've got to have higher expectations for Alfred Collins and Vernon Broughton than I do for Alex January and Sadir Mitchell, just because of the experience factor. And the next step for Broughton and Collins is, you guys are getting ready for the NFL. The next step for Mitchell and January is, we need to count on you guys for throw out your arbitrary number of snaps, right? 8, 12, 15, whatever it is. So just, you have to coach guys the way you want to coach them, the way you want them to play. But that to me is what it goes back to. I think that kind of, to me, that I guess that kind of answers the question. You just got to be mindful that everybody's on a different track. And it's not a it's not a one size fits all type deal. It's not a blanket type thing.
And Jeff, really quick, just kind of put a cap on it. I think a big thing, and again, when talking to Coach Helton, he didn't feel that Kenny Baker would have an issue with this, is how quickly can he command the respect of that room? It's not going to happen overnight, right? We know what Bo Davis meant to that room and really Texas football as a whole, right? But where I think it gets interesting is, and we can, kind of speculate about this as the offseason continues, should Texas add another veteran guy, especially in the middle, defensive tackle?
Yeah.
Understanding where everyone is. So let's look at AC and Broughton. Those guys mentally, whether or not they're going to, get the same respect as they had for Bo Davis, that's subjective, right? But you know where they're looking to go. They're looking to get to the league, plain and simple. So you're going to get, ideally, you're going to get the best of them. There is no more, I got another year or so on and so forth, right?
You can put Tio Savea in that same group too.
Exactly. And to Tio Savea, and then, like I said, if you get another veteran, you have guys who, hey, we're bought in enough to, we see the goal, we see the end game, we see the mission. That's where we're trying to go, right? Yeah. Then you have that next group of guys. And that's where, again, in terms of kind of commanding the respect of that room, we'll see what that happens. But at least I think that's going to be, crucial, and it should work itself out just based on kind of the makeup and dynamics of that D-line room.
Yeah. The big thing with that is, and when you it's funny, man. Texas hasn't been in this position where you've got a really good initial staff and you're losing really good coaches, and the challenge now is to replace them with really good coaches. We saw Mac Brown do that. The best example I can give is, Mac loses Everett Withers as his secondary coach. Well, I would have been after year 3. It's like, oh man, Everett Withers has recruited his position well. He's developed some guys. Quentin Jerman was an All-American. What are you going to do? Who are you going to hire to replace him? Well, you went and hired Dwayne Aquina, who's definitely in my lifetime, the best defensive backs coach this place has ever had. And Dwayne Aquina and Everett Withers, from a personality standpoint, both really good defensive backs coaches, but both get the job done very, very in a very, very different way. Both have their ways of reaching players. Not every coach is the same. So what I would tell Kenny Baker is he's just got to be himself. I think there's a lot of buzzwords, Eric, you can throw around Texas football right now. Authenticity, I think, is one that probably might mean more than anything, because I think that's one reason why Sark has been able to reach the players, is because how real he is. I mean, we heard Jalen Ford talk about it at the Sugar Bowl, when he's having his, what does he call Wednesdays? The Tell the Truth Wednesday?
Culture Wednesdays.
Yeah, Culture Wednesdays. It's, Jalen said it at the Sugar Bowl. It might have been at the Sugar Bowl. It might have been before that, but he's like, look, when Sark is telling us about everything he went through at Washington and at SC, kind of when he was at his low point, and he's saying it not just with all us in the room, but with his son sitting dead center in front of him, that's pretty powerful stuff. And it allows guys to open up. I know that's a piece of it, but I think if Kenny Baker's just himself, coaches tell players all the time, what was that cliche, trust your training? Kenny Baker just trusts his training. I think he's going to be fine. He should be fine. He can't come in and try to be Bo Davis, because Bo has his ways of reaching players, and not every coach can do it that way. But again, Kenny Baker might have a way that's not fit for everybody else. So I would just say, if you're on the fence or you're uncertain, just give it a chance. And I'll say this, Eric, and we can move on to something else. Sure. The stuff about, oh man, is he a great recruiter? Can he recruit? Dude, a lot of that stuff's overrated, because when you go to when you're at a place like Texas, if you're a coach at Texas or Oklahoma, Texas A&M, LSU, those power programs, that it opens doors to a caliber of recruit that at Western Kentucky would have been locked and you wouldn't have been able to go through. So you're going to have access to players, to a wider talent pool of guys, just because of the logo on your shirt. And if you can just, the Tyson Helton piece that you mentioned, that's key, his ability to relate to players, that's what recruiting is all about. It's about relationships. I've seen a lot of guys that came to Texas, man, that didn't have, reputations as rainmaker recruiters. Like Craig Niver wasn't considered a rainmaker recruiter. Recruited a lot of damn talent to Texas. Jason Washington did the same. A lot of guys on that Tom Herman staff didn't have Power 5 experience, but they ended up recruiting their positions and just recruiting their areas really, really well. Man, the same thing with the Charlie Strong staff. Brian Jean-Marie, was with Charlie at Louisville, and I think that was the only kind of, would you consider the old Big East, Eric, a major conference? Like, it was the only major conference experience he had. But dude comes in and ends up getting, Malik Jefferson and Anthony Wheeler, and he loads that team with talent. And a lot of those guys came to Texas to play defense for Brian Jean-Marie. So I say all that just to say, don't pay attention to a guy's background in recruiting. Like, oh, Kenny Baker hadn't recruited, any 4-star guys. Well, name me the last time Western Kentucky got a guy in the top 247 or got a top 100 guy. Maybe it's happened once or twice, but I can't tell you off the top of my head. Just as long as he's a relationship guy and that part is real, that part comes true, I think he'll be fine. The recruiting stuff I think it's overrated.
Jeff, I'll just mention one quick funny story. We can transition.
Is it an Everett Withers story? Because I thought you and I know we know the deal. Yeah,
it is. You know what? I'll save that one for off air.
Okay.
But this one, I'm going to leave some names out. But just talking about someone, told me a story. Coach Helton recommended that I talk to somebody about, his Kenny Baker's ability to relate people. Listen, God bless Bowling Green, Kentucky, and Houchin Smith Stadium that looks every bit of 60 years old, where there's not an elevator to the press box. You take an elevator you take an elevator, Jeff, to the first kind of set of stairs, and then you walk through the crowd as you get up to the press box. But the story I'm going to tell you is this: so there's a kid who was from South Florida, from Miami Gardens, and ended up at Western Kentucky. And he said to me that, listen, he related really well to Coach Baker and went on his recruiting visit. And he said, the first thing is, you fly to Nashville and then you drive over to Bowling Green, Kentucky, and the first sign he saw. And I've seen the sign. That's why it's so funny. Yeah. There's a billboard that said rehab is okay. It's about a mile from campus. And he looked up, he's like, where the hell am I? And listen, God bless Bowling Green. Great folks. Enjoyed all my time there. But listen, you can get someone from Miami Gardens to Bowling Green, Kentucky, as you mentioned. You walk in with that Texas logo on your shirt, you'll be all right.
Man, the stories you hear from G5 coaches, FCS coaches, especially like the JUCO guys about just places they got to go and stuff they got to see, and it's a different world, man. The other thing I want to ask you about too, because as you said, you're a Floridian. You got experience in all parts of that state. And Texas, actually under Sark, has done a good job. I mean, each of the last 2 cycles, they went into kind of that north part of Florida, getting CJ Baxter and then getting Jarrett Gibson. But I think you'll agree with me on this. And granted, your experience it's kind of like, me asking you about Texas. Your experience in Texas is my experience in the state of Florida. And you have more of that than I do of experience in Florida. Sure. But like I mentioned, that I-10 corridor, pretty much like from Pensacola to Jacksonville, is different. It's a different part of the state than like the I-4 corridor, like Tampa, Orlando, which is a very different part of the state than Miami, Fort Lauderdale. Like, it's not Florida. I'll use the term again. Florida is not a one-size-fits-all state. Though the demographics are the demographic, socioeconomic backgrounds, political affiliations. It's very different swaths of people, Eric, very different groups of people as you move about that state. And you got to be it's similar to like Louisiana. You got to be able to know based on what part of the states you're going into. You got to be able to know as a recruiter kind of what you're walking into, because you might not be able to recruit a kid from Gainesville the same way you'd be able to recruit a kid from Fort Lauderdale. It's just two totally different experiences in terms of where they grow up.
Jeff, you told me this story. I can't remember if it was on the way to a fall practice or if we were on the way to Baylor, but the best way I can sum it up, maybe it'll, kind of emphasize it, drive it home for our listeners, is you told me a story about trying to get in contact with the right assistant coach down in South Florida. And listen, I don't know how it is here in Texas, but if you're in South Florida, and specifically Dade County, and you're at a Miami Northwestern or a Miami Central, schools that have produced your Antonio Browns and your Dalvin Cooks and, countless Dade County guys. Mm-hmm. There are no less than 36 assistant coaches and 9 recruiting coordinators. And then an additional 6 guys on the sideline who just have the polo.
Yeah, it's you end up talking to one assistant and then you're like, yeah, well, I talked to the recruiting coordinator, and they're like, who? I'm like, oh, okay. It's a little bit different. Like Louisiana was the one where I first experienced it. It wasn't as wheels off as Florida, but it's like one high school I was talking to a coach and I was going to a practice and he's like, yeah, I was like, well, I'm finishing up my shift with UPS right now. I'm like, got a day job? Like, man, I'm coming from Texas where like at bigger schools, like coordinators don't even teach. They're in the field house all day, so yeah, it was weird, but man, Florida just, and then guys change schools. Like it seems like every week and, oh, I'm at Homestead this week. And then the next week dude's at Miami Central. Like what the hell happened? Like it's a different world in the state of Florida, man. It is. There's a lot that's wheels off about your home state, Eric, but the structure of high school football coaching staffs is one that, you have to have an experience dealing with it to really understand like what it's all about.
And Jeff, all jokes aside, to kind of drive it home and make it pertinent for, again, Texas fans, you're telling the truth when you say, hey, you'll go to certain schools in South Florida and they'll give you the whole runaround about, all right, here's this guy and legit 4-star, but they've got relationships with, I almost mentioned a couple names I probably should as far as coaches, but they've got relationships with insert coach or insert school that it's like, all right, yeah, it's really lip service. You're kind of wasting your time here. So it would be interesting to see how kind of Sark plays that. And to your point, yes, there's a big difference between recruiting a Derrick Henry from Yulee up there, where everyone in the town, all of 6,000 people in Yulee are like, oh yeah, Derrick goes to church here. We can get him for you to talk, or he's at grandma's house as opposed to getting the kid from South Florida, even Tampa, right? And that's where I think it's been interesting. Even a kid like DeAndre Robinson, who of course didn't end up making it to Texas, but he's someone who started out at Edgewater with C.J. Baxter, finished his career at Jones, bounced around a bit, but even that area, Orlando, Tampa, is probably the most stable of the state compared to going south or even some areas up north.
There's the traditional power programs in Tampa and Orlando kind of stay the same, where there seems like there's some stability there, whereas like in South Florida it changes. Seems like it changes constantly. St. Thomas Aquinas has had things on lockdown for a while now, but I mean, like, where is Miami Northwestern now? There was a time where they were churning out 8-9 Division I kids a year, and Miami Northwestern hadn't been on my radar for a minute. It's a different deal. It's kind of like, the state of Texas is a little bit like that. Like, you can't, a kid from South Dallas has very different life experiences than, say, a kid like Ty Anthony Smith from Jasper, or like a Roshan Johnson from PNG. It's just totally different life experiences, and you got to be able to relate and adapt. So bottom line is, Eric, because of your article, you vouching for Tyson Helton and telling me about that conversation, I feel better about the Kenny Baker hire. Everybody else should feel better about the Kenny Baker hire.
No doubt about it, Jeff.
I'm not saying he's going to be, a P5 head coach. Sure. By the way, we got to come up with a different term, because it's not the Power 5 anymore. Just a power conference head coach in 5 years. I'm not saying that's going to be Kenny Baker, but I do feel like, sorry. And man, look, the other thing I wanted to get with you on, and we talked about staff makeup a little bit, dude, other than retaining Andre Coleman, which was a mistake he rectified as soon as he had a chance to. And by the way, Andre Coleman wasn't Sark's first choice as wide receivers coach anyway. He wanted Dennis Simmons, who he played with at BYU, but Dennis Simmons and Lincoln Riley are pretty much tied at the hip at this point in their careers. So that wouldn't happen. And at least Sark got Dennis Simmons a big fat raise from Oklahoma, so making Joe C write those checks. So at least Sark did that. But I digress. Other than the Andre Coleman thing, Eric, his initial staff was off the charts good. And you look at the job he's done, like Stan Drayton goes and takes a head coaching job. He brings it to Tashard Choice, who rewind the clock back 2 years. Other than the fact that I knew he played at Oklahoma. I remember him at Georgia Tech and with the Cowboys. Other than that, I don't know anything about Tashard Choice as a coach. I knew nothing about Tashard Choice to coach. I think we can all say Tashard Choice has worked out. It's been a good hire. Going from Andre Coleman to Brendan Marion to Chris Jackson. You could debate whether Chris Jackson's an upgrade from Brendan Marion, but it definitely, the recruiting and player development definitely hadn't slipped. As a matter of fact, player development might be more on track now under Chris Jackson, especially going into year 2. So Sark has been able to, he hired really good coaches. He's been able to replace them with really good coaches. Sark is at a place going into year 4 where Charlie Strong didn't get a year 4, and going into Tom Herman's year 4 was kind of like, all right, everybody knows the deal. If he doesn't win 10 games, we're going to be doing the coaching search bit in December. Now, obviously, that was before COVID threw a monkey wrench and everything. But going into year 4, I can say without a doubt, Sark has earned the benefit of the doubt, at least for me. I'll give Sark the benefit of the doubt on his hiring practices.
No doubt about it. I mean, again, you take a look at the track record. I think he did a great job of laying it out there. That in and of itself should give Texas fans reason to believe, hey, this is going to work out just fine. Also, the point that you touched on a little bit, having a Johnny Nansen, who has coached D-line before, he's going to have guys he can lean on. PK.
Yeah.
There's no reason to believe in my mind that, again, like you said, will he become the next, insert head coach? Maybe, maybe not. Right. But for all intents and purposes, for the purpose of this hire, I think you got to feel optimistic, even though you may not have known the name.
Yeah.
Even everything, you got to feel optimistic about it.
Can I, you were a Florida State fan growing up, right?
Correct.
Okay. So you have a knowledge base of the Florida State Miami rivalry that not a lot of us, none of us in Texas really had. We watched it from afar, but you were there in it. I know, and I don't want to put all your business out there, Eric, but I do know you got from your time covered FIU when you're one of like two guys that cover that beat. I know you got a relationship with Butch Davis.
Sure.
I've always wondered this about Miami, because I've always felt like if University of Houston ever got the right guy, and Tom Herman might have been the right guy for Houston if he stayed there. That could be Tom Herman's big kind of what if. What if he would have just stayed at Houston and been able to recruit the caliber of guys that he recruited, and eventually Houston would have been in a power conference? Like, what could Tom Herman have built at Houston? And I think about that in relation to Miami. You think about not just what Howard Schnellenberger did, but what Jimmy Johnson built on, and then what Butch did kind of in the U version 2.0, building that team, that 2001 Miami team, again, probably the most insanely talented college football team of my lifetime. That can't happen again at Miami, right? Like, the state of Florida is too much of a South Florida. It's that kind of state of Miami that Howard Schnellenberger initially drew up back in the late 70s, early 80s. Is it too much of a battleground, you think, for Miami to ever get back to what it was from that standpoint?
It's tough, right? And I sigh because you always, Jeff, it's never necessarily a shortage of talent.
Right.
They get players there. But I'm going to give you, and again, I don't know if I've mentioned this before, I'm going to give you my theory on why I believe Miami struggles more than anyone else. Florida State even struggled. I mean, remember, Florida State struggled for a long time at the end of the Bobby Bowden era, and going through, obviously Jimbo, won a national champion, but that's a product of Jameis Winston. I mean, let's not get that confused at all, right? And
I once heard Feinbaum say, and it's hard to disagree. He said, "What's the difference between Jimbo Fisher and Gus Malzahn?" Jameis Winston.
It's simple as that, right? But you're the days of my formative years to football, late 90s, early 2000s, Florida State, Florida, Miami, all being good. Those days are gone. Here's the reason why, and I'll relate it to Miami. So yes, you talk about the state of Miami, and that was what Howard Schnellenberger recruited, and go all the way through even to the Butch Davis years.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff, remember, there wasn't a USF.
Right.
UCF was a FCS, then 1AA school until 1999. There wasn't a Florida Atlantic, an FIU, that didn't exist. Those two schools didn't exist until the early 2000s.
Mm-hmm.
And then you take a look at all of these group of 5 schools who now recruit into Florida, right? You can go through Conference USA. Every Conference USA school, or they have a Florida guy, right? Who their sole purpose is, all right, you coach them up enough, just get us into Florida, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where I'm going with that is, and this is my firm belief, Miami can still get the 5-star guys. They can still get the 4-star guys. And I've had a couple former Miami guys tell me this, because during my time covering FIU, Ken Dorsey worked on staff. This is right before he went to Buffalo. Kennard Lang worked on staff. Damian Lewis worked on staff. Joel Rodriguez, a former O-lineman there, now is at
Damian Lewis is a Texas guy, by the way. Sulphur Springs. Shout out to Texas.
There you go. Those guys worked on staff. They said the biggest difference is the depth. And the reason the depth isn't there is because those, we'll call 3-star guys now, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe 2-star guys who would have been, a freshman, sophomore guy who kind of just slowly buys his time. And by the time they're a junior or senior, maybe they're not Andre Johnson, Santana Moss, but they're Kenny King, or they're, Andre King, or they're Roscoe Parrish, or, insert guy, right? James Lewis, guys like those. They're those guys who end up being dependable starters for you.
Mm-hmm.
That's gone, because those guys are going to USF, UCF, a Florida Atlantic, or out of state, right?
Yeah.
And now, Jeff, even more so, because you take a look at the portal, and a lot of guys, those G5 guys who might have stayed 4 years and became an Antonio Brown. Of course, his situation a little bit different.
Yeah.
But now they're like, hey, if I don't get the P5 offer I want, I'm going to FIU for 2 years, and then I'm getting that P5 offer, right?
Yeah.
So in my mind, that's what's made it tough with UM in terms of trying to recruit the state of Miami, as they once termed it. Right now, they'll still get talent, and they should still be able to an extent, go out and get guys. But yeah, man, that's the biggest difference. That, and along with just how saturated it is now, everyone is coming down to that area. You can't just rope it off.
Yeah. I feel like Texas is getting that way. I've said it before. Like, I think, especially with Texas going to the SEC and now Oklahoma going to the SEC, because for Oklahoma, the Metroplex pretty much from South Dallas, you get to like the edges of South Dallas, like DeSoto and Lancaster, pretty much all the way on up through Oklahoma City. That's an in-state territory for Oklahoma for all intents and purposes. I just feel like the state of Texas it's too much of a battleground now for anybody to ever run it like Mac Brown did back in the day, where it was like there was a point where Mac was going through the state of Texas and he wasn't recruiting, he was picking, he was selecting, like, I want that guy and that guy and that guy. And you offer guys, and it's an automatic commitment. It's not, as we saw, sometimes that didn't work out so well, but that's drama for another day. But I don't think anybody will be able to do that again, because like you take the greater Houston area, to your point, A&M, and I think Texas got into this problem, and maybe we'll see Baylor and some other schools start to deal with it. When Texas was making their run, A&M was struggling towards the end of R.C. Slocum's time, and then you got Dennis Francione era really starting kind of the coaching carousel that's still going on in College Station. TCU wasn't anything to write home about at that point. It hadn't become what it would eventually become under Gary Patterson. And you had, North Texas was pretty much off the radar. Texas State was still an FCS school. Baylor was god awful at the time. Mike Leach didn't recruit the state like other guys did, because Tech kind of had their own quirky little thing working out in East Texas or out in West Texas. And the state's just completely changed now. SMU was terrible back then. Houston was terrible back then. All of those schools, like SMU, had success in the American, and now they're going to the ACC. Houston's in a power conference now. Baylor, TCU, they've won conference championships. Tech is still trying to figure it out. Maybe they got to figure it out under Joey McGuire. And then you consider that, kind of like I talked about with Texas in the Southeast, for Nick Saban or whoever's been the coach at LSU, or if you're at Auburn, like Texas it's a conference territory now. Like, I've got to go in there to recruit against Texas and Texas A&M, and now Oklahoma, because if I don't, they're going to get the kids that are going to beat me. And I think the adjustment for the Texas schools is kind of what I saw Miami do unsuccessfully under Larry Coker. To your point, you can still get it's Miami. You're always going to get talent. But for your depth, you're going to have to figure out different ways to build your depth. And for Texas and Texas A&M, I think Jimbo kind of got too far away from it, but I think Sark right now is striking a good balance. You got to go out of state to get talent. I mean, that's going to be those fringe kids in Louisiana or Florida or Georgia or wherever, or Southern California or Arizona, that, instead of battling USC for a kid, maybe that kid's got an offer from like a UCLA and an Arizona, and you're like, okay, we can go compete with UCLA and Arizona for a kid. There's no question about that. And if you're Miami, maybe you go to Georgia, and while Georgia might not be recruiting that kid, like, oh, you're telling me we got to be like Georgia Tech and Kentucky for a kid? Yeah, we'll go do that. That's the adjustment I don't think Miami's made yet. But I always like talking about state of Florida and Florida recruiting in those three major schools with you, because I've seen it to where, like you said, it's been a while since it's happened, but I remember a time where Florida, Miami, and Florida State were all good at the same time. And it's a shame that during the time where Texas and Texas A&M were in opposite conferences, we never really saw either one of them live up to their full potential. Oklahoma had A&M had the nice season with Johnny Manziel, and Texas had that 1-10-win season under Tom Herman. And obviously now it's kind of I don't want to say irrelevant. It's definitely not the right word, but Sark just won 12 games in a conference championship. But now you're jumping back into the conference with A&M. I just felt like a window was missed where neither one of those schools maximized the time without the other one. We could have had 5 to 7 years where Texas and Texas A&M were both top 15 type programs if things had gone the right way. And, you know, maybe you're talking about, dude, can A&M and Texas, maybe they can meet in the Sugar Bowl at a CFP semifinal or something like that. And we never got that. And I think there's a reason why, you know, since Mac Brown, Charlie, you know, after Charlie Strong and Tom Herman, Sark is now the third guy trying to figure it out. And I think we can all agree he's on a good trajectory. But, you know, since RC, you've gone through Fran, you've gone through Mike Sherman, Kevin Sumlin, Jimbo. Yeah, Mike Elko's the 5th coach since that run under RC. So I don't know, man. I've said this before. I'll say it again. And I don't know how you feel about this looking at it from the outside. Texas and Texas A&M to me. And don't get me wrong, folks. I grew up. You go back and look at my bedroom in Florence, Texas, America, back in Andice, Texas. It was burnt orange everywhere. I love the University of Texas. But in my lifetime, I felt like Texas and Texas A&M are the 2 most underachieving programs in the country. Considering the resources, everything they've got, both programs should have more skins on the wall than they have.
Jeff, I mean, and listen, I from an outsider's perspective, and I've talked about this a little bit with, you know, guys like you and Chip and others in terms of Texas was a name, but it never felt the same way. And of course, you know, I'm growing up in Florida, right? And growing up in a time in which Florida State, for a good 6-7 years of my life, decided who was going to go to the national championship game. Yeah. And then you had Miami in the early 2000s, you know, mid 2000s, which they're playing for national titles, right? So maybe that kind of, you know, affected the way I viewed things. But it was always interesting because Texas was a name, but it never felt to me like Texas was on the same plane until VY, right? Like that was when that happened, that was kind of the line was like, okay, wow, you know, you see that shift. But one thing I was going to bounce off you really quick is, and to get your thoughts on it is, man, that's what made that time, those former years for me really special was you had Florida State in the ACC, you had Florida in the SEC, you had Miami in the Big East at the time. And yeah, you know, typically all those schools, all 3 of them, top 15, and it's just this roulette of who's going to knock each other out that year because it's going to decide who's going to play for a national title, who's going to play for, you know, a big time bowl game. I think that was the thing in my mind. I'd be curious, you know, what that could have felt like in Texas.
Yeah, I remember the 2000 season when Miami should have played Oklahoma for the national championship, and I felt like would have beaten Oklahoma. It's funny to hear Jeremy Shockey during the U part 2 because I think people forget, like, Jeremy Shockey's from Oklahoma. I think he's from Ada. Yeah. And, you know, he had a bunch of buddies on that OU team, and he's like, they didn't want to play us. I'm like, I'm sure they didn't. But, you know, getting to watch that Sugar Bowl between Miami and Florida, it's like, you know what? At some point, one is going to realize they're playing the other, and those two are going to beat the piss out of each other, and there's going to be a crap ton of NFL guys on that field. Just like, the 2003 season? So I guess that would have been the 04 Orange Bowl. Florida State and Miami had a rematch in the Orange Bowl. Right. And I'm like, they're like, oh man, we get Florida State, Miami again. I'm like, show of hands who's not bitching, me for sure, because like, yeah, I want to see these two teams beat the hell out of each other. And again, there's gonna be a bunch of NFL guys on the field. So yeah, it was, to me, like, I always felt like, and again, growing up as a kid in the 90s, I always felt like Florida State was kind of the it program to me anyway. Like, you know, when I talk about Nick Saban and his success, I'm like, I never thought in my lifetime I would see anybody do what Bobby Bowden did. Which, what Bobby Bowden had, it was like 14 straight seasons finishing in the AP top 5.
There you go.
Like, just, who does that? Like, nobody does that. Well, Nick Saban did it and actually did it better. But yeah, Florida State was kind of the it school for me. And like, as a Texas fan, like the one thing I'll never forget, I'm watching, it's the 2000 Cotton Bowl at the end of the 99 season in Texas. They ended up playing, I don't know how they did it. I think they got an exemption for one of the kickoff classic games. It ended up being a 14-game season. And you can tell by the time they got to the Cotton Bowl, they were done. Because college kids didn't play 14 games back then. But I remember the broadcast crew from Fox talking there during that game and saying, man, Texas could be preseason number 1 to start 2000. I'm like, man, are you just like, it just seemed like such a foreign concept to me that Texas, and I'm a Texas fan, thinking that Texas could be like a preseason number 1 type team. So yeah, I can definitely get what you're saying from the outside, but and plus there was that Oklahoma problem that Texas had in the early 2000s. But once they got over that hump and won a national championship, then they had it. As close as they got in 08, and they should have played it for an 08, and as close as they got in 09, I just felt like that window post-national championship was something that Mac Brown could have really capitalized on that and kind of made Texas, in the state of Texas, what Florida State was to the state of Florida in the 90s. Texas could have been that in the 2000s, and it was just, Mac won a lot of games and won a national championship and won some conference championships, but it could have been more. It probably should have been more. And to kind of bring it full circle, that's what excites me about Sark, because I want to get your take on this.
Yeah.
I don't want to get CB mentioned it, that I said on X yesterday that which I can't believe I just called it X. I've been calling it Twitter the whole time. That I felt like this episode of Longhorn Blitz was probably my favorite one that we've done in the decade plus we've been doing the podcast. We got into a pretty deep philosophical discussion, and Kobe Bryant got brought up, Tupac got brought up, and we're talking about Sark. So go down that rabbit hole, kids. It's fun. But I was thinking about Sark and just how motivated he is. And we were talking about like coaches burnout, right? And how coaches kind of have to pace themselves. And nobody did it better than Nick Saban of understanding like kind of when to dial it back a little bit, but really when I need to turn it on so I can, not that Nick Saban ever took a day off, but you got to pace yourself or you're going to burn yourself out. And I said, I wonder, because you've been around Sark long enough now, Eric. Like, Sark doesn't have a lot of hobbies. I don't ever hear Sark talking about, I went fishing or, what did this? Like, he was talking about, I think it might have been he was going to his son's graduation. He's like, he's like, I'm going to get a good meal and, maybe go to, I think it was Hermosa Beach he was going to. And he's like, but, I'm going to go hang out with the Rams for a few days and kick it with Sean McVay. Like, I think Sark's hobby is football. And I part of me wonders, after everything not just what he went through at SC, but the open heart surgery he had at Bama in 2020, if that's given him the kind of perspective to where football for him is a healthy obsession, where it's like, number one, I never thought I'd get the opportunity to be the head coach at a place like Texas. Number two, if it would have been for Nick Saban, I wouldn't be alive right now. I can't let this opportunity slip away. And whereas a 12-win season, a conference championship, and really being one play away from playing for a national championship, where I think a lot of guys at a place like Texas would kind of kick their feet up and think you can put it in cruise control, I feel like Sark, what I'll call a healthy obsession with football and really wanting to maximize this second chance he's got as a head coach. I feel like the 2024 version of Sark, and I think we're seeing that with the way they've attacked the portal, I think Sark's probably going to be more motivated than ever to try to get back to that point rather than thinking he's putting it in cruise control. Am I wrong about that? I just wanted to get your 2 cents on that.
Jeff, as you lay it out there, the thing that comes to mind is I think there are a lot of coaches. And listen, you don't even have to be a big name coach. I mean, we've been around college football long enough to know, hell, I don't care if you're at insert FCS school. Like if you're devoting 14, 15, 16 hours of your day every, day, 8, 9, 10 months a year, it's a lot, right? And I think there's some people who fall into this category of they have nothing else, right?
Yeah.
As opposed to where Sark kind of seems, and listen, I no need to rehash everything he's been through. It's well documented, but I think you're onto something when you say healthy obsession, because if not this, then what? Right.
Exactly.
And he probably can, Jeff, I don't know how you kind of feel about this. I don't like to psychoanalyze people a ton. So I think, especially in media, I think we do that a lot, especially in sports media, we do it a lot. But Sark, at times, I asked him a question, and actually, you weren't there. It was the day that the CFP announcement came out.
Yeah, that's right. Because you and Chip went to that, and I didn't. I stayed back. Right.
And I wish I could remember exactly the question that prompted this answer. But Sark talked about kind of the perspective his life has given him post everything, and he talked about being with, his wife and kind of going through, the social justice things and what it was essentially to kind of bring the audience in was building the relationship with players and what was the impetus behind that and experiencing all of that, whether it was his own personal trials and tribulations or things that were going on in the world.
Yeah.
And I'm not the typical person who likes to psychoanalyze people, but there's something about that I think gives him a perspective on, okay, like, for lack of a better phrase, this is my purpose. Right. Yeah. And to your point, I think that works, right? To bring it full circle, maybe you don't feel burnt out, right? Because maybe, people get into coaching for a myriad of reasons. I think we tend to forget it's a job, it's a business like everybody else, right? And maybe, some guys experience that burnout because whether it's the fear of the unknown or they don't necessarily have anything else.
Yeah.
Whereas to bring it home, like I think Sark's seen the other side and it's like, all right, this is why I am doing this. And it's probably why the genesis of those Culture Wednesdays, right? Like in my mind. So that's kind of my 2 cents on it.
Very, very rare are the guys like a Bear Bryant, a Bobby Bowden, a Joe Paterno, that they really are. It's going to end in a parade or a pine box.
Right.
That's just the way those guys live. I mean, it was kind of eerie hearing Paul Feinbaum talk about his, when he covered Alabama as a young reporter, talking about kind of the last roundtable the Bama writers have Bear Bryant when he retired. And as he's walking out of the room, Feinbaum says, Bear turns to everybody and he goes, I wonder what I'll be doing a year from now. And a month later, he was dead.
Right.
Like, some guys just can't, like, you can't live without football. It can be, it can be all you've got. But, I envy the guys like a Jimmy Johnson or a Bill Parcells that have kind of known through times, like, I'm going to go as hard as I can, as long as I can, but I know my limits. I know when it's time to walk away. And Jimmy didn't do it, but Parcells, what would he do? Take a few years off, get the batteries recharged, and then he'd be back. I think a guy like Urban Meyer, I don't think Urban's known when to quit. As sad as it is, man, I think Mac Brown is kind of like that. Like, Mac doesn't need to coach right now. Like, Matt could be having a TV gig and living the posh life. Like, he doesn't need to be coaching North Carolina. He doesn't need to be concerning himself with NIL legislation and the state of college football. Like, he should be kicking back. But very rare are the guys like a Nick Saban that can do it as successfully as long as he did and have that kind of longevity. And then just to one day on your own terms, just be like, you know what, I don't think I can do it anymore, and just kind of be at peace with that and be ready to move on to the next thing. But I think Sark, I just feel like he sees this as an opportunity to do something really special. Going back to what I said about Mac post-national championship, Texas Mac Brown should have been a multi-time national champion head coach. Mac Brown should have at least 2 rings, if not 3. And I think Sark now sees, I think we've gotten a taste of what Texas can be in this era of college football. But I think more importantly, Sark has gotten a taste of what Texas can be and realized that, hey, my vision works. My plan works. My plan got us 1 play away from the national championship. And it's not that he's satisfied. It's like, dude, if we keep doing this, like, we can get over that hump. Because Eric, you've seen him, man, they're stacking too much talent right now. And in an NIL world where everybody's kind of going no string, it's no holds barred, right? And Texas is being Texas and throwing its weight around. There's a window here where you can cash in and you can get you one. Do something that only in the history of this program, only Darrell Royal and Mac Brown have done, and that's win a national championship. Man, if I'm Sark, that's enough to get me out of bed in the morning.
No doubt about it, Jeff. And again, I think you take a look at Nick Saban's retirement, right? If there was any feeling of like, hey, the king is eventually going to, because look, over the past, 15 years, Nick is going to get 1 or 2 within a 3-year stretch, 4-year stretch, right? With the king gone, I think that even provides more of, an impetus of this being, you talk about in the NFL, right? Like, is your window closed? How open is your window? How long is your window? In my mind for Texas, you got to be able to capitalize, especially in this NIL environment, which, you can be able to stack talent and get players. It's there. It's absolutely there for the taking.
Yeah. Real quick, that's kind of what I would tell a Texas A&M fan right now, with Mike Elko. Kind of take the same approach that Texas took with Sark. Like, look, just be patient. And, hey, with Jimbo, you did the NIL thing. You dropped bags. And you know what? It didn't work. As a matter of fact, I don't think it could have gone worse than it went 2 years ago and the way it ended. So, you know what? You've done a lot of other stuff. That's honestly, Eric, that's kind of what, but this was obviously before you, but like when Sark was hired, I got to the point where, you know what? I've seen guys try to bring Texas back, and I've seen everybody do it a different way. Like Mac after the 2010 season, coming off the national, they played Alabama for the title and then went 5-7. Mac hired an all-star staff. Look at the guys on that 2011 Texas staff that went on to become head coaches. Manny Diaz was on that staff. Brian Harsin was on that staff. Major Applewhite was on that staff. You had Dwayne Aquina coaching the secondary, Bo Davis coaching the D-line. You had Stacey Searles was your all-line coach. Like, you had the absolute, like, probably if you just went out and gave Mac Brown a blank check and said, go hire the best staff in the country, that might have been it. That might have been it. And it didn't do anything for you. And then you brought in a complete outsider in Charlie Strong, and that didn't work. And then Tom Herman, the prodigal son, came back home, and that didn't work. So I'm like, you know what? At this point, man, I've seen this done 3 ways and nothing's worked. I'm willing to give Sark a chance. You're telling me Steve Sarkisian's going to relearn how to be a head coach on the fly at Texas? Sure. Why the hell not? Let's just hang back and see what happens. But I think we've talked about this. Sark has some really good mentors, Pete Carroll and Norv Turner's one of Sark's mentors. And as a Cowboys fan, I'll anytime I can name drop one of the guys on Jimmy's staff, I will. Sark worked for Norv Turner. Norv Turner's been a big influence on Sark. But, everything Nick Saban's meant to Sark personally and professionally, I think of the Nick Saban assistants, other than Kirby Smart, Sark has taken the Nick Saban playbook and done it better than anybody except Kirby. Because you can't go. I think that's the mistake the Urban Meyer assistants make is I have to be Urban Meyer. No, you take the Urban Meyer playbook and put your spin on it. That's what Kirby's done with Saban. That's what Sark has done with Saban. Lane Kiffin now, and did you deal with Lane at FAU at all?
Yes.
Lane Kiffin now, if you look at the guy that was the head coach at Tennessee and SC and the Raiders, Lane Kiffin is a completely different guy now than he was then. And I think a lot of that goes to Nick Saban. Granted, when you come up, like when your dad's a football coach and you grow up in a football family, it's different. You see the game different. But the guys that take that, the Saban assistants seem to really grasp, I'm going to take this playbook that the greatest college football coach of all time has given me, and I'm going to put my spin on it and see how I can do it rather than just be – I think the Urban Meyer assistants and the Belichick assistants are too similar. It's in a bad way. Like, I'm going to do it my way. Like, no, that's why Josh McDaniels and Matt Patricia and Bill O'Brien, go on down the list, were abject freaking failures as head coaches in the NFL.
Jeff,
where the Saban assistants have done well.
Just to say real quick, you took the words right out of my mouth with Belichick, right? I think it's interesting how Saban and Belichick obviously have such close ties, but they've done it, at least as far as their assistants, have done it differently, right? Like, what was the words coming out of Detroit, right, with Matt Patricia, where it's like, yo, bro, you're not Belichick. Like, what are you doing? So yeah, I just wanted to throw that in there really quick.
Like that garbage that McDaniels tried to tell Antonio Pierce when he was talking about. Because
right,
it was speaking from a player's experience. Like, hey, when we beat the 17-0 Patriots, like nobody thought we could do it, and trying to get the team fired up. And McDaniels like has the gall to be like, yeah, don't ever badmouth the Patriots in here again. Like, what, dude? You don't work for Bill Belichick anymore. Like, you can, Robert Kraft isn't spying on you from the massage parlor. Like, you can let go. Like, you're the head coach of the Raiders. See that name on your shirt? It says Raiders.
Yeah, exactly.
You work for a different franchise. Hey, real quick, we didn't get to talk basketball, but I do want to ask you about, I'll call him your guy, because Eric was always chomping at the bit to interview this guy. Did a couple stories on him during the year. How excited are you to see Christian Jones putting in some good work at the Senior Bowl?
Oh, listen. And the fact that he's working at guard, Jeff, I like that as well, because I think, listen, you can have, a guard who's Christian Jones' size and with his athleticism, and even talking to some people who were involved with his recruitment at Texas, his footwork, his athleticism, that background. I'm really excited to see what Christian does there. I think that he seems like a guy, Jeff, and again, you know, I know we're getting ready to transition to the next hour, but seems like a guy who just needed kind of the light bulb to kind of, you know, flicker and to get that confidence. And once he has it now, look out.
Yeah. You know, I've heard of O-line coaches at Texas that, you know, didn't have a good way of reaching guys, you know, like Joe Wickline. There was a certain type of, I don't know if you remember Joe Wickline when he was on Ron Zook's staff at Florida as the O-line coach, but Wickline was the type of guy that he coaches one way, and that way works for some guys. Basically, you got a case of the red ass from the time you walk into the building until the time you leave. And for some guys, that works. For some guys, that's not the way you reach guys. I think Kyle Flood, I want to say Stacey Searles did this, and I really like Stacey, but I just don't think he got enough time to do it. I think Matt Maddox could have been this guy, but I don't think he got enough time to do it. Kyle Flood's done the best job, I think, of kind of like we talked to really bring this full circle. What we talked about, what Kenny Baker is to what Tyson Helton said he's really good at. I think Kyle Flood has done a really good job of coaching offensive line conceptually the way he needs to coach it, but looking at different guys and saying, this guy needs to work on his footwork. This guy's hands are too slow. This guy needs to change his technique on a pull. This guy's kick slide needs a little bit of work. This guy needs to focus more on this, and taking those guys, those individual things guys need to work on and working on it. Christian Jones is a better player. You know, Hayden Connor has contributed. The fact that Hayden Connor's been a 2-year starter at Texas. Kyle Flood's gotten more starting seasons out of Hayden Connor than I thought the program would get out of him when they recruited him, if I'm being 100% honest. You know, Jake Majors has gotten better under Kyle Flood. You know, Kelvin Banks is going to be a first-round pick. I think Kelvin Banks is more of a guy that he's got the tools. Kyle Flood just got to show him how to use them. DJ Campbell, as BK joins us now, DJ Campbell, if you go back and watch the Sugar Bowl, I don't know if anybody on that Texas roster had a better bowl game than DJ Campbell. Of the guys that are coming back, DJ Campbell might have had the best Sugar Bowl. So I've been wanting the Texas offensive line to be a group other than one that just like makes me want to drink bleach during a game. But now we're at the point where I'm like, dude, they've got talent, they've got depth, and you're going to have a good starting five for the foreseeable future. Yeah, you're going to have attrition at that group, but man, just guys competing for jobs. It's going to be the worm has turned with the Texas offensive line. And it's a really good thing because Trey BK, you guys can agree with me on this. We've Texas right now, I think the challenge is, okay, who are your top 8 or 9 guys? And there's competition for those spots. There were years where I'm like, okay, are there 5 guys that are able-bodied that won't embarrass themselves being on the field? Like there were some years where the offensive line was like that.
Yeah, there were years where I wasn't sure there were 3 guys who would embarrass themselves on that offensive line. I mean, you're right. It's nice. And I don't think it's a coincidence that Texas had its best year in the last 15 seasons with the best offensive line it's had in that stretch. And hell, I think last year's offensive line was better than the 09 offensive line.
No question.
That obviously played for a national championship. So it's been maybe 2 decades since Texas has had an O-line like this, and it doesn't feel like a one-off, right? You've got 4 guys coming back, and you've got guys on the bench that you feel good about. And there's that D word again. Y'all know I love the D, development. It's happening on the offensive line. Yeah. You're laughing like you're insinuating something else. I'm not quite sure what it is.
To each their own, BK.
But the development has been there, man. So it's good. It's exciting times for Texas for a lot of reasons.
I think Trey will appreciate this as a Texas fan. That 2015 season, I think it was, we're interviewing Marcus Hutchins the Monday after the Oklahoma game, after they beat Oklahoma. And we're like, hey, kind of what was going through your mind? Like, cause I think that was his first start. And he said, I walk out there for the first snap and I said, oh shit, I'm starting the Oklahoma game. And I'm thinking, trust me, dude, we were all kind of thinking the same thing. So we're all right there with Marcus Hutchins thinking, oh shit, Marcus Hutchins is starting the Oklahoma game.
Yep.
It was some lean years on the O-line, man, but things are looking up. BK, where are you at today?
I am in Houston, Texas, USA, America. where I'm broadcasting today is actually the same house where the first ever Texas Sports Unfiltered broadcast took place before I moved back to Austin. So down here for a couple of days. Can you tell what that is behind me?
It looks like a picture that has glass in front of it that you can see the reflection of the light.
Very astute observation there, Trey.
It's like an Astros dog pile.
Not an Astros dog pile.
Rangers dog pile?
Definitely not that.
Yankees?
No. Think college.
Rice? Oh,
Rice. The 03 College World Series dog pile for the Rice Owls.
Where's David Pierce in that picture?
That guy looks too old. I think he's getting his head smashed in at the bottom of that pile right there.
Yeah, probably.
That would make sense.
Next time I see Coach Pierce, I'll ask him, hey, where were you positioned in the dog pile?
There you go.
Is that a drawing or an actual picture?
No, it's a painting.
Okay, so maybe somebody painted Troy Tulowitzki's face over David Pierce's face with a sick joke.
Yeah. Well, it looks like. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why. I'm at the guy I lived with's house in Houston, and he did not go to Rice, and no one in his family went to Rice. I have no idea why he has this. And this is his office. Like, I'm in where he normally works, so every Zoom call he takes for his job, he's got this Rice baseball dog pile, and I don't think he could give a rat's ass about Rice baseball.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Sometimes art is art, and that is a really cool background picture.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess. I don't want it. I'd rather 02 or 05 instead, but I'm biased.
Yeah, I've got like a Trey, you'll like this. I've got some stuff that I actually pilfered from the old place, like a real nice Vince Young photo, and that's kind of in that style, and it's a nice Texas football one. I got to get them up on the wall, but I agree with that, Trey. Art is art. Can I just tell you, Trey, that I'm of all our setups here, everybody's got their own setup. I'm insanely jealous of your setup. Like, even more so, I know Wags has a Mortal Kombat cabinet in his setup, which is freaking awesome. But your office looks like just a place where you can just hang out and chill all day. I don't know if I'm just reading too much into the bookcase behind you, but it seems like it looks like a grown up goes to work there.
Yeah, this is the magic of not really television, YouTube, I guess, because I am at an awkward spot in the room, but it's directly in front of this bookshelf where it looks really nice. At some point, I may turn the camera around so people can see the rest of the room, because the rest of the room is okay. It's not a big mess or anything, but if somebody were to walk in right now, they'd be like, oh, wow, you are in the worst possible spot to have a desk in this room. It's blocking one of the doorways into the room. There is another way to get out, but I appreciate that, because it's been 2.5 years of me doing these sorts of broadcast conversations, interviews, recordings, etc. And it's been an evolution. Like, it started out where I was actually up against the window, and so the bookshelf was more in the background, but then I realized having a door behind me looks a little bit weird, and I can have some more fun with the bookcases and putting more things than just books on there. The most recent edition, let's see if I can get this right. The most recent edition is this right here. You guys know what that is?
Looks like a heartbeat.
Okay, so that you're on the right track there. It is
sound waves.
Sound waves. Yep, that's good call, Eric. BK's nodding along with that one. So that is something that I just got for my 11th wedding anniversary from Justine. I guess the official medal of the 11th anniversary, and this is not something we always abide by, is steel. And so she wasn't planning on getting me anything, but instead she had this idea last minute to get me our song, the waveform of the song that we danced to at our wedding, in steel.
She stole it?
She didn't steal it. No, she ended up. Awesome. Oh, steal. I see what you did there. She did order it. She did pay for it. Unfortunately, I guess not living up to the steel standard. But yeah, it's our first dance song in waveform.
That's cool.
See, but on this part that is out of shot, it says Trey and Justine established 2013.
That's awesome. Did you when I forgot what anniversary it is, but when you hit the one where wood is the gift, did you make the juvenile jokes that I did to my wife? That I had it covered.
Jeff, little family secret here. Every anniversary is wood on this.
Heyo.
Okay. Family program here, gentlemen.
Is it?
No.
Is it? Yeah.
Thank God. Because wow, there are some families that have probably broken up by now.
Yeah. In the history of you two doing a midday show together, like I'll just say, not that they were used, but there was a kind of a fleshlight tutorial at one point. So yeah,
well, they were used.
You guys, well, again, BK to each their own.
There was a flashlight that was supposed to remain on the windowsill that just conspicuously disappeared at one point.
I'll blame Bucky 100%.
All right, fellas, y'all got stuff to do.
Yeah, you guys have a good show, and we'll be back to do it tomorrow. Eric, thank you so much, man. Again, I know it's short notice, but appreciate it as always, sir.
Anytime, Jeff.
All right,
Thanks, guys. There they go. Jeff and Eric Henry filling in for Jordan Scruggs. Jordan's in the middle of a move right now, so appreciate Eric jumping on today. Great hour of conversation with those two guys. You can find Eric's work, of course, at Horns 24/7. Follow-up question on what you just talked about during Crosstalk, Trey. What song was the first song that you and your wife danced to at your wedding?
Yes. It is called You and Me by Penny and the Quarters. It is an older song, old school sounding song too. It's just a really sweet song that we heard for the first time in a movie that was romantic and heartbreaking at the same time. So hopefully we don't have to experience too much of the heartbreak part, but this is one of the more beautiful romantic moments in that movie. I think it was called Blue Valentine, starring Ryan Gosling and Michelle Williams.
Okay.
Really deep cut on you.
Yeah, it is. Does the band sometimes go by Anthony by chance in the Quarters?
No, but they should when they play in Memphis, if nothing else, and Orlando.
Be a good bit right there. What was the Blue Waffle? What was the name of the
Blue Valentine or My Blue Valentine? I honestly, we saw it one time, and the song was great. The movie was okay.
There you go. Our guy Dan the man says the wife and I danced to You and Me by Dave Matthews.
That does not surprise me, Dan. Knowing you and your wife a little bit, that's a great selection for a first dance song.
Let me tell you, I was hoping. Now your story is good and it's romantic and it's a great gift by your awesome wife who's way better than you. You know that. Everyone knows that. I was really hoping those would be the wavelengths of your manifesto that you gave when you left the zone the first time around. Like that would be epic. If somebody or even you turned that into a wavelength, then that's what that was.
I hope that is still in a box somewhere because I did have that on a CD at one point, and some boxes haven't been unpacked in a while. And the last time I checked, I couldn't find it, but I'd only gone through a certain percentage of the boxes. Regardless, though, I will always have the email. So
I need to hear that. I need you to find that box because that's like the number one bucket list item of my life, I think, is to hear your manifesto on when you lock yourself.
Before I started, said, because they knew it was my last day, and I'd asked them if I could get some final words in, and they knew how I felt about that place and the direction that place was heading to, because they had just hired this guy that everybody fucking hated, and it was something that was insulting to the entire staff, Bucky especially. They end up getting rid of Kevin a week prior because he was going to do some writing for Orange Bloods, and they were going to get rid of him because of that. So it was just like one thing after another where I was going to do something else. I already had something lined up. And so they knew where my mindset was. And Bucky, who we've always been on that wavelength with one another, he just said, "You're not going to do anything to get us in trouble, are you?" I said, No. It's going to be fine, Buck. Don't you worry. They didn't really get in trouble. There's only so much those guys could do. I had turned their microphones down, so it's not like they could cut in or anything. I didn't even lock my control room door because I was in a separate room. But yeah, I read it. I could tell from bosses walking by, management, or not walking by, running by that glass window that was in front of our studio. I don't know what the studio setup was when you were over there with Chip and Sean, but they were running by. So I knew that they were like outside the door behind me, but I was like, once I start, I'm going to get all the way through this 1.5 to 2 minutes, and then I'll deal with the consequences. And eventually they nicely escorted me out of the building.
Yeah, that was the consequence. Not that bad.
Yeah. Then I met up with everybody at Docks on South Congress and shared some laughs.
That's fantastic. Yeah, we got to find that somewhere. That's I need to hear that, but more importantly, the people need to hear that.
That's one of those things that I'm glad and also bummed that the internet wasn't a bigger deal at that time, because that most certainly would have ended up on the internet somewhere.
Oh yeah, and it'd still be out there for sure.
So it probably would have hurt my ability to get other radio jobs, but it probably would have been worth it too, because I still would have had a copy, you know?
Yeah, you would have gotten a podcast job like this. Like someone would have hired you for the creative genius that probably went into that thing.
Yeah, 10, 15 years later. Oh, thank God. I'm being rejuvenated from the dead. I'm just working a desk job at Dell, and I get back into podcasting now.
You could have invented podcasts back then.
That's true. That was right around the time.
There you go. All right. I don't know what we're talking about today. How's that?
I figured it was going to be a random show.
So I've got two things that I have to ask you and I have to ask the people, and I need some feedback on these two things. I just had a doctor's appointment in between the morning show and this show down here in Houston.
Everything okay?
Yeah. But a couple of things happened so it was a hospital that I went to. That's just where the doctor that I go see is. And a couple of things happened here. One of them is not a big deal, just was weird. And the other one could be a big deal. So I want to get your thoughts and the folks on YouTube and also those on the Coda text line. 512-222-9328. I want to hear the opinions on this. So the first one that's kind of minor. So today is Wednesday, right?
Mm-hmm.
I got asked by the woman, like the receptionist at the office, how was my weekend? Is it okay to ask that question on Wednesday? Are we too far removed from the previous weekend to be asked about how that weekend went?
This is very timely with Curb Your Enthusiasm coming back for a final season this Sunday. No, it is not okay to ask about a weekend on Wednesday. We're too far into the future now. If anything, you can say, oh, you got anything big planned for the rest of the week or the weekends? But we're past the hope you had a good weekend or how was your weekend chit chat. We just are. We got to put a limit on these things. Tuesday afternoon is probably it. Maybe even Tuesday midday.
Yeah. I mean, like if I send an email on a Tuesday, I feel weird asking how was your weekend. I usually do because it's just that icebreaker at the start of a relatively formal email. But even on Tuesday, it's like, God, I feel bad asking about that. Wednesday?
Tuesday, if it's somebody that I speak with regularly and we just haven't talked in a couple of days, I'll go weekend. Otherwise, it's hope you've had a good start to the week on Tuesday with most people.
Yeah, I got a couple of texts coming in. Someone says no. Someone says not acceptable after Tuesday. Hair of the Dog says you should be asking if you have anything planned for the upcoming weekend, which you said that, and I agree. Like that's fair because by the time you get to Wednesday, you're like, God, can we get to the next weekend, please? Like that's more fair. I still wouldn't do that, but if you're asking about either weekend on a Wednesday, it's got to be the one coming up, right?
Yeah, but even then, I think it may be too early to ask about the upcoming weekend. It's hump day after all. You got to find something unique to talk about with the day. It could be, I hope the week's been well, or hey, we're halfway through this week now. It can't be asking too much or hoping ill or positive will on somebody's weekend, past or future.
Are you humping today by chance on this hump day? Is that like a good casual thing to ask?
Well, in this relationship, BK, every day is a hump day.
The one between you and me or you and your wife?
Oh.
We can't see your bottom half right now, so there could be something going on there, hypothetically.
Would you like to see my bottom half?
Depends on what's happening down there. Okay. I feel like I should say no, because more likely than not, I'm not going to enjoy what could be happening. But no, there's a scenario where that'd be a yes.
I guess we'll spare the people today. No, I was talking about yours and my relationship, of course. Every day is a hump day for you and me.
That is true. Yeah.
Gotta keep it random every day.
we got 23 hours off camera, so there's a lot that can go on in that time frame.
What I'm talking about. What was the other thing from the doctor's office?
Yeah, so that was one. How was your weekend? And my response was, I was clearly startled, and I was startled in real time. I thought about it. I was like, Wednesday? It's like, it was good. How was yours? Like I literally said it like that. She's like, oh, it was great. Thank you for asking. What time's your appointment? I'm like, oh, okay. That was weird. All right, the other one.
What was she young?
No, middle, probably 30s to 40s.
Okay.
So no, I don't know. I don't know.
Pretty far-fetched conspiracy theory here, but I'm guessing that a relationship of hers just ended, just got dumped by a boyfriend or something, and now she's desperate for positive interaction with other men.
Yeah, that is a reach right there. You're just putting a failed relationship on her, and that's why she did that?
It's only really how chipper she was in response. Like, she desperately needed you to ask how her weekend was.
Yeah.
And it probably had something to do with it being the first weekend that she didn't spend Saturday and Sunday with a box of Kleenexes, a gallon of Haagen-Dazs, and whatever bullshit Netflix show she's watching for all 48 hours, you know?
It's almost like if you ask that question, you're hoping someone asks you how you did or how you're doing, right? Make the conversation. I heard you and Kevin talking about this yesterday. Like, you make the conversation about you. And most people are like, God, don't do that to me, please. I would have been very much in favor of hearing a story like that because it would have brought us more content on the show. And my whole life is about more content for TSU. So I would have loved for her to be like, man, my weekend actually sucked. Like, I got dumped. I had to stay home all weekend. Or, oh, no, I finally got out after a long breakup. Just any sort of story that would have made for like, oh, this is good. Like, most people would hate this, and you shouldn't be telling some random stranger this at your place of work. But I would have been all in favor of it. Unfortunately, she just hit me with the standard. Oh, it was great. Thank you for asking.
The psychologist in me, I feel like in a different life, I could have been something along the lines of a shrink. The psychologist in me loves situations like that because I will give like many sessions to try and help that person get through whatever that anguish is, or to give them a pat on the back for the fact that they were able to get out of their pajamas on the weekend and go see a movie or something.
Yeah.
But one of my biggest pet peeves with people is those who talk too much about themselves, who try and turn every conversation into something about them. And fortunately, Kevin's not that. Kevin has a little bit of that in him. You're not that. Most of the people that I hang out with and I'm friends with really aren't that. And of course, I'm kidding with Kevin too. Kevin and I have great back and forth dialogue. But there are people who can't fucking help themselves.
Yeah.
It gets pretty awful. Like 2 to 3 of those examples in. You're just talking about something. You're not bragging. Maybe you mentioned something you've just done. It's like, oh, yeah, I did that too. Or I went here this last weekend. It's like, all right, no, we're not getting to a pissing contest right now. Trying to have a conversation. If you can't do that, then let's just go our separate ways.
Not a D measuring contest and not a Tom Herman P chart measuring contest either. You don't need to have that going on here.
I shouldn't be having that sort of contest with anybody because my urine regularly looks like, I don't know.
Area 51? Are you a bad dude?
Alstat wheat? No, Alstat wheat. It'd be one thing if it were like Alstat lights, because that is the lighter beer there. But no, it looks like does Alstat have a Bach? It does not look good, according to the Tom Herman P chart and my medical professional wife, who says your pee looks and smells bad. You need to drink more water.
Oh, God. Yeah, their darkest beer might be the seasonal Oktoberfest, and if it looks like that, that is not good. You got to get that checked out. I don't think water can fix that problem, dude.
Yeah.
It's amazing you're still alive if that's the case.
You know, we talked yesterday about the core values jersey that somebody created during the Charlie Strong era.
Yeah.
Thank you to CB for tweeting the picture at us. I kind of do want a P chart on a T-shirt.
Oh,
T jersey. Yeah, I'd like that P chart on a T-shirt.
Okay. Should we do like a Texas Sports Unfiltered shirt? Like on the front, it's got the P chart, and on the back, it's got the TSU logo.
Oh, that's a hell of an idea there.
Think people would wear that?
Probably, yeah. I think people would wear that, actually.
I know you and I would, but with anybody else?
I do dress like a 13-year-old with my propensity to wear T-shirts and shorts.
That is true. Hey, it's the work from home lifestyle that we've got now. Although you did that when you didn't work from home, so that was irrelevant for you. All right, the other thing that happened, and this, so I was in the waiting room in a doctor's office, and it's a hospital, right? So it wasn't like a very specific office that I walked into. It's like there's a big waiting area, and then there are a few different doors that you can walk in based on the doctor that you're going to see. So I'm in this relatively crowded waiting area at this doctor's office, and there's a woman who's I don't know if she's scrolling through TikTok or Twitter or Instagram Reels, but she has the volume on her phone on loud, and she is just scrolling through all of these videos, and everybody in the waiting room can hear it. I mean, it is loud. And it's just all sorts of just 5-second snippets. And then you can tell she scrolls to the next one. You've got songs, you've got jokes, you've got just random news clips. I mean, it's a whole feed of just annoyingness. And it's, dude, I'm telling you, her phone, and she didn't have headphones. It wasn't one of those she's got headphones and she just doesn't realize that they're not plugged in or the Bluetooth isn't connected. No, just super loud for everybody to hear everything that she was playing on her phone. And I didn't film it because I'm not that guy. I wish I did, to give y'all just a little bit of an example and visual of what was actually going on. But should I have done anything there? And what? She should not have done that, right? She was in the wrong on that deal.
100% in the wrong. Somebody needed to say something, as sad as that is. And this gets back to the interaction that I had with the young lady who was letting her dog just lay out in the middle of the coffee shop a couple months ago. There are some people who are oblivious to what they're doing and how it is affecting others. To just be going reel after reel with the volume on is extremely inconsiderate. My wife watches a fair number of reels at night. Sometimes we're watching TV, sometimes I'm working, whatever. It's the way she mindlessly passes time. Even she, in those moments where it's her and I just sitting on the couch and I'm kind of doing my own thing, has the sense to put an earphone in so that I'm not having to hear this cacophony of fucking sound every 15 seconds. For this woman to be doing this in a doctor's office waiting room, yeah, she needed to be dealt with. You have to go full on Larry David the next time this happens and say, excuse me, I'm sorry that we're interrupting your Facebook Reels time, but can you please turn the volume down? This is disturbing to everybody else in the room right now. And guess what? Because people in this day and age love to double down on stupidity. She might say, fuck you. She might say no. She might ask, why is it that big of a deal? And it may require a little bit more of a conversation out of you, but it'll at least get things headed in the direction to where she's not going to be doing that incessantly in other waiting rooms going forward, you know?
That's the hope, but you're probably right. She would have doubled down, and that's the worst part of that. I try to avoid conflict whenever I can, and that just would have turned into some sort of conflict. So I don't have that Larry David in me where it's just I'll say whatever is on my mind, and I don't really care who gets bothered by it. I'll just think about it. I'll be like, what is going on? This is weird. She shouldn't be doing this, but I will be like most other people in the room and not actually do anything about it.
While Larry does speak his mind too much, there's also an element that is needed in society. He is a courtesy police.
Yeah. Oh, believe me, I wish somebody else did it. I would have loved to see the interaction between somebody else telling this woman to turn her phone down or put headphones on, whatever. That would have been incredible. I just didn't want to be the guy to do it. Then someone pulls out their phone and they start filming, and I'm looking like a Karen or something out there, not worrying about my own business. And it's just a whole snowball effect, whole chain reaction there that I don't want to deal with.
Oh, dude, I was getting ice cream the other night at Scoop and Score, which is really close to our place. By the way, if you're in Cedar Park, go to Scoop and Score. They serve Grater's ice cream. It is a Cincinnati ice cream company. It is.
They got chili in that ice cream or some shit like that.
What's that?
Isn't that Cincinnati's deal? They got chili and everything.
Oh, They don't have any chili ice cream, thankfully. That might turn me off of Graders, but they do have this black raspberry chocolate chip ice cream that is my favorite ice cream on the planet. But I was in there a couple weeks ago, and I was standing behind this family, and it was this older couple and a girl who looked like she was maybe 14 or 15 years old. Well, the girl was chubby. She was, we can call her moderately fat, if that's a thing. There we go. And I think she also had autism, maybe. There was definitely some sort of developmental disability going on, but it was weird and sad and frustrating to watch because the grandma, I think it was a grandma and a boyfriend or something, was like just letting her do whatever the hell she wanted to. Like she said, no, we're only going to do this much ice cream tonight because she wanted to get the extra large. And it's like, you should probably go small, maybe medium. So grandma still gave her the medium. She was throwing a fit about that. She was knocking stuff off of the countertop, napkins and whatnot. Like the grandma was just letting this happen. I'm like, you're creating this mess for these poor girls to have to clean up afterwards. Well, she gets a medium cone and grandma is paying for the ice cream. And when she does, I just watch this happen. She just holds the cone up and drops it out of her hand.
No
She's
way.
like, oh no, my ice cream fell. Like it's very obvious to everyone, probably grandma included, who, yes, she did have her back turned, what just happened right there. And so she's like, oh, and the employees are being so sweet. They're like, oh, let us get you a new one, even though they saw exactly what just happened. Like they're basically just trying to get this girl out of here at this point. And so they reach for a medium because she's like, no, you're not getting another cone. You're only doing a cup this time. So they reach for the medium cup and she slaps the employee's hand, grabs an extra large and says, this one. And the grandma just looks at the extra large cup, doesn't say anything about this girl slapping this employee's hand, and then just like gives like a defeated nod. Like, yeah, just go ahead and give her an extra large of the flavors that she had ordered previously.
No
Dude,
way.
I was seeing red because of the kid's actions in a sense, but it's like at some point you as an adult, even or especially as the adult of a special needs child, like you need to be the adult in that situation. I'm sorry if that's going to upset her or lead her to cry or whatever else. There has to be some sort of understanding that the way that you're conducting yourself right now is completely unacceptable. And with developmental disabilities, they suck. I have special needs relatives and they are sweet people, but that it isn't always necessarily the case, especially if you just let whoever run roughshod. I don't care who the kid is. If the kid doesn't have boundaries, if they don't have limits, they're going to be complete shitheads about things. And unfortunately, I saw that play out in this ice cream shop a couple weeks ago.
Wow. You didn't do anything? You didn't say anything?
Dude, it took everything in my power not to say something. I was so close. I was so close to saying, hey, what you're doing right now, you're embarrassing your grandma. You're treating these people like crap who are trying to get you ice cream, and you're embarrassing yourself also. Stop it.
Gosh,
I wanted so, but it's, we talk about this with workplace accidents or Texas coaches freaking out about the horns down bit. It's been at least like 5 or 6 weeks since I've had to admonish a special needs kid, BK. I wanted to keep that counter going,
Yeah, it's awfully kind of you. That might be a career high. So well done. Nice New Year's resolution by you here.
I'm taking after the NBA. I'm just blowing up points wise, where if by points you mean extra days of me not letting a special needs kid have it.
Gosh, what a story. Damn. All right, so that's what happened to me at the doctor's office today. By the way, you care to guess the demographic / appearance of the woman that I'm talking about, who had the sound on super loud, playing Instagram Reels or TikToks or Facebook Reels on her phone for everyone in the waiting room to hear?
Attractive Jewish.
Not a bad guess. I didn't ask for her religion, so I cannot confirm nor deny the Judaism.
Judaism is ethno-religious. It's where y'all have it really unique, and I give you a lot of credit for that.
Thank you. That's usually not how I start the conversation. Hey, are you Jewish? Hey, can you
Let me-
turn
let
your
me-
phone
okay,
off, please?
One more guess. One more
Okay.
guess. Overweight Asian Indian.
Overweight Asian Indian?
Yes.
As opposed to
Native American.
got it. Okay. It's like India's in that checks out. You got to have that right, or a third of that right. I'm not sure what to say because you said three things, but they were only two.
Oh, overweight Asian?
No, just 1/3 of it was right.
He's fat.
And if it happens to be their fat little girlfriends, too bad.
She was big, but white.
What was the ethnic makeup?
White.
Ah.
And like not probably in her 40s to 50s would be my guess. So Facebook makes more sense than TikTok. Like it's the prime Karen age and demographic too. To where it's like, yeah, if I or anybody else would have gone up and said something, there would have been a scene. A big time scene. And you thought it was loud before. You go up there and try to shut her up and tell her to stop playing all that stuff on her phone, it's going to be even louder. Everyone's going to be paying attention now.
Yeah, she may lean into her stupidity in that moment, but I do really feel like somebody being called out like that forces them to reconsider their actions the next time they're in a similar situation.
Yeah.
So it's almost like you're taking one for the collective team when you do that.
Yeah.
Like I took one for everybody else at Hounds. Shouldn't have said the coffee shop at Houndstooth. Whenever I had to call this girl out for letting her dog lay out in the middle of the place. And like there were people that were upset with me in the moment, but I guarantee you there were people who were happy. Like, thank goodness, I'm tired of having to step over or around this gigantic dog every day.
Mm-hmm. Oh, speaking of Karen, by the way, I showed this to the Buck. Have you seen this? This is a restaurant. It's like a pop-up restaurant. And it's called Karen's Diner.
Oh, nice. Like Dick's Last Resort.
Kind of.
she ate a cheese fry or something. That's good.
Yeah, you literally like this is part of the experience. The waitstaff treats you like trash, and you can also talk back to the waitstaff. Yeah, she's like dropping the baskets of food on the table. She's giving the Tom Herman double bird to the customer, and then on her way out, she grabs an onion ring from a guy's tray, dips it in the ranch or gravy or whatever that was, and then eats it and leaves.
You know how Hooters restaurant waitresses are supposed to have nice figures to fit into the tight tops and those nasty pantyhose and the orange shorts?
Mm-hmm.
Are the waitresses at this Karen's restaurant supposed to be pear-shaped like many Karens are?
Well, this one kind of is, isn't she?
Yeah.
Mm.
But hey, you know what? If you're the waitress at Karen's, you got to be ready for those types of comments because you're going to be dishing it out to people, you know?
Sure. No, like that. Part of me is like, when I see someone who looks like that, I just assume she might be offended at something, and it's probably different than what she was offended by yesterday.
Yeah.
But that's a bad stereotype by me because she wouldn't have this job if she was easily offended, right? Like you got to have thick skin to do something like this because if the customers are allowed to dish it back, then, you got to be able to take it, right?
Well, look, my gaydar is maybe not as sharp as it used to be, but there is a chance there that she is in the LGBTQ plus community. And if so, I think she probably, or maybe not, but she looks to me like she has a slightly thicker skin.
Not that there's anything wrong with that.
Perhaps because of the community or the role she plays within her community.
Yeah, perhaps. So what kind of role are you talking?
Pants?
Pants. Not a position on the baseball field. The number 1 or number 2.
Number 2?
Yeah. And you're keeping score in baseball.
I don't know what you're talking about. You've lost
person. Each position has a number.
Yeah. You're
keeping score. You go around the diamond 1 through 9.
Yeah.
Number 1 pitcher, number 2 catcher.
She's cleanup. Let's take this baseball analogy into a different place. She is cleanup.
So she doesn't have a number. She's a DH.
She's just the best hitter on the team. Okay, she can play numerous positions. She can put many different types of gloves on. Hell, you could even warm her up to pitch in a game or in a relationship where things are really out of hand, and she'll come from right field and do it. Just give her some warm up pitches first.
God, this whole thing is out of left field.
Well done there.
Yeah, likewise. That's what happens
Doing a dad joke
when we don't plan a show. This is where we go. We do have some breaking news out of the NFL. We'll get to that before where we at in society. But before that, we got to give some love to some sponsors here. We talked about Alstat Beer earlier. The best beer in the world is Alstat Beer. Trey, I'll give you the floor for AV Consultations today if you're up to talk about our buddy Tom McKay.
Sure. Love our buddy Tom McKay of Audio Visual Consultations. Was thinking about him a little bit earlier, as a matter of fact, as Justine and I are talking about our week of Memorial Day plans. Tom McKay is not only a great dude, he runs a top-notch business in audio visual consultations, has been hooking homes and businesses up here in Central Texas and beyond since 1988. In that time, he has provided so many dream home theater setups. That includes here in the Elling household. We have that set up in our living room. We also have a video game nook upstairs that Tom and his crew took care of a couple of years ago, and they love to help you out as well. You might be able to get in now to have that setup ready to go by the time of the Super Bowl if you're planning on throwing a party, but act now. Go to avconsultations.com, check to make sure what it is that you want them to provide for you, and then give them a call at 512-255-8678. That's 255-8678 for audio-visual consultations.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to AV Consultation. Shout out to Covert BK as well. If you're in the market for a newer pre-owned car, truck, or SUV, you got to go to Covert BK. Right there off of 71. 7 brands and 3 state-of-the-art dealerships, all in one gorgeous facility. They've got anything. If you're looking to upgrade, they've got you. If you're looking for a nice used car, they've got you, and everything in between as well. Great selection, amazing service, unbeatable prices. It's the perfect car buying experience, and you get it with the Covert family out there at Covert BK. The Coverts have been around in Austin since 1909. You don't last that long if you don't know what you're doing. They know what they are doing. They're the best. CovertBeeCave.com is the website. More importantly, go check out that beautiful facility off of 71. Apparently, there are 14 Karen's Diner locations. It started in Australia, but it's doing so well. That whole concept, even in this thin-skinned world that we live in, with all the cancel culture going around, apparently people have taken to the Karen's Diner bit. So,
wow.
Nice job there. Yeah, that surprised me. All right, the breaking NFL news. The Seattle Seahawks have apparently landed on a head coach. They're going with Mike McDonald, who's been the defensive coordinator for the Baltimore Ravens the last couple of years. So McDonald to Seattle, that means there is just one remaining vacancy, and that is the Washington Commanders. We had some news yesterday. Ben Johnson, the Lions OC, said he was going back to Detroit. Great news for Texans fans. Bobby Slowick, he got a new contract in Houston, so he will be staying with the Texans to be the offensive coordinator for C.J. Stroud and company for at least one more year. So both of those guys were rumored to be in the mix for Washington. Both of those guys said thanks, but no thanks. Now Seattle has their man, so just one vacancy left in the NFL, but the Seahawks going the defensive route with Mike McDonald.
Baltimore had a really good defense this year, so on the surface, this seems like a good hire. I don't know a whole lot about the guy, but best of luck, Seahawks fans. In terms of the brevity with which you might be able to turn a situation around, it seems like Seattle is probably a little bit closer than Washington is right now, but Washington does have that number 2 pick, so they can select the right guy and get that franchise quarterback. That obviously makes every other part of that turnaround process so much easier, as the Texans and C.J. Stroud were able to prove this year. I don't know what the Commanders are going to do. Like, people have said that maybe Belichick goes there. I would be hard pressed to think that Bill Belichick ends up with the Commanders. I think he probably ends up sitting out this season and waiting for the next round of job openings after 2024.
I do too. I mean, Bill Belichick hasn't interviewed with Washington. Like, the only team he interviewed with was Atlanta. And I don't think that was his choice. I think Atlanta's the only team that reached out for an interview. So, at this point, it does feel like Belichick will be on the sidelines off the sidelines, I guess makes more sense in this regard for 2024.
Belichick, he probably does get another opportunity because this is a league of retreads. And look, he is the greatest NFL coach of all time, but at this point, he is near the end of that rope. And while he's going to try and help you win a championship, he's trying to get back in it to get that wins record too. According to those who were around things in Atlanta, he was insisting on entirely too much power there. And if he continues to insist as much with any other potential job openings, then it's going to be a deal breaker for any team that has its wits about it. That was a big part of the problem with the end of his time with the Patriots. So let him come in, be the head coach, have major responsibility on the defense, obviously, hire somebody good on offense, and he can be a part of the decision-making process with personnel, but he's only a part of that decision-making process. It doesn't begin and end with him.
Yeah, that's where it fell apart in New England, right? He was not great at drafting. He was not great in free agency, and the Patriots roster is pretty bereft of talent right now. That's why they're one of the worst teams in football this past season. So it wasn't just Tom Brady. Tom Brady kind of masked a lot of Bill Belichick's issues when it came to personnel. He left. They couldn't get the quarterback right, and you kind of saw all of the other holes that they had up and down that roster. So yeah, he's going to have to check his ego at the door a little bit. It's going to be hard for him because we know he has a giant ego and he's one of the most successful coaches in the history of the league. But you're right. I think he might have to cede at least some power if he is keen on getting back to an NFL sideline. I don't know what Washington does, man. I mean, Ben Johnson made so much sense for them. And then if Ben Johnson said no, Bobby Slowick would have made a lot of sense for them. Like, they've got the number 2 pick. They're taking a quarterback. They need an offensive mind. So Dan Quinn apparently was there for another interview yesterday, and we'll see what happens there. I'm sure Dan Quinn would take that job if he's offered it, but that doesn't make sense. Like, they have to go offensive mind, and I don't know who's out there. I'm sure there's somebody that I'm not thinking of, but it feels like the top 2 offensive guys who were left both said thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, they're up shit creek, and with Dan Snyder no longer there, it at least gives Washington a chance to become a decent franchise, but they've still got a ways to go. They made the right move in getting rid of Ron Rivera. Speaking of guys who are probably past their prime at this point, I don't know if Ron gets another head coaching opportunity, but you do have some nice weapons on offense. You have a few decent pieces on defense too, but considering that you have good wide receivers and a decent running back room with Brian Robinson and Antonio Gibson, I feel like, even though you need to fix some things on the offensive line, getting that quarterback in there is a big deal. So it's whether or not they go with Daniels or May. We could see the Redskins surprise some people this year. Not to say that they are going to be above 500 or a playoff team, but they may be more competitive than what we saw from much of the 2023 season.
Easy on the R word there, pal. Can't call them that anymore.
They call them Redskins again? God damn it. I'd avoided it like 3 times this conversation, and finally the natural thing just came out.
I don't know. I don't know what to call them anymore, By the way, yes or no, you think Mike McDonald works in Seattle?
I don't know. I don't know much about the guy other than that he just ran a really good defense. So who does he hire as his offensive coordinator? What are they going to be doing at quarterback going forward? There are some questions that still need to be answered there. Like, are they about to move on from Geno Smith and enter the Drew Lock era for at least half a season?
Yeah, that's a good question. We'll maybe find out the answers to those questions minute by minute. But you think he's going to fail? That's what a fool believes, Trey.
Huh?
See what I'm doing here?
Michael McDonald. Oh, the musician?
Yeah.
Okay. Good job there. That one went over my head because I'm not the biggest Michael McDonald fan. But any Michael McDonald fans in the crowd right now, they really appreciate that. So kudos to you.
It's pretty average. It was so forced, too. It wasn't as natural as it needed to be. That's what someone said. All right.
I was like, wow, that's maybe the gayest assessment you've ever made about a new coaching hire. Oh, yeah, it's Michael McDonald reference. I get it now.
Yeah.
He isn't happy, too, by the way. I was like, that's just a very cheery way to look at things.
Thank you very much. All right, before we get to where we at in society, quick word for our friends at BetUS, the best online sportsbook and casino out there. If you're watching on YouTube, just click the link in the video description below us. If you're listening on the app, thank you. Hit the Explore Our Socials tab on the homepage of the app, and then there will be a link to BetUS there. You sign up, you deposit $50. They're going to match your deposit. They're going to hook you up with free money. And you'll be on your way to winning even more money on the Super Bowl, of course, but also college hoops, NBA, NHL, golf, whatever you want. they've got you covered right there at BetUS. Just click those links and you will be set. Trey, I didn't ask you this before the show, but we've got a relatively new partner. Are you up to talk about one of our new partners today?
Yeah, that would be Big Hat Cocktails or Big Hat Spirits. You can go to bighatspirits.com to find out more about what I'm talking about. These are delicious cocktails that are very low on the bullshit. You know how much I pay attention to what I put into my body, as weird as that sounds. You get the gist here. Food and beverage wise, these have no syrups, no gluten. They're non-GMO, BPA free, 100% natural, real spirits, no added sugars also. And they got a bunch of delicious flavors as well. That includes ranch water, which I had when we were in New Orleans, jalapeno ranch water, if you want a little bit of a kick to that one. The margarita, also prickly pear, Paloma, blackberry smoke, Texas Mule, margarita mocktail as well. You hear Bucky talking about that one in the morning. If you want to, you could probably add a little bit of booze to that one if you wanted to. But if you are dry, if you are sober, then the margarita mocktail is the perfect thing for you. That's right. Premium tequila and vodka cocktails just made easy for you. So the only work you have to do is popping that can open, taking a sip. You can find them at Specs 34 Wine and Spirits. And stay tuned because there will be more places that are carrying Big Hat Cocktails. Again, bighatspirits.com.
Yes, indeed. Shout out to them. I think they've got some stuff at HEB too, so definitely check that out.
The mocktails are at HEB right now. We'll see about the alcohol infused beverages in the not too distant future.
Very good. Very good. Shout out to them. Also, shout out to our great friends at Pest Wranglers who bring you Where Are We At in Society. Here's our man, Steve.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
I'm making a silly commercial like other companies so people will remember our name.
But we're not like other companies. Anyone could see that from our 5-star reviews.
But how will people remember Pest Wranglers?
Well, once they try us, they'll never forget that we are the most effective, reliable, and affordable pest control company.
I guess you're right. Pest Wranglers is the best at pest control, wildlife management, termite control.
Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers, Pest Wranglers.
What are you doing?
Hey, it couldn't hurt.
Pest Wranglers, 512-670-7808, or find us on the web at pestwranglers.com.
Where are we at in society today?
That's right. It is your regular look at stories that show we as a people are headed in the wrong direction. Very occasionally, I will bring you a story that provides a sense of optimism and has us all saying to ourselves, hey, maybe we as a people are starting to figure something out. And today, I'm going to give BK the decision here. Do you want a story that provides a sense of optimism, or do you want the standard doom and gloom? As a matter of fact, you know what? No, I'm making the decision for you, BK. We are going optimism today. Headline: vegan restaurants start serving meat in order to stay open.
Yes.
That's right.
There is a God.
Win one for the good guys. A vegan restaurant has come to the decision to start serving meat dishes on its menu in order to survive. Nomus Gastrobar in England made the announcement on Tuesday, January 23rd, that it had come to a difficult yet necessary decision to add meat options to its menu in order for the business to survive. The owner said the challenges the restaurant has faced in recent times have been heartfelt and profound, and that will serve, quote, a thoughtfully curated selection of high quality, responsibly sourced meat and dairy. Nomus opened its doors as the local vegan spot back in April of 2020. Bad time to open a restaurant. But then it says because of its vegan only menu, it only had a small number of customers, which has made it increasingly difficult for the business to thrive financially. Yeah, I'd say. And now as a result, well, they're going to start serving animal flesh on the menu.
God, that's is that going to work? I mean, I feel like vegans are going to be less likely to go there now out of protest. And if you're a non-vegan, are you going to go to a vegan restaurant to get your meat? Like, in a sense, you know, doing something different, doing something against the grain can be good for business. We just showed you Karen's Diner. That place is seemingly doing well. That's obviously weird. You usually want your waitstaff to be nice to you and treat you with respect. And their whole shtick is that they do the exact opposite intentionally. So maybe it can work if you do something different. But, I mean, I wouldn't be going there. And I can't imagine vegans are like thrilled that all of a sudden this vegan restaurant is serving non-vegan stuff.
Here's why I would consider going there, because I bet they do a really good job with the vegetables that they make or that they plate. And so to add meat options for that seems somewhat ideal for me. I will say, though, that there's been some negative feedback, as you can imagine, because vegans, while a very small portion of society, are a vocal minority.
Yeah.
The most vegan fucking feedback or backlash on social media that you can imagine. You ready?
Oh, from this?
Yeah.
Oh, please. I was hoping you did.
Enjoy your moral bankruptcy, said one. How many animals do you think deserve to die so your business can succeed, said somebody else.
I'd rather be morally bankrupt than financially bankrupt. A little easier to get by in this life with no morals than with no money. Trust me.
Other disappointed comments included, I can't help but to feel that you'd be best served by sticking to your morals instead of diversify in other ways beyond food and drink, as well as you should work on advertising your vegan options to non-vegans to open up your market as opposed to selling death and cruelty.
He's selling death and cruelty, huh?
Apparently so. And then also this one, responsibly sourced ethical meat and dairy is an oxymoron, I'm afraid.
Oh, is that in the tweet?
It's an ugly laughing face.
That did sound like a vegan ugly laugh right there. That's a good job by you. This is diverting blame, is it not? Like vegans are taking this out on this restaurant owner when really it's their fault. They're the ones who should be blamed for this vegan restaurant not succeeding because they were not supporting the vegan restaurant. So if they were so serious in their movement, wouldn't they go support this guy a little bit more? Maybe his food sucks. That's obviously a problem there, but come on, you guys weren't doing your part to keep this guy in business. So he had to pivot.
Okay, so I'm going to show you some of the food served up at this place now. And by the way, he did respond to the negative comments by saying, look, I wanted to do it, but we had way too many examples of people walking into this restaurant, looking at the menu, pretty much everybody commenting themselves, oh, it's vegan, and then walking out and finding someplace else. Like when you see way more people coming into your restaurant that are saying, no, we're not going to do this because they don't serve meat versus the handful of people who do actually go in there, you've got to consider making a pivot at that point. All right, so here's some different things that they serve at this restaurant. Here's one.
That looks like meat, right? Or is that vegan?
That is probably vegan bacon, I would guess. Vegan pastrami, maybe.
Okay. That's what, those are sausage links over there?
Vegan sausage, hash browns. The hash browns look good.
Sure.
Mushrooms. I could go for against mushrooms.
What is that green shit?
Some greens of some sort that I'm not crazy about. The beans in the middle. It looks like maybe a potato salad on the outside there. We also have some pizza options.
Oh, cauliflower pizza. Is that what that is?
Oh, I don't know. Cauliflower pizza is not bad, though.
Oh, don't do that.
Now, the fact that we have vegan cheese is not good, but now they can start making these pizzas because, by the way, the little brown around the crust, that looks pretty solid there. That looks like they've got a good Neapolitan style pizza oven working. So if we can get some real cheese and some tiny pepperonis that crisp up, you get that little ball of grease on each one of those pepperonis. Like all of a sudden you may be working with something here.
Vegan cheese is ass, dude.
It's not good.
It's worse than ass.
I feel strongly about people who eat turkey bacon. It's just like, find a different way to eat your fucking turkey. Okay. If you want to eat bacon, eat bacon. You're talking about vegan bacon. Like, give me a fucking break. Like, be committed to this thing or don't be.
Yeah.
Don't try and make your vegan products look like animal products. All right.
Right. I'm with you on that. Yeah. Stick to your guns. Don't cross over into our lines there. Cauliflower pizza, by the way, is just, it's not horrible, but the people who say it tastes like pizza, you're kidding yourselves.
Are you talking about the cauliflower crust or cauliflower on pizza?
No, the crust.
It's not the same, but it's an okay alternative. Yeah. If you're looking to do something that is either low or no gluten.
I couldn't give up pizza, man. I don't know how people go through this life without eating pizza. It's so good.
That and sandwiches is why I could never completely quit bread.
Yeah. Yeah, gluten
And
free
cookies.
too. Yeah, keep going. I feel like there's a few more to add to that list.
Yeah,
You know,
tacos.
I'm gonna maybe, I'm not changing my opinion on this, but now I'm always trying to see things from the eyes of other people. You know, I'm trying to be as accepting and open to other ideas as possible. That's a New Year's resolution for me.
Can I bring Zay on for this?
Stop being such a piece of shit. Yeah, I guess. Like maybe there are some people who would be willing to go to this restaurant now. Maybe there are people who are like, oh yeah, we're sticking it to the vegans. I'm going to go to this vegan restaurant serving meat because I hate vegans so much. And I hate that movement that now I'm going to go support this guy because he has given the Tom Herman double bird to the vegan community, you know?
You might be right about. So you're saying you're in that group of people. The spiteful group is going to go eat there out of spite for vegans.
I'm not in that group of people. No, this is me trying to see things through the eyes of others.
I see.
I'm going to the Popeyes right up the street and getting like real fried chicken or something. Like that's what I'm doing. Or I'm going to just, I don't know, a burger place. They have Cover 3 in England. I'm getting a Cover 3 burger over there. If for some reason they've got locations in Austin and Manchester, that's where I'm going. I'm not going to vegan restaurant to get the meat, but we're very spiteful folk, right, Zay? Like people do a ton of shit in this life out of spite. So there could be people who just they're so against somebody else's belief that they're willing to do something almost more to piss them off than to make their own self happy.
Yeah, I know some folks already that aren't watching the Super Bowl because of Taylor Swift out of spite, like that petty.
Wow,
what?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, their teams aren't in it, so that also makes sense. But, yeah, they all just throw Taylor Swift in there and blame her for ruining the NFL, even though she's bringing in, like, $31 million or whatever the hell she's brought in. So I don't agree with it. I'm going to watch it. But, yeah, there's some very petty people that do a lot out of spite out there. I agree.
The only times I've ever skipped the Super Bowl is because we wanted to go eat at a really good restaurant that usually has a long line for reservations or just a general wait. It's not out of spite, though. It's just because I like food more than I did either team in the Super Bowl that year.
Dude, you have like hundreds of meals, thousands of meals a year, and you're skipping the Super Bowl, which happens one day a year, to go get food somewhere?
There are places that are really hard to get to if it's not Super Bowl Sunday or Oscars Sunday. And so those are two great nights to go out to eat.
Skip the Oscars then.
I do that too.
God, that is crazy. The place can't be that good.
Now, granted, this was mostly... Nope, I can't say that because I did it a few years with the Horn too. I was going to say it was years where I wasn't working in sports radio, but it was also years that I was working in sports radio. There was actually one year I went a full 10 days without knowing who won the Super Bowl.
Golly.
We went to vacation in Hawaii, Justine and I, before we got married, and we got there the Saturday before the Super Bowl. So Super Bowl Sunday is our first full day there. And in Hawaii, the Super Bowl is like it's like fucking... I want to say it's like 12 o'clock is when that game starts. It's like, no, I want to enjoy Hawaii on day one. We only get so many days.
Well, yeah.
You know what? I'm going to see how long I can go without finding out who won the Super Bowl that year. And it was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was the year that the second time the Giants upset the Patriots. And so that's kind of a pretty big deal there, right? Like people are going to be talking about that, but I made it all 10 days. And literally as soon as we got back to Chicago, drink up. Like our riding the subway back to where our apartment was, like I heard somebody talking about it almost immediately.
What would your wife have said if you were like, I want to watch the Super Bowl while you're in Hawaii?
She was questioning Chip. This is where one of the many examples, we had one earlier where Justine is a far better person than I am. She was questioning my decision to not only not watch the Super Bowl, but try and go that long without knowing about it. She's like, isn't this your job though? And I wasn't really doing a lot on the air then. And I was like, not really. Like people are going to be talking about the Super Bowl for 2 or 3 days, but then they're going to move on. I'll eventually find out who won. I can go back and watch highlights if I want to, but it's not the end of the world. And she was like, all right. I mean, it benefited her. She didn't have to hang around the pool bar for 4+ hours watching a football game. We got to go enjoy our first day in Hawaii instead.
Yeah.
That sounds nice.
Yeah, you don't want to leave her alone at the pool bar with all the other guys hitting on her.
She would have been with me, but yes, I get your point there.
Oh.
Is that happened to you, Chip? Man. Wow.
Oh, hell no.
Oh,
No.
yeah, you don't play that?
No, I don't play that. I was single for a good long stretch, so I didn't bring sand to the beach for a while. You know what I mean? Like, I went to Spain by myself. It was fantastic.
Oh, really? What was the most fruitful city for you?
Oh, man. Mallorca. We got Barcelona for 4 days, then Mallorca, then Ibiza. Mallorca and Ibiza.
Yeah, Ibiza's the all-night party place, right?
Clubs don't even open until midnight.
God.
Don't really get going until 2 a.m. The foam parties, it's 6 a.m.
Wait, were you in a foam party?
Oh, yeah.
You have photographic evidence of this? If you can show the people of Texas Sports Unfiltered, please.
Let me see if I can find those.
I'm sure he's going to be searching very hard.
Yeah, that was the most fun I kind of never want to have again.
Yeah.
Because you sleep all day. You're so exhausted. You wake up in time to go to dinner, you know? And they do that whole siesta thing. So, like, if you wake up at 4, you're screwed because nothing's going to be open until 6. It's so weird over there. Like,
the siesta makes it doable, though. Taking that nap late afternoon does allow, because like just hearing something really getting going at 12 or 2 o'clock makes me want to go crawl in bed right now. But I'm also old too.
That was 2015, so almost 9 years ago.
Yeah,
and even then, I was like, "This is exhausting."
I'm glad you made it back. Shit. Yeah, I guess that's worth a flex. Hi. All right, yeah.
Well, my son's over there.
Yeah.
Oh, really?
He's college age. It's a little easier for him to recover than you, I think. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Is he trying to walk the Camino or anything while he's over there?
What's that?
Is he trying to walk the Camino while he's over there?
I don't know.
This 500-mile hike that a lot of people, like a pilgrimage, people take and through northern Spain.
I don't think so. He's been to Morocco. He's been to Copenhagen. He's been to Hungary. He's going to Switzerland. I'm like, okay, how's the classes going? But he tells me he made
going great, Dad.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Tells me everything's going great. And so hey.
Trey,
He's doing it right.
Trey, only white people think it's okay to go on hikes on vacation. That's not vacation, man. Why do y'all do that? I'm with a Caucasian woman and her family, they love doing that shit. Go out of town. Hey, let's go on a hike. Like, no, let's relax. I don't want to be more tired and stressed on vacation than I am at home.
Well, exerting yourself in nature is actually relaxing.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, like getting the breeze of the wilderness and that fresh air, yes. But hikes, 500 miles, come on.
No, that's work. People talk about getting done with that. I interviewed Andrew McCarthy, the 80s heartthrob. He and his son did this a couple years ago, and he just wrote a book about it. And it's exhausting. Like, you get to the end and there's this relief and you're dealing with all sorts of aches and pains throughout. That is not vacation as much as it is like a true on pilgrimage, just a sort of cleansing of the soul or self-discovery, however you want to look at that. That's a completely different beast than going to Portland and driving out to Bend and going on a hike. I understand what you're talking about, though, with not wanting to exert yourself too much. There are certain vacations we go on where it's like, I just want to relax. I want to chill out by a pool or the beach and drink a little bit and just not have to worry about anything.
Yeah. My father-in-law, Kevin, if you're listening or going to listen to this later, hey, just know why I don't go on hikes with y'all. It ain't no vacation for me. I'm trying
So
to
what are
relax.
you doing when they go on a hike then?
chilling.
Still in the hotel room.
No, usually we'll be at somebody's house or Airbnb, and I can usually fend for myself. But yes, I am relaxing, not doing the damn thing. Yeah. Which they don't do it much, but they'll just try to get me. They'll try to get me.
Always.
they'll try to get me to do that white people shit. They'll try to get me.
How
And a lot of times
how dare they try and get you to walk around and enjoy nature? God, what assholes. What terrible people they are.
man.
Bunch of fucking white devils, if you ask me.
I love white people.
Clearly.
Thank you.
Clearly, you're married to one. I hope so.
Hey, they love me too. Hey,
Love you guys. Good stuff.
Have a good one, guys.
Peace. Hey, in the immortal words of Judy Brown, happiness is a choice. And we're happy you're spending some time with us, Chip and Zay, holding it down 1-3 here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. If you haven't yet, please like and subscribe the Texas Sports Unfiltered channel. We'll be talking to John Brown.
Oh, man.
John Brown, at about 15 minutes from now, we will see how I have not talked to him, so we will see what he has to say. John Brown, father, two-time Mr. Universe, father to Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, Equinemius St. Brown of the Chicago Bears, and Osiris St. Brown, who was a 5-star wide receiver who went to Stanford. We've been talking to John throughout the football season, and yeah, I have no idea how that's going to go, but we will wrap up the Lions season with John Brown coming up at 1:30. It's sort of sad and comical at the same time, Zay, that every time I get in the car, it seems someone's talking about what an idiot Dan Campbell is in the crazy 4th down decisions. It's Wednesday. But you know, can't get away from it. It's like Trey said, you're going to hear about these kinds of games. I'm actually also watching the Senior Bowl practices right now. Tavondre Sweat and Christian Jones are on the field today. They're on the American team. They will be playing the national team at the Senior Bowl. And Christian Jones had a pretty good first day at the Senior Bowl, according to Pro Football Focus. But Tavondre Sweat, he's pushing some dude from Arkansas straight backwards into the quarterback. So Sweat doing what he do. Now here comes Christian Jones going up against someone from Ole Miss, and he's holding him off. So we'll give you a little updates from what we see with the Senior Bowl.
Christian Jones had a really good year, man.
Yeah, that's an amazing story.
Yeah, he had a bad Sugar Bowl, but he had a good year overall.
Tough Sugar Bowl.
He
was. I mean, when he started at left tackle in 2021, I was like, okay, thanks for the memories. You are, you're not cut out for this. Appreciate the effort. And then good on Kyle Flood to move him over to the right side, where he obviously was 10 times more comfortable and became not only a productive player, but a confident leader. And I mean, we talked to him all year. He was the main representative from the offensive line. He was a regular spokesman for the team. He weighed in Well, he measured in at 6'5", 318 with 34 and 7/8 arm length, 10 and 3/8 inch hands, huge hands, and an 83 plus wingspan. Those are good measurables for an offensive lineman in the NFL. T'Vondre Sweat, I noticed. Oh, and he just mauled somebody. He did not weigh in at the Senior Bowl. How about that?
To do that?
You're allowed to do that. He said so he measured at 6'4" and 33 plus inch arm length, but he did not weigh in. So he will weigh in at the combine in late February.
What's the pros and cons for him not weighing in?
He just doesn't want to have it on the record what his weight is.
Okay.
Now, I don't know who's advising him on that. I don't know if it's his agent or what. Oh, Christian Jones just got popped. But
yeah, it's gonna happen.
It's gonna happen.
Yeah, he's not perfect. Yeah,
Not
he's
perfect.
good. But he needs still a little bit of more work and development.
Yeah. But yeah, so I actually reached out. I have not heard from the people at the Senior Bowl, but when I looked at the all the check-in information, Sweat had everything but his weight. So and he told me at the Sugar Bowl that he had to lose some weight. Now, apparently he needs a little more time to drop.
So what was his final weight that we saw? 365?
362 is what he was listed at. Now, that makes me wonder if he's over.
Yeah.
And that hurts. If you're over your listed college weight, people are going to have a question. I mean, they're watching him move. They're watching his explosion. They're watching to see what he's doing right now, which is mauling people, pushing him straight back into the pocket and moving well. I mean, he looks good. So, but they're going to hold this against him. I mean, the fact that he didn't want to weigh in means he doesn't like where his weight is and he needs to lose weight, but does that mean he's going to gain it right back as soon as he gets the money? And that's
how big was Jordan Davis when he was coming into the combine from Georgia?
Let me look and see here.
Because that's the person that I think about when I think of defensive tackles that are around the size of T'Vondre Sweat. Because when they use him in Philly, like, he doesn't play that many reps.
Right.
He didn't do much this past year. I feel like
he's listed at 6'6", 335.
Okay. So he's taller than T Sweat and a little slimmer. Dang.
And this is true.
Pounds.
Guys do put on weight during the award season. He was the Outland Trophy winner, so he's been on the banquet circuit. And he looks explosive to me in these Senior Bowl practices. But that'll be something to watch. Okay? So when he checks in at the combine on February 29th, love how the combine's starting on leap year. But when he checks into the combine, he will weigh in.
Yeah.
Or that's where the NFL runs everything. And they say the combine originated, and a lot of it originated thanks to Gil Brandt, the mastermind of the Dallas Cowboys, America's team in the 70s.
R.I.P.
In in part so that teams could do medical checks on these players, poke them, prod them, literally go over previous x-rays with them. Dan Neal said it's ridiculous, and they make you wait hours for your medical. They want to see you strung out. They want to see how you react. Yeah. They want to see how you handle.
Man. Do they have a dude that they just send in like randomly and be like, hey, you want to take a shot just to see what you would do? Like, hey, want to take a shot of some Jack while you're waiting?
Yeah.
You know, and if you do it, they check it down too. Like, good grief, man. It's so corrupt.
Well, Dan Neal was in the same draft class with Orlando Pace. And Orlando Pace got tired of waiting for his medical and said, I'm out of here, and left.
Wow.
Just left. Still went number 1 in the draft.
He's like, number 1.
He's like, Dan's like, didn't hurt him at all.
Yeah.
And I remember Bill Parcells talking on some like draft special on ESPN about how he went up and talked to Dan Neal about his medical. He's like, there was a guy named Dan Neal in the draft, and he had a knee issue. And Parcells said, I was asking about it, and he was like, look, I don't care what the medical shows. I'm going to be a big time player for somebody. So you can either take it or leave it. And I asked Dan about it, and he's like, yeah, man, you get so strung out waiting, and they're just trying to see how you handle crap.
Yeah.
And sure enough, Dan Neal, 3rd round pick, Denver Broncos, ends up starting for well, he didn't start his rookie year. He played a lot on that Super Bowl team, and then he was the starter the next year when they won the Super Bowl in '97. They won back-to-back.
Oh, yeah.
And it was so funny because all the veterans on that team are like, who'd never been to a Super Bowl. They're like, do you know how lucky you are as a rookie to be going to a Super Bowl? And then he went back his second year, because we've been talking about, and we'll talk about it with John, how Dan Campbell, one of the first things he said in the post-game press conference is, you don't know if you're ever going to get back.
That's still comical.
Do I believe that? No.
Gosh. Nah, too late, Dan. You know how many you get to during your playing days. Yeah, this game's hard. This game's difficult. And that's why, like, when you talk about they want to see you strung out and stuff, like, can you take the gauntlet of that brutal 4 months of an NFL season and week in and week out where you're getting just beat up like I don't know what? Can you come into work the next day and still be upbeat and positive and do what you need to do for guys not to get fired or you not to lose your job and get kicked out the league? That's why it's called not for long, according to a lot of people, and like myself. You know what I'm saying? So I get it. I get it. When you see those wide receivers like CeeDee Lamb and Stephon Diggs throwing fits and shit on the sideline and stuff, like, hey, could we have seen it coming? Some guys you got to take due to talent. I understand that. But, hey, I don't see Cooper Kupp on the sideline getting after people. I never saw Andre Johnson doing that in his Texans days with those mediocre suspect quarterbacks he had. Calvin Johnson, he wasn't doing that. He just said, I'm gone early. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's guys that, get it done in different ways, and guys that can be a cancer for your team at times, and you don't even know it. Like, can you see those weeds out and pluck them in time? I don't know. Like, as it all starts now, that's why you got to carry yourself in, a certain manner that you're well respected around the league and you don't get a bad reputation, even though they're trying to get you to get pissed off at these combines and stuff with all the waiting. Like, you got to keep your shit together.
Yeah. Yeah. You got to hold it together, man.
Hold it together. And then flip it on them. Flip it on. If they sleep on you, do it like our guy, Amon-Ra St. Brown has done it, knowing every single receiver that went in front of them, all what, 17 or is it 18?
I thought it was 16.
Okay, I might be giving them an extra. Either way, it's in the teens.
Yeah.
Flipping on them. Now he going back to the Pro Bowl. Now he was first team All-Pro this year. You know? Now we've been talking about they have to pay him. Like, yeah, make them pay. If they sleep on you, make them pay. Like our boy Brock Purdy, Anna Fry, Brock Eli Manning Purdy. Gonna shock the world, Chip. He's gonna shock the world.
You believe that?
Yeah, I believe it. Come on, man. After I saw Pillsbury Doughboy Patrick Mahomes, I can't believe that, man. Y'all let this dude with that body be the best in the world. And look, I'm a Husky brother myself. So in a way, I salute Patrick. And, you know, he's kind of putting on for us Husky brothers. But then just my natural instinct of thinking, okay, this is not what athletes should look like. You seen that picture going around?
Oh,
Patrick Mahomes with his shirt off in the locker room with straight up dad bod. Like, it's, I mean, hey, more power to him. The dude's doing his thing, but wow. Just wow. And we definitely got to talk about this Justin Tucker situation with Mahomes and Travis Kelce, because Kelce and Mahomes said something about it, and it doesn't make Justin Tucker look the best. I'll say that. You know, which I love it. I love what Justin Tucker was trying to do. He's trying to get in their head. You know what I'm saying? Like, Justin Tucker, he knows how good he is. You ain't going to get in his head. He's been in the most difficult situations and overcame that with that beautiful leg of his. So I feel what he was trying to do before the game with messing with Patrick Mahomes and messing with Travis Kelce and all that stuff. And, Kelce on the podcast with his brother, he kind of went off like, all right, calling them a asshole and stuff. Which, hey, call it what you want, but yeah, I like what Justin Tucker tried to do. It was petty. That's right up my alley. Right up my alley.
I love it. I love it. What did Tucker say?
He was kind of just, I don't know. He did say something after the game. Let me pull it up. He did say something after the game, and I didn't really get a hold of it. But yeah, I don't know. At the end of the day, I think that's what I want in the AFC Championship game. I like guys fighting. I like guys, being petty and arguing and, talking shit before the game. That's what it's all about. This is football, man. Like, as dumb as that play was by Zay Flowers getting in the L'Jarius Sneed's face and picked up the taunting penalty, I like that stuff. We need that stuff. They need to let that go. As long as you're not making contact, you're good. The worst that you could do, flip the ball to a dude. After you moss his ass, flip the ball to him. That's cold-blooded right there. I take that. I like that. As long as the dude doesn't retaliate into where, you start throwing bows and throwing hands, I'm good with it. So, all right, here we go. This is what Justin Tucker said. We go on bootleg. You know how we do. Chip and
yeah.
I find it kind of silly that we're even having to address it or talk about something that happened before the game that I really don't see as a big deal. I've been doing the exact same thing for 12 years. Never really had a problem with anybody.
I've had like 7 years of kind of doing that same warm-up routine, and there's only been, I think, like 3 occasions where there's been a kicker that wasn't, because you usually talk to guys, there's been a kicker that wasn't necessarily moving out the way, or you weren't kind of sharing the field in the right way, and I mean, it was in Baltimore all 3 times, so he does that little stuff, I think, to try to get under our skin. And I asked him to move his stuff, and he got up and moved it, I think, 2 inches, but didn't move it out of the way. And I was going to kind of let it slide, but Travis kind of got it and moved it for me. And then after that, I wasn't going to let him put it back down. So it's something that we move on. I mean, I have a lot of respect for him as a player and as a kicker. One of the best kickers of all time, probably the best kicker of all time. But at the same time, you got to have respect for each team, and we all share the field, and we try to do that in a respectful way.
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it.
I mean, you can see Justin Tucker smiling. Like, he knew he was being petty. He knew the fact that this isn't the first time he's done it. Like Mahomes said, he's only had it happen 3 times in his career, and they've all been in Baltimore. So this is always something with Justin Tucker, man. Like, this is what he does. Like, look, I could change the game in multiple ways. I could be the guy that gets under your skin and let, Patrick Queen, Roquan Smith, and Kyle Hamilton, let those guys focus, and I'll be the, corruptor. I like it. That's what,
man.
That's a Westlake do for real. That's that Westlake stuff, because that's what they be doing. If you ever played Westlake back in the day,
Oh my God, you are hilarious.
They talk shit. Man, yeah.
I mean, he's only the greatest of all time. Like, maybe it's just that he's the greatest of all time.
Yeah, he is. I agree. He's definitely the greatest of all time. But he's a petty fella. That's all I'm saying. He's a petty fella.
Oh, yeah, he's doing his part.
Yeah. Let me pull up what Travis Kelce said with his brother about the situation, because he was funny.
We're warming up, and we do our same warm-up every single time on our side of the field. For those of you that don't know what happens in pre-games, the Ravens have their side of the field, and the Chiefs have our side of the field. Now, specialists, because of like the win factor and
they go to
where
both
you are,
sides.
they get a chance to kick at both field goals and kind of punt from both sides of the field. But it's always, if you're trying to go onto the other team's designated area, you kind of stay out of their way. You don't interfere with what they have going on.
That is the unwritten rule.
That's the unwritten rule. If you want to be a fucking dick about it, you keep your helmet and your football and your fucking kicking tee right where the quarterbacks are warming up, and they're dropping. Eyes are looking left, and they got a helmet down by their feet.
It's actually kind of dangerous, really. But
like, if you're not going to pick that up, I'll happily move that for you. Justin came out and he said it was more of a joking gesture and kind of a fun competitive. And I get it. I mean, he was kind of winking at me, like being a dick about it, like trying to get under the skin.
Yeah, he knew what he was doing.
I get it. But me and Pat, we've been having the same mentality for this game all week long, man.
Yeah.
And it was, you got to go in there and have the right mind frame, have the right mindset. And we just weren't in a joking mood. We were ready to get after it. And so, Justin, sorry if we took it to a level that you didn't think it'd get to that way, but if you're going to be a dick, I promise you, I can one-up you every time.
That's Taylor Swift's boyfriend.
That is awesome.
That's Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Like, it's, I know we've been talking about Taylor and Travis for a while, and it's getting kind of old in a way, but also, did you not hear this fool just now? Like, Taylor Swift is such a, goody girl. She ain't talking about what Megan Thee Stallion talking about. She ain't no Lil' Kim. Hell, she ain't even Madonna. Britney. I'm not saying, as far as status-wise, I'm just saying as far as, the things she talks about in her music. So her being with Travis Kelce, this might be the most edgy person she's ever been with. This ain't no Harry Styles or John Mayer. This dude Travis Kelce, he for real. The way that he was doing those Baltimore Ravens on Sunday, Travis Kelce, he was absolutely right. Him and Patrick talked about it all week. They weren't playing any games going into Baltimore. 0 games. They looked like that. Travis Kelce looked pissed off the whole game. This dude's with Taylor Swift. The dude looked pissed off. Having Kyle Van Noy headbutt him, you got to say something wild if you got a player headbutting you. Kyle Van Noy's been around the block for a while, and it ain't like he no rookie. This ain't no rookie mistake situation. He pushed his buttons to make him act the way that he did. Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen, all those guys were out of character. And Travis Kelce was just locked in, talking shit, pure usual. Man, that's what makes you – that's when you say, yo, they going to blow out the 49ers, that's why I believe you a little bit. Because those dudes, even with Doughboy Gut Patrick Mahomes. Like, yo, those dudes.
Do you have that picture?
Yeah, I'm pulling it up. I have it.
So Pat Mahomes looks pillow soft. Man, and that quarterback Netflix, series.
There you go. It's not bad, but it's also you're a pro athlete, you know. Just didn't expect this, you know.
He's no Byron Murphy.
No, that's definitely not no Byron Murphy.
He's no Byron Murphy.
Tackle. Yo, I'm still at all of that dude, man. Like, I can't believe he's getting the recognition that he's getting right now, because we knew he was good, but he always seemed like a day two guy to me, you know. Just obviously these scouts going back and watching his film rep after rep and watching all the battles that he's won. Like, yo, T-Sweat got so much love this year. And, you know, people like us, we talk Byron Murphy, but he wasn't getting that national love. You know what I'm saying? So to hear guys put him in the teens, first round,
well,
that's pretty remarkable.
A big part of that is because he played nose tackle for Texas. And when you play nose, you're in between the guard in the center. T'Vondre Sweat was the 3 technique. He's on the outside shoulder of the guard where it's harder to double team. And Byron Murphy was getting double teamed and still led the team in quarterback pressures with 40 plus and played a big role in that number 3 ranked run defense. So that's where, you know, that's where his stock is rising, because Aaron Donald, okay, we're going to go there again, because not only are they the same in physical stature, both 6'1", listed 6'1". Byron Murphy might come in a shade under 6'1", but 308. I mean, they're like carbon copies of each other physically. Now, Aaron Donald was doing this at Pitt, splitting double teams, getting, you know, now we know he was the number 1 player in the NFL a few years ago, ranked by the players.
Yeah.
The NFL Network top 100, which I love every year. I'm like,
oh, that's one of my favorites,
because that's voted on by the players.
Yeah.
So
every sport should do that, not just the NFL.
Yeah. So it's gonna be interesting to see how his stock goes, and that's why I think you're seeing Byron Murphy going ahead of T'Vondre Sweat. Because I will tell you, I talked to an NFC scout mid-season about Sweat, and the first thing out of his mouth is, how much does he weigh, really? He's like, because you can get too big. Like, I don't care how athletic you are, you can get too big, because you look, there's a certain point, and he was saying to me, he said there's a certain point where no matter what his weight is, he is a great value. But is it in the first round where you're going to guarantee him $14-15 million? Is he gonna get the money and then start, you know, watching his weight? So it's just interesting, and he's going to get asked about that. We're going to hear about this a lot.
Yeah.
We're going to hear about this a lot.
I blame Zion, man. This is Zion Williamson's fault. Zion Williamson done mucked up the bag for all us fat brothers out there, because now every single big brother that gets into any professional sport, they going to ask, what's his weight? Is he like Zion? Because New Orleans Pelicans, hey, they got everybody watching Zion around that city. You know, all the stories that you hear about him getting any meal that he wants on the restaurant. Come on, this is New Orleans. We were just there. I ate great. Those were the craziest 4 days of eating that I've had in a minute, and we were still doing shit. It wasn't like we weren't busy, I was still finding time to eat some great food. So Zion, the time that he has on his hands living in the city, the perks that he has living in the city, yeah. Oh, yeah. And I get it, yo, Jose, it's not even the same sport. Yo, it don't matter. Any big dude from any profession here on out, after Zion Williamson and the stories you hear about him and stuff, yeah, I get it. CT Sweat, he don't even deserve that, man. He don't even deserve that. I hope he gets on some type of diet to where these GMs and front office guys are confident in his body, but yeah, that's CB's funny. CB asked, does Zion share gumbo with another guy? No, he doesn't. And that's the problem. Maybe he should. He wouldn't be as husky. You know what I'm saying? But yeah.
Right. He needs to share.
He needs to share. Exactly. He needs those things. But yeah, T Sweat, I hope that doesn't haunt him, man. I really do.
Watermelon lime today. Yeah. It's good.
See, T Sweat needs to be drinking Alipop.
Yeah, he does.
He might have a soda, addiction.
T Sweat needs some
he might be in the Sunkiss or something.
I mean, it says right on the can, supports digestive health.
Yep.
Right there.
Yeah, drinking some Alipop, Trevondre Sweat.
Come on.
You be right. You be right. February 29th, you be right going into Indianapolis, man.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I'm going to see if I can lose 10 pounds before T Sweat loses 20. He's moving around a little bit more than I am.
Good luck with that. Patrick Mahomes has shown me I'm good. I don't need to lose no weight. Patrick Mahomes said, yo, if you could still be successful and still be husky. And guys like me, we need those Patrick Mahomes of the world. I need that. I need to see an example of somebody with a beer gut, a dad bod, just paving the way for us husky thick brothers out there that might need some motivation, might need some self-confidence. You know what I'm saying? When you see somebody like Patrick Mahomes, or people talk about this guy might be the greatest ever. He's going after Brady. You know what I'm saying? And
maybe he saw that picture of Brady at the combine and said, screw it.
That's what I'm saying.
Screw it.
He out there looking like this. Come on, baby. Come on, Patrick. Eating them Lubbock tortillas, dog. I see you.
Man. Mahomes is blowing that whole myth about air raid quarterbacks out of the water, isn't he?
Oh, my gosh. It's amazing.
Remember that? Remember all the air raid quarterbacks who failed in the NFL before Mahomes and Goff, really. Goff's an air raid guy. He played for Sonny Dykes at Cal.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, man. That Mahomes, it's crazy how people are talking about him now.
Yeah.
They are like, he's the best ever. Like, really? There's a guy with 7 Super Bowl rings.
Yeah.
7.
Yeah.
Let's slow down. Let's slow down. No rush. No rush. We don't need to rush.
Speaking of that guy, did you see him throwing at the banquet? All
Who?
dressed up.
Brady?
Brady. Yeah, he was at some banquet. It's gone viral, and he throws like a 30-yard dart inside of just a nice little banquet conference looking. I don't know if he was speaking or I don't know what the hell he was doing, but everybody was dressed nice and there was tables and, fine dining all around. And yeah, they put that football in his hands and he can't help himself. He can't help when he sees that pigskin chip, it's just like he probably starts just breaking down hives and he just probably starts getting flashbacks and all types of stuff and he threw a dart to somebody. I don't know who it was, but they were on the move too. And he threw that thing on the money, and the crowd cheered and applauded him and stuff. And it's like, wow, this guy. I'm telling you, if he wanted just for shits and giggles, if he wanted to say, you know what, the NFL's too stressful, somebody would definitely pick him up because it's Brady. How can you, how can you not answer the phone when Tom Brady calls, even at this point of his life? But if he just said, you know what, Dwayne Johnson, I'm just trying to play. I'm not really trying to do everything I used to do when it came to watching film or working out.
You just said Dwayne Johnson.
Yeah, because that was USFL, XFL combination. What's that called? Spring
What's
ball
wrong
coming.
with you?
What do you mean? You can't tell me Tom Brady, just kind of like what they do in Ice Cube's league, that 3-on-3 league, where all them old, washed, former NBA players go play 3-on-3. What's the difference?
There's a reason. There's a reason he went to Tampa, where he had Chris Godwin and Mike Evans and Scotty Miller, and he got Gronk to go there. Like, he needed a team with some weapons. He's not going out there just to play flag football.
That's the thing. It's not flag, but he's not going up against like top tier NFL corners either, or just like great defensive schemes. Like, he knows every scheme.
Unless he owns that league and he can make some money off of his own presence, he ain't doing that.
I'm just saying.
He ain't that desperate. He's got a new model he's dating.
Is he really?
Shake. Oh, yeah. Arena Shake. She's a former Sports Illustrated swimsuit model.
Damn, he got a type, huh?
Oh, yeah.
I heard he was walking around with Kim Kardashian for a little bit. That was a rumor a little bit last year. And I was like, yo, Tom, that's what I'm talking about. You need to go live roofless for a little bit, because Kim ain't what you keep. She's too damaged. Like, you just saw Kanye flipping shit on a TMZ person, and she took her phone and stuff. Like, that's Kim's baby daddy. Like, she got too much to be with Kim for a long time. But ain't nothing like a little fling, 1 month fling.
I thought that was Tristan Thompson who was hanging around Kim.
What, daughter's auntie?
Wasn't there a picture of them coming out of some? I don't know.
I think so, but knowing him, he's not the best brother. But I think he was just, I'm hanging out with my daughter's aunt. I think, he can make that excuse to where it doesn't seem
auntie.
Sleepy. Yeah, Auntie Kim.
Auntie Kim.
He got his own problems. He just got suspended for PEDs, 25 games. Wow. And they were killing him on social media. People talking about, damn, all he do is cheat on and off the court. Which sucks, man, because that's my guy. Longhorn alum. You know what I'm saying? As long as you ain't no felon, I'm going to stick by you. You a Longhorn. I'm going to stick by. As long as you ain't no felon or saying anything crazy to where you're stupid offensive, I'm going to stick by you. You're my guy. But, man, it's hard with Tristan. It really is, because
Tristan Thompson has made $119 million in the NBA. How much of that do you think he has left?
I don't know, because he's smart. He's with he was his baby mama. It's not like she's some random Instagram model that's looking for that child support. Like, this is a woman that might be richer than him, probably is richer than him, and Khloe Kardashian. So she ain't gonna hit him with no child support. He probably has 3/4 of that. Still,
okay.
Yeah,
I know you're gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
What you mean? Now
that's your guy. You just said it. He's a Longhorn.
Now, he was doing that little ESPN stint, which makes you think like, damn, because he wasn't the best at that. He wasn't. Right. I know he's a handsome dude. Like,
I get the feeling the ladies like him not for his conversation.
Yeah, that was tough. That was a tough watch. Now, hey, I would love to have him as a guest on Chip and Zay here on Texas Sports Unfiltered. Tristan Thompson, if you're listening to this, or if anybody knows Tristan Thompson, hey, we'll bring him on the show. We'll talk to him, Because I want to know what was going through his mind.
He's got some time on his hands right now.
Yeah, nothing to do. 24 games left, about 23 games, which you don't play enough to be doing PEDs. Like, what happened? That's what, like, you're only getting 10 minutes a game, if that. If that, like, what? Like, you're chilling. You're in that, like, veteran Udonis Haslam OG mode now in your 30s. Like, all you're doing is putting game to the younger fellas that don't have an NBA championship. You do. You don't need to be doing PEDs, man. It's tough. That's a tough look.
He's getting the league minimum from the Cavs this year, $3 million.
And that's all he deserved. In a way, that's a grip. They're gonna cut him. They ain't gonna cut him.
He just threw a quarter of that salary out the window.
Yeah. The
Horns
could use Tristan Thompson. What Tristan Thompson was as a freshman, I'd take that any day. Which he wasn't developed at all.
He needs to come down and coach Dylan Mitchell. Somebody's got to coach Dylan Mitchell.
Is that how you want to come down and coach Dylan Mitchell? Of all people, of all alums, LaMarcus Aldridge, yes, maybe. Tristan Thompson, I don't know.
I thought LaMarcus was going to help the staff out this year.
Me too.
They were talking.
Yeah. I mean, maybe he is behind the scenes. I mean, probably not. I'm sure you would have heard a little something, but I don't know. I guess he's enjoying retirement and what that looks like right now. But yeah, LaMarcus Aldridge, he definitely could help because that dude, he's been there and done that.
You know who else can help? Apple Leasing can help. Apple Leasing going to get you in the car that you really want to be driving, brand new. I know some of you are like, nope, only used cars for me. Don't want to pay for that future trade-in value. Guess what? When you lease from Apple Leasing, you're not paying for the future trade-in value of that car. You're getting into a better car than you thought you could afford, and it's new, under warranty, and you're picking it. They're going to lease you any make or model of car. That's the new car experience you've never had before. If you had a bad leasing experience in the past, probably because you leased from a dealership, dealership's not going to let you out of your contract to go get into another make and model of car. But at Apple Leasing, you can do that. You get 2 years into your lease, you want to change make and model of car, no problem. The easy lease, everything about Apple Leasing is easy. And look, you're going to be in traffic. Life's too short for you to be miserable. You need to be riding around like you're riding around in your living room. And that's what happens when you get into a new car. Like, I only used to buy used cars. Now I've been with Apple Leasing 15 years. I'm in new cars. And then every 2 to 3 years, I'm in another new car. And it's a beautiful thing. And it can be you. You just call 346-9977 or visit appleleasing.com. Tell them Chip Brown sent you. And Brain Vault mouth guard for all of our competitors out there. You need the mouth guard that is going to protect your brain from the effects of concussion. The Brain Vault mouth guard is proven, patented to reduce the effects of concussion, developed right here in Austin, Texas by Dr. Greg Eckert, Dr. Ueckert. Look, if you're the coach, the manager of your flag football team, cheerleader squad, lacrosse team, they will do group fittings. They will come to you and do group fittings. All you have to do is go to brainvault.com to set up the appointment right now. Look at this. Look who's joining us. What a guy. The one and only John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, father to 3 5-star wide receiver sons, including Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, Equinemius St. Brown of the Chicago Bears. JB.
Hey.
You and I have not spoken.
Have not spoken.
How are we doing?
Are we returning to the scene of the crime?
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, just so you know, I'm on my way to the airport to go to Orlando.
Okay. Oh, for the Pro Bowl.
Yeah. But
okay, good.
Yeah, that was a horrible day for everyone.
So, I mean, the first half, I felt like I was living in a dream.
I couldn't believe it. I thought, oh my God, I knew San Francisco would come back and fight. So they have to, stay buttoned up and, make sure they do what they need to do. But I was concerned, but I thought they played good, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, every game there's some mistakes, but in general, they played pretty good.
Yeah.
All right. Do I dare ask you about the 4th down decisions?
Yeah. I mean, look, you got to follow your leader. I personally would have kicked the field goals, but I can tell you what a guy once told me. I'll never forget this. Not just me, but there was about 15 high school students getting ready to go to college. And there was some NFL dude, a running back, I forgot his name. He asked a really interesting question. He goes, you ever been on a team where the coach called a play you didn't agree with? And they go, yes. What do you guys do then? No one can answer it. He goes, you got to huddle up and go, look, we all think this is a bonehead play, but we got to make it work. So guess what? Your coach is going to call some plays you're going to disagree with, but you got to make it work. That's how you answer that. Not every play is going to be designed perfectly, right? So, that's what I think about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
I
was surprised how they were really manhandling the 49ers the first half, second half. That was crazy.
Yeah. Running the ball. And I mean, Amon-Ra, unbelievable. 3rd and 9. He had 4 third down conversion catches.
Yeah, that's hard.
3rd and 9, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 18,
that's
3rd
hard.
and 10.
Yeah, that's difficult. I mean, those are some big time catches, and so, I don't know. In my humble opinion, at the end of the day, you got to know who's who on your team. Like, I love Josh Reynolds. I don't care about him dropping balls because he helped us get to where we're at. Like in that Rams game, he caught a lot of nice passes, right? He did a great job. All those guys did. And Jahmyr Gibbs, I don't care about him fumbling the ball. People are going to drop balls. People are going to fumble balls. You still got to find a way to win. I mean, no offense to anyone else, but I think Jahmyr and Montgomery are 2 of the best running backs in the league. They're amongst the best. They're all really good. So, it was unfortunate, but you got to keep fighting. I would have kicked the field goal. I hear people saying you got to dance with the girl you came with. Yeah, but 49ers had a certain defense they were running, and until second half they figured it wasn't working. They made some adjustments. You got to make adjustments.
Yeah.
Well, you can't. I mean, I understand, like they said, you dance with the girl you came with, but if she broke her foot, you got to ask another girl to dance.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That's her foot. You got to find a new dance partner.
You got to find a new one for a minute. Look, I got to dance on your foot. You broke your foot,
Well, I guess there's some good news out of this. Ben Johnson sticking around.
Yes, Ben is sticking around, which is good for the team because, if they can keep the nucleus together. I was really shocked how well we played. I was shocked. I think it had a little bit of inexperience, like Ben Johnson's new, Dan is new. They've never been to that situation, but oh my God, sitting there, I thought, oh my God, San Francisco must be shocked right now. What is going on?
Yeah. I mean, well, now, John, this is the standard, it's a standard to get back to the NFC Championship game and to always go to the playoffs for Detroit for this upcoming season. What do you think they need? Do you think they need to go make a big-time free agent signing somewhere?
Let's say this here. They need some defense. They're going to need a couple of O-linemen, but whatever they need, it seems to me so far they've shown that they always can get what they need. They always manage a way to figure out a way to get what they need. So I suspect that they're going to get exactly what they need. And I know it's difficult to come back to that situation, get back to the NFC, the championship, but I think they're going to make it again. I really do. I think next year they're going to roll a lot of people in the beginning. That's what I think. Because when I saw that game sitting there, I'm like, oh my God, it was almost like no contest. It was no contest. And I'm going to tell you right now, our defense is not as good as some of the other guys, but it's going to get better. With a better defense, the same nucleus, I'm telling you right now, they're going to roll a lot of guys. I mean, we dominated. We pushed them around. I was shocked.
It was so magical.
That stadium was quiet. That stadium was quiet. Now, the difference between our stadium and their stadium, if you're beating us, they're still loud in Detroit, even if we're losing. But those guys, they gave up on their players until they made some touchdowns. We fumbled, then they got back in the game. Other than that, man, them faces was long. They were like looking like, who the heck are these guys? These are the Lions? Are they an NFL team? What team? What league they in? Who are these guys? They were shocked. They were shocked. I'm telling you.
How much happier were you in San Francisco than in a blizzard in Detroit?
Oh, it was wonderful. But I tell you one thing, I hope that the offensive coordinator learns. Now, and I'm not trying to be disrespectful, but I'm just being honest. You have to know who your clutch players are. When the Lakers are playing and Kobe was there, Kobe's taking that last shot. Michael Jordan's taking that last shot. I'm just saying, we have great receivers, no disrespect to them. I love all of them. But my son's a clutch guy. Amon-Ra should have got more of them clutch passes thrown to him. He's a clutch guy.
Yeah. Second half, he needed to
be. It's Amon-Ra time.
Yeah.
You got to lean on him hard. I would look at him and go, hey, son, you ready to go? Because we're about to lean on you. We just need you to when we need you to catch a first down and you miss it like they did. There was a play where they threw it and it was 2nd and 9 or 8. And they threw a ball to Amon and he was sandwiched between Fred Warner and some other guy and he dropped it because it was a collision. But they went back to him the next play and he converted it. That's what you do.
Yeah.
I mean, you got that weapon. Why is he just running around the field? That's crazy to me. They got to understand where their bread is buttered. Like you say, hey, Amon-Ra brought him to that dance. You got to lean on him. Like CeeDee Lamb. If I'm in this situation, it's CeeDee Lamb time. Right? It's Tyreek Hill time. You know, your guys got to take you home. The coach got to understand that. You got to understand that. I mean, if I was right on the line, hey, look, if we're playing golf and this is a championship, we're 18th hole, and I got a putt for $10,000 and I got $500 in my pocket, I want the best guy taking that putt. I want Tiger Woods, who is the best putter, taking that putt, not me.
Yeah.
So you got to have your best guy. You got to know your personnel. They got to know their personnel a little better. Josh Reynolds, I don't care if he dropped them balls. He caught so many great balls for us. To me, he's a great player. I would retain him and believe in that guy. All these guys did good. Jameson, all of them did real. I thought they did good. Even if there were some mistakes, they played really good.
Yeah. Yeah. My heart aches for Kendall Vilderoy. Ball goes through his hands, hits his face mask, bounces up, and
that's some luck. That's luck right there.
Like, are you kidding me?
Well, let me tell you something. You can't live off luck.
Right.
You can't live off it. We'll see him again next year, and I guarantee it's gonna be a different ball game. My prediction is we're gonna lose some games next year, but we're gonna roll a lot of guys. We're gonna roll a lot. Watch what I tell you. And that NFC North is gonna probably be one of the toughest divisions next year.
Yeah.
Think about it. Green Bay, look how they're looking. Lions are looking great. Kirk Cousins is going to be healthy again. And Chicago may get a quarterback. I mean, you never know, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Jameson Williams showed me something this year.
Yeah. Jameson Williams is a tough guy. People don't realize that. He's really tough. Like, can block, you know. I mean, he's unbelievable, you know? So we have a good nucleus of guys. Really, really good. I didn't, you know, I'm glad we played them because I wanted to see, you know, we played the Rams, we played different teams, but I said, let's see how we look against Dallas and the 49ers. When I saw that, man, we were just We were bullying those guys. I'm
Yeah.
like, whoa, we're pushing them around. It was unbelievable.
Yeah.
Inexperience got us. That's okay. We're learning. We're young. Next year, it's gonna be a whole different program. Watch what I tell you.
Yeah. What'd you think
What did you think? Did you think he should have kicked the field goal?
Yeah, but that's me. On the road, don't give their crowd a chance to get back into the game.
You can't.
Oh. I think did we lose John? Might have lost.
I lost him.
Might have lost John. Yeah. I gotta say though, Zay, that Jameson Williams, he showed me. I mean, he is tough and he is electric, man. I mean, whether it was the 42-yard reverse for a touchdown or the 4th and goal touchdown catch he had at the end, where he just showed how strong his hands are. I think he's going to be a player. And then you got Laporta, a rookie. Laporta was ridiculous this year.
Oh, he was so good. Yeah. Yeah, you look at Jameson Williams and going back to his days at Ohio State when he had guys like Garrett Wilson and Jackson Smith-Njigba and Chris Olave in front of him, and he transferred to Alabama, and that 1 year he blew up and he showed out. And the Lions, they took a chance on him, and it paid off.
JB.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No.
So, it was an awful thing to see, that game, but it was also beautiful. The fact that we pushed them around, it was. I'm telling you right now, man, what I saw. If next year in that same situation, we beat them by 12 points.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, it was absolutely no contest. They got that lucky break on that fumble and that helmet ball. But you can't live off that luck. I'm telling you right now.
Right.
It comes around, you can't live off of it. And they know, and we know who was the dominant team. Lions gave that game to them. Trust me.
How's Amon doing?
He's good. I mean, after the game, everybody was, of course, disappointed. But 2-3 days later, it's over. On to the next, right?
On to the Pro Bowl.
Yeah, what's the Pro Bowl schedule looking like?
Yeah. So, I mean, he doesn't like the fact that he's the first alternate. Like, what is that? I mean, they make AP All Pro. I mean, they don't put enough respect on my man's name. Sorry, but they don't. I mean, he's out there doing all this stuff here, and I don't know. There's certain teams. I talked to some guys. I don't want to mention the teams, NFL teams, and they said they got a thing called "It's time to put the ball in the best player's hand." I go, "You actually have a play?" He goes, "Oh yeah." And when they call that, the best players getting that ball. Best players or players, whoever they are, they're touching that ball. I go, that makes sense.
Yeah.
But you got to know. I mean, I know this is not high school football, but like in high school football, we lost a championship game. I told the coach, I go, look, man, I just want to let you know, third down ball is hard to catch in a championship game. Not everybody can catch that third down ball. You can do what you want, but if I'm you, I throw that third down ball to one of my two sons because I taught him to catch that third down ball in pressure situations. So he just heard what I said. The next day he looked at me and said, Mr. Brown, I heard you loud and clear. They never lost again ever since that. You got to know. You got to know. What is that? Why is even the announcer said, why is Amon not touching the ball?
Yeah.
He designed plays for him to, dude, you got to get us first time. We need a touchdown. You got to get us one. That's it. They don't seem to. They think he's like an average player. I don't understand that,
Well, after the first half where he caught balls to convert 3rd and 9, 3rd and 12, 3rd and 18, and 3rd and 10, you'd have thought that every meaningful 3rd or 4th down pass would be going to him.
And I wouldn't even wait till 3rd down. I'd throw it to him on the 1st down. Don't put him in a situation where the stands and everybody know you're going to him. I mean, they got to get a little smarter. That's all it is.
Yeah.
I think the team is great. everything. I'm glad everybody can stick together because I'm telling you right now, remember my words. I ain't the guy who normally say this. They're gonna roll a lot of teams. Watch what I tell you.
Yeah.
Watch what I tell you. Yeah,
What?
they're really good. They're
With,
better than I thought they were. I saw
Yeah.
that in San Francisco. I go, oh wow, these guys, we're better than I thought we were. Yeah, great team, man. Really good team, you know. Dan Campbell got them right. Ben Johnson, Sheila Hamp, everything is Brad Holmes. Everything is in place and it's working. It's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
John, with this coming up, the last year of Amon Ross' contract, what do you think the Lions are going to do? Are they going to try to beat it to the punch before it expires, or
Well,
you think
I think they're gonna beat him to the punch before it expires. I mean, that's what I would do if I were them, you know. So we'll see. You know, I guess it's coming up pretty soon, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, but oh man, I was shocked how good they were. I'm telling you right now, I was so shocked. I'm like, what? Yeah.
It was magical. I mean, it was magical that first half.
Those guys were like, I'm telling you, they were like, what the heck is going on here? What's going
Fred
on?
Warner,
Are these guys that good?
Fred Warner, your Amon's 7-on-7 teammate, looked bewildered in the first half.
Yeah. It was like, what? Are these guys that good? I'm telling you, man, I'm sitting around. I'm in a sea of red. They were quiet as a mouse. In the beginning, they were yelling. After a while, they thought, oh, man, they were yelling, stop running the ball. Stop running the ball. The run is not working. They were yelling all kinds of stuff. I'm just looking at them. And then as soon as we made one mistake, they all came alive.
Man.
Okay. All right, but they know what time it is. They know what time it is. And if they see the Lions again, they're going to think, man, we better really be ready because we're getting older and they're young. We got a young team. A lot of young boys. A lot of young bulls. They got that old team. You'll see.
Well, so what's on the Pro Bowl schedule?
You know, that's a good question. I mean, like I said, I'm on my way out there, but I'd rather go on Friday, but I almost said, no, I have to come now. But I'm tired, dude. I'm tired. I'm flying around hotels. I can't sleep in hotels. I'm like, what? I'm tired. I want to go home. I want to be at my own house, you know?
Yeah.
But I got to go to Orlando. There's nothing in Orlando but Disney World.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've ever been there, and there's no industry, so everyone in the whole city works at Disney World.
Yeah.
It's like, it's weird, you know? It's like, what am I going to do there?
No, it is. It is weird.
I'll find me some golf clubs, play around the golf.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. They got golf.
Yeah.
Well,
I'll have to, I don't want to bring my clubs.
No.
So I'll probably just rent some clubs or something, you know?
Yeah.
But if I can play a couple of rounds of golf, that'd be good.
Yeah.
There we go.
Well,
what do you think about next year? Detroit Lions.
Oh, I love it. They got to go find a couple corners, you know, and
edge rusher. We need one more edge rusher. We have Hutchinson. We need a guy that can complement him. You know, they know what they got to do. I mean, Brad Holmes, those guys, they know exactly what they need. And, you know, you got to be real clever right now because they're going to have the 30th pick.
Right.
And so you got to be really evaluating talent. That's where they're strong at. They're good at evaluating talent.
Yeah.
If they get if they get 2 or 3 pieces, oh, man. I got a feeling they're going to say, you know what? Let's push all the chips in. I think they're going to go for it. Free agency, everything. I think they're going to say, look, let's put all the chips in the middle. Let's go for it. We got a chance to win.
Yeah.
Because they saw what I saw, and they're like, oh, wow. I mean, San Francisco got a big logo. Dallas got a big logo. All these teams, but, man, they're just regular people. They put their pants on one leg at a time like we do. They ain't no Superman. They're just regular guys, and guess what? We're better than them. It was clear.
Yeah. No, I think with that young nucleus, and they got to figure out, you know, they got to deal with Goff's contract. I think I think they can absolutely take the next step, because the one thing about Campbell that I love is that he's about culture and being transparent with his players.
Yes.
And so they will fight for him and fight for each other.
Yes.
And that's
now
hard
the
to find in pro sports. It really is.
Yes. The team, the city, everybody knows how good we are now. We've been battle tested. Now we know. Now that we know, it's going to be even harder for them to beat us. Because they were like, I'm sure I was questioning it. How good are they? But now I'm like, oh my God. There's no question. They're like one of the best teams, top two. I don't know who else is second, but we're top two, and we ain't number two.
Like, Dallas may have all the talent, but they don't have the heart. Detroit.
I don't know if they got as much talent as we have. That's what I'm telling you. I'm telling you, we got the talent. I mean, I see a lot of guys playing football. To me, Jahmyr Gibbs is probably, and Montgomery. Man, Jahmyr Gibbs is a special running back, dude. I don't know if I've seen anybody like that.
Yeah.
I mean, so snappy quick. What is that? It's crazy. It's like he's super dangerous. Like, how do you get that first down? It was 3rd and 8 or 12.
3rd and 12.
And they gave him the ball, and he just ran it really quick to the corner. I can outrun these guys to the corner in 12 yards.
Yeah.
And he did that. I'm like, oh, my God.
John, they used to think that his tape was sped up because that's how fast he was.
Oh, they did?
Okay. Yes, they thought it was fake. They thought it was sped up. Yeah. Jahmyr Gibbs, his high school tape coming out before he went to Georgia Tech and then Alabama. Yeah, they thought it was
some guys – there's guys who can run a 4.3, but in a straight line. But when it comes to running through tackles, no, they're not running 4.3 to them tackles. They're running 6.1. You know? And they don't run 4.3 until they look around and no one's near them. Mommy, look at me. Look how fast I am. But they're scared going through that hole. Jahmyr, man, let me tell you, that dude's so dangerous. And then you got Montgomery, powerful back, also dangerous. Dude, let me tell you something. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, golf, throwing dimes. I'm telling you, man, it's a team that no one really looked at. Now they're going to go, wait a minute. We better take these guys real serious because they're one of the best teams in the league. No offense to anyone else. There's a lot of great teams, but they're one of the good ones.
Yeah. All right, you're getting me hyped up now. You're bringing me back.
I saw it, man. I know in my eyes, I know what my eyes see.
Yeah.
I'm like, ooh, we like that? I'm thinking, wait a minute. Are we that good? We pushed them around. We bullied them. I'm telling you. Inexperience lost that game for us. That's all right. We learn.
Yep. Man. Yeah. Well, any other things from the post game or anything that gave you gave you a sense of reassurance? Uh-oh. Do we lose John?
Yeah, he might be going again.
Well, John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, father of Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions, headed to the Pro Bowl right now, on his way to the airport to fly to Orlando, which John does not love to do. There he is.
Okay. What was that you asked me?
So was there anything else that you heard after the game or from Amon that made you feel good or reassured about how this team will respond?
No, because everybody was like real quiet, and I don't want to mention nothing about the game. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because it wasn't the right time. I thought, well, let's let them, go through whatever they're going through.
Yeah.
I just stayed away from them. But I know what I saw. I know what I saw when I was standing there. I'm like, holy moly, these guys, man. Because it's the Detroit Lions. My son is on the team. Am I being biased? Am I seeing what I really think I see when they played Buccaneers? They played the Rams. Am I seeing what I think I'm not sure, but I'm keeping receipts. And then when it got to that game, I said, okay, this is going to tell me a lot. Man, when I saw what I saw, I'm like, everybody needs to wake up. Hey, man, we're one of the best teams, and we better start acting like it, and we better start rolling guys.
Yeah,
because it was no contest. It was. I thought, oh my God, we're gonna blow these guys out. Are we gonna blow these
it
guys
was so
out?
good. It was so good.
Wow, I'm telling you,
It
man.
was so good.
Was that?
It was so good.
I'm
It
telling you,
was
I'm
so
shocked.
good.
I'm shocked at what I saw, and I'm a father of a player, and I was shocked what I saw. I thought, wait a minute, is this right? Is this really happening?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
What do you think happens in the Super Bowl? I don't think the 49ers can live off luck.
No, you can't live off that luck. No. That's what I tell my friends when I play golf and Grady makes a birdie. I go, Grady, that was luck. You can't live off that luck. You're going to miss the next shot. Let me say this about the Super Bowl. I mean, there's good teams. Kansas City, a great team. 49ers a good team.
I think the Chiefs win by 10.
I think Patrick Mahomes is going to win.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, I was shocked. I thought San Francisco was better than what I saw. I was shocked.
Yeah.
I was shocked. I go, whoa, man. I think Kansas City will win the game. Sorry.
I think Detroit laid down the blueprint.
Yeah. Yeah. They laid it down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Kansas City that Pacheco's a good running back. You know, they only have one. We got the two-headed monster, you know, where one guy can come in and take a break and get it, you know, so it's a little different. And we have a good offensive line. But they got Patrick Mahomes. But I don't know. I think Kansas City wins, but I think they win by a touchdown.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree.
So, all right, man.
John.
Well,
listen,
let the
you are the
know.
best.
Oh man, I'm telling you, I know what I saw. You know, I ain't no
love
professional,
it.
But my
Listen,
eyes know what they saw.
You keep it real, man. You keep it real. You don't.
Man.
You're not some sugarcoat.
No.
You break it down, and I agree with you. And thank God I got to talk to you today because you are pulling me up out of the abyss.
I didn't know. We didn't know. At least I didn't know how good they really were. You know, that makes sense because we played Kansas City, but Jones wasn't there. Kelsey wasn't there. So you don't know. You know, we played the Rams. We beat the Rams, good team, but they're rebuilding. So you don't know. You play Tampa Bay. How good are they? You played the Cowboys good. Then we made that bonehead decision not to kick that field goal. But so you don't really know, right? But last night, or the other night, I know now. I know now, and everybody better know. They're the real deal.
Yeah.
But you watch what I tell you. They're gonna roll a lot of guys next year. Not beat them, roll them. Yeah. They have had to implement the mercy rule.
I love it. I love it.
That's how good they were. I'm telling you, man. I was like, oh God, these guys are better than they think they are. I don't know if they know how good they are.
You're gonna have to invest in some warm clothes, John.
I got a TV, man. I look at television. Watch that on television, my brother. It was snowing out. It's snowing right now. It's snowing right now. California, they were happy. Everybody from Detroit was happy. It was 70 degrees. They're all happy. It's 70 degrees. Yeah, of course, man. This is a wonderland.
Unbelievable.
All right, my brother.
Hey, you're the best. You're the best. Have a good, safe trip to Orlando.
You got it.
Appreciate it, John.
There he is. John Brown, two-time Mr. Universe, father of 3 5-star wide receiver sons, including Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. All right. He picked me up there, Zay.
Yeah.
He picked
I
me
see
up.
that glow. That glows back. I see it.
Yep. There's hope again. There's hope. I'm starting to let go of the 2023 season. I'm going to start looking ahead to 2024. And, I mean, there was good news that Ben Johnson's sticking around.
Yeah.
I know Ben Johnson, the players really like Ben. They believe in him. And that was a good hire by Dan Campbell. The guy who's got to learn is Dan Campbell.
Yep.
He's the guy who's got to learn, because you heard John there at the end say, we were toe to toe with the Cowboys and we should have kicked the field goal. Should have, instead of going for 2 after the whatever the call was, kick the extra point and go to overtime. Instead I don't know. That's the only thing that concerns me, is hopefully Dan Campbell looks in the mirror, realizes, okay, there's a point where I just need to protect the lead by going for the points, going for the field goal.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Pete Carroll, Hall of Fame coach, one of 3 coaches to win a national championship and a Super Bowl. And he probably wakes up every day and said, man, what if I would have given Marshawn Lynch the ball and not have Russell Wilson throw that thing? Like, those mistakes, they haunt you for the rest of your life. It just kind of is what it is. And Pete Carroll never got another chance to redeem himself after that. Never. He tried. He really did. But that's why you got to capitalize on each situation that comes up, because they're not very often they come around. And yeah, Dan Campbell, you got to learn now, bro. You got to learn now that, yes, it's cool being aggressive. It's cool believing in your team, but you got to read the room. You got to have a feel for the game. And sometimes that just gets the best of them. And yeah, we saw that more than anything this past Sunday. So I'm with John. I think this Lions team's going to be around for a very long time. You heard him talk about Amon-Ra's contract, kind of said what you said, Chip, on they better get on it now before it completely expires, and you're going to have to pay him even more money once that thing is completely done. And yeah, you want to keep kind of the core main dudes on the squad, like Aiden Hutchinson. Same with him. Like, his contract is going to come around very soon too. He probably has a year or 2 more, but hey, there's some big time players on the Lions that you want to keep around just because they're part of the reason why that culture has changed under Dan Campbell. So yeah, I like where the Lions are and where they're going, but 2023, as good as year it was, you always remember what if.
Yeah. There's no doubt. I mean, there is no doubt. Yeah, and look, Sark is a guy who likes to go for it. And I just
greedy. Just greedy. Man, Dan Lanning, all those guys. Sometimes it's okay to not be greedy. Sometimes being conservative is cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, unless you just have a dog shit kicker, like, take those points, man. Take those points.
Let's see. Let me see what it was when San Francisco kicked the field goal. Let me look at this real quick.
What the score was?
Yeah, when they kicked
to take the lead?
No.
Oh.
When they kicked the field goal in the third quarter.
Oh, it became 24-10.
Yeah.
24-7 at that point.
I want to see what the fourth and how long. It was okay. It was fourth. Okay, 4th and 8. You're not going for it on 4th and 8. That's right. They had back-to-back sacks to force that field goal. Oh, that was another thing. It was like that first drive of the third quarter. That was a win for the Lions. Like they got to the Lions 25, and they played some good D to hold them to that field goal. And that's why I was like, you drive a 4-minute long drive. Like the Lions, after holding them to a field goal, the Lions go on an 8-play, 4-minute drive. Good drive. They converted 3rd and 4 to Amon-Ra. Or no, that was, they had the, they threw it to Amon-Ra, but it was only for 2 yards. And so it was 4th and 2 at the 28. And you're like, okay, just restore the lead back to 17.
Yeah.
Don't give them any hope. Don't bring their fans back into it. But
yeah, I don't know what was a worse smoke job, what the Baltimore Ravens did or what the Lions did. I mean, I think the Baltimore Ravens situation is kind of getting swept under the rug just because Patrick Mahomes has done what he's done with Andy Reid and Travis Kelce and obviously the Taylor Swift hype. But gosh, man, Todd Monken, that was just, I still can't believe it. Now we're here on Wednesday. That's a disgrace, that performance that he put on. Just completely got away from what brought them there in the first place. Like, run the ball.
Right.
Like, if your running backs have a combination of 6 rushing attempts, I don't know. What do you do with that? You know, like 16 total? And that's just because Lamar Jackson was running for his life at times. Like, it weren't like all those were design runs, the ones that Lamar Jackson had. Like, what's going into that thought process? It can't be Odell Beckham bitching the whole time. Like, which I don't think Odell Beckham was. I thought he was actually trying to hype up his guys, but still, how can you put Lamar Jackson in those situations knowing that people are going to be tight on the Ravens side? Like, they were expected to win that game. So they're going to be tight. It's your job as the coach to put them in situations to win the game. You know, and Todd Monken, John Hardball, they didn't do that at all. And it cost them. Like, they should be playing San Fran because it wasn't like the Chiefs were lighting it up offensively. Besides that back shoulder throw to Travis Kelce and the Isaiah Pacheco run on the goal line, they ain't score. That was all in the first half. They ain't score at all in the second. Not 1 point. Donut. So the defense was still really good for Baltimore, but just dumb shit with Zay Flowers getting the penalty and, you know, Roquan Smith, unnecessary roughness, and Van Noy and Crowder got a late hit penalty. Like, all that stuff just, hey, that can't happen, man. That can't happen. And Todd Monken, yeah, he should be very, very nervous about his future because even though he's only been there 1 year, and yes, Lamar Jackson's MVP, you any more mistakes like that, you could be gone, bro.
Yeah, I'm looking back at that first half for the Ravens, and after the Amenahu forced fumble, it's like they panicked. They were only down 14-7, but they started throwing it a lot more. And they did get away from it. Gus Edwards averaged 6+ a carry, but he only had 3 carries?
3.
Gus
Hill
Edwards,
only had 3 carries too. Like,
yeah, Justice Hill, 3 carries.
Lamar Jackson. Sense.
Yeah, they were trying.
Sense.
Yeah.
Like,
Man.
what? You can't panic in those situations, because think about the only touchdown that the Ravens had. It was because Lamar Jackson was running around in the backfield, running for his life. And then all of a sudden he got loose enough to where he could make that throw upfield. And it was an incredible play, but we're not living off that, Todd Monken. We're not looking at that and saying, that's right, the passing game's working today. Lamar's feeling it today. He's on the money. We're going to keep on giving them the ball and letting them air it out. No, it should be the opposite. It should be, damn, we got lucky. Let's get back to this bread and butter. You know what I'm saying? Let's get back to this bread and margarine, the good stuff. But nah, man, oh my gosh, that's so frustrating. These guys are getting paid way too much money to be doing stuff like that. Like,
that play by Amenahu was huge.
Yeah, it was.
Because it was early in the game and it caused like a chill to go through the Raven sideline. Even though it didn't lead to points, it like shook them up, man.
Yeah.
It like shook
them up. They gonna miss Charles, man. They gonna miss Charles Amenahu. He was huge all year long.
Yeah.
All year long.
Career high 7 sacks, including that one, a strip sack in the AFC Championship game.
I don't even think he played the full 18 games this year. I want to say
he didn't. He only played 12.
Yeah.
Right? He got suspended. I'm not sure. Let me see what his suspension was for. But yeah, he only played 12 games. He violated the personal conduct policy.
Huh.
I
don't know what that is.
Interesting.
Oh, somebody on our Specs text line is asking for a Brady Tuck rule on that Charles Amenahu play. I don't know.
Okay, this was
Tuck rule.
This dated back to he was arrested on a misdemeanor domestic violence charge.
Oh yeah,
in January. I don't ever know what to believe about those things, but yeah, no, they're gonna miss him, and the Chiefs need Willie Gay back because he's their fastest linebacker.
Yeah,
he is their dude.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want crazy legs Purdy beating you down. Willie Gay needs to crack him in the ribs a little bit.
Let me ask you this. Where does Travis Kelce rank for you on tight ends all time?
I mean, it's him and Gronk. So I'll say this. How Gronk is 6'7".
Gronk's huge,
Kelce,
kind of like 6'5", 6'4". That sounds right.
6'5".
Yeah, 6'5". Yeah.
I mean, it's amazing that Gronk is 6'6". So you know what? Kelce moves better than Gronk.
Yeah. Definitely more durable.
Yeah. I mean, it's hard to go against Kelce because when Mahomes scrambles, Kelce gets open. And look, Gronk did too. I'm not saying that. But Kelce is more agile, and he just, I don't know. It's hard to look at these last 6 years and not think Kelce because he's just been such a monster. Now, he had more drops this year than he's ever had. But man, when it came down to it in that AFC Championship game, 11 targets, 11 catches? Stupid. Are you kidding me?
Stupid. That's ridiculous.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah, and that's what John's talking about. Like, in the biggest moments, go to your best player over and over and over again. And that's where Ben Johnson and the Lions got away from. Like, keep going to Amon-Ra. Keep going to him. Like, John's not being biased. He's being for real. There's a reason why Amon-Ra St. Brown, out of the 3 receivers that made first team, is one of them. And Patrick Mahomes, he knew, okay, in a game like this, with all the wide receiver doubt that we had, yes, Rashid Rice has been good in this rookie year out of SMU, and Marquez Valdez-Scantling is, your boy from the alum, but Marquez Valdez-Scantlin's been good, and Kadarius Toney, they ain't even taking him on the road with him. They basically cut the dude. So who you going to rely on? Your all-world tight end who has been there multiple times before, and that's what he did. And look, now they in the Super Bowl, and he going to use them the same way in the Super Bowl, a lot. Andy Reid's going to make sure he's being used a lot. They be running him on jet sweeps and stuff, and he's always in motion. Yeah, I know it's easy to be prisoner of the moment, but it's hard not to put Travis Kelce as the best. Like, I love me some Tony Gonzalez. I was a big fan of Antonio Gates, and I know Kellen Winslow back in the 80s for those Chargers. He was really nice, but it's hard not to put Travis Kelce in there, man, because you're right. He just moves different. Like, he's as graceful and as a swift as anybody playing that position, and the way that he runs routes and the way his hands are, it's hard not to put Travis Kelce at number 1.
Yeah, man. I mean,
He's
tight
a
ends.
D-bag. He's a huge D-bag, but that's a part of the charm,
Right. He doesn't give a flip what you think of him. I mean, he's just like, he gets up there on the podium. You gotta fight for your right to party.
Yeah. He even said it himself when he was talking. We played that clip, him talking about Justin Tucker. And he was like, all right, Justin, hey, if you want to be a dick, I can be a dick with the best of them. At least he admits it. At least he knows what he is. There's no denial there. He's like, yo, I know I'm an a-hole. It's part of my charm. Y'all think that it's sweet out here just because I have a superstar woman on my arm? Nah, man. I'm a Hall of Famer. I'm a football player first. And don't think anything's sweet with me. Yo, the way he was talking to those Baltimore Ravens are tough, man. That defense, they are tough. And the way
Roquan Smith, Patrick Queen.
Them some angry dudes. Those dudes ain't all there. Something's wrong with that Medulla oblongata. They ain't all there. And Travis Kelce, he just act like he was in the Sandlot. He just act like it was just in the park playing, touch or something like that. Like, that's how he took it. Not like it was the AFC Championship game. And he just talking mess, calling people the B word, P word, all types of stuff. And, hey, it ain't nothing if you can't back it up. And that dude backs it up and then some.
Yeah. Like, I get the feeling he's saving his best for last. Like, if you were going to kill the Chiefs, you needed to kill the Chiefs before they got to this point. Because now they're right where they feel most comfortable.
Yeah.
They know what it's like to have that parade. They know what it's like. In fact, let me throw this out there real quick. Audiovisual Consultations, my man Tom McKay, getting you right. Going to make sure you get the big screen of your dreams, surround sound, surveillance, electronic shades, new lighting. All you got to do is call 255-8678. You've heard me talk about AV Consultations. They've set me up in 3 different houses. They've done it for some of your favorite restaurants in Austin, including Cover 3, the ultimate place. If you need a spot for the Super Bowl, there you go. Cover 3, make your reservations early so that you get in there, because that's going to be a prime spot to check out the Super Bowl. But Tom McKay and Audiovisual Consultations, they're the best in the business. And all you got to do is call 255-8678, and Tom and his crew will bring everything to you, including the best price on the best big screens. And Cover 3, make that reservation. You're going to love it. And BetUS, click on that link on our YouTube page or on the Texas Sports Unfiltered app. Go to explore our socials, and you will find our link to BetUS, where, I mean, that's America's favorite sports book for the last 30 years. They got all kinds of promotional bets for you so that you're only betting a fraction with a chance to win big. I mean, BetUS, where the game begins. Chip shot today. You needed to kill the Chiefs by now. You needed to kill the Chiefs by now because they're getting stronger. They're getting stronger. People saw them dropping balls. They saw Patrick Mahomes getting pissed after the most incredible play of the NFL season that wasn't because of Kadarius Toney. And that's a whole nother chip shot for later on Kadarius Toney and how the Chiefs have just stuffed him on IR because they were sick of him dropping balls and making mistakes all year. He's like, I'm not hurt, and no one cares.
Nobody cares.
Nobody cares, Kadarius. We don't care what you have to say on Instagram because the Chiefs are just fine without you. But you should have killed the Chiefs by now because, you know, they are smelling it. And that was what they did in Baltimore. The fact that they got Baltimore out of their rhythm, got them to change the way they play, got Lamar all flustered. Lamar sees Lively running down the field with his hand up and just thinks, oh, he's not going to lead me into a triple coverage. Like they sped Lamar up. Just like I said, the Lions were going to have to speed Brock Purdy up. The Chiefs did that to Lamar Jackson. And the Ravens destroyed every good team on their schedule this year. Like destroyed them. Went to San Francisco, pulverized them. Lions came to Baltimore, Ravens pulverized them. The Chiefs went in there with a focus and a determination, and they imposed their will on the Ravens, who have the MVP of the league. They have one of the most electric young receivers. They had both their stud tight ends. They have the two best linebackers, arguably, in the league. Okay, maybe San Francisco with Greenlaw and Warner. That'll be a toss up. But the Chiefs went in there and imposed their will. Now, it was 17-10, and they had to scratch and claw for every single thing. They needed Charles Omenahu's fumble to take away possessions for the Ravens. But guess what? They went in there and got it done. And now they're getting an easier matchup in the Super Bowl than they just had against the Ravens. And yeah, I said it because you know what? Hold on. You watched the Green Bay game too, Zay. You watched the San Fran Green Bay game. You saw Jordan Love throw away his team's chances to just go down and, kick a field goal, for God's sake. But the Chiefs, with Patrick Mahomes and that defense, this is the best defense the Chiefs have ever had. L'Jarius Sneed. They got, no one talks about Karlaftis, Bolden. I mean, come on, man. They got dudes. And now they're catching the football. Marquez Valdez-Scantling is catching footballs. Kelsey's 11 targets, 11 catches. Rashee Rice has been good all year. And Mahomes is on a mission, and Pacheco is healthy enough. And they still have old boy from LSU at running back, Clyde Edwards-Helaire. They don't use him that much, but he makes plays. He makes plays. He's just not as fast as Isaiah Pacheco. I get it. Pacheco's nasty. Like, he looks little. He moves so fast, he looks little. He's 6'1", 218. That's CJ Baxter. That's the same size as CJ Baxter. 6'1", 218.
Who, Isaiah Pacheco?
Isaiah Pacheco. And Pacheco moves like he's 5'7", 170. Doesn't he?
He run like a cartoon character.
damn, I love watching that
He
dude
picking
run.
his feet up. I love watching them run too. It's fun, but he runs different. Yeah. Mhm.
I mean, it's crazy. I'm gonna double check that because I don't want to be wrong. Okay, 5'10", 216. 5'10", 216. Isaiah Pacheco. He can get it done. I'm just telling you. Chiefs by 10 in the Super Bowl. You should have killed them when you had the chance. Because now they're home. They're at home. They're
Yeah,
right
Patrick
back in their
Mahomes.
living room.
He loves playing in
Right.
domes too, which they play
Oh,
at.
yeah.
They play in Vegas all the time when they have to play the Raiders. So he will be very used to that stadium. Yeah, don't count out my man Brock Eli Manning Purdy though. Don't count him out. Y'all counting them out. Y'all sleeping
Okay,
on
you can
them.
do that for the right call. I'm giving an Alipop to the Chiefs. But let's get to the right call. Let's get to the right call, my man Zay Collier.
Get to the right call. Before the right call, though, got to shout out Covert BK and the Covert Auto Group, family-owned group of automotive dealerships that have been serving the greater Austin area for over 100 years. They've been doing it big. They've been helping folks out. You see a car around Austin, most likely it's come from the Covert family and that Covert BK. They hold us down here at Texas Sports Unfiltered. Let them hold you down to get you a beautiful car where you could get out on the road where you need to be, because they are committed to providing customers with a high quality selection of new and pre-owned vehicles. 7 terrific brands to choose from in Ram, Jeep, Dodge, Chrysler, Cadillac, GMC, and Buick. Go to covertbk.com for all the latest specials and inventory. Nobody beats a Covert deal. Not now, not ever. All right, Shep, let's go to the NBA a little bit for these last 5 minutes or so, because there has been reports going out in the Bay for the Golden State Warriors that the Warriors won't break up their long-standing core unless Steph Curry agrees to it. And right now, sitting in January, or the end of January, the last day, tomorrow is February, the Warriors are the 12th seed in the West, and they are a game back from the 11th seed Rockets. Now, we all know the new playing game that the NBA's done these last few years, which is fun. If you make it to that 10th seed and you have a spot to fight for, or you have a chance to fight for that 8th spot. But yeah, right now the Warriors are not playing good basketball. They've had the whole Draymond Green fiasco where he's out here choking Rudy Gobert and punching folks and got suspended. Klay Thompson, he doesn't look like what Klay used to look like in those championship runs. We know he's had the ACL and the Achilles injury. Steph Curry is still Steph Curry, though. He's still doing this thing, and I don't know. It's just Andrew Wiggins took a big step back from that 2022 season. Andrew Wiggins, you could argue that he was the second best player on that championship team that beat the Boston Celtics in the finals. So now he took a step back. Jonathan Kuminga, he's been a better player, but he's still so young that he has his, inconsistencies. And yeah, I just think those main guys now being in their mid-30s, this is it. Like, this is what happens to, teams like this. You try to get a player that might be a superstar that's younger. The Spurs tried to do that with Kawhi. It worked for 1 year, but, what happened with the Kawhi Leonard situation, he got disgruntled with how he was getting treated. Tony Parker was talking shit about him, yada, yada, yada. We saw what happened after that. The Warriors, they haven't really found that. They thought they had that in Jordan Poole, but Draymond Green punched that fool in the face, and that was it. And plus, Jordan Poole, I don't think he was that guy. He's a good player, but he needed the guidance from those superstars / leaders in the Warriors. And now you go watch him with the Wizards, like he's unwatchable. Like now that he's the man, they're one of the worst teams in the league. And yeah, you just can't have Jordan Poole be your best player. So I don't think that would have worked. But yeah, it's just, I don't know if sad is the right word, but it does hurt a basketball fan like myself to see the Warriors going out like this because, just like all dynasty teams, we appreciate them more years later instead of being in the midst of those dynasties because we're so tired of seeing the same teams win every year. Warriors have played some of the best basketball I ever seen when they were rolling, especially when they had Kevin Durant. Like that, the offense, like it wasn't a normal NBA ISO pick and roll offense. They were running motion like stuff, and it was because Steph Curry is so good moving without the ball. So it was a joy and beauty to watch, and now they lost that. They don't have that anymore. Father Time catches up with everybody, and yeah, I think Steph Curry.
What do they do before the trade deadline? Are they buyers or sellers?
Again, Steph doesn't want anybody in the core three, Clay or Draymond, to go anywhere. That's the problem. If we're just listening to Steph, like Steph's going to be loyal because he'll always be a Golden State Warrior. Those other guys, Trey Thompson is a role player. Like, he's not that dude. Even though he might think he is, he's not that guy. And Draymond, might be the greatest role player of all time. Like, you could get to the Hall of Fame being a great role player. Dennis Rodman did. Robert Horry probably is going to. Like, you could do it. You could get to the Hall of Fame being a role player. It just depends on who are the guys around you. So I don't know if they make a move. They're probably going to try. The Chris Paul thing didn't work just because it's Chris Paul.
You think if Draymond didn't get petty with Durant, that Durant would have stayed?
No. I think he would have left no matter what. I think Durant coming in thought that since he was the best player on the team, he would get that respect of, okay, this is your team winning a championship. I don't think he knew Steph Curry would be a top 10 player of all time. Like, it was always Steph's team. So KD wanted to go somewhere to where it would be his team, and that's never going to happen because the Brooklyn Nets, that was his best chance, and now I think he just realized, I'm too old to be the main guy. I need other dudes around me. So he teamed up with Book and Bradley Beal, and who knows if Kevin Durant will ever get that respect. But I think that Draymond – it didn't help. That's for sure. It didn't help.
Well, the Suns, who I believe you have in the finals,
they're exactly where they want to be. They're
okay.
Just fine. They're just fine.
I'm just doing a little heat check.
Yeah, they're just fine. They're getting their rhythm back. They're figuring things out. Devin Booker's adjusting to be the point guard. Kevin Durant, Beal, and Book are all in the lineup more. Once March comes around, look out. Because nobody's going to want to see them first round. They hope they get an Oklahoma City Thunder team first round. They would love that. All those teams, the Timberwolves, Thunder, all those young teams that are playing hard during the regular season, let the old heads chill and just get to the playoffs like they want because nobody cares about the regular season. And once the playoffs come around, they're going to turn on another gear, and it's going to be scary scene for everybody.
All right. I was just checking. All right. Our time is up, kids. We appreciate everybody listening. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Texas Sports Unfiltered YouTube channel. And, of course, give us a 5-star review as we hand things off to the Fire the Cannon.
Hey, guys.
Rocky and Megan. How y'all doing?
Oh, good. Zay, you already quitting on my Thunder?
Yeah.
I know they're young.
They're really good. They're young, and you're loyal for sticking with the Thunder once Durant left.
I was a fan when it was Westbrook, Ibaka, Harden. Like it was, and of course, Durant. It was a great group, and of course, I haven't followed much lately in the last few years. But I mean, if they're going to be good, I'll hop back on.
There we go. Yeah, they're good.
Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Hey. Y'all take it away. Have a great show.
Good job, guys. All
right, y'all.
Later, guys.
Hey, Megan, you want some music?
Let's get the party started.
All right.
Think that's beautiful right
Nation. We're back.
All right. Well, it's good to see you, friend. It's good.
I know.
As you guys can see, we're a little different setup today as Rocky is yet again jet setting out in beautiful Mexico. How is it out there?
It's not really jet setting.
It's jet setting.
It is nice though. This is our house here in Mexico, Puerto Morelos. Everyone sees, like, I like to post pictures of mostly the food and the beach because that's part of, some of the best parts about being in Puerto Morelos. But it's good. I'm trying to catch up on all the Texas news because normally when I'm at home, I can keep, YouTube on, streaming stuff, or, always checking Twitter or whatever's going on, but not so much here. I try to keep up.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it's fair. If you're on the beach, you're not expected to stay completely plugged in. That's awesome. I'm jealous. I love it there. But right. Yeah, excited to see you soon too. So
I'll be home tomorrow.
Yeah, absolutely. So we have got a lot to talk about. We definitely had some fun Texas hockey, fun little event that we went to last Friday. We've got some changes with the Texas coaching staff. Definitely got to talk about my Lions and the heartbreak that I suffered through. The pain.
It was amazing until it wasn't.
Absolutely.
And if anything I've learned, you've told me over the years that the Lions will find a way, and they do it in epic, record-breaking proportions.
Absolutely. Find new and exciting ways to break your heart. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
So we'll talk NFL, of course, a little bit of preview of the Super Bowl. And then we got a lot of Texas sports to chat about. We got baseball coming up. We got some basketball talk. And then even tennis too. I'm going to throw a little bit in there. So we're just kind of all over the place today, but it'll
Longhorns in the Senior Bowl, the East-West Shrine Bowl. A new DL coach. We have so much to talk about. And then we'll wrap up, like you said, the NFL. And then we have some top news stories. So it's always fun to chat about.
Absolutely. Well, I do want to say a big shout out, big thank you to everyone that came out to hockey. Like, it was a sold out. So
wow.
And I think a lot of folks didn't know that Texas has a hockey club. Now, again, I say club because it is a rec sport, right? So it does catch some people off guard because I know not everybody's insane and follows like all the rec sports and stuff like that. But they actually play at Chaparral Ice. And of course, during rivalry week, I can't say rivalry. Basketball played OU, both the men and the women's that week. And then Texas got a little preview of the SEC and played A&M in hockey. One game at home in Austin on Friday night, one game in College Station. A lot of folks came out, man. It was a ton of fun. Was that your first hockey game to go to?
No, I've been to a Texas hockey game before, but it was I hadn't been to where they are now at the Chaparral Ice. It was great because tons of students came, lots of friends and family came. It was so much fun, and you get to just go find a space to stand right up on the glass, which is always really fun. Because normally, if you go to a big hockey event, you have to pay big bucks to be right up on it. Everybody was $10 or $5 or free. Yeah. So you could be right up on it. You stand the whole time, but it's fun and it's exciting. And I have to give props to the students with the great signs that they pushed up against the glass for the Aggie players to see. And they had some really they were throwing some good shade. It was all in good rivalry fun.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. And again, shout out to the baseball team too. We caught up with a few of the baseball players that were out there. So we've got some fun, exciting news coming up on that note too. But yeah, I mean, it was a ton of fun. And again, for those that haven't been there, like Chaparral Ice, there's not a ton of seating. Like, a lot of people imagine it like the HEB Center where the Texas Stars play. It's not anything nearly that size. It's a smaller ice rink. So there's limited seating, but the place was sold out, standing room only. It was loud and rowdy. Texas went up in the first period. A&M came roaring back, A&M was up. Then Texas
they were
back, and then the third period was back and forth, and Texas came away with the victory. And I gotta say, everything was good. Like, it was a great game. Few little riffs like you get in hockey, but something that kind of bummed me out, and I was kind of pissed off about, and the team was too. A&M didn't shake hands like you're supposed to after the game. Like, you were supposed to meet center ice, shake hands, and the Aggies wouldn't do it, right? Like, they just got off the ice. I'll tell you, students got after him on that. It was chippy. It got pretty chippy. The
yeah, I
players
didn't see
go through the crowd to get to their locker room. It was pretty crazy. Did you catch any of that?
No, you told me about it because we were standing over in the others around one of the end goal, on the ends behind one of the goals, and that was kind of in the halfway line where they have the gate to come in and out of the rink. So we didn't see that as they were leaving. I know Texas ended up winning that game, the hockey game, Friday night 4-3, and then went to College Station the next night and lost 6-3. So they split it home, which is fun for the home fans. We were talking with some really fun ladies and friends that we were standing next to watching the game, and we were saying, man, Texas has scored 10 goals and 5 goals. And it was the whole first period, no goals. And second period finally got a goal. I'm like, where are all the goals?
Yeah, it was hockey's like that though. I mean, hockey's like that though. It's like it's dead, it's back and forth, and then all of a sudden it heats up, especially after they changed the rules a few years back to try to get there to be a little more scoring. It's a hot and cold game, kind of like baseball in that way. You know, it can be quiet, and then bats heat up, and all of a sudden, holy crap, like you can't get them to stop. So it was definitely fun. Yeah, it was exciting. And our happy hour before went great. We had lots of friends. It did. It was awesome. Yeah, we had that out at Cover 3, which, hey, look at that. Sponsors here, of course, Texas Sports Unfiltered. So it was a great time. I had an amazing Reuben there. Like, it was so good.
That was so good. I took a bite of your sandwich. That was so good.
Yeah, gotta love it. But hey, gotta give a shout out to CB. Thanks for joining us as always, man. And Dina, hey, thanks for being here. Roy, yeah, man, I gotta rock the Lions hair. I'll have it until I change it again. But still loud and proud for my Lions, even though it was a little painful. But yeah, I wanted to bring something up in talking, like, again, the Aggies didn't shake the hands at center ice, just that sportsman thing that you're supposed to see after a lot of games, basketball included. We know that this horns down controversy thing has yet again flared its ugly head. Now, Rodney Terry didn't help the fact by going on his rant and kind of, bagging on, I think it was UCF that when UCF won at the Moody against Texas, Rodney Terry went on his rant. So I got to ask you, Rocky, like, I have feelings about this. I know that it is a huge deal to basically everybody outside of Texas, right? I don't know many Texas fans that like absolutely lose their shit over it. But what's your take on that? Like, how do you feel about horns down? Do you get pissed off about it? Do you get mad?
At this point, it's getting kind of funny when people do horns down, especially when they're not even playing Texas. You'll see just rando teams that aren't even in the circle of Texas world. Like, it's always funny if Tech is doing it or the Aggies are doing it when they're not even playing Texas. But now you'll see some rando school in the north who doesn't even compete with Texas putting the horns down, and it's just become such a thing to be thinking about Texas. And like, you're committed to a different school, but you're thinking about Texas. You're playing a different school, but you're thinking about Texas. It's become so silly now, and it's just nothing but mad props for Texas. So I think it's funny, and it's become a little bit of a curse when people do it. But to me, as long as you don't get into my personal space with it, which we've had on the road and in places, don't come into my face, into my personal space, just like you wouldn't. I don't want you to stick the finger in my face. I don't want you to do whatever in my space. If you do anything in my space, then I have a problem. But do it way over there, and you just look silly because you're worried about Texas.
Right. Look, my take on it, like, I could care less. Like, it couldn't care less. If people are going to put the horns down, do it. Like, I was always, I don't know, man, I'm proud enough of my school that I don't think about other schools unless I'm playing them, right? Like, unless Texas is playing that school, I don't spend my time and efforts thinking about your school. If you want to think about Texas, go for it. Now, where I will defend the anti-horns down argument, and this kind of goes back to when this whole freaking thing got blown up and started with Mac Brown, right? We've had this conversation before, but of course it seems to get lost in the rhetoric and lost in the conversation. Mac Brown was pissed about horns down, but it wasn't the gesture itself that he was mad about, right? It was the fact that Texas got penalized for holstering the guns, but Texas Tech didn't get penalized for doing horns down, right? It was about sportsmanship. It was about calling things equally and evenly, right? I will say, I didn't think the Rodney Terry rant was a great look, I think it was too much. And of course, it just brings this whole thing back up to the surface. But where I will take Rodney, like Coach Terry's side, this happened during the time that they are supposed to be shaking hands. The whole point, the one time that they're supposed to be exuding sportsmanship and saying good game, no matter what happened, right? It's just in the spirit of sportsmanship. That's when they're wanting to throw the horns down in players' faces. And so in that sense, yeah, I will defend Coach Terry in that. That's not an appropriate time to do horns down. And I know, I get it. I'm an old fuddy-duddy when it comes to that. But there's still got to be some semblance of sportsmanship, in my opinion.
I agree that there should be sportsmanship, but I don't think that was Coach Terry's job to discipline a different coach's player.
Agreed.
Maybe he could address it with the coach later, or and I'm sure he was frustrated that his team just blew a lead to a team they should have beaten at home.
Yeah,
and that's probably 90% of why. But if you don't want somebody to do the horns down in your face at any time, win the game. And
right.
No, it shouldn't have been a player doing it at the coach or at the other team or whatever, but he did it. And if you don't want him to do it, then beat them at home.
Yeah, look,
it's not his job to discipline the other player. That's
Agreed.
the only reason I can say
I understand it. I get it. I understand the frustration. You're feeling the burn of that loss. I get it. And I agree with 1,000%. Like, it isn't Coach Terry's job. And, he came back and apologized, but damage already done at that point. So of course,
it was already everywhere. So then a few days later, when BYU students are told by BYU administration,
right?
Because I give props. Those kids organized. There was a few years ago where we went to the Alamo Bowl, and it was Mac Brown's last season, and so we wore shirts that said, there was a group of 6 of us, and it said I Heart Mac, and we all set up our shirts, and I thought that was great. So I think it takes a lot of planning, and it's fun when the whole group gets together and like, okay, and they put HORN at horns down. I'm like, good job, students. You're all in the front row. You're horns down. That's hilarious.
Right.
And then it's the BYU administration, because, they take their they consider that to be not sportsmanship worthy. So they tell their own students to remove it. And the whole world says Texas is soft.
Texas is crying again. Yeah.
Again, I think Texas would have won that game if they kept the horns down shirts on.
Right? Listen, I agree with you. I think that's in the spirit of the game, man. Like, when you're in the game, when you're at the game and you are playing Texas, hell yeah. Like, put the horns down, do whatever. Like, again, keep it. This is where I'm old school, I guess. I'm all for like good-natured ribbing and trash talk, right? But there is a line. Horns down doesn't even come close to crossing that line. That's absolutely ridiculous. Saying, and again, the thing that pisses me off the most about horns down is the narrative that Texas gives a shit, right? It doesn't help when Coach Terry was kind of reacting on emotions and brings the whole thing up. But man, it didn't. So, if you're a fan of another school, bring the horns down. If you want to spend your time and your money and your efforts thinking about Texas and putting the horns down, do it. I'm all for that, right? But yeah, I don't know. It's just a crazy. And it's not the first time, obviously. It's certainly not going to be the last time we hear about it.
This comes up all the time. And again, like you mentioned, the penalty thing, it's not, players should get horns down. Anytime you taunt the other team, go do it at your fans. Turn to your student body and do the horns down all day. We don't care. But just like any of the throat slit or there's so many other ways you can do a gesture that is taunting and not sportsmanlike. And when you do it at the other team, that's not sportsmanlike conduct. So
exactly,
it has nothing to do with it just being horns down. Texas is soft.
It's context. Again, when it crosses the line, it becomes taunting. You do it in somebody's face, like you said earlier. If you're in my personal space, it's not about the gesture itself. It's about the fact that you are being disrespectful in my space.
Yes,
right? Same argument to me with horns down. If you're taunting and you have the intent of, you're not celebrating, you're not supporting your own, doing well. You're not supporting your own thing where you did well. You're actively in the face and taunting and putting down the other, like in the face.
Right.
Then that's too much, right? But again, it's not about the symbol of horns down. That's silly. That's whatever.
Yeah, it's always going to be a thing. And yeah, Rodney Terry riled it up last week, and then the BYU thing happened, and that riled it up even more.
Right.
And I have to
timing of it was
we'll get to it in a minute, but that BYU crowd was so impressive. And yeah, we'll get to it, but I was impressed with those students. They brought it. We need to do more. Like they had the zigzag, the free throws, and I tell you what, the difference in that game for a while was those free throws. And anyway, all right, we're going to talk about it.
Yeah, no, it's definitely crazy. I will say BYU, the few times that I've been to Provo for football, again, this was forever ago. I have to say, while I may have some personal issues with, their things that go on behind the scenes at BYU, I got to say, it is always, Provo's a gorgeous place.
Oh, it's beautiful.
BYU has always been, the fans have always been super cool. They've always been welcoming. I think we've told this story before about the time we were there in football, and it was that crazy, I think this was 2013. There was that crazy rain delay. I think 2.5 hours, just that mountain storm that came in from nowhere, drenched the whole place. It was flooded. It was nuts. And then Texas goes out and just lays an egg, plays a god-awful game.
Laid an egg.
I had BYU fans apologizing to me for traveling that far to watch our team lose. They were apologizing for winning, which almost pissed me off more. I don't know how to handle that.
Yeah, that's a little patronizing, but
that's the crazy thing. They didn't intend it that way. They were genuinely, they genuinely felt bad. I don't know. It was just, that was weird, but they're great fans. And I agree that atmosphere at basketball was nuts in Provo. Again, we'll jump into that a little bit when we talk about basketball, but goodness gracious. So, all right. Well, I'm glad we've settled the horns down controversy once and for all, and we'll never
once and for all.
You heard it here first, folks. We appreciate it.
It'll keep being a thing, but it's not a thing, and whatever. Do it. Get the whole stadium wearing horns down shirts. That's fine.
Well, it's something that I love to say too. I love it when the horns are down, because I've got Longhorns. I deal with them all the time. When the horns are down, that means they're pissed and they're rushing you. So you don't
want them down.
In real life, when horns are down, you better be running, man. You better be getting out of the way, because it's problematic. So, I love it. I love it. All right. Well, exciting news out on the 40 acres. There's a lot going on. This is kind of that, we know it's football dead period, which makes us sad. But there's definitely a lot going on. We still got some news out. Texas just announced their new defensive line coach to replace Bo Davis. Rocky, what are you thinking on that? Do you have any feelings on it with Kenny Baker coming in from the Miami Dolphins?
I've been listening to different people talk about it and trying to gauge. I guess I kind of agree with the sentiment that, we know Sark has an NFL background. He's coached in the NFL. He's still very connected with NFL coaches. And at this point, there's two things. He's connected with the NFL. So when he reaches out to, who should I be talking to? Who am I missing? Who's the up and coming, whole package that would fit the culture, the experience, who has developed D-line players? Then it feels like a good spot. It may not be the biggest name or even the first name that everyone was talking about, Rod Wright, because he's staying with the Texans. It may not have been the first name, but if it's the right pick, we'll see. But also at this point, I trust Sark hiring coaching staff.
Right.
So other than the first wide receiver coach that he brought, it's been all knockout stars, and he's done a really good job, especially having to replace one of the best running back coaches with another best running back coach. So I trust him to hire right, and that his connections with the NFL, and he really, when you have skins on the wall of working and rising that quickly to an NFL staff like Baker has, then I trust it. I trust Sark at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's absolutely right. I've got to be honest. I certainly am not that involved with knowing the assistant coaches and what they do for every team, on every team. I don't follow their careers closely. Right. But looking into it, you pointed out something that I think definitely holds weight. His rise was pretty fast. He was, with Western Kentucky in 2022, and then with the Dolphins, and the Dolphins had the second best record in the NFL, got to the wild card round. So obviously there's a lot of pieces that are into play with that, but everything that he's done been
a part of.
Been a part of it has happened pretty quickly. And I mean, it's positive and moving forward, right? And yeah, I mean, the bottom line to me is that Sark hadn't led us astray yet, right? And look, was he the first name? Maybe not, but let's point out, Coach Sarkisian wasn't the first name for coming to Texas either, right? Like, we went through that with Charlie Strong. We went through that, and Strong wasn't the right fit. Herman was a little better, but not the right fit, right? Like, Sark wasn't necessarily the guy. You know, of course, we always hear the Urban Meyer name. You know, we heard that floating around, Saban to Texas, whatever.
All right.
Yeah, but Sark came in. There were a lot of questions about him, and he has proven time and again, he built the culture, he's built the program, and in year 3, got us in the freaking college football playoffs. Like, yeah, man, I've got to trust what he does. And you're seeing the development with the players because of the staff that Sark has built, and because of the coaching and the culture. Yeah, there's no reason. And CDC is a part of that too, right? CDC has been pretty good with home run hires too. Obviously, Sark has the final say. But yeah, I think we got a pretty A+ team as far as picking talent, both with players and with staff. So
we'll see. So at Western Kentucky, he developed one of his young D linemen to a 3rd-round draft pick. So that is development, because we know Western Kentucky isn't known for 4 and 5 stars who are going to roll right into the NFL. Sure. So he has developed talent. The knock, Bo Davis is fantastic. He is a developer. Love his energy, love his passion. But if there was something that that Texas fans and football, the people who follow the football program, would have liked, just if there was one thing that you would want more from Bo Davis, was going to be recruiting. He's developed absolutely the recruits that he gets. But we've seen Texas miss on local talent, high-ranked local talent, Texas talent on the D line, and they just weren't reeled in, by Bo Davis like other coaches have. So that to me was a question mark about the Kenny Baker hire, because he's not an experienced recruiter, and which may be great because he might be fit right into the role that Bo Davis had of building enough relationship to get the players he wants and then developing them. But we've heard already on the road, because Kenny Baker jumped right into hitting the road recruiting, and already we've heard from a couple of high school recruits that he's energetic, passionate, and they've enjoyed meeting him. So, I mean, once we start seeing him more, we'll see him behind the scenes. We'll see him at practices. They'll start getting some media out on him. We'll get a better idea of what his personality actually is. But he seems, we've watched some videos of him back at other schools, really talking about just being a relationship guy. And that's how you build, that's how you recruit, is develop relationships and have some skins on the wall. And if you worked in the NFL, that's pretty good skin.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. And again, I think you're absolutely right. Like, proof will be in the pudding, no question. But it seems here that the focus was on development and recruiting, right? And who they were looking for. And so far from what we've seen from Baker, like, he's that guy. He can develop. Again, Texas, not necessarily known for developing football players the past decade or so, but that has turned around pretty dang quickly with Sark coming in. So yeah, I mean, I think you hit the nail on the head with that. In Sark we trust, and of course, it's got to sit and wait and see what happens. Only time will tell. But it feels, on the surface and looking into it, it feels like a good fit. It feels like the right hire, and feels like it makes a lot of sense. So yeah, I'm liking it. All right. Well, we know practice coming up, and the Senior Bowl. Let's jump into that. Let's talk. Speaking of developing some of these players, we've seen some really good stuff out of a lot of the guys from Texas. Some of the usual names you expect to hear: Devontae Sweat, of course, Jalen Ford, Byron Murphy, who's injured. But Christian Jones has been making a splash. Did you catch him in the Senior Bowl?
Yes, I searched through some feedback on him and what some of the scouts that are there for some different teams. And Christian Jones is rising. So great measurable, 6'5", 318, and they loved his wingspan, just under 7 feet. But having, 60 plus games experience, that is huge, with like 48 of them as a starter. That they love that. And he's really getting physical. They like his hand placement. They're talking about his footwork. I just really, we feel so good for him, because wow, he has come a long way and developed especially under Coach Flood the last few years. One of the scouts named Reed, he said he picked out guys he expected to rise over the next few months heading into the Senior Bowl, and it was Christian Jones, offensive tackle at Texas. He helped himself on the first day in Mobile, showing strength in his one-on-one sessions. He was able to cancel out pass rushers quickly, which we saw, his stats to defend the pass and to protect the pass at Texas was phenomenal. Mm-hmm. So they're really loving him. They have him trending toward a 3rd round pick,
which is awesome.
That's amazing for Christian Jones.
Incredible. We talked about this with the D-line, with Murphy and with Sweat. They, especially after that comment from Iowa State prior to the game, they get all the 5-star guys. Neither Murphy or Sweat were 5 stars when they came in. They were a 3 and a low 4, right? And their development was incredible. For a long time, the O-line was a little questionable, but you're absolutely right. Coach Flood has come in and developed these guys. And if you want to just look at how the Texas program has changed with development in a short amount of time, I think Christian Jones is the perfect example of that, right? Like, he's a guy that had the talent. He's a guy that was there and has worked with a few coaches. But Christian came in and the development, it was, you could see it. It was so obvious from year to year, just watching that growth and even throughout the season. And for him to come in now at the Senior Bowl as the draft is coming up and to be projected, 3rd round, that's incredible. That to me is the thing that Texas should be shouting about development, right? Look at the night and day difference on where we were and where we are. Christian Jones is the perfect example of that. Again, even CJ Vogel was talking, our buddy CJ was saying, man, Christian's earning himself some money. Get those bags on this day.
Good.
As he's been impressive with the one-on-one pass sets. Again, he's just throwing guys around out there. It's been fun to watch. So big shout out to Christian. Again, awesome. You've got to love seeing that development. And I got to say this, man, it couldn't happen for a better kid. Like, he is one of the kindest, sweetest dudes. Like, he'll eat you up on the field, but you meet him outside and he's just a big old, he's just a good kid.
It's media day. Anytime they have him for media availability, I could listen to him talk just forever. He speaks. So I could just hear him talk. He's so wise, and I love it. I wish nothing but success for him. He's worked really hard. He's changed his body. Torrey Becton has really helped him put himself together. And I'm excited. We'll be watching to see where he goes in the draft. We'll look more into it keeps changing every week, especially now that the NFL season is almost complete. We know more about where teams will be ranked in the draft and what their needs are at the end of the season. So we'll get even better idea of where the Texas football players are projected, 8, 9, 10, maybe 11 players going in the draft or a free agency. So we'll see. We'll be wishing for Christian Jones.
Yeah, you've got to be excited for that. For a long time, there was a pretty long drought where Texas had one player drafted, maybe a couple players drafted, no players drafted, right? So to be able to even be in a position where we're talking potentially 10, 11, 12 players going in the draft.
Texas should be.
Right, absolutely. It feels like, again, I know everybody hates the saying, but it feels like Texas is back exactly where we feel like we should be with that development, with getting guys into the NFL, carrying them on, and really developing those players. So it's exciting times for sure.
Yeah, we know this Reese's Senior Bowl, T'Vondre Sweat's also there, and not listed on the rosters were Jalen Ford, Jordan Whittington, and I still haven't found out why Jay Witt is not listed on the roster, but we heard Byron Murphy is still recovering from an injury and resting. Byron Murphy is projected as high as the 1st round in some drafts, so there's no need for him to be at the Senior Bowl pushing, an injury. But the other ones, it's always good to show what you can do against, some of the other best talents that, projected 1st rounders or players, like Xavier Worthy or Adonai Mitchell. They've secured their, draft stock, but there are that, are competing for rising spots. So that's good for Christian Jones, T'Vondre Sweat. And then the East-West Shrine Bowl, Jonathan Brooks, of course, recovering from ACL surgery, but he's listed on the roster, but he's not, because he was invited, but he's not competing, of course. Jatavian Sanders is listed on the roster, and Ryan Watts, my man, number 6. They're loving him. He had, for the first day, he had the fastest time at top speed, 20.85. It ended up hanging on to be the second fastest time after other people ran too, but they love him, his versatility, cornerback and safety. So hopefully his stock is on the rise too, showing at the East-West Shrine Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the time where they can show off their talents and again, catch the eyes of guys maybe that haven't paid as much attention. You're absolutely right. You look at like Xavier Worthy and Adonai Mitchell, like we know those guys are going, right? We know Tavondre Sweat, we know Byron Murphy have pretty much locked spots in the draft. But yeah, I mean, you look at somebody, even, Whittington, it is a little surprising not to see him on that roster there. This would be a great time for him to get that stock up, get a little bit of attention. We all know and love him at Texas for who he is as a teammate. Certainly the scouts, I'm sure, have seen and know of those kind of reports. But yeah, put the numbers on paper, show what you can do. Guys that might have been a little overlooked, that's a great time. Again, we're talking Christian Jones. Like, this is a time to earn your money. This is a time to make the impression. So definitely something to keep an eye out for and watch our players and the Texas players. And of course, we'll track them as they go through and as we hear things. And, I will say I'm not the person to release my draft, this is my mock draft. I'm never going to do that.
A mock draft, Megan?
No, listen.
You didn't scout all 4,000 college football players?
Turns out. Well, and I'm not even a fantasy football person. I know that's going to piss some people off. I hate fantasy football.
I don't like it either.
It's crazy. Like I think it's silly. And I think what it encourages people to do is to root against their own team. I just don't get it. It's not my jam. Yeah. So to me, the mock draft kind of feels that way too. Like, who knows what's going to happen?
Yeah. Usually the first few picks are pretty solid. Some amazing left tackles, some amazing quarterback. Those are usually the top few picks. After that, it's free for all.
Right. Who knows? Yeah. Well, and sometimes they get it right. Sometimes they get it wrong. It's always interesting to me. I think it's more interesting to go back and look at the drafts. We talked about this a little on the show last week. The Lions draft has been absolutely, they've been drafting their brains out. They've been doing awesome. There's some teams that just hit, some teams that just miss. We'll talk about this a little later on, but Brock Purdy, Mr. Irrelevant, right? The last guy taken in the draft, and here he is playing in a Super Bowl. So that's pretty incredible. Definitely fun to watch, and not everybody gets it right? So,
and you can't grade drafts either for years out because some players, take a while to develop. Some players are gone in a week. Some players, eventually they're superstars and Pro Bowlers. There's just no way of knowing if they're fit, if they stay healthy. There's so much that goes into it. If they can stay out of trouble off the field, so much goes into whether or not a draft was successful or not. So that'll be time. Time will tell.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to go in and see who's been the most accurate with their mock drafts over the years, right? I always find that. Again, I am not the person to pick. I am not the person to make a mock draft, but
no, I like to see other people's, but now which is good. There gotten to be so many mock drafts, and I just saved a link to all of them because I love to go see how the Texas players, and we'll see after these Shrine Bowls, Senior Bowls, Reese's Bowls, whatever. We'll see after this week if they move up or down the potential draft boards.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll keep an eye out on that. Of course, be tweeting like crazy about it. But I'd love to see. Now, as soon as I've said I'm not going to make a mock draft, I am going to ask you this question. Who do you think is the first off the board for Texas?
Byron Murphy.
Yeah. You think
Byron Murphy on defense, Adonai Mitchell on offense.
All right.
From the different mocks I've seen, those are the two that are consistently at the top of the board. So I think those two are going to be first off.
Yeah. I get it. All right. Well, before we jump in, we've got some baseball talk coming up. I do want to give a quick shout out to Longhorn Laundry and our guy, Boss. He is amazing. Longhorn Laundry is a new service in the Austin area that will come pick up your laundry, do it, press it, clean it, get it perfect, shining, get you all fresh and clean. And then they fold it up, seal everything and deliver it back to you so you don't have to touch your laundry. Like, I am all about that life. It sounds amazing. Again, Longhorn Laundry, you can find them online at longhornlaundry.com. And if you guys enter a code FTC, that's Fire the Cannon, FTC20, you get $20 off your first service. So give them, like, again, who has time to do laundry? It's like one of the things I hate the most. So yeah, check out Longhorn Laundry. You can find them at longhornlaundry.com. Super easy to remember. Or you can actually give the owner, boss, a direct call. Like, he has given us his actual phone number to give out to people. If you have questions, if you're looking for service, his number is 512-470-1005. Again, that's Longhorn Laundry, longhornlaundry.com, and code FTC20 for that $20 off. They are super cool. We put that stuff in the comments too. So yeah, so we're going to jump into baseball talk. It's right around the corner. I'm excited. We've got
You'll be so proud of me. I went through my calendar and I marked the home games and the ones that I think I can go to. So I have them in my calendar now.
I love it. I'm going to turn you into a baseball fanatic if it kills me. It's going to happen.
Fanatic, maybe not, but I mean,
a
Longhorn
fan,
absolutely.
Don't kill my
fanatic as in I'm going to be watching Western Minnesota versus Eastern Kentucky. No. If Texas is playing, yes. It's fun. It's always fun to root for your school in any sport, but also, so Dish Falk is perfect. Like, it's a little bit of a hassle parking, but there's so much neighborhood parking. You know, park and walk over. It's so easy to get in and out of the stadium. It's spread out. There's plenty of shade. There's plenty of food and drink options. The environment is fun. Like, it's family friendly. There's so many different groups that do fun things. Like we talked last week with Occupy Left Field, Mark Pena and that group, and you have a great setup there too. And it's a fun time. Baseball's coming. Basketball, we might not even be playing in March. So
right. Hey, you know, basketball's definitely been up and down. We'll talk about them in a minute. But yeah, with baseball, of course, Occupy Left. We love Mark. Occupy Left Field is so much fun. It is a great atmosphere. Unfortunately, there is a big change to Texas's roster that we heard just yesterday. Projected starter at first base, Luke Storm, announced on Twitter and on Insta that his baseball career has come to an end. So he won't be playing for Texas, which, you know, when you hear an announcement like that, there's still a lot of questions. Nobody really knows. Nothing's been released on the exact details of it, but it feels pretty ominous the way that he worded things, that his baseball career has come to an end, and it's not the way he saw things, and talks about his family. So you really hope that things are okay for him and his family. Obviously, that couldn't have been an easy decision to make. Again, he was a transfer in from Duke. He was one of the big key pickups that we saw for Texas, and was expected to play a big part in that lineup. So baseball, there are some questions coming in. You know, are they going to keep JT at first base like he was last season? Now that Storm isn't going to be there, and some of those pieces, there's a little bit of question, and the timing on it's tough too. Right. I mean,
right before.
Yeah. I mean, this leaves Texas scrambling a little bit. And CB, thank you for pointing this out too. Again, we lost the commitment from Ed Small. So some questions going into the season. You know, we had that great conversation with Mark last week talking about the expectations. Texas is listed as number 16 with D1 baseball, and 13. I mean, they're coming in between 10 and 16 really. With the preseason expectations, this could definitely change things. You know, there's some questions there. Pitching's a little bit, there's not a ton of pitching depth. We've got some senior leaders on the mound this year in Tanner Witt, certainly with LBJ, but there's not a ton of depth there. And now to lose a key player like that, definitely some questions. So I don't know. I personally feel, again, we're talking about have faith in Sark, right? And knowing what to do and developing. This certainly feels like a blow, but Coach Pierce has also showed us that he can make a team work together and jive together when maybe that expectation wasn't there. I mean, Texas has been ahead of schedule with baseball the past few years. So I don't know. It's definitely some questions. I'm going to be really interested to see how that plays out. I'm going to ask you, Rocky, are you going to go to the alumni game on Saturday, the Orange and White alumni game?
I'm out of town on Saturday.
Oh, no, you're
or else
killing
I would. I'm going with my mom and my brother and my sister, a little family trip to Oklahoma.
Of all places.
To a casino. My brother bought us tickets and the concert was postponed to this Saturday. So we just thought it'd be fun to do our little family trip. So we're going just for the night and to a concert and to a casino and then come back the next day. And that's it. Nothing crazy, but something fun with my family. And so no, I won't.
Oh, no. Well, that's all right. We'll have fun without you. How about that?
I know. I wish I could go. That'd be great. And the weather should be beautiful.
No, it's awesome. We actually ran into one of the players. Again, we were talking about hockey earlier on and how Texas baseball current players were there. We actually ran into Trey Faltini too. And he's in town for the alumni game. He's excited. He's actually, he was going to join us today, but he is giving a speech to the players right about now. Actually, 3:30 was his time to go on with the current players. So fun news. We will have Trey Faltini, former shortstop for Texas baseball, joining us next week. So you guys be sure to tune in for that. We'll talk more baseball with him and about his journey. He's a cool guy. He's a lot of fun. His mom's a hoot too.
And he's heading off to his spring training soon too. Yeah. So we're lucky to catch him before he gets crazy busy. Absolutely. And we need to have his walk-up song ready to go.
We do.
Remember what his walk-up song was?
Well, I'm sure we can get it. He changed it a couple times, I feel like.
But yeah, we need to make sure we have that ready to go. Yeah. Sure we'll violate like all the YouTube copyright laws.
That's right.
Maybe we have to sing it too.
Right. We'll hum it. It's fine.
We'll hum it.
I love it. I love it. No. Yeah, but it's going to be fun to see some familiar faces back in town again. We'll see the Campbells here. Trey Faltini's here. It's always fun to see alumni come in and get involved with the current players. And
it's going to be so fun.
Yeah, it's a real fun thing that Texas baseball does. So again, that is this week. And let me check the time to make sure I'm not lying to everybody. I want to say it's a day game. And of course I can't pull up the schedule. Rocky, do you know off the top of your head when it is?
Not off the top of my head, but I can look it up in just a second.
Yeah, alumni games at 2:30. 2:30 at Dish Folk Field. So again, free admission. It's a ton of fun. Bring the family if you haven't been. And you get the opportunity to meet a lot of former players and current players. Maybe do a little autograph sesh if you've got kids and get them hyped up. So yeah, it'll be a good time.
Well, if you're going down there, I'll throw this out there too. Softball is also doing a fan appreciation on Saturday before the baseball alumni game. So Saturday you can get down there at 12:30, do autographs with the softball team. They have an open practice at 1, and then you can make your way over to right across the street over to Dish Folk. So you can do softball, grab a little lunch, hang out at the game, go over to baseball. That's a whole day, and it's all free. You can entertain your family all day for free.
Right. Yeah. And listen, softball's coming in. Again, this is preseason. Let me pull this up for Big 12. We obviously know OU softball is crazy.
Always number one.
Always crazy.
Softball's number 5 nationally, aren't they?
Big pardon?
Softball is number 5.
Yeah. But Texas is coming in at number 8. So again, expecting a lot of great things out of Coach White's team this year. And softball's always a good time, fun atmosphere. So yeah, come out to the Dish and come out to Redmond Combs Field for a fun day of softball and baseball on Saturday. It's
almost spring.
Drinks will be flowing. Hey man, the weather's been nuts too. It's supposed to be. Yeah, it's supposed to be perfect. It's supposed to be in the 70s. Maybe a little bit of rain early on, but that's supposed to clear out. But yeah, it's supposed to be a gorgeous day. So 71 degrees, perfect day in Austin. So
yeah, cloudy 71. That's nice. You don't have to sit in the beating sun.
Yeah, it'll be
perfect. Yeah, softball starts their season, not this weekend, but next weekend in a tournament in LA. And then they are back in California for a few days. Yeah, for like 4 or 5 days, it gets to play in California. Lucky them. Yeah. And then they go to Florida and play for a few days. Wow.
Yeah, they're all over.
They don't have a home game till the 21st of February. They play Houston Christian. Then they get going with lots of home games.
Yeah, that's usually like a lot like baseball. There's some tournaments and then to kick off the season. And then it's a bunch, again, like we were talking about. I loved this from Occupy last week. Like Texas shouldn't travel a ton. Like you should, when it's out of conference games, we're big enough names that people should be coming to Texas to play those out of conference games. So yeah, definitely a lot of opportunities to watch some really great ball. And it's a ton of fun.
Yeah, and if you missed it, I posted the audio on our Fire the Cannon podcast page, but we had a great conversation last week with Mark Pena with Occupy Left Field. So if you missed that, go listen to it. Great talk about baseball, what he's expecting, what everyone's cheering for this year. And we need to get somebody from softball to come talk too. We can work on that.
Yeah, no, we're excited. We've definitely got some fun. Like we mentioned, Trey Faltini will join us next week. And we've actually got a lot of really exciting baseball guests lined up. We won't let the cat out of the bag too soon. You got to listen to find out who it's going to be, but real excited about that. A lot of good things as we jump into baseball season.
So fun.
Indeed. All right. Well, we talked about Horns Down. We talked about Rodney Terry. We talked about basketball a little bit. We got to bring up basketball. Let's listen. It was an exciting game Monday where I know you were out in Mexico, but
I caught the last, by the time I got back home, I caught the last few minutes live. They were tied up, and then I watched all of the overtime. And maybe I shouldn't have logged in because I ruined it all.
It was all you. It was all. Listen, but again, exciting game. They went into overtime. Unfortunately, ended up losing to number 4 in the nation, Houston. Again, that's just a brutal. Listen, the Big 12 is certainly the best basketball conference by far in the nation. Texas was down at the half, came roaring back, scored 40 points in the second half to put it into overtime. Definitely an exciting back and forth game. How'd you feel? This season has been such a roller coaster with men's basketball. It is the highest of the highs, the lowest of the lows. It feels like. Did you walk away from this game feeling peak high, peak low?
There's no moral victories, right? If we can't have a moral victory in football, then we shouldn't have a moral victory in basketball. I saw, here's the things a couple of things that people were complaining about over the last few games. Texas has lost 5 of the last 8 games. They're 14-7. That is not good. And we'll look ahead in just a second at the schedule of what Texas has coming up. That is tough. So if they're going to make the tournament, they have to keep fixing the things that they were fixing. So one of the things that they were getting beat, and they got beat at home, especially against UCF, was being out rebounded, especially in the second half. Mm-hmm. They were way more competitive in the rebounding against Houston. Mm-hmm. The crowd was amazing. The crowd really helped. It looked so good on TV. They were hosting a top recruit there too. There was some football players there. There was women's basketball. Like, it was a party Monday night on TV, and it looked really good. They fought back. Number 4 team in the country. They went toe to toe, but there are no moral victories. Especially, we talked about this last week in the Big 12. You have to win at home, and they're not protecting home field. Going into this game, they were 7-0 against top 25 teams. I mean, top 10 teams at
the Moody.
At the Moody. Mm-hmm. Now they're 7-1, and at the same time, like, I see the adjustments that Coach Terry is making, and at the same time, I don't understand the roster. Like, what 5 do you throw out there to just win it all now? And we see players stepping up, like Weaver and A. Smith, amazing. Dessou, especially coming back from his injury. But I still don't know what the team's identity is.
Yeah. I think for me, that's the biggest question mark. And the thing that feels weird at this point in the season, you're absolutely right. It feels like this team doesn't know who they are. And we're in the thick of Big 12 conference scheduling, right? If I'm going to make one complaint, you're right. There's no moral victories, but we also have to give Coach Terry time to, again, build his team the way he wants to build it, build the culture the way he wants, get the guys that he wants. I think we're in that kind of flex season. Last season was definitely crazy. And we went farther than I think anybody could have or would have anticipated. But I think some of that was riding high from the situation, and the guys, we talked about this earlier about how the guys gelled together because of this crazy situation with Coach Beard leaving suddenly and Coach Terry taking over. This year feels like this is the work that's going in, and it's going to be sloppy, right? Mm-hmm. Now, I think the at times. I shouldn't say sloppy. It'll be sloppy at times as he's figuring out the pieces. But I've got to agree. No moral victories for sure. But I'll cut him a little bit of slack. Texas went toe-to-toe with the number 4 team in the nation. A few tweaks here and there, things could have gone differently. My biggest frustration and my biggest concern with the basketball team right now is exactly that we are this far and we're still making these tweaks that don't make sense sometimes, right? It took a long time to get Dessou back as a starter. That felt like that took a little too long. There's definitely combos, Weaver stepping up like he has been incredible, but there's still some combos on the court that just aren't working. And why is Coach Terry still tweaking that at this point? I'm not going to pretend to have all the answers. I'm not sitting there in practice, but to me, that is the most frustrating thing watching this team is knowing the potential is there, knowing that this team can go toe-to-toe with anybody. The talent is there. It just feels so frustrating to be right on the cusp and then to get, knocked down because of what feels like a questionable choice in the lineup, right?
Well, remember we talked about they talk about with football coaches, first you lose big, then you lose close, then you win close, then you win big.
Right.
Our problem is we've had all of them in one year.
Right. It's just
they went into OU and beat the snot out of OU at home by 15, and then a couple days later they can't make a basket against UCF, or they're missing free throws. One day they're shooting 9% 3-pointers, and then the next day they can't hit it. Give credit to the other teams who see what Texas is doing well, and they adjust for that and they shut that down. And we saw Asmus the other night. He's been on fire, and then he struggled on the road at BYU. So it's credit to other teams, and they're all learning, they're all adjusting, and but Texas doesn't quit. And that's one thing that we got to give them credit for, especially, late in games. They're still on the floor, fighting for loose balls. They're still, up trying to, defend. They don't quit. And it will come. And that is part of the culture too with Texas basketball is they're not quitters. Right. And so they're going to need that because the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they have 10 more games, and 7 of those are against ranked teams, and 5, they're about half at home, half away is what they have left. And when they're not even right now defending home court, and it's tough to go on the road. They're right now in conference, they're 3-5. So there's 18 Big 12 games. They need to at least be 9-9 to have a shot of making the tournament. And that means they got to win 6 of the next 10 when 5 of them are on the road and 7 of them are against ranked teams. Right. And 2 of them are against teams. 3 of them are against teams they've already lost to.
Yeah. No, it's definitely, it is an uphill battle for sure. It looks to be insurmountable. And again, Texas right now is on the cusp, right? We don't even know if they're going to be dancing in March. So every win, every game counts right now. Every game is important. And you're absolutely right. Like it's tough taking those home losses when certainly the road wins in such a tough conference are so hard to come by. So yeah, I mean, Texas is traveling up to TCU, number 25 TCU.
Right.
And then again, we get a little bit of a break with Iowa State at home, number 12 Iowa State. Play West Virginia again, who again isn't really a strong team, but Texas lost.
Yeah,
right, kind of inexplicably lost to them. And then travel to Houston again, number 4 Houston, and then Kansas State, and number 8 Kansas. That's at Kansas again. The tough thing, like we're talking about. These ranked teams, this road schedule is absolutely brutal. So it'll be interesting to see how Texas responds, if they can kind of get their collective crap together and find the right fit, find the right combination on the floor. Again, Weaver's been absolutely killing it, but the combo with him and Brock Cunningham on the floor together doesn't seem to quite jive. Asmus has been picking up, and Dessou always consistent. So yeah, I think that's the toughest thing. Like we were saying about this team is you never know which Longhorn team you're going to get on any given day. And that consistency just has to be there. Right.
When I look at the schedule, I do see 6 wins in there. If they can win at home against Iowa State and West Virginia and Kansas State, and if they can
Oklahoma State shouldn't.
And then if they can win, oh man, if they can win I mean, if I had to predict now, at Kansas, at Houston, at Tech, losses. Tech is on a roll. Kansas is always good. Houston just beat them at home. But I think that if they can just secure home field and maybe still one at TCU or at maybe get one at Baylor. I don't even know.
Yeah.
5 wins. They have to secure home field or there's no hope. And still
absolutely.
one on the road.
Home court advantage has to play into this. As you're saying, if they lock down the home games, I mean, listen, Texas has already beat Baylor. Now, granted, that was, again, in Austin. But all of these games, again, with this team, it's easy to say all of these games are winnable, right? But there's also, we could drop one to some really crappy teams. I mean, Oklahoma State is not playing good basketball right now. But would it absolutely shock me if Texas lost at the Moody to Oklahoma State? I mean, I don't know. That's just how all over the board they are right now. Yes, it would shock me if they lost to Oklahoma State at home. It would disappoint me. But yeah, it's just, it's that consistency has to be there. That just hasn't been there yet. So, yeah, interesting. And again, listen, people need to ease up off Coach Terry. I'm probably one that gives too much leeway with this, but all the 1 minute fire him, the next minute he's the best coach ever, next minute fire, like you got to give the man time.
The team had a chance to win the game with a few seconds left, and one player threw it right to the other team. That's not Coach Terry's fault.
Got to clean
things. Adjusted, got them back in, kept switching up to what he needed to do. They were tied with a few seconds left. Texas had the ball in their hands and gave it away. So at some point, yes, the coach is going to take the responsibility, but it is up to the players to execute. Yeah. And sometimes they're young and they were exhausted. That was such a physical game. They were so exhausted. Even the announcers were saying in overtime, you could tell that they were really tired. It took them forever for somebody to score 1 point. Yeah. And it was a free throw. So they were exhausted. Houston held on. Good for them. You can tell their identity. Mm-hmm. Physical, rebounding. They very much have an identity. And Texas' identity is yet to be established firmly. So that's how you win on the road.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, again, big challenge coming up in Fort Worth this Saturday at TCU. So that'll be an interesting game to keep an eye on. See which Texas team shows up for sure. Women's basketball. Let's touch base with them now.
Okay.
The Hellraisers said something, and I want to bring this up. You were talking about the atmosphere at the Moody being rocking. The fans played a big part in that.
Right.
Recruits there. Women's basketball has been doing pretty dang well, and kind of feels like the opposite, right? Now, the Hellraisers made a post kind of calling out Texas students and saying, hey, we got to show up. We've got to be there. We're going to do our job to be there. But something that was brought up that really made me go, yeah, that's kind of messed up. Texas athletics established the corral, right, for men's basketball, but didn't do it for women's. Like, I think that could make a big difference, having the corral there, having
huge
up front, helping with that atmosphere. So Texas had, there's some injuries. We know Rory Harmon's out for the season with that knee injury. Booker has really been stepping up and having an incredible game, but she got hurt in practice on Wednesday. So this mentality with the men's basketball team, next man up. Shaylee Gonzalez had a lights out game, absolutely dominated. And it was great to see her. I mean, this is a fun, exciting team to watch. They're picking it up even when they get handed, a deck of cards that, they get a hand that's not the best. They are making the best out of it. They are making lemonade out of lemons. So I don't know. Did you catch any of the game?
No, I haven't been able to watch everything. But I see, so they go to Baylor, and we remember right before they played Baylor here in Austin was when Rory Harmon was hurt, and right before going into Big 12 play. And leading into that game, Rory Harmon was leading the team in points at 3 of the last 5 games, superstar, getting national attention. And of course, she had that unfortunate injury. It's unlucky that Baylor maybe be able to take advantage again if Texas, just when they're getting their flow again, adjusting to the injuries. that they may have that, that advantage again. So we'll see what happens. They go to Baylor Thursday night. I think it's 7:30 on ESPN. But the big game, you mentioned the home court advantage and Moody Center being rocking and everything, get the fans there for the women. Number 2, Kansas State, 20-1 Kansas State comes on Sunday at 1 o'clock. I think it's 1 o'clock. They lost to Kansas State by only 3 points, 1 basket. They lost at Kansas State on January 13th. So maybe there's an opportunity for Texas to upset number 2 in the nation on Sunday. So if fans are in Austin, that would be a great game.
Yeah, definitely.
A great game to get to.
Again, Texas dominated against Cincinnati. They won 67-50. I mean, there was no question. Texas played a great game again with Gonzalez stepping up. So hopefully Booker comes back. But the thing that's comforting, we talk about the inconsistency and the question marks with the men's basketball. The thing that feels great about women's basketball is, again, that next man up, they show out and they're playing as a team and they're ready. Even when they don't have their full lineup available, they're still killing it. The talent there, it's just a deeply talented team. So pretty incredible to watch. So, all right, cool. And I want to touch base on this. I know we're talking about some of the less known sports, but we are in full on crazy, you can actually go to 6 sporting events in one day season. We're approaching there. Tennis. I got to give a shout out to tennis. They absolutely have been dominating. They had a tournament this past weekend. Again, it was at Texas. Both the men and the women did really well. Women's beat Florida State on Saturday, and then men's came through and beat Oklahoma State on Sunday. So
nice.
And it's been packed. Again, I got a shout out to the fans that have been showing up. The tennis center, which is right by Dishfalt Field, has been packed. Like, it's been standing room only. So
good. We went we hopped in some tennis last year. It was really fun, and because they have all the courts going. So if you want to watch doubles, you want to watch the women, the men, they're all happening. It is fun. Tennis is fun to watch because you don't have to know a million complicated rules to follow and enjoy.
Right. No, again, in Texas men's tennis is ranked number 4 in the nation right now, and they are headed to the ITA kickoff. So it's a tournament that's coming in, this championship tournament, the regional championship. So it'll be fun to watch them, see how they go. Again, we're talking those Directors Cup points. Tennis plays a big role, both men and women. So good to see that. Good to see them doing well. All
right. Okay. Is it happy hour? We're late.
It is. We are late on happy hour. Sorry about that. I had to get my.
No. We're fine. Let's do a quick AV consultations. I'll grab that one, and then we will do happy hour. Are you ready for happy hour?
I am ready for happy hour.
Okay. All right. So we watched the big championship games this weekend. It was exciting. Super Bowl is coming. So you need to make sure you have the setup indoors or outdoors, man cave, she shed, whatever you need, AV consultations for the big Super Bowl, but then March Madness and then baseball. And you need to have it, and you need to have it all year long. Movie nights, streaming your shows when there's no more sports. You need a big setup. So stop spending your time and money driving all around the town. Make sure you make your home the place to be for friends and family to come watch. Get a custom TV hookup from AV Consultations. They've been in business since 1988 and can hook you up the way they've hooked up thousands of people in Central Texas. If you need a home theater, whatever setup, indoor, outdoor, let AV Consultations take care of you. 512-255-8678 or avconsultations.com. Nice. So thank you for supporting Texas Sports Unfiltered and Fire the Cannon AV Consultations.
Love it. And again, I mean, Super Bowl's coming up. You got to have the proper setup for that. So
yes, you do. So this is my happy hour today. I have my beautiful Mexico cup. I love this. It's wood, like a painted ceramic wood, not ceramic, painted wood, like glazed. I don't know. It's so beautiful. And it's like a chalice or something.
Yes. It's your pimp cup.
It's so beautiful. Yeah, it's my pimp cup. It's so beautifully painted. The things here in Mexico are just so special. Anyway, so this is my favorite cup. And I just have white wine, nothing fancy. Well, because I still have to do stuff today.
I love it. Yeah.
Did you try? Which flavor are you trying? The big hat.
I ended up really liking their prickly pear paloma. So like you said, I didn't get a ton of Paloma from it, but it's still a really good flavor. So I'm rocking.
It was refreshing and also potentially dangerous because it's so light and refreshing, and it's tequila, right?
Yeah.
So you have to be careful. Cheers, Megan.
Cheers, friend.
Yep. Happy hour.
Absolutely. All right. We got to get into it.
All right. Time to bring the party down and talk about
it. We
NFL.
got to talk a little bit, for me at least. Listen, I know now I'm going to start on an upside. There is going to be a Longhorn in the Super Bowl again on both teams, actually. So we've got Shanahan, of course, and then Amenahu for Kansas City
with the ACL tear.
Yeah. Well, he's making his comeback though. Or did he get hurt?
No,
again?
they just announced that his injury when he left the game the other day is an ACL. But the coach is still Longhorn. So first and foremost, nothing but best wishes for Amenahu for a full recovery. That's heartbreaking right before the Super Bowl. It's heartbreaking anytime, but right before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
But we still have the Longhorn coach.
Mm-hmm.
That's doesn't get much bigger than that one.
Old Shanahan. Of course, I will say, we'll talk about it. Obviously, I'm still rocking my Lions hair. I was a ball of nerves all day on Sunday waiting for the game. And I got so riled up because people kept texting me and messaging me and tweeting at me throughout the first half. And I'm like, don't say it. Don't say anything. Yes, I'm excited, but don't say it. It's like, in baseball, when you're pitching a no-hitter, you don't talk about the no-hitter.
You don't say no-hitter. I know that much.
Yeah. So, oh man, Lions went up and came out on absolute fire. Absolute. Like, again, if you had told me that the Detroit Lions would be up on San Francisco at half by 3 scores, like, I wouldn't have believed it. It was pretty incredible half. And then, of course, it all went to shit. So I do want to talk about this a little bit. I've seen a lot of folks come on and, Dan Campbell, of course, has taken a lot of heat for not taking the points. We were talking about it during the game. What did you think about it? Like when I've got some thoughts on it. I'm curious. Where do you stand on that? Do you think you take the points? Do you think you go for it?
Take the damn points. It's fun to be aggressive on the road when the game doesn't mean everything. But there are some times where they had a couple of opportunities, especially when San Francisco missed their kick early. They had opportunities to really put it away. And I mean, it was record-breaking comeback again by the 49ers, but I just feel like take the points. You're on the road. Everything's on the line. The crowd is still in it. Shut them up. Even 3 points quiets them down. I understand that's his mentality. 4th down, go for it. But just like he could have won the game at Dallas, maybe if he had just taken the points. Take the extra kick, the point after and tie it up, and they had momentum. Maybe win it in overtime, whatever. But I take the damn points. It's not his fault. The players fumbled the ball and turned it over, and that cost, of course, too. But take the damn points. I will say that to him. And hindsight's 20/20. But I was telling you before they started still doing this stuff. Take the damn points.
Listen, normally I'm a take the points person. Now I will say I think situation matters, right? The scenario. I'm so tired of seeing the analytics says you should go for it here or don't do it here or whatever.
Right.
It's analytics. You got to feel the game. You got to know your players. You got to understand, being aggressive, how you want to play it. I get that. Generally, okay, yeah, take the points, especially in a high stakes game like this. But I'm actually going to push back on this a little bit. I'm going to go back to an old DKR quote. It was, he's dance with who brung you, right? You don't change who you are fundamentally as a team, as a coach, as a staff for one game. You shouldn't.
But they don't need to. Going for it on 4th doesn't change your entire mentality.
I don't know.
You're still aggressive on 1st down. You're still aggressive on 2nd down. You're still aggressive on 3rd down. And if you're at the 35-yard line, like attacking, maybe you're a little bit out of your kicker's range, then maybe going for it really shows your mentality. Or maybe even back on your own half shows your mentality. easy points don't show that you're so tough. You gave away the game.
I don't think it's showing that you're so tough. I think for me, what it is just that is Dan Campbell. That is who he is as a coach. That's who he.
That's why he's not in the Super Bowl.
And it may be a downfall. I don't know. But when you have a coach who talks about biting off kneecaps and scrapping for everything you have, I don't know. I get it. I understand now. Again, retrospect, yeah, take the damn points, right? But in the moment, I understand going for it. You dance with who brung you. You stick with your style of play and your style of play calling. That's who he is. That's who Dan Campbell is. And that's who these Detroit Lions are. They're not the team that's going to sit back and get, and be comfortable, right? So, yeah, I know. I love it. Here you go, Rocky. You got some support here from Steven.
I do. You know how many times I've shouted, take the damn points when Sark was coaching as well?
Yes. Again, sometimes it kicks you in the butt. And this game was certainly one of that. But something I want to point out, too, there were so many opportunities. Again, credit to the Niners, credit to Shanahan for making those adjustments. They were destroying Detroit's secondary. Detroit didn't have an answer. The defense did not have an answer in that second half. Credit to them for making the adjustments. But Detroit wasn't doing themselves any favors either. There were a number of times the game would have been done, won, and over had the receivers caught the ball. There were a couple.
There were some clean drops
where it hits you in the hands, you catch the dang ball, right? I mean, Goff. This is where I find the discussion between Goff and Purdy like really interesting. Goff doesn't necessarily. He's not the guy that you're going to look at. He's not the super flashy guy, but he's got the numbers. If you take him off of the Detroit Lions, take Lions out of it, right? And take his name out of it and just post his stats, like the dude puts up some numbers and he's leading the team. Like this is a team that has got behind Goff. He did the right things, even with the aggressive play calling, even with the going for it, even with Detroit's defense just kind of falling flat, in the second half. Detroit was still there. They were still there. And it was, again, I'm not going to say any one single thing, but you got to catch the damn ball. Had that happen, game is completely different. Lions are in the Super Bowl. So I'm not going to sit here and say, not going for the points and not, I wouldn't want to see Dan Campbell stray away from who he is as a coach. And that to me isn't what the one thing that lost the game, right? There were a number of things that had the players executed, catch the ball when it hits you in the hands, it would have gone Detroit's way. So that's where I want to give some pushback on the take the damn points.
Oh, I will die on that hill because the opportunity was there to make it a 3 touchdown game, right? And that's huge because, San Francisco, I mean, they had the momentum. The crowd was in it. The crowd never quit on them. I just feel like, watching the game, it just seemed to me that, and I'm going to say again, I don't think it doesn't take away. I agree that he has this tough mentality, but I don't think just because you took points, all of a sudden you've lost your identity.
Mm-hmm.
You can still be aggressive and tough and physical and take points and really make it a 3 touchdown game.
Yeah.
And especially when their kicker, at least early, struggled. So I don't know.
Yeah. That doink definitely that was surprising. Again, I'll be honest with you. I was a little surprised at the end, like right before half. Again, Detroit had been driving. They were on the way down. Then they kind of stalled out a little bit. They did take the damn points. Then they went for a 21-yard field goal to close out the half. Right. So I don't know. I get it because it was at the end of the game after, San Francisco had made this roaring comeback. He decided to go for it. I wouldn't agree necessarily that he did that the whole game. Like, again, it was a situational thing. And maybe in retrospect, looking back, maybe he would have made a different call. Kind of like, you brought up Sark earlier, Texas. You were yelling, take the damn points. That was one thing in Houston. Sark came back and said, yeah, that fake kick probably wasn't my best choice. Probably not my best.
Let me tell you how I like to follow the percentage of how they're going to win, right? Yeah. The win probability.
Mm-hmm.
Right before that 4th and 2 where they didn't get it, Detroit had a 91.5% chance of winning that game.
Yeah.
going forward on 4th and 2 and not, I mean, if they had taken the points, they probably would have gone up to 93, 94%. Instead, they fell to the 80s, 81% chance of 84%. And they just dropped from there. And of course, then it was all San Francisco. So that if you look at the chart of where Detroit started to plummet in their odds of winning, it's when they didn't take the points. Take the damn points.
All right. Well, now that you have shared in my heartbreaking,
I'm just backing it up with statistics.
I love it. I have to say, so both you and I had the Lions win outright. Occupy, who was with us last week, Mark Pena, picked the Niners, but he said he thought they were going to cover the 7, which they didn't. So I don't know, moral victory. Lions aren't going to the Super Bowl, but hey, we covered. So
I mean, it was a close, competitive game. Lions are on the rise. Lions are still an incredible team. And we'll talk about it in a minute, but there are some crazy similarities between that you mentioned between the Lions, your Lions, and our Longhorns.
Mm-hmm.
We'll talk about that in a minute when we're done talking about this game. But that's pretty fantastic. They have pretty much the roster returning.
Mm-hmm.
They need obviously some help on defense. I didn't look at the final injury list for the Lions at the end of the season, but I mean, the way they got picked apart in that second half, they didn't have an answer.
Yeah.
So, but they fought back to and that onside kick, even though it didn't go 10, if you could screen capture the Lions player reaching for it and the ball is this much in front of it, and it was beautifully kicked. It didn't go 10, so it wouldn't have counted anyway because they played it before it went 10. But it just shows you when people say this is a game of inches, 100 yards, 300 feet, but really this game is a game of inches. Absolutely. And that was another example. Oh,
absolutely.
Sorry.
Well, and again, we talked a little bit earlier when we were talking NFL draft. The Lions have done really well. Obviously, there's been a big turnaround. Yes, the team is anticipated to come back pretty much intact, but I got to tell you, some of these guys are going to get paid. We were talking about this earlier. Detroit came in, stole some guys in the draft, and now they're making their money, right? So Detroit is definitely going to have to shell out a little bit of cash coming into this. Looking at the caps, sorry. I mean, like Aiden Hutchinson, again, he's a guy that's making under $1 million base salary, right? Now he had a big old signing bonus, but again, and a roster bonus, but looking at this, like Detroit is not spending a ton of money right now as it sits. Again, Hutch is at $985. You've got Jamar Gibbs, again,
big name.
He made some money. He's making $915. His base salary is again under $1 million a year. And as a
hopefully they got good bonuses in their contracts for getting so far into the championships.
Right. So again, I think we're going to see a little bit of shuffle as Detroit figures out how to keep these guys that have really made a name for themselves, really kind of earned their money. It'll be really interesting to see if that team can stay intact. Now, I will give you props. I was skeptical. I'd been burned many times before. I didn't think the Lions were going to make it quite this far this year, and it was a hell of a run. I can walk away from this season feeling good as a Lions fan. Way too early predictions. Do you think Detroit makes another run like this, or was this a magical year?
I think they're building a solid foundation, and I would have them competing. Who else in the NFC North right now? The Chicago Bears?
Yeah, so Bears, Green Bay, Bears, Packers, and Vikings.
Oh, man. The Vikings will be improved, and the Packers are obviously improved and will keep improving with Jordan Love. That's going to be a tough division to get out of again. Oh, man.
Yeah.
I would right now, if I had to pick the winner of that division, I think I would roll with the Lions because Jordan Love is up and coming and amazing. And he went into Dallas and put a whooping on one of the best defenses in the NFL. But at the same time, I think he's still young. And now that they have a year of film on him, I would take a more experienced Goff in that division. Maybe they split at home or something. But if I had to pick a winner next year in that division, I think I would take the Lions again.
I like it. You think the Lions will be back? I like it.
Yes, I think they're building what kind of like, and we'll talk about this. Let's go ahead and get into it. The similarities between the Lions and the Longhorns.
Yeah.
I think what they're building is a solid foundation, not flash in the pan things that we've seen from other NFL teams or college teams, but I feel like they're building a solid foundation. They've established a culture. Like we said, you're going to live and die by that culture though. So if toughness and all, I think the thing is, don't always go for it. Be willing to go for it. Make the team think you're going to go for it. Be brave enough if you have to go for it. If there's 12 seconds left on the clock, yes, and you're down by 10, then yes. If you got still 2 quarters to play, take your points and live another day. Anyway, but yeah, you had mentioned a few things. Go ahead. You had mentioned a few things where the Lions and the Longhorns are pretty similar right now.
Yeah, I mean, now look, let's get the obvious out of the way. I know everybody loves to throw this in my face. Oh, the Lions have Aggies, and oh, Dan Campbell's a big Aggie. Yeah, he is. And okay, fine, whatever. But
the
if
Longhorn beat the Aggies, so
yeah,
the world is normal.
There you go. If you look at the trajectory, I mean, again, Dan Campbell came in as a name that a lot of people were questioning, especially after his first press conference. Which again, he is who he is. He'll get you fired up. And going back and watching his speeches and watching him talk, like again on Hard Knocks when they were on there. Mm-hmm. Looking back now, you go, hell yeah, that's how you build culture. This is what he knew what he was doing the whole time. I feel like there's a lot of parallels between Campbell's career with the Lions and Coach Sarkisian with what he's doing with Texas. When he came in, there was some question, who the hell's Coach Sarkisian? Oh, this guy's had so many troubles in the past and hasn't succeeded. And oh, look at his record overall in the past. He takes over a program that hadn't necessarily been living up to expectations. We know, although I will say Dan Campbell maybe had it a little easier in that sense because the Lions' expectations, they didn't have any, right? They'd been the Lions, the awful Lions for so long. Any positive move is a good thing, right? Texas, the expectations are a little different. But again, year one, they come in, have a rough year, have a losing season. When he's not necessarily guys that he drafted that he wanted, but working with what he had and working on instilling his culture from day one, right? So you have a pretty rough first year. And then year two, you lose some of the close ones. They were right on the cusp of making the playoffs. Again, they played their hearts out, missed it because I believe Seattle, it was either Seattle or Green Bay. No, Lions kept Green Bay out by winning their last game, but they couldn't clinch because of Seattle. So
they just played spoiler, which is always still nice.
Played spoiler,
rival,
right? Yeah, it's a good consolation prize, I guess. But again, they finished. I believe it was 8-8. So you started to see that progression. You started to see, and again, they're drafting. They've got some incredible drafts going on here,
right?
And then now, again, I hate to be this guy, but you get to the Final Four. Both Texas and Detroit got to the Final Four here, exceeding expectations, maybe a little bit ahead of schedule with, destiny kind of lined up the right way and fell just a little bit short before making the championship. But Detroit's a fun team to watch. I'm going to ask you this. I know you're a Cowboys fan, and I know that
I like the Cowboys too, yes.
But I'm going to say this. I think, is Detroit America's team, America's real team?
No, not at all. That's when you
real
get
America's
that's
team.
When you get to yes, what they're building is substantial, but they have not established. Like the thing about, since you mentioned it, the thing about the Cowboys being America's team is that everywhere the Cowboys play, half the stadium is still in Cowboys gear. They can go to freaking Mexico.
You saw that with Detroit this year.
And half the fans are wearing Cowboys jerseys, even though the Cowboys aren't playing. The thing, and there's the Mexico.
I knew this one would get you riled up. I knew this one.
I'm just saying the Cowboys, as much as people don't like it, and they're not even my favorite team. The Cowboys are America's team. Anywhere you go, half the stadium is wearing Cowboys gear in the away stadium. So anyway, but here's what we're talking about are the Lions built for the future? Yeah. Guess who CBS Sports has the Lions taking in the first round?
Who?
Byron Murphy.
I will buy that jersey faster than you can count. I will absolutely snap that up right away. I would.
Yeah, if the Lions take Murphy in the first round, I will buy you that jersey for your birthday.
There you go. I love it.
That's pretty. I'm trying to see anyone else have Byron Murphy to the Lions. No, someone else has a cornerback from Georgia. Anyway, I thought that was pretty interesting that you might want to know who
I love
the
it.
Lions are.
Yeah, we were talking. I mean, the Lions defense was really the crux that their downfall, certainly in the second half. So it would be nice to see a Longhorn there. I could counter some of those Aggie arguments that everybody loves to bring up, right?
There are a lot of course, a million different, like we talked about earlier, draft predictions. But that was the one that intrigued me, was listing the Lions, listing the Detroit Lions with. Yeah, nobody else lists him with Byron Murphy, just CBS Sports. But that's still fun.
Well, go CBS. That'd be awesome if that happened. So let's touch base super quick. Hey, Wardo, it's good to see you, man. Thanks for subscribing. We appreciate you being here. That is awesome. Yeah, we will talk about this all day long. I could talk about the Lions still in blue in the face, and I certainly am more excited talking about him this year than I have been recently. So
okay, I'm gonna guess Jurado. Okay. Thanks for listening. Appreciate it. That's awesome. Yes. And if you have questions or comments, always welcome to post in our comment section. We appreciate the kindness. We're working hard. I think we prepare well so we can have a good conversation. But yeah, join the conversation anytime. Thank you. Gracias, Gerardo.
I appreciate it. All right. So let's talk a little bit about the Chiefs and Ravens. That was another crazy game that I think went the way that not many people anticipate. I will say I got this one right. I can't pick for shit, and I got this one right. I was taking KC. It's hard to bet against Mahomes, right? Hard to bet against Mahomes. But what'd you think? I know you had the Ravens to win at home, which a lot of folks did. Again, Baltimore was favored in that one by 4.
The only reason I picked the Ravens, of course, they have who should be and will probably be the MVP of the NFL, Lamar Jackson, but they were at home and they were getting 3 points or so at home. So it was a pretty even game. And the only reason I thought they would win is because they were at home. If this was in Kansas City, I would pick Kansas City to win. Home field advantage for these two teams is huge. They have rowdy, raucous. Richard picked Kansas City to win that game.
Richard, shout out.
Yes, he did. So that's why I picked them to win, is because they were at home. Nobody thought the game would be 7-7 forever. And then it was 17-7 forever. Third quarter, no points.
Yeah.
Field goal in the fourth quarter was it. And Kansas City, 0 points in the second half and won the game on the road.
Yeah, both these games, again, both games defied the expectation, I think, of what was going to happen in each game.
It thought it'd be a shootout at least. I mean, we predicted a shootout. Lamar Jackson, Patrick Mahomes, shootout. No.
Well, and I have to say, I agree with you. Listen, Lamar Jackson absolutely should be the MVP in the NFL this year. He had a phenomenal season. Again, with the experience that he's got, it just felt like things were lining up for him. But this game, now credit KC's defense, but Lamar looked, I hesitate to use the word average. I think that's a little too insulting.
He looked more human. He looked closer to human.
Right. Yeah. He looked closer to human in this game. His team certainly wasn't doing anything to help him out. We talked about this in the Lions game with Goff throwing the ball and the receivers dropping it when they're holding, when it hits him right in the hands, hits him right in the breadbasket. Lamar Jackson at one point caught his own pass. It felt like that kind of game for him where the guys around him just weren't doing a whole heck of a lot.
Right.
So it was interesting. Hold on. I'm going to bring this up. Steven brought up a question. I think we're both trying to click on it. You got it?
I'm not touching it.
All right, here we go. The clips of Tavondre destroying people at the Senior Bowl. Yes, we have. Yeah, we will absolutely talk about him a little bit more too. We love it. I love it.
We had some Senior Bowl talk in the first hour, but we'll recap that before we close out today for sure.
Absolutely. But yeah, again, the Ravens looked. I mean, they felt like they were on their heels. Lamar Jackson can't do it all. Or can
you mentioned it. It was the Kansas City defense, the pressure, the coverage. Lamar Jackson does not take sacks. He is mobile. He moves. He can, even if he just stays alive, he knows when to throw the ball away or he can use his feet. And he was able to use his feet a little bit, but he had 54 yards rushing on Saturday, but 4 sacks. He took 4 sacks on Saturday. Yeah. The way that Kansas City schemed for him, normally it's their offense that they ride the offense and the defense doesn't get enough credit.
Right.
The defense won this game on the road for them. I mean, the offense had 0 points in the second half. So the defense won this game for them, held Baltimore to a field goal, like we said, which is what they needed to survive on the road. But Lamar Jackson was 20 for 37, 54%.
Yeah.
And some of that was his receivers dropped some good passes, but a lot of that was just coverage, having to move. Yes, the coverage was amazing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Again, that KC defense was all over it. It's certainly the secondary. He had nowhere to go. They were covering well. And again, normally when you give Lamar a ton of time to throw, he's going to find the right guy or he'll kill you with his legs. But here we are. They stayed in coverage. They stayed with him the whole time and he had nowhere to go. Again, it made him feel human. It was again, well done, well schemed by Kansas City's defense. That's going to be really, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, we know when you go on the road, you like anytime you're playing defense, you want to make a team one-dimensional. They made Baltimore zero-dimensional. And the three lead, well, outside of Lamar Jackson, who you never want the quarterback to be your leading rusher, but the three leading rushers for Baltimore totaled 27 yards rushing.
Taking Lamar out of it. Yeah. Again, Jackson.
You combine that with 54% passing, Kansas City defense won that game.
Right. Yeah. Jackson rushed. He had 8 carries for 54 yards. Again, he doubled what the next 3 guys did rushing. Yeah. That's any day that happens is a bad day for offense.
Yeah. Sure. Credit they didn't even, at one point, they just gave up on trying to run the ball and they thought they were just going to beat them in the air and they shut them down too. Yeah. So props to the Kansas and props to our friend Kelly Trout. Diehard, long time, forever Kansas City fan. And
she was actually a Kansas City cheerleader.
Yes.
So, yeah. Her family's from there. And so she's on cloud 9 right now. I would have loved it if it could have been Detroit and KC, but we're happy.
That would have been the best Super Bowl party.
Absolutely. All right. Well, I do want to, of course, we certainly can't talk about Kansas City if we don't talk about Taylor Swift, right? Those are the rules.
Let's talk about Taylor Swift.
Those are the rules, I feel like. We obviously are pretty pro women and we support women. We support women in sports. We support women getting more involved with it. I do not understand this insane obsession with a bunch of angry men
and some angry women, which I really don't understand
that, but I don't understand why the Taylor Swift thing is such a big deal. Why is it so triggering for guys to see Taylor Swift? They actually just released a report that she is on screen. She has been on screen per game an average of like 24 seconds.
Less than a short commercial.
Less than a short commercial. Exactly. So I don't understand it. Look, but you throw, you got Jason Kelce jumping out with Bill's Mafia, slamming a beer, holding people, all fine and good. No problem. Like, I don't understand. You put Eminem on there. He got a lot of coverage. My God, I'm going to bring this up as a Longhorn fan. How many times do we see Matthew McConaughey come up on the screen?
And they love it.
Any games.
It has nothing to do with the football game. They love it.
What is so triggering about Taylor Swift?
That she's successful and a billionaire and other women feel empowered by her. And that's upset some people. And I don't understand. And it's not, of course, all men. There's a lot of men who love it and excited for how empowering she is for their daughters and their, wives and girlfriends or whatever. Like a lot of guys, love and appreciate her or just they're indifferent. Oh, there's his girlfriend. Just like if nobody cared when Gisele Bündchen was being showed every 12 minutes in the Patriots game up in the box with her family and sister and friends. Nobody was triggered by that and had to go to social media and say how much they can't stand that Giselle is on the TV or, these NBA games. There's always superstars at the NBA games. They'll show, Mark Wahlberg or Spike Lee. Yeah. Thank you. They'll show these guys every time out.
Drake.
And nobody
Drake's at every
screams
game
and
everywhere
cries,
all the
but
time.
Something about Taylor just triggers people.
I guess.
And if you can't just be happy that they're in love, I don't get it. I don't get why people are so angry with her. She's beautiful. She's made her own way. She writes her own stuff. She runs her own, media. She's just, I don't know. She's too successful and too wonderful. I'm not the most massive Taylor Swift fan, but damn, I appreciate what she's doing. Oh yeah, this is a great comment, Jurado. It says, I really don't like the conspiracy theory going along with Taylor Swift, kind of slap in the face of the players, putting their health and life on the line. I agree completely. If some people aren't familiar, the conspiracy theories or all the, political theories that, she's being placed there by the NFL. The NFL, who is run by very conservative, billionaires, that she's being placed there for political reasons, to get people to take the vaccine or vote a certain way. Her boyfriend plays football. She can just go to the game and cheer for her boyfriend. Right. Nobody says that when Aaron Rodgers is spewing, craziness about vaccines or it's silly. Like, anyone can be there cheering for the boyfriend. She just happens to be a billionaire, and her 20 seconds in a 4-hour program, she's on for 24 seconds and people lose their minds.
Right. Yeah. I don't understand how she is so triggering, but I'm going to say, keep doing it, girl. Keep triggering. Cause obviously Colin Cowherd actually had a really great piece. If I were better at this, I'd have it queued up and ready to go. But he went on a rant this morning about, how people and the people that are upset about Taylor Swift.
I missed that. Who was that?
Colin Cowherd. He had a
I shared that. It was good.
Yeah. So if you guys have a chance, check it out. It's a worthwhile piece. I think he talks for about 2 minutes on the topic, but it's a
good 6 minutes. But just the highlights. Yeah, he had put out a good 6 minutes. The highlights were people aren't triggered when they see other celebrities in the sports. It's a tiny percentage of the actual 3.5-hour game. 18 minutes is actual football. So no, people don't turn away. No, people don't just want to watch football. And as essentially more men need to, only 50% of men have intimacy in their relationships. And that could be a big issue that, have a little intimacy, have a little passion, have a little, love for love someone's love. How is that so hard to just, or at minimum, don't run this cry on social media and come up with ridiculous conspiracy theories that like you said, they're literally, these men are putting their lives on the line playing this game. You think they're faking it to give a Super Bowl away so that someone else can be president?
Yeah, no,
it's silliness.
I don't know. It has gotten to the point of crazy talk. Like, you don't like it, fine, turn away for the 24 seconds she's on the screen. Who cares? Like, let's
Thanks, Sal.
Yeah, appreciate it.
No beef with Taylor Swift. All right.
Love it. I love it. All right.
It's so easy to just scroll on by. If you see her, scroll on by.
Great.
If you don't like it. She's amazing.
Whatever. So, all right. Well, we know it's going to be Niners and KC in the Super Bowl.
Yes.
I want to do this, even though I'm terrible at it. Although I did all right. All right last week.
Are we picking already?
We're gonna pick, and we'll talk about it. You want to pick? You want to hold on? You want to wait?
Well, let's have a way too early pick because we still need to go back and see what actual rosters are happening. Let me see what the spread is. I have it open just now. The Super Bowl is in 2 Sundays, not this Sunday, but February 11th.
Right.
Usher halftime show. We'll talk about that. Right now, the spread is San Francisco -2.
So again, this is a pretty dead even. Yeah, I mean, that's about as close to even as you can get with gambling. All right. So way too early picks. I'm sure we're going to revise this as we get farther in. Rocky,
okay. No question about it, Chiefs. I would take Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce and that defense and Taylor Swift. And nothing would make me happier than Taylor Swift to win her first Super Bowl.
Yeah. All right. Taylor Swift wins her first Super Bowl. That should be the headline. I like it. All right. Listen, again, I hate being this guy. We should probably disagree on a few things, but I'm in the same boat.
We don't need to disagree. If we're both smart, we're both smart.
There you go. I picked Kansas City to win this against Baltimore because, and I'm going to stick with my same line of thinking here. It is just really hard to bet against Patrick Mahomes in the big moments. He's been there, done that. He's proven time and again that he will find a way. So until that tide changes, until that trend changes, I've got to bet on Patrick Mahomes. So, and again, Kelsey being there, and Taylor Swift, clearly, let's start that conspiracy theory. She's buying the Super Bowl, right? Like she's going to make it happen.
Buy it. She's worth enough money. But let's talk about, and we'll talk about this more next week, but Patrick Mahomes, we talked about it before this season. He's never even had to play a playoff. Him and his team have never had to play a playoff game on the road. So not only did he just win constantly at home when they won all season, secured home field advantage through the playoffs, and then won. But this is the first time, not only did he have to go on the road, they went into the Buffalo Bills, the wild, crazy, snowy Buffalo Bills, and won. They went into the number one, team with the bye, NFL MVP quarterback, and made him look not like the best quarterback in the NFL that day. That team did that on the road back-to-back. Now the Super Bowl is in Las Vegas, so it'll pretty much probably be half San Francisco, half Kansas City fans, and a third Kansas City, a third San Francisco, a third football, right? But the fans will be it's not so far away from one fan base more than the other. So they're going to have it like they're playing almost at home now. San Francisco fans are rabid and wild and they travel, but so are Kansas City fans. Yeah, it's going to be good.
Either way, there's going to be a lot of red and gold in the stands.
All red. It's going to be all red and versions of yellow. Versions of red and versions of yellow. Like, could they not have more similar colors?
Right. So, all right. Well, we both got KC winning it. I'm sure we'll talk about it more, obviously, next week. We've got a few more stories before we close out. We've got about 15-ish minutes left. But before we do that, I want to give a quick shout out to Covert BK. It is the newest dealership in the Covert family out in beautiful Bee Cave. Covert Auto Group, they are family owned and they've served the greater Austin area for over 100 years. And they'll take care of you. If you are looking for a new vehicle or even a quality pre-owned vehicle, Covert Auto Group, Covert Bee Caves will take care of you. They're nestled on 42 acres in the beautiful hill country. And with Rocky, we went there. We've been there for a couple of the
it's beautiful. Yes.
Incredible facilities. So if you need service too, they'll take care of you. Really lovely waiting areas. And again, they have 7 brands: Buick, GMC, Cadillac, Chrysler, Dodge, Jeep, and Ram. And in the family, the Covert family, they also have Ford and Chevy in Hutto and Ford and Lincoln in Austin. So no matter what you want, be it new, pre-owned, if you need to get your ride right, check out Covert Auto Group, especially out in Covert Bee Cave. They'll take care of you. Tell them that Fire the Cannon sent you. Check out their inventory at covertbcave.com and see what their specials are. So big shout out to them. Love it.
Good job.
All right. See, look, new fan already, man. You're my boy. Thank you. That's what I'm saying. It's my homies. It's hard to bet against him. So
yeah.
All right. We've got a few stories from around the sports world checking in. I would like to kind of kick off with this Tennessee story. Did you see that, Rocky? That
I saw the highlights about them being investigated again for cheating again. Did you read the whole thing? I didn't read the whole thing.
Yes. So listen, it's another story coming out, and this is now kind of the second high-profile NIL investigation that we've seen come out from the NCAA. First one, of course, being Florida State for an NIL violations. Again, we're still in the Wild West of NIL, no question.
Right.
But it is absolutely impermissible. The school cannot entice a player to come. They cannot use NIL to close a deal. The school can't talk about it.
Right. There's ways around it, but the school can't. They can go sit you with the other players, and the other players can read off offers, but the coaches can't.
Correct. The school can't make the connections between folks who have NIL programs and the recruits or the players.
Right.
But there are programs that have to be separate of the school that can manage that. We see that with the Texas One Fund, right? We see that on a lot of different programs are now starting to develop these separate entities that manage NIL and help connect players with people that want to do NIL deals. However, it seems that Tennessee has violated that. Now, again, this is completely under an investigation. This was just released, so there's a lot to be learned coming out. But yeah, it's looking like Tennessee may have violated that and may have the school itself set up some NIL deals for a particular player. I'm going to mispronounce his name, I'm sure. Nico Ayalamaliva, is that how you say it? Do you know? It is.
Oh, I am
butchering that. I apologize.
Let me click into the story.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I apologize for it. But yeah, again, there are, it's a new case. NCAA is looking into that. How do you feel about it? Again, we kind of wink, nudge a lot of this stuff. Now, we talked about it with the FSU investigation that's going on right now, with the school not being able to contact and set up these NIL deals.
Mm-hmm.
But there are ways around that. Again, this is in the third year of NIL. We're just now starting to see some investigations. Do you think this is a trend that's going to keep going? Do you think this is something that more things are going to pop up, or more things are going to be discovered? Or is this kind of a once in a lifetime, cautionary tale, and it'll settle down quickly? What do you think?
Just like regular pre-NIL cheating was, people were always getting caught. People were so some programs were so blatantly disregarding of the rules, and they would be so mad at Tennessee that they would go punish North Carolina, or that that didn't make any sense, and some teams just kept getting away with it so obviously, or they would self-impose themselves one half their coach will sit out or something. It's so silly, and the NCAA is, no one is more backwards and behind the times and incongruent with the way they research things and investigate things and punish things, and they'll take the floor out from under this team and barely even mention half a wrist slap to another team. It makes no sense. And as long as the NCAA has no real teeth or real backbone or spine, people are going to do whatever they want and roll the dice. And if they get caught, they get caught. And what are you going to do? Sit your own quarterback out for half a game?
Yeah. Well, and again, I think this is something that the NCAA, like you mentioned, is behind on everything. They're chasing their tails, trying to figure it out. I don't know that we see the players get in trouble for this, right? This is an institutional problem. Now, this, to me, the Tennessee situation is unique because in 2019, you mentioned, oh God, Tennessee, here they are again in trouble. For 2019 and 2020 seasons, they had to vacate their schedule. They had to vacate all their wins because their case, the NCAA brought a case for level 1 violations. There were 18 different level 1 violations involving more than 200 individual infractions. Again, primarily payments to prospects, players, and their families. Now, I think we know the NCAA isn't always the most even with handing out punishments. This feels like, to me, Tennessee is getting a little more scrutiny with the NIL stuff because they very recently had some pretty major violations on a crazy level, right? So is Tennessee a cautionary tale? I don't know. I don't know that they're any more cautionary than they would have been in 2019 and 2020. A lot of times what ultimately comes out of these kind of cases is just learn how to cheat better, right? Learn how to be more
pretty
sneaky.
much it. Learn how to cheat better.
Right. And
Yeah.
again, it is important that schools follow the rules with NIL and how to, tweak and the schools can't be involved. Again, compliance should be all over that. Compliance should be paying attention to that. There are ways around it, right? We see the Lambeau deals with Texas. That is not anything that the University of Texas has anything to do with. That is players connecting with people and making that happen. So I don't know. I think this is definitely something to keep an eye on. Again, with Florida State, with Tennessee, we are going to start seeing more and more violations. So schools better go back and hope that they were doing things right, because now I think the NCAA is starting to pay more attention to this now that there's a few years under the belt. Yep. Again, we saw a couple years ago, A&M was potentially getting in some hot water. I don't know that that's completely dead yet, but A&M they literally posted videos of their head coaches talking about how much money you can make from NIL with A&M. That's pretty basic violation there. Again, you can't.
Again, they're going to be so mad at A&M that they punish some other school.
So again, I think that's something worth keeping an eye on. I don't think the A&M stuff is dead yet. Now, A&M responded. They've got a lot of lawyers. They've got deep pockets. They've responded by basically what we've seen, like, okay, we won't talk to them. Players were promised all this stuff. Again, we saw Evan Stewart come through and say, hey, I didn't get paid shit.
What's worse, being caught on camera promising players money, or being caught on social media with players saying they promised me money and I didn't get it?
Yeah, exactly.
Maybe those players are trying. That's their defense for A&M, saying the A&M, like the coaches, hey, you're promising players money, and the kids are like, but we didn't get any money, so there was no violation.
Right?
Where's the violation? Promising it or actually getting the money? Because if they didn't actually get it, then there's no violation.
Again, God bless them for that, right? We appreciate them testing the waters and violating the NCAA rules by talking about it, and then having the complete wrong reaction by not paying any of it. I don't know. We'll see. But I do think this is something important. Again, if you're a college fan of any sport, really, but especially football, because we know that's where the big money is, I think these cases are going to have some really big implications in the upcoming season. So definitely something to keep an eye on.
That's funny.
Definitely keep an eye on it.
All right. Moving on. I'm sure everyone's just dying to hire Bill Belichick, right? One of the winningest.
You're not his favorite. Yeah, not as big as
no, one of the winningest coaches in NFL history, all the Super Bowls. I'm sure everyone's dying to hire him, right? After just half a protocol interview.
Yeah, it would seem like
no.
It, I think. Yeah, it's interesting. So I gotta wonder, has the shine kind of come off of Belichick? Do you think
the shine came off when Tom Brady left and they realized that everything that great was happening was Tom Brady and not Belichick?
I don't know that I'm going to say everything. I think
a lot of
Belichick,
the Super Bowl winning part.
Yeah,
the Super Bowl winning part was obviously Tom Brady.
Yeah,
because he took it with him to Tampa Bay, and Belichick was left with a losing team. And again and again, and without Tom Brady, he's not this. He will still be first ballot, Hall of Fame coach or whatever.
He'll get his jacket.
But without Tom Brady, it just looks like Tom Brady was the answer and not Belichick.
I definitely think, listen, I'm not going to discredit Belichick's coaching. Like, he's a good coach. He's a damn good coach.
Nobody wants him, so I'm going to discredit it.
But I do think this is something. Now, the question could come up too. Are they giving interviews for press? Is this something, is this something that Belichick really wants? Does he want to keep coaching, or is this a thing that
well, it looks even worse if he's out interviewing and not getting offers, not taking jobs.
It is
if he doesn't really want to be coaching, he wouldn't be interviewing, because it looks worse to be interviewing and being
not get the job.
passed up by a young coordinator from across the country. It's a bad look if he is genuinely interviewing, and even double interviews for Atlanta or whatever, and they're going with younger, hipper, up and comers over an established Super Bowl winning.
I think that is a valid argument. It's saying maybe that shine has come off of Belichick, like the reality of Brady not being there and seeing what his teams did post Brady, right?
Mm-hmm.
One shit. I think that is definitely something that we're starting to see come up, where he's not getting these jobs. 10 years ago, that's how long he's been coaching, right? Even 5 years ago, had the situation changed where, Atlanta interviews Belichick, that's a slam dunk hire, right? That's a no brainer. If he's interested in the job,
yes,
even interview the man, hire him. So I do think some of that shine has come off of him. I do also think too that there might be, and this is the optimist in me, maybe the mentality behind the NFL is shifting a little bit. You know, we talked about Texas, again, not NFL, but we talked about Texas bringing in Baker for the D-line as the D-line coach, where he doesn't necessarily have a bazillion years of experience, but that's a big shift for a big program. And we know that Sark has made a lot of really smart choices, and he has often brought in guys that don't have a ton of experience. I like starting to see this shift in the NFL too, that younger coaches that, you know, it's not necessarily the same names just rotating through that carousel.
Seattle just hired a young coordinator too. Like some teams are going young and taking a risk, hoping they get the next, you know, hot young coordinator that makes it big. So
right. So seeing that shift gives me a little bit of hope, because it did feel like for a while there, it didn't matter. It felt like there was a ceiling on opportunities for up and coming coaches, right? Because
we're going to go from program managers to innovative stylists.
Yeah.
And we're going to see if it's sustainable or not, because it's like, you know, the Mac Browns of the world where and this is funny. I was in the market today and there was a guy digging through asking for help trying to find some North Carolina stuff. And I was like, oh, North Carolina, how are y'all feeling about Mac Brown right now? And he said, I like him. You know, we just need to win 8 or 9, maybe 10 games a year, upset somebody. And I'm like, oh, so you're a poverty program. Got it. You know, like if you're not demanding excellence, and Texas is guilty of this. We want it all now. And we had greatness when Mac Brown was with us. But now like it seems like they're content with 9 or 10 win seasons, maybe upsetting Clemson here and there or something like that. He's like, yeah, we upset a team, you know, if we can get Miami, that'd be great. I'm like, so he's not even talking championships. Like, okay. And we love Mac Brown, but maybe North Carolina, if he's not at that heightened peak of what program managers were like back in the day, nowadays, championship teams, they need the innovative,
right?
Up at the mind that's awake at 3 a.m, just on the board drawing. That's what they want nowadays.
Well, and I think we're seeing, agreed. I think we're seeing too, teams are more willing to take risks, right? They're more willing. And again, I'm going to give credit to college. Like college, we always know that college trickles in and influences the NFL, right? Obviously, that's just kind of the nature of the beast. But I think we're seeing that with the coaching now too. Owners and GMs, again, Jura not included. I put no faith in him to do anything smart or progressive with his coaching choices.
Love the Cowboys, can't stand Jerry Jones.
Yeah, but the NFL, we are starting to see these little shifts, right? These little changes where the big names of the guys that have been around for decades aren't necessarily the immediate hires. It's the younger guys, the innovative ones that are changing the game and willing to take some risks. The NFL, the teams are taking risks on unproven, right, talent. Not to say they're not qualified. I'm not implying.
And even if the teams go 0-16, everyone's going to watch.
Right.
So that doesn't matter. They'll still buy the gear. They'll still pay the money. They'll still fill the seats.
But again, you look at that trend. I'm going to bring up Detroit again. Sorry, guys. I know there's a lot of Detroit talk for this particular episode, but you bring up Detroit. When Brad Holmes came in, he made those changes. This is a guy that wasn't scared to take a risk. He hired Dan Campbell, which was a guy that wasn't necessarily on everybody's list. He wasn't, you know, decades of proven, you know, winning. And that first season was rough. It was rough. They won 3 games. But you're seeing that progression. And it was because they were willing, the Lions as an organization and Holmes as a GM was willing to take a risk on a guy that wouldn't be like a traditional splashy hire. I love seeing that shift. And I think you pay attention to that. There's going to be some major changes when we look back 5 years down the road, go, holy shit, this started kind of around this time of seeing the difference in the way that this plays out. So I'm excited for it.
Yeah, lots of teams. I mean, the Dolphins, there's lots of teams going with wacky little guys that looks like they shouldn't be playing. Like they wouldn't even be able to play. All right, we should wrap up. Next week, we had another thing we wanted to talk about, but we can absolutely talk about it next week. The 24 Heisman odds.
Yep. We'll We'll talk Super Bowl next week. We will
absolutely. Super Bowl, 24 Heisman, probably how Texas men's basketball is roaring back with 2 good wins, and the women, how they took down number 2 Kansas State.
I love it. All of it. Yeah, we'll definitely talk about it. And again, as a reminder, y'all, if you are just joining us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Texas Sports Unfiltered. Also, we are going to have a special guest next week. Trey BK, former Texas baseball player and now currently with the Reds organization, is going to join us on Fire the Cannon to talk Texas baseball, about his Texas experience and what it's like in up in Ohio, up in Cincinnati, and what his run has been like. So please tune in 3 to 5 next Wednesday. Again, like and subscribe. As always, y'all, I'm Megan.
I'm Rocky. Go out, go see softball and baseball on Saturday. It's all free.
Do that too. All right. So we're Fire the Cannon, y'all. We'll see you.
Fire the Cannon.